Please help me." The ghost seemed to be struggling to control Yuan Li, and her words came out haltingly. It took Suisui a long time to piece together what she wanted. She wanted Suisui to help her dig up her own corpse. In return, she would help Suisui with something. The old saying goes, never trust a ghost's promise. But with Yuan Li in her hands, Suisui couldn't risk a fight. After a moment's hesitation, Suisui nodded and agreed. She was curious to see what this ghost was really up to. The female ghost led Suisui to an artificial lake. The water was pitch black, stank, and the bottom couldn't be seen. There were no plants on the surface of the lake. Suisui only glanced inside before quickly pulling her head back, looking at the ghost in disbelief. "Don't tell me you want us to go down and fish something out." The ghost could tell Suisui cared about her companion. Even though it was hard to control Yuan Li's large body, she never relaxed her grip. Hearing Suisui's question, she subconsciously nodded. To her surprise, Suisui didn't even hesitate. She turned around and left. "You can have him. Play with him yourself. Goodbye." Ghost. Suisui snorted. Compared to land, underwater was a human's weak spot, and this water was black and stinky. Who'd want to take that job? She wasn't interested. The ghost's face was expressionless, but her stiff posture showed she was stunned. Wasn't she supposed to bargain first when faced with an unreasonable request? How could she just give up so directly? But Suisui hadn't really given up on Yuan Li. If possible, she still wanted to save him. But if it meant diving to the bottom of the pond to dig up a corpse, then forget it. Everyone should just look out for themselves. This place was so creepy. What if she lost her life by accident? So, on the surface, she refused the ghost's request, but as she turned away, she slipped her hand into her pocket, secretly rubbing her backpack card, waiting for a chance to ambush the ghost. The ghost, not as sharp as she was in life, was actually fooled by Suisui's decisive departure and thought she was really abandoning the fat guy. The hands around Yuan Li's neck loosened, and the ghost's light body floated in front of Suisui, blocking her way. Suisui flipped her palm, and the butcher knife appeared in her hand. The blade, soaked in blood, gleamed coldly. The ghost was intimidated and retreated a step, her aura weakening. She waved her hand at Suisui, indicating she meant no harm. Suisui didn't believe her, watching the ghost warily. The ghost was sensible and didn't approach, just floated to a corner of the pond under Suisui's gaze. At this moment, Yuan Li, who'd been knocked to the ground, slowly woke up, rubbing his sore body, confused, and looked at Suisui not far away. "Suisui, what are you doing over there?" As soon as he spoke, he felt a cold, snake-like gaze wrap around him. Yuan Li shivered, stiffly turning his head, and saw a pair of familiar black eyes. He twitched, almost fainting again. Suisui quickly distracted him. "Yuan Li, come here and help me see what that ghost is up to." Suisui had to keep an eye on the ghost at all times in case she suddenly attacked. Other small tasks could be left to Yuan Li. Hearing her call, Yuan Li hurried over, forcing himself not to stare at the ghost, and looked around where she was. He noticed a rusty switch at the ghost's feet, not sure what it was for. Yuan Li told Suisui, who, putting on a fierce act with the knife, threatened the ghost. "Stand over there. Stay away from us." The ghost had finished what she wanted to do and obediently floated away. Yuan Li, knowing Suisui's plan, went up and fiddled with the switch after the ghost left. Although this school had many strange things, at least they hadn't skimped on construction. The switch was solid. Even though it was rusty, under Yuan Li's efforts, it didn't break and was actually activated. Click, click. A faint gear sound was heard, and the stinky water in the artificial lake receded at a visible speed, leaving only a layer of foul black mud at the bottom. A section of white bone was faintly exposed in the mud. Seeing the ghost's gaze fall on the bone, Suisui looked thoughtful. Yuan Li, still groggy from just waking up, looked to Suisui for instructions. Suisui hesitated, then handed him the bent iron rod. "See if you can fish out the bone. Be careful, I think it's the ghost's remains." Yuan Li instinctively glanced up and met the ghost's cold gaze. He gave a dry laugh and looked away, then used the iron rod to poke at the corpse in the mud. And Suisui stayed on guard against the ghost. Never trust a ghost's words easily, no matter how harmless they seem. People are unpredictable, and ghosts are no better. The bones in the mud were old and very fragile. It was a miracle they'd lasted this long. Yuan Li had to figure out how to fish out the bones while keeping them as intact as possible, working up a sweat. After finally fishing up a few, the ghost looked and shook her head. They weren't hers. Yuan Li hid behind Suisui, feeling bolder. "If they're not yours, why didn't you say so earlier? Why wait until I fished them up?" The ghost stared at him for a while, and Yuan Li's bravado faded, but he still muttered, "Aren't they? I didn't say anything wrong." The ghost floated over, and Suisui quietly stepped back, Yuan Li following her. The ghost hovered over the pile of bones, then pointed out a few pieces, meaning only those were hers. Then she floated over the mud, searching for her own bones. And Suisui didn't have a shovel in her backpack, so digging was a bit tough. Luckily, the bodies at the bottom hadn't been deliberately buried. Seemed they'd just been tossed in, so they were all near the surface. It was relatively easy to find them. The two followed the ghost, and after turning over a thin layer of mud, found a damaged woven bag. Inside were all the ghost's bones. Following her instructions, they gathered all the bones and buried them in a good spot. Once everything was done, Suisui quietly waited for the ghost's reward. If she dared to trick them, Suisui definitely wouldn't let it go. The ghost closed her eyes and a gentle light spilled from her ghost fire, as if she'd broken free from some shackle, her aura rising rapidly. And Suisui backed away again, afraid the ghost would suddenly go mad and attack them. This ghost had been easy to talk to from the start. Was this some kind of trap? As the light faded, the female ghost opened her eyes again. Those eyes, once shrouded in black mist, had turned white like those of other ghosts. Honestly, Suisui thought the black eyes looked cooler. She didn't know exactly what had happened to the ghost, but the woman had kept her promise. With her cold expression unchanged, the ghost led them to a certain spot in the woods, pointed at the ground, and signaled for them to dig. Naturally, the hard labor fell to Yuan Li. He dug, and finally uncovered the corner of an iron box. Yuan Li's body trembled with excitement, and he dug even harder. Inside the box were the ghost's belongings from her life. The contents were a jumble. Who knew what the ghost had been thinking, hiding a whole box of stuff in the woods? Most of it was typical girlish things, letters, rare figurines, jewelry, and the like. But there were also some very interesting items. Ghost World Universal Bank Card, balance 46,927, a relic from the ghost's life. After her death, the balance automatically converted to ghost currency, which can be used to buy underworld items, summon ghosts, bribe ghost officials, etc. It was even a permanent card. That meant this bank card could be used even after leaving the current game. Most items found in the game were single-use, like the 2 butcher knives Suisui carried. But a card like this, which could be used in future games, was extremely rare. Finding even one was pure luck. Of course, lucky Suisui didn't realize this, and happily took the card. She was pleased, but not overly excited. Yuan Li, on the other hand, looked so envious it was almost tangible. He knew he hadn't contributed much in this game, and just making it out alive was already a blessing. He didn't dare ask for more. Besides the bank card, there were 2 in-game items and a useful clue. Paper crane. A paper crane folded with care by a young girl, imbued with special magic. It can deliver your message to whoever you wish. Peace talisman. From an Eastern temple blessed by a powerful master. It protects homes and brings peace. Both in-game items were quite useful. One for defense, one for sending messages. The other clue was a video on an old cell phone. The video was secretly recorded from a distance, so the quality was poor, but you could just make out someone dragging another person by the hair and forcing them into a room. Judging by their clothes, the one standing was a teacher, and the one being dragged was a student. After the video finished, the old phone finally gave out and went completely black, never to turn on again. When Suisui looked up, the ghost who had asked for their help had already vanished. While they'd watched the video, the ghost had stood silently beside them, watching with them. Her expressionless face seemed to have abandoned all human emotion. But was that really true? If she'd truly let go, why would she be so obsessed with her own remains? And Suisui didn't dwell on it and started dividing up the items. "I'll take the bank card. How about you take the paper crane and the peace talisman?" Yuan Li looked at her in surprise. He felt he'd barely helped at all, and Suisui had done so much for him. He was lucky she hadn't asked for a protection fee, and now she was giving him items? He waved his hands quickly. No, you deserve all of it. I didn't do anything and I just caused you trouble." And Suisui frowned but still shoved the 2 in-game items into Yuan Li's hands. Fair is fair. She'd done most of the work with the ghost, so it was only right she took the better reward. But Yuan Li hadn't been completely useless. Having him around made her less afraid when facing all those ghosts. The 2 items were his due. After packing up, they set off again. With the ghost gone, the woods finally returned to normal. After just a few steps, they could see the grand swimming pool ahead. And Suisui quickly walked out of the woods and stood on the steps of the pool, full of awe. Private schools really are extravagant. She looked away, and as she stepped onto the stairs, she suddenly paused, because she saw a stack of crisp new bills on the steps. What was that supposed to mean? And Suisui bit her finger and stared at the money for a while, then ignored it and kept walking. Her family was well off. She wasn't about to be tempted by a little cash. Yuan Li ignored the money too, sticking close to Suisui as they climbed the steps. But as soon as Suisui reached the next step, she stopped again. There was another stack of new bills, even more than before. Yuan Li noticed her pause, followed her gaze, and saw the money too. He scratched his head in confusion. Whose money is this? But then he realized something was off. All the buildings here looked old, but these bills looked like they'd just come from the bank, brand new. No way a player brought them in. Before entering the game, everyone got a notice and prepared in advance. Who would bring this kind of thing? It's heavy and useless. And Suisui seemed to realize something, and just as she was about to step into the pool, she pulled her foot back and started circling the building. Sure enough, after a short walk, she found a 3rd stack of new bills. 3 words slowly surfaced in her mind: funeral money. Yuan Li finally sensed something was wrong too. Nervously, he tugged on Suisui's sleeve and whispered, "What do we do?" And Suisui didn't answer, just looked around with wide eyes, then pulled out the school map. After checking it, she decided to give up on the pool for now and headed toward another building. Yuan Li didn't dare fall behind, sticking close to her. This time, nothing got in their way, and they soon arrived at a new building. Yuan Li looked up at the sign. Chapel. He was full of questions. Why had Suisui come here? Wasn't the plan to check out the pool first? But Suisui didn't go inside. She just wandered around the first floor. At the entrance, there was a yellow donation box. And Suisui's eyes lit up. She rushed over, pulled out pen and paper, and started modifying the box. After her handiwork, the words donation box became merit box. Then she carefully hung a picture of the Buddha in front of the box, placed a sand-filled container on top, rolled up 3 sticks of paper incense, and bowed 3 times. Finally, she gathered up all the new bills that kept appearing around them and stuffed them into the merit box. Eastern magic. When in doubt, seek help from the Buddha. Yuan Li didn't understand what Suisui was doing. He looked at the portrait hanging on the wall, full of confusion, and finally couldn't help but interrupt the devoutly praying Suisui. "What's that drawing?" "Oh, this?" And Suisui pointed at the image she'd drawn with a black marker, answering confidently, "Buddha. Doesn't it look like him?" Yuan Li was dumbfounded. Even though hardly anyone believed in gods or Buddha anymore, there were still records and images of these legends. He tried to compare the Buddha in his memory with the ink drawing before him and felt like his eyes were about to go blind. He just couldn't see any resemblance. Twitching at the corner of his eye, Yuan Li gently reminded her, "Is this really going to work?" Sending a vengeful ghost to Buddha, never mind how wild that was, but if the ghost tried to find the person in the drawing, wouldn't it get lost? No matter what others thought, and Suisui was very satisfied with her masterpiece. She bowed devoutly again, stuck the rolled-up paper into the incense burner, and muttered something to the drawing. Before leaving, Suisui remembered Yuan Li's words and felt a bit uneasy. Worried the ghost wouldn't recognize who was in the drawing, she took out a red marker and wrote the big characters Buddha next to the image. Now there was no way to get it wrong. Professional matters should be left to professionals. The two left, one after the other. In front of the merit box, it was deathly silent. The pitch-black Buddha on the paper showed a ferocious smile, and the ghost's ransom money lay quietly in the box, showing no sign of acting up. Having dealt with the ghost money that had been haunting her, Suisui continued leading Yuan Li toward their original goal. The swimming hall's main door was ajar. They could walk right in. No one had been here for a long time. The swimming hall was deathly quiet, and the spacious pool's water was crystal clear. There was a strange eeriness beneath the calm, and Suisui blinked and quietly moved a little closer to Yuan Li. Everywhere else was covered in dust, but the pool water was clear to the bottom. Anyone with a brain would know that was definitely not normal. And Suisui carefully approached the pool, but kept a safe distance. She could observe the water up close, but still had time to react if anything happened. She focused on the pool and suddenly saw a black shadow flicker beneath the surface, and Suisui's heart skipped a beat. She knew the main event was about to start. She gripped her butcher knife tightly and continued circling the pool's edge. The shadow under the water sensed someone above, swimming restlessly back and forth, sometimes gliding right under Suisui's feet, but never surfacing. And Suisui waited patiently, her mind racing. There was no way she'd jump in and fight a water ghost head-on. So how could she lure the thing at the bottom out? It wasn't going to work if they just kept waiting. After thinking for a while, Suisui suddenly remembered digging up the female ghost's corpse by the lake earlier, and her eyes lit up. If this ghost was good at underwater combat, then if she drained the water, wouldn't that force her out? No sooner thought than done. She discussed it with Yuan Li, and the two stopped watching the shadow, instead searching for the pool's drainage switch. They quickly discovered that the pool's drain was at the bottom. To drain the water, they'd have to go underwater, meaning they'd have to face the water ghost directly. That wouldn't work at all. But this was a fancy school with high-end facilities. There was no way the pool was designed so simply. If there was a manual drain at the bottom, there had to be a remote drainage system somewhere. With that in mind, Suisui temporarily gave up on the pool and headed deeper into the swimming hall. First stop, the locker rooms. There were separate locker rooms for boys and girls, not too far apart. As a girl, Suisui checked the girls' locker room first. It was huge, as if the school had planned for a large number of students, and every locker was labeled with class and name, each with its own lock. Clearly, each belonged to a specific student. At that moment, Suisui's food radar suddenly activated. She slowly walked to one of the lockers, clutching her wildly beating heart, and took a deep breath. The closer she got, the faster her heart pounded. This was the food radar's effect. There had to be food in this locker. And Suisui wiped the dust off the locker, making the name on the door visible again. Class 3, Grade 12, Mandy Lucia. Was this the owner of the diary they'd been searching for? And Suisui paused in surprise, then used a fruit knife to pry open the locker. Sure enough, she found some scraps of food inside. She also found a new diary page. I found some food and hid it in Doreen's locker, the infirmary's hidden compartment, and the swimming hall locker room. I know almost no one will go to these places. I hope I won't need these emergency rations. So this Mandy girl had also faced a food crisis? It seemed that when she wrote this diary, the school was already in a state of panic. Who knew what happened to her afterward? And Suisui packed up everything from the locker, carefully folded the diary and put it in her pocket, and closed the locker. Just as the two were about to go on a locker opening spree, prying open each one to see what was inside, Yuan Li caught something out of the corner of his eye at the locker room door. A stream of clear water was flowing in through the crack under the door. His mind went blank, and he instinctively grabbed on Suisui's sleeve. And Suisui turned around in confusion and also saw the water seeping in. She didn't need Yuan Li to remind her. She knew the female ghost they'd wanted to lure out had already left the pool and was now standing outside the locker room, silently watching them. And Suisui nervously gripped the fruit knife in her hand and carefully approached the door. She did her best not to make a sound, but as she got closer, the water had already spread across the entire doorway, and she had no choice but to step right into the middle of the puddle. Through the crack under the door, she could already see the female ghost's pale, swollen feet. The moment she stepped into the puddle, the ghostly figure outside the door vanished, and the water at her feet slowly evaporated into the air. And Suisui didn't even know how to describe her feelings at that moment. She'd thought the ghost outside would come at her aggressively. But that was it? Could it be that the ghost outside was just a coward? No, that couldn't be right. Any ghost that could leave so much water behind had to be a water ghost. And Suisui frowned, her whole face scrunched up in thought. The room fell silent. Yuan Li couldn't stand the atmosphere and broke the silence. "Suisui, are we still opening the lockers?" And Suisui glanced around the changing room lockers and shook her head lightly. "They're just students' belongings. Let's leave them for now. We should look for the control room in the swimming complex first." They could always come back to open the lockers after dealing with the ghost in the pool. The two of them opened the door and stepped out. The ghost that had been lurking outside was nowhere to be seen. Occasionally, a dark shadow would flicker beneath the pool, letting them know the ghost had returned to its own territory. And Suisui glanced regretfully at the pool, then turned her attention back to their current goal. The swimming complex only had one floor, so finding the control room wasn't difficult. But the control room door was secured with a very advanced electronic lock, and brute force wouldn't work. Plus, the swimming complex had been abandoned for so long that the electronic lock was already out of order, which meant the control room was basically sealed shut. There was no way to get in by normal means. How could they get inside quickly and efficiently to drain the pool? And Suisui hadn't figured it out yet. Yuan Li fiddled with the electronic lock for a while. Even though he had a nifty little AI device, it was useless against a dead electronic lock. He could only put his gadget away with a sigh, muttering, "Being human is such a hassle. Look at those ghosts. They just go wherever they want. Doors, walls, none of that is an obstacle for them." And Suisui's mind suddenly cleared. That's right. Getting in was hard for people, but for ghosts, it was easy. With that, she turned to check on the dog's status. That skill of the dog's, turning into a spirit, could come in handy right now. It had been a while since they'd left the cafeteria, and the panel showed the dog was in good condition. And Suisui became extra cautious, her finger hovering over the little gray dog's icon. The dog's biggest threat was never the outside world, but itself. As soon as the dog left the pet space, it bounded over, drooling with excitement, and knocked An Suisui to the ground, pinning her so she couldn't move. Suppressing the urge to strangle the dog, An Suisui pulled a bag of chicken drumsticks from her backpack to tempt it. "Want some?" The dog had never cared much for An Suisui's empty promises, but that didn't mean it wasn't interested in food. When real food was waved in front of its nose, the dog pounced immediately. No matter what, if it could eat it, it was all good. And Suisui was quick, snatching the drumsticks away at the last second. Only good dogs get rewards. If you want to eat, you have to follow orders and not act on your own. Can you do that? What? I have to work for food? The dog stood on a high spot, giving An Suisui a look that was hard to describe. And Suisui paused, then deliberately tore open the packaging. The aroma of food drifted out, tickling the dog's nose, and it immediately perked up. and Suisui knew better than to give the dog a treat before it finished the job. Ignoring the dog's resentful gaze, she put the delicious drumsticks away again and said, "Want to eat? Finish the mission first. Use your ghost skill to get inside the room." The dog was indignant, glaring at her. But after waiting a while and seeing she wasn't going to give in, it finally realized she was serious. She really wasn't going to give it food. "Awoo, awoo! Is this how you treat your dog?" The dog howled in protest. Seeing the dog about to ignore the mission and start a one-sided tirade, Suisui silently took out 2 butcher knives and scraped them against the iron door, making a sharp, grating noise. The husky couldn't stand the sound. Its fur stood on end, and it stopped complaining, rushing toward the iron door as Suisui directed. Work? Fine, it could do that. But in its excitement, the dog forgot to use its skill and nearly ran headfirst into disaster. And Suisui quickly activated the skill for it as its owner. Luckily, she'd been watching closely and reacted in time. Otherwise, that would have been one dead dog. It was the dog's first time experiencing its spirit form. Inside the room, it curiously poked at everything, discovering it could pass through anything. The sensation made it feel like it was floating on air. The dog excitedly jumped onto the control console, practically ready to burst into song. Even though Suisui was outside, she had a special connection with her companion. By closing her eyes, she could just barely see what was around the dog, so she interrupted its skill. "Come open the door for me." "Open the door?" The dog jumped down from the console. This was a basic skill for any house dog, and even a husky could manage it. It easily opened the door, letting the 2 of them into the control room. And Suisui patted the dog's head in satisfaction and finally gave it the delicious drumstick as a reward. The dog had finally done something useful for once, not an easy feat. There were quite a few monitors in the control room, 7 or 8 screens neatly arranged on a wide rack. But all the screens were currently black, showing that the surveillance system wasn't running. And Suisui said nothing, her face serious as she stared at the rows of red, yellow, blue, and green buttons of all shapes and sizes, her mind full of questions. Were machines always this complicated? This was a bit beyond her abilities. There should be some kind of clue, right? And Suisui memorized the shapes and positions of the buttons on the control panel and continued searching the room, hoping to find an instruction manual. With a machine this complex, surely there had to be a manual. How did anyone operate all these switches every day without getting a headache? Yuan Li stared at the control panel for a while, then pulled out his mini AI device and scanned the panel. All sorts of information about the machine instantly appeared on Yuan Li's computer. He tentatively pressed one of the buttons, and immediately a loud noise came from the pool outside. Did it work? Yuan Li froze for a moment, then quietly peeked outside, just in time to see a ghostly figure crawling out from under the water. The water ghost's hair was dripping wet, her cheeks swollen like a soggy pancake, and as she crawled forward, she grinned at Yuan Li with a creepy, heh. Yuan Li was terrified, his scream stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Just then, the water ghost, her body making the floor wet as she crawled, slipped and fell with a loud thud. The unexpected fall left the water ghost dazed, and it squeezed a large amount of pool water out of her body, which flowed everywhere. She lay there for a long time, unable to get up. Hearing the noise, Suisui immediately ran out of the room. Seeing the water ghost sprawled on the floor, she excitedly took out her iron rod and gave the ghost a good beating, then tied her up with a rope. And just like that, the water ghost was inexplicably captured by Suisui. Next came Suisui's interrogation. Yuan Li was still afraid of these ghosts. Even knowing the ghost was restrained, he couldn't suppress his fear, trembling as he stood beside Suisui, staring at his toes, barely able to listen to the water ghost's confession. And Suisui, holding her iron rod, pretended to be fierce as she hit the water ghost. "What's going on with this school? Why are there ghosts everywhere? Speak up! If you don't, you'll see what happens." The water ghost, dizzy from the beating, was truly scared of Suisui. This girl looked small, but she was strong. She'd already broken a few of the ghost's bones. Unlike the black-eyed female ghost from before, this water ghost had drowned, so her body was mostly intact, allowing her to communicate normally with Suisui. Seeing Suisui raise the iron rod again, the water ghost shrank back and quickly said, I don't really know either. And Suisui glared at her. Aren't you a student here? How can you not know what's going on at your own school? The water ghost was timid. After a little intimidation from Suisui, she spilled everything she knew. I am a student here, but I died early. When I died, things weren't like this yet. From the water ghost story, Suisui pieced together her tragic life. The water ghost's family was well off, and she was happy at first. But when she was in elementary school, her parents had a big fight for some reason, and divorced. She stayed with her father, and her mother rarely visited. At first, her father treated her well, but after he remarried and had a new child with her stepmother, she was quickly neglected. Still, her father was a respectable man and couldn't just abandon or mistreat his own daughter. So, at her stepmother's urging, he sent her to this closed-off elite school. The school only had holidays once a year, so he didn't have to worry about her much, and the school's reputation was good, which was good for his image. And so, the water ghost was sent to this elite school, confused and alone. Because of her family situation, she was timid and a bit insecure, and after coming to the new school, she didn't make any friends. But the other students at this school were different. Many were rebellious. The school's management was very strict, and if the teachers were dissatisfied, the punishments were no joke. The water ghost never made mistakes herself, but she'd seen students who did come back on stretchers, and she was terrified of the school's harsh punishments. She was timid, and only became more withdrawn under pressure, unlike the rebellious students who, unable to fight back against the teachers, took out their anger on other students. That's how the water ghost became a target for a group of rebellious students. Because she was timid and had no family to look after her, those students bullied her mercilessly. After enduring a year of bullying, she finally died during one such incident, drowning in the swimming pool. After her death, she was silent for a long time, until one day she suddenly became aware again, crawled out of the pool, and every night returned to her old dorm to sleep, going back to the pool before dawn. But after she woke up, the school's atmosphere had already changed. She was just a water ghost, limited to the swimming hall and girls' dorm, and hadn't interacted with any outsiders, so she didn't know what had really happened. After listening to the water ghost's story, Suisui summarized the key points on paper and asked her own question. Why didn't you reincarnate after becoming a ghost? Reincarnate? The water ghost looked at Suisui in confusion, clearly not understanding. Suisui slapped her forehead. She'd forgotten this was a Western-style elite school. She rephrased, "Shouldn't people go to heaven or hell after they die? Why are you still wandering the world?" The water ghost replied, "That's how it's supposed to be, but I don't know where heaven or hell is. Ever since I became aware, I've always been like this. Other than the ghosts in this school, I've never seen anyone else, nor have I met any angels or guides from hell. I can only stay here." "Is that so?" And Suisui scratched her head. She didn't really know what happened after death, but according to folklore, there should be guides to lead souls away. If souls just stayed in the world, wouldn't everything fall into chaos? She'd asked everything she needed to. The ghost didn't know much, so Suisui put away her paper and pen and looked seriously at the chubby water ghost in front of her. "All right, I've finished my questions. Now let's settle up. Last night's bathroom visit fee, plus the mental damages for scaring my friend." The water ghost looked up in confusion, bewildered. What was this about? And Suisui didn't care if the ghost understood, and quickly rattled off a string of numbers, then concluded, "Let's set a rough total. 100 million. Was she supposed to pay up? The water ghost was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't done anything to them, got beaten up for no reason, and now had to pay 100 million. Wasn't this bullying a ghost? And 100 million was way too much. The water ghost couldn't find the right words to address Suisui, so she gently reminded her, "I don't have any living people's money, or any inheritance. As she said this, her face was full of grievance and confusion, as if she wanted to point it on Suisui and ask, "Look, I'm a ghost. What's the point of extorting a ghost?" But Suisui didn't seem to get it. Instead, she comforted her. "It's fine. I'll take underworld currency too. Just tell me what assets you have, and I'll see if I should give you a discount or raise the price." What the heck? The water ghost almost thought she'd misheard. Were the living this stingy nowadays? This little girl looked soft, sweet, and easy to talk to. But the moment they met, she landed a critical hit. And that wasn't even the end of it. After the beating, she even tried to extort her for money. It was simply outrageous, enough to make a ghost's hair stand on end. In all her years of being bullied while alive, the water ghost had never experienced anything so absurd. What use did she have for underworld items anyway? Was this girl just used to being a bandit, never letting anything go? But the water ghost was afraid of another beating, so she only dared to complain in her heart. On the surface, she didn't dare say a word in protest and could only go along with Suisui, mumbling, "I don't have any cash." Suisui had been waiting for this. Hearing the water ghost's words, she immediately placed her newly acquired bank card in front of the ghost. "No cash? That's fine. I accept transfers. Here's the card number. Just transfer it directly." The water ghost was dumbfounded again. Was this person always this prepared? Had she come ready to rob ghosts? And Suisui was genuinely curious about how ghosts conducted transactions, so after taking out her bank card, she just stared at the water ghost. The water ghost had no idea what she was thinking, but under that intense gaze, like she'd get beaten up if she hesitated even a second, she didn't dare say anything more. Reluctantly, she pulled out her own bank card and gently tapped it against Suisui's. "This is all I have. I really can't afford 100 million. If you want, you can sell my internal organs. Just leave me my arms and legs, okay? Would that work?" Sell organs? What did she look like? A human trafficker, or rather, a ghost trafficker. And Suisui just wanted to see how ghost transactions worked, that's all. Seeing the water ghost had completed the transfer, she immediately put her bank card away. When she checked the card, the balance had already increased to 82,057. The transaction was that simple. And Suisui smacked her lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Watching the balance go up, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. It was like how some people love collecting pretty bottles and boxes. Not really useful, but you just can't bear to throw them away, and collecting them makes you happy. Suddenly, Suisui felt a strong urge to start collecting money from ghosts. The water ghost wasn't rich by the standards of this elite school, but there were bound to be wealthier ghosts out there. Feeling inspired, Suisui let go of the water ghost and, dragging Wen Li along, hurried out. She was determined to revisit the teaching building and hunt down the ghost who'd been secretly watching her, to demand compensation for emotional distress. With this new motivation, her fear of ghosts seemed to shrink a little. Previously, they'd only explored the third-floor offices of the teaching building. Because of unexpected events and time constraints, they'd left for the dorms, leaving more than 2 floors unexplored. And Suisui checked the time on her digital clock. 2:23 p.m. There was still time to explore the teaching building a bit more. "All right, Yuan Li, get ready, we're heading out. And the dog, too." Wait, where was the dog? And Suisui's excited heart suddenly went cold. Damn, where had her dog gone? The dog, who'd been hanging out in the control room, was nowhere to be seen, just a pile of black and white fur left behind. And Suisui felt a throbbing pain in her head. Luckily, as the owner, she could sense the dog's aura and location. She immediately closed her eyes to check where it was. Given the dog's talent for getting into trouble, if she was late, she might have to collect its corpse. The dog had left the swimming complex at some point, following Suisui's scent all the way to the administration building, where it was now struggling to reach the merit box filled with funeral money. Judging by its expression, it seemed to think Suisui had hidden something tasty inside. Damn it! And Suisui nearly stopped breathing at the sight and hurriedly dragged Yuan Li toward the administration building. They rushed over at top speed using every trick they had and finally reached the dog within a minute. By then, the dog had already knocked the merit box down and, using its impressive destructive power, had pried open the lid, scattering the funeral money everywhere. And Suisui saw a golden-haired ghost standing next to the dog, staring in confusion at the dog with funeral money in its mouth. He seemed baffled. How had the money he'd thrown out ended up in a dog's mouth? He wasn't interested in the dog's life, for crying out loud. Seeing the dog was unharmed, and Suisui finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her pent-up anger had nowhere to go. She couldn't hit her own dog. She was so angry right now she might accidentally kill it, so she turned her attention to the funeral money ghost who'd been pestering them and was finally showing himself. "You're the one who's been following me around throwing money everywhere, right?" And Suisui glared at the ghost, whose body was twisted beyond recognition, but whose clothes clearly marked him as a rich kid. "Like throwing money around? Hand it over." The funeral money ghost had no idea what was coming. Pulled back to reality by Suisui's voice, he was excited to finally meet a living person and got ready to make a move. But before he could do anything, the petite girl on the other side suddenly charged at him, so fast even a ghost couldn't see clearly. Was that even humanly possible? All he felt was a gust of wind, then a heavy iron lunchbox slammed down on his head, then again and again. Blows rained down on every part of his body, over and over, until even his twisted joints were knocked back into place. The funeral money ghost never imagined he could be beaten up by a human after becoming a ghost. He was so stunned, he didn't even react. By the time he tried to fight back, it was already too late. Her attacks were fast and ruthless, and whatever she was using hurt him badly. He didn't even get a chance to catch his breath. All he could do was wail miserably, lying on the ground, barely clinging to his ghostly form, begging for mercy. "Help! Help! Stop hitting me. If you keep going, I'll fall apart. That's enough. Stop. If you hit me again, I'll get nasty. Woo, please let me go. I really know I was wrong." The funeral money ghost sobbed, and Suisui's arms were sore from beating him, so she finally stopped, standing to the side and panting, muttering, "Wanna live? Fine, pay up." The ghost didn't dare resist, quickly pulling out everything of value and tossing it on the ground. And Suisui rummaged through his things. This ghost had been rich both in life and in death. After a quick search, she found that most of it was stuff only ghosts could use, but there was one bank card with an unknown balance. Maybe it would work. Since Suisui wasn't the owner of the bank card, she couldn't check the balance herself. She kept a stern face as she poked the ghost's ghost fire, satisfied to see the ransom ghost trembling all over, then tossed the bank card back into his arms. "Enough with the nonsense, transfer the money." All attention, 2 people and 1 ghost, was focused on the money transaction. No one noticed that, not far away, the dog had once again gone quiet. It glanced at the 2 humans and the ghost busy with their transaction, then its sharp gaze landed on a familiar spot. This ghost was hiding something on his body, too. The dog's eyes sparkled with cunning, but it quickly remembered Suisui. Last time, because Suisui kept chasing it, even though it managed to snatch the sausage, it didn't get to savor it. Just gulped it down and then got a beating. This poop-shoveling officer was always hitting it for some reason. This time, it had to be careful not to get caught. The dog lifted a paw and cautiously crept closer to its target. And Suisui seemed to sense something, suddenly turning around and fixing the dog with a sharp glare. The dog froze. "Oh no, busted!" Since that was the case, it could only... The dog charged straight for the ransom ghost's crotch. And Suisui finally realized what it was up to, and with a jolt, she dropped her iron rod and rushed to block the ghost. She grabbed the dog as it lunged, one hand hugging it, the other gripping the scruff of its neck, pinning it down. The dog struggled in her arms, howling miserably. "Awoo! Awoo! Let me go! Awoo! Let me..." "If you won't feed me, can't I find my own food?" And Suisui couldn't understand dog speak. She pressed the dog to the ground, grinding it back and forth, gritting her teeth as she scolded, "You stupid dog, why do you eat everything? Just wait till we get home, I'll deal with you then." With that, she put the husky back into the pet space. Before leaving, the dog gave the ransom ghost's crotch a longing look. The ransom ghost instinctively clamped his legs together, guarding his vital parts. Even though losing a body part was normal for ghosts, he still didn't want to lose that one. He'd wanted to negotiate the compensation amount with Suisui, but after that scare, the ransom ghost didn't want to stay a second longer. He transferred the entire card balance to Suisui. Take it all, just let me go." After all, trapped in this campus, ghost money was useless to them anyway. When Suisui turned back, she saw the ransom ghost clutching his bank card, legs squeezed together, his stiff ghost face full of fear and shock. Clearly the dog had traumatized him. And Suisui twitched at the corner of her mouth, took back her bank card, and let him go. She didn't make things any harder for the ghost. After the ransom ghost left, Suisui looked toward the administration building, thinking that since they were already here and didn't have enough time to explore a new place, they might as well look around the building before heading back. Just as she was thinking this, a player came running down the stairs in a panic, glancing nervously behind him as if being chased by a ghost. The two groups of players ran into each other and both froze. The fleeing player was the first to react, shouting in panic, "Run! The ghost is coming!" As soon as he finished, a grinning head rolled down the stairs, stopping at Suisui's feet. Right after, a headless ghost in a suit and tie staggered down. Seeing the ghost's high-quality suit and expensive-looking watch, Suisui's bad mood instantly vanished. High-end suit and luxury watch, rich. "Don't move, hands up." The headless ghost and his head? Are you kidding me? Having never been beaten before, the headless ghost didn't take the petite girl in front of him seriously. He slowly moved, and the head that had rolled to Suisui's feet, its cracked features streaming with bloody tears, opened its mouth and stuck out a forked tongue, lewdly licking the tip of Suisui's shoe, then let out a creepy cackle. Suisui's gaze dropped, and after staring at the ghost's head for a moment, she gave a sweet smile. The next second, she kicked the ghost's head, sending it flying out the administration building's main doors. The headless ghost was furious. Since becoming a ghost, he'd never been provoked like this. He spread his arms, silently expressing his rage. Thick, sticky blood oozed from his hands, body, and thighs, spreading across the floor toward the group. The unfamiliar player was closest to the headless ghost and couldn't escape in time. The blood reached his feet. The blood seemed to come alive, gluing the player to the floor, then creeping up his legs. It looked like it was about to wrap around and devour him. This player still hadn't figured out how to deal with ghosts. Watching himself being swallowed up, he didn't fight back, but instead called out to Suisui and Yuan Li for help. "Help! Save me!" Suisui took 2 steps back to avoid the spreading blood, spun the butcher knife in her hand, then flung it out. Thud! The blade pierced the ghost's chest, and the headless ghost fell backward from the force. With the ghost's control broken, the blood stopped spreading. Suisui, holding another butcher knife, carefully watched the blood on the floor. This was probably some kind of skill. "Did you notice," Suisui whispered to Yuan Li, "that the teachers and other authority figures are much stronger than the student ghosts? Like the cafeteria chef, and now this one. The first ghost teacher she'd encountered had only been easy to deal with because she'd been caught off guard. Otherwise, they might have had a much harder time. Although the butcher knife had knocked down the headless ghost, it hadn't hit a vital spot. Without a head, the ghost's speed and reactions were slower, and it fumbled on the ground for a long time without getting up. Suisui knew she couldn't give it a chance to stand up or they'd be in trouble. She patted Yuan Li's shoulder, signaling him to protect himself. Suisui stepped back again, giving herself a running start. She sprinted, leaped over the spreading blood, jumped onto the side railing, and used the rebound to flip behind the headless ghost. She'd wanted to rob the ghost, but its skills were too troublesome. For safety, it was best to finish it off quickly. Suisui scanned the ghost's body. The stronger the ghost, the better it hit its ghost fire. She couldn't rely on her eyes to find it. But this ghost's intelligence seemed to have left with its head. Its body was dumb as a rock, and Suisui quickly tapped around its body, and when her iron rod touched a certain spot, the ghost instinctively flinched, which told her that was where the ghost fire was hidden. Without hesitation, Suisui drove the butcher knife deep into the flesh, gouging out the chunk that held the ghost fire. Once the ghost fire was removed, the headless ghost quickly dissolved into a cloud of blood mist. The blood that had been flowing from its body gradually dried up, leaving only some dark red stains behind. With her hands clasped behind her back, Suisui looked at the player who had just survived, saying nothing and putting on an air of mystery. She guessed that after witnessing her abilities, the other player would definitely speak up, either to exchange information or to seek cooperation. Of course, if he tried to just leave without saying anything, Suisui wouldn't let him go so easily. The unfamiliar player snapped back to his senses, eyeing the two who had him cornered with wariness, his back pressed tightly against the wall. He'd been in this haunted place for 2 days already, and his usual strategy was to run at the first sign of a ghost. This was the first time he'd seen a player actually fight a ghost head-on. He swallowed nervously and tried, "Thank you for saving my life. I don't have anything valuable, but I can share the information I've gathered as thanks. How about it?" As he spoke, he glanced at the blood-stained butcher knife in Suisui's hand, then at Yuan Li's imposing figure. He thought to himself, if these two don't agree, I'll probably have to pay a heavy price to get out of here in one piece. With the skills that girl just showed, there's no way I could take them both on. How unlucky, out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. To his surprise, the cute-looking but ruthlessly efficient girl agreed right away, barely making things difficult for him. She just said, "Tell us everything you know, and you can go." The player breathed a sigh of relief and quickly shared everything he knew with Suisui. Afraid they wouldn't believe him, he even handed over a few yellowed notes. With Suisui's permission, the player hurriedly left the administration building. Once he was gone, Suisui also let out a breath. Her hands, still clasped behind her back, were nearly frozen stiff. Now that there were no outsiders around, she quickly pulled out her left hand and tossed a ball of ghostly blue fire onto the ground. Wasn't this the ghost fire from the headless ghost just now? Yuan Li came over, staring in surprise at the ghost fire, which was still perfectly intact. How is the ghost fire still here? This was completely unexpected for both of them. They'd killed several ghosts before, but never had the ghost fire remained after the ghost's death. Suisui rubbed her left hand, which was still chilled from the ghostly energy, and guessed, maybe it's because of the way I attacked? In previous fights, as soon as she found the ghost fire, she'd immediately destroyed it. The only exception was when the dog ate it. But this time she'd managed to extract the entire ghost fire intact. Yuan Li scratched his head just as confused. Thump, thump, thump. A sound like a bouncing ball came closer and closer, and Suisui immediately pushed her questions aside, gripping the butcher knife and preparing for battle. The two of them circled the ghost fire warily, eyes scanning their surroundings. Soon, a head, separated from its body, bounced into view. It was the same head Suisui had kicked away earlier, the head of the headless ghost. The head, not yet aware of what had happened, came running over with a dark expression. When it saw Suisui, its face twisted with rage. It opened its mouth and let out a piercing shriek, the ghostly wail drilling into their ears and leaving Suisui momentarily dizzy. Her vision blurred, her mind went foggy, and she couldn't focus. Instinctively, she crouched down, holding the butcher knife in front of her in a defensive posture. In that instant, a cold wind swept over her head. Clearly, the ghost head was attacking. With one hand on the wall, Suisui fumbled in her pocket and pulled out an item card. Orange juice. Fresh orange juice. Refreshing and delicious. Not only quenches thirst but also revitalizes you, clearing away dizziness and negative status effects. Luckily, the orange juice was a bright color, so even in her dizzy state, Suisui could just make it out. Otherwise, fighting the ghost head in this condition would have been a nightmare. She gulped down the orange juice, and the dizziness faded significantly. As the ghost head came flying at her again, and Suisui's eyes sharpened. She grabbed the butcher knife and swung. The ghost head was agile, twisting in midair to narrowly avoid the blade. And Suisui was now fully alert, but Yuan Li was still off to the side, dizzy and clutching the stair rail as he vomited. And Suisui gripped her last bottle of orange juice tightly. She'd already used one to quench her thirst, and this was her last. She had to finish this quickly. Seeing the ghost head open its mouth again, Suisui knew it was about to use its dizzying skill. Her expression hardened, and she hurled the butcher knife. The ghost head barely dodged the first knife, but the second one followed right after. She'd predicted its escape route. The ghost's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, rolling to Suisui's feet, where she stomped them to pieces. The ghost head tried to dodge again. With its agility, it could have avoided 2 attacks in a row. But its dizzying skill had been interrupted, and Suisui wasn't about to give it a chance to recover. The ghost head barely dodged the second butcher knife. Just as it looked up, a slightly bent iron rod pierced straight through its forehead. The ghost head struggled wildly, but the blood-stained iron rod was a weapon made to counter ghosts. If it hadn't been hit, it would have been fine, but now there was no way to escape. And Suisui pinned the ghost head to the wall, then pulled out the butcher knife embedded in the wall and pressed the blade to its lips, slicing off the entire lower jaw without a word. "Like screaming, do you? Let's see how you scream now." The dizziness finally wore off, and Yuan Li came to, his legs so weak he collapsed to the floor. He muttered, "Damn, what kind of ghost skill is that? It's worse than seasickness." Then he saw the ghost head pinned by Suisui, and his courage returned. He staggered over, pulled out his beige teaching pointer, and smacked the struggling ghost head. "Showing off, huh? Why don't you scream again? Go on, let's hear it." But after that hit, the ghost head suddenly went quiet, its cold, dark eyes fixed on Yuan Li. Yuan Li froze, then sheepishly hid behind Suisui again. Damn, what's with these ghosts? Even when they're pinned down, they're still terrifying. And Suisui finished the last of the orange juice in one gulp, and finally felt her drained energy fully restored. She first dealt with the ghost head on the wall, gaining another complete ghost fire. And Suisui placed both ghost fires on the steps. How should I deal with these 2 things? She was a bit troubled. Before, she hadn't known any better, but now that she realized ghost fires could exist independently after leaving the ghost's body, she started to have some unrealistic fantasies. Could these ghost fires have other uses? "Just feed them to your dog," Yuan Li suggested. "Your dog didn't have any bad reaction last time, right?" And Suisui thought that made sense. Last time, her dog ate a ghost fire and not only didn't mutate, but even learned a new skill. Whether it gained a skill or not didn't matter. The main thing was to find a way to dispose of these 2 pieces of trash. And Suisui summoned her dog. The dog came out wagging its tail excitedly, licking Suisui's palm in a bid to avoid being put away again. But Suisui, cold-hearted as ever, was unmoved. She stepped forward, pried open the husky's mouth. Yuan Li stuffed the 2 ghost fires in. Then they closed the dog's mouth and put it back in the pet space. The whole process was smooth and efficient. "Dog? Why did you call me out? Not fun at all." With everything finally settled, Suisui took out the digital clock to check the time. Oh, it was already almost 5:50. They had to hurry back. After rushing all the way, they managed to find a suitable dorm room just before 6 o'clock. As soon as the door closed, the digital clock's alarm went off. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. And Suisui sat on a bed and began sorting through the day's gains. After eating 2 ghost fires, the dog didn't learn any new skills, but its pet experience did increase a bit. Not much, but better than nothing. Interestingly, Suisui noticed that her own demon bloodline experience bar had also increased. When did that happen? She couldn't figure it out, so she set the thought aside for now. Then there was the large amount of food they'd gathered, enough to last several days. Of course, she couldn't keep all the food on her. If the 2 of them got separated and Yuan Li couldn't find food, he'd be in trouble. So Suisui divided the food in her backpack into 3 portions. 1 for herself, one for Yuan Li, and the last, hidden in a secret spot both of them knew about, in case something happened and someone needed emergency rations. Next was the silver bank card Suisui had gotten. The black-eyed female ghost had already left a decent balance on it. Then she'd extorted some more from the water ghost, and finally squeezed a rich second generation for a bit extra. Unfortunately, the headless ghost that appeared later was too dangerous, so she didn't get a chance to extort him. Otherwise, the card's balance would be even higher. Now that she finally had time to check, she found the balance had jumped from 82,057 to 1,056,184. That ransom ghost had actually transferred her over $1 million. Unbelievable. Truly a rich kid. Even as a ghost, he was wealthier than most. Finally, there was news about the school. A player had given them a familiar slip of paper, most of which was repeated information, but 3 notes were new to them. A shocking incident happened at the school. The dorm supervisor for the girls' dorm committed suicide, and the death was said to be extremely tragic. Although the school forbade any discussion, all the students found out. I had already given up on escaping, thinking I could just endure this year and be free. But strange things at the school kept happening. Just today, the physics teacher, in front of everyone, expressionlessly took out a fruit knife and peeled off his own skin and flesh inch by inch. Everyone was terrified. Blood pooled at my feet, and I didn't dare move until the school leaders rushed over. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, I decided I had to escape this school, but the teachers can't find out. I need a perfect plan. The roommates in this dorm are all from blended families. They told me the school's electrical system was actually cut off by the teachers long ago, and the current power is probably from a backup generator hidden in the basement, with the only key held by the principal. I quietly remembered this and decided to check the principal's office tomorrow. After sorting out the key points, Suisui found something very interesting. This school had started out normal, then students began to disappear mysteriously, and then the administrators started having problems. Once those issues were mostly dealt with, the pressure would turn back on the surviving students. So Mandy Lucia had already started planning her escape? She wondered if Mandy had ever succeeded. And Suisui took out the last diary page and studied it carefully, muttering to herself, "The school is surrounded by an electric fence. I doubt anyone would try to climb over it right away, right?" Yuan Li was already exhausted. After finding a place to rest, he lay down and fell fast asleep. And Suisui put away her things and went to rest as well. Elsewhere in the dorm building, in a similarly arranged room, a male and female player sat together on a bed. The male player was clearly in bad shape, with deep red marks on his exposed skin as if he'd been burned. The female player beside him touched his shoulder with concern. "How are you? Will you be able to move tomorrow? I told you not to try climbing the fence. When is this game ever easy?" The male player forced a smile and looked away awkwardly. He knew the game wouldn't let them escape so easily, but he'd thought there might just be something waiting outside. He hadn't expected the school to have a high-voltage electric fence. These students had even fewer rights than criminals. The real problem was, after getting hurt, his teammate now wanted to split up. His eyes darkened. If he were at full strength, splitting up wouldn't matter, but now, so weak, he really needed someone to look after him, or he might not survive this round. With that in mind, he put away all other thoughts and, trying to please her, took out the food they'd found. "It's my fault. Don't be mad. Eat something and get some rest. Who knows what might happen in the second half of the night." Both of them shuddered at the memory of the ghost that had suddenly appeared in their room in the middle of the night. They didn't know if the ghost had meant to scare them or what, but after coming in, it just borrowed the bathroom, slept on the bed for a while, and then disappeared. While the two of them were each lost in thought, Suisui had already finished her basic preparations and was resting well in bed. In the middle of the night, the dorm room door banged loudly, and Suisui's eyes snapped open and she jumped out of bed. With all that noise, even Yuan Li, who could sleep like a pig, should have been woken up. The two of them stared at the shaking, nearly collapsing door, both alarmed and angry. They had never fought a ghost at night before. From the bulletin board and other information, it was clear that nighttime was extremely dangerous, and you should never leave the dorm lightly. It was only midnight now, with several hours until dawn. They had no idea what was outside the door, but whatever it was strong, and Suisui seriously doubted whether this flimsy wooden door could withstand the ghost's assault. If it couldn't, wouldn't that mean ghosts would just keep breaking in one after another? Yuan Li quietly moved to An Suisui's side, nervously watching the door as dust fell from it. And Suisui frowned in thought for a moment, deciding they couldn't just sit and wait. She took out pen and paper, quickly scribbled a line, and handed it to Yuan Li. Yuan Li, confused, turned and added a sentence of his own. The two of them used this method to silently communicate, gradually reaching an agreement. While they were planning, the ghost outside kept pounding on the door as if it was certain there was someone inside. The little wooden door looked more and more like it was about to give way. Once they had a plan, Yuan Li carefully moved to the door, while An Suisui crouched nearby, gripping two butcher knives and ready for action. Yuan Li glanced back at An Suisui to confirm she was ready, then raised his hand and counted down. 3, 2, 1. The next second, the dorm door was flung open, and the ghost outside rushed in, caught off guard. Yuan Li quickly slammed the door shut behind it, preventing any more ghosts from sneaking in. Before the ghost could react, An Suisui launched a flurry of attacks. This ghost was truly terrifying in appearance. Its entire body was stripped of skin, as if it had been forcibly flayed, leaving only raw, red flesh hanging loosely. Its eye sockets were empty, the nose had been cut off at the root, and a few fragments of bone barely hinted at its original shape. The mouth was no better. Both lips had been sliced away, exposing dark red gums. Even the teeth had been smashed to pieces, not a single whole one left. And Suisui only glanced at it before quickly looking away. How horribly must this person have died to end up like this? She'd encountered plenty of ghosts by now, and had fought several head-on. She was confident that, one-on-one, she wouldn't lose to any of them. Whether it was an ordinary student ghost or a special ghost with skills, she'd already killed 3. But this flayed ghost was different. On the surface, it had no skin at all, just fragile red muscle. Yet when An Suisui's butcher knife struck, it was like hitting solid stone, producing a crisp clang. Her preemptive attack hadn't hurt the ghost at all. What was going on? And Suisui pulled back, cautiously widening the distance and observing the flayed ghost again. Was it because ghosts were stronger at night? Or was this one just special? There was no way to know right now. After exchanging a few more blows, An Suisui shook out her numb arm, thinking this couldn't go on. She was fast, so the ghost couldn't hit her. But Yuan Li was still in the room. Besides, in a battle of attrition between humans and ghosts, without outside help, humans would always lose. You asked for this. To win, An Suisui had to use her trump card. The dog appeared in the room again, acting aloof. No wagging tail, no wiggling butt, just sitting quietly on the floor, waiting for An Suisui to coax it. As if it would come running just because she called? Without 2 chicken drumsticks, there was no way, and Suisui didn't have time to figure out how to tempt the dog into fighting the ghost. Before she could think of anything, Yuan Li, hiding behind the door, spoke up first. "Dog bro, go! She's got food on her!" Food! The husky's ears perked up at the keyword, and it immediately sprang into action. Without waiting for An Suisui's command, it charged out and bit the ghost's thigh. But the flayed ghost's skin was as hard as stone, and it was immune to physical attacks. The dog's teeth just bounced off. "Ah-woo! Ah-woo!" The dog opened its mouth in grievance, showing An Suisui its teeth. "That fat guy lied to me. This thing isn't tasty at all. It's hard as a rock." The ghost lunged again, and Suisui delivered a flying kick to its back, knocking it forward, then called to the dog. She quickly opened the attribute panel and activated the dog's ghost form skill. Now, the dog was in the same state as the ghost. "Go, dog. The tastiest things are always hidden the best. If you can find it, it's all yours," and Suisui encouraged. The dog thought for a moment with its not-so-bright brain, decided she was right, and pounced on the flayed ghost again. Good things are never easy to get. And Suisui watched the battle nervously from the side. She was only guessing that the dog, in ghost form, could hurt the ghost. If it failed, she and Yuan Li would have to run for their lives. The dog pinned the ghost to the floor, circling it once before focusing on the left leg it had bitten earlier. Where you fall is where you get back up. Brave dog, don't fear hardship. Awoo! The dog bit down on the ghost's thigh again. This time its sharp teeth easily pierced the ghost's defense, biting right into the bone. Rip! With a mighty tug, the dog tore the entire leg off the ghost. Losing a limb was just as painful for a ghost as for a human. The flayed ghost rolled on the ground, howling in agony. After tearing off the leg, the dog didn't find anything special, so it scanned the ghost's body, especially the crotch area. It looked several times, making sure there was no hidden sausage, before looking away. The ghost's recovery was impressive. After a while, the pain subsided to a bearable level. Though the injury remained, at least it wasn't as excruciating. It lay on the ground, unmoving, like a corpse that had been dead for ages. The dog finally got a good look at the ghost's front. Its gaze landed on the ghost's chest, where 2 lumps of flesh bulged slightly, instantly catching its attention. So that's where it was. No wonder this ghost wasn't wearing clothes. There was nowhere else to hide anything. The dog spat out the leg and pounced again. The dog didn't bite right away. First, it gently pawed at its target a few times, confirming that the 2 bulging spots were soft, and immediately got excited. There was definitely something hidden underneath. Ready to dig, the dog pushed off with its hind legs, leapt into the air, and pounced down. Then, with both paws, it started scratching furiously. A deep gash was quickly torn open on the chest of the flayed ghost by the dog's fierce attack. The dog leaned in to sniff. No smell of food, so it kept digging. The ghost's entire chest was soon ripped open and it let out a muffled howl. It looked like just a few more scratches would punch a hole right through its chest. And Suisui stopped the dog in time. The dog's ghost form only lasted so long. While its attack power was ridiculously high, it could only hurt ghosts when it was in ghost form itself. Otherwise, even a particle cannon wouldn't do anything to these ghosts. And Suisui pulled out a big chicken leg from her cards and stuffed it into the dog's mouth, coaxing it to give up on that spot and dig somewhere else. This flayed ghost was a tough opponent, only caught off guard by the sudden attack and left reeling. Sensing its life was in danger, the flayed ghost began to struggle wildly. The broken light bulb in the dorm flickered under the ghost's influence. Blood seeped from the walls in bright red streaks. A bottomless crack appeared at their feet. Pale, ghostly hands reached up from the crack, slowly waving. If they grabbed anything, they would drag it into the abyss, never to see daylight again. And Suisui stepped back, carefully avoiding the hands reaching up from the abyss, and ordered the dog to finish quickly. "Hurry up and dig at all the spots I marked for you, or I'll give this braised pig's trotter to someone else's dog." "What? You have another dog?" The dog couldn't handle that kind of threat. Its efficiency soared, and in no time it found the location of the ghost fire. The dog was very familiar with this by now and knew exactly what to do. It opened its mouth and swallowed the ghost fire in one gulp, let out a satisfied burp, then wagged its tail and went to Suisui for a reward. "Awoo, awoo, I risked my life for you, and you secretly have another dog?" Every hair on the dog's body radiated unhappiness, its doggy face long and sulky. Seeing the dog's good performance, Suisui didn't mind its attitude and gave it another braised pig's trotter. Then she put it back into the pet space. Before dawn, the two didn't dare wander around, so they climbed back into their beds. At first light, Suisui was the first to get up. She'd had a question all night. Why had that ghost kept guarding their door? Was it just its nature, or did it go crazy after smelling humans? But nothing like that had happened the previous nights, and they hadn't made any noise after entering the dorm. So how did the ghost find them? And Suisui opened the door and found a piece of torn cloth under the rickety wooden door. She prided herself on her memory. There definitely hadn't been anything like that at the door when they entered last night. They'd been set up. And Suisui's eyes darkened. She immediately realized this was another player's doing. Maybe they knew something, or maybe they just wanted to take the pressure off themselves. And Suisui clenched the scrap of cloth, her delicate face full of anger. If you do bad things, you'd better not get caught. Otherwise. Heh. Their goal for today was the basement. According to the diary, the basement key was with the principal. But that was before the school descended into chaos. Who knew if the keys had been taken elsewhere by students since then? Rather than waste time in the office, it was better to go straight to the basement. With the dog's attack power, they could break through any iron door. The basement was in a remote location, and to get there, they had to pass through the small grove again. Yuan Li already had a psychological shadow about the grove, and on Suisui wasn't much better. They walked cautiously through the trees, and soon felt a strong sense of being watched. But they didn't see anyone. Not even a ghostly shadow. Who was watching them from the dark? That feeling of being watched lingered over them all the way to the basement door. But they didn't encounter any new ghosts. And Suisui breathed a sigh of relief. If they could solve the basement's secret, the end of the game must be near. "Hang in there, we're almost through," and Suisui encouraged Yuan Li and herself. The basement was indeed locked, just as Mandy Lucia had said, and it was a high-tech electronic lock. This time, Suisui didn't even bother thinking of a plan, she just brought out the dog. With 30 attack points, the dog was no joke. 2 swipes and it had clawed a hole in the sturdy iron door, and that was without using any skills. If it did, the whole door would come off. And Suisui kept going. She'd thought the basement would just be for storage, and the first floor was. But in a hidden corner, they found a door to a second level. The second door was just as sturdy and even more hidden, deliberately blocked by piles of junk. If you didn't know exactly where to look, you'd never notice it. And Suisui and Yuan Li went down together, carefully following the stairs to the second basement level. The whole basement was pitch black, and only the faint beam of Suisui's flashlight let them barely see ahead. Yuan Li clung tightly to Suisui's clothes. In the darkness, their vision was badly limited. He didn't dare speak, just followed Suisui in silence. But as they walked, he started to feel something was wrong. And Suisui's footsteps sounded much heavier than before, like there were 3 people walking together. Yuan Li's hair stood on end. He instinctively gripped what he was holding even tighter. Only then did he realize he wasn't holding Suisui's clothes at all, just a rope tied around her waist. And at some point, the rope had come loose. Which meant, in the darkness, he'd gotten separated from Suisui. Yuan Li shivered, not daring to go forward, even taking a step back, only to bump into a cold, hard chest. He froze, not daring to move or look back. He was afraid that if he turned around, he'd see a hideous face and be scared out of his wits. But he couldn't ignore the thing behind him either. He focused all his attention on his back, quietly taking a step forward. The thing behind him also took a step forward. Not only that, but there were footsteps in front of him too. Worst of all, he could faintly make out a figure in the darkness. And that figure was definitely not Suisui's height. And Suisui ran into trouble of her own. She'd thought Yuan Li was right behind her, but as they walked, the tug on her clothes grew stronger and stronger, until she had to stop and remind him, "Yuan Li, don't pull so hard, I can't even walk." There was no reply from behind, and Suisui felt something was off. Was he scared by something? She had to turn around to check. As she turned, she caught a glimpse of a tall, thin black shadow behind her. She froze for a moment, and alarm bells went off in her mind. The person behind her wasn't Yuan Li at all. He'd been replaced by some ghost. She didn't even know when. No wonder the grip had gotten so strong, as if it wanted to stop her from moving forward. And Suisui paused briefly, then pretended nothing was wrong and kept walking. Her hands, hidden in her pockets, brushed against her backpack card, and she gripped 2 butcher knives. The ghost was getting closer and closer, and the further she went, the more intense the chill it gave off. Clutching the knives tightly, And Suisui waited until the thing was about to press up against her, then spun around, slashing one knife to cut the part of her clothes being held and swinging the other back at the ghost. Wherever it landed, it landed. Taking advantage of the ghost being knocked back, and Suisui sped up and put as much distance as she could between herself and the ghost. The stairs to the second basement level weren't long, and she quickly reached the storage area. During all this, she didn't hear Yuan Li call for help or bump into him, so she could only hope he'd be okay. The second basement was pitch black, and her old flashlight was almost useless. She didn't dare move recklessly, so she pressed her back to the wall and felt her way along the entrance, soon finding something like a switch. Sst. The basement light flickered for a while, then suddenly burst into harsh white light, illuminating the entire space. But what she saw made Suisui's heart leap in shock. There were no piles of junk, nor was it some special storage room. On each metal rack lay a slightly bulging white sheet. It didn't take much imagination to guess what was under those sheets. Corpses. Lots of corpses. This school had actually stored so many bodies. And Suisui's pupils trembled. She wanted to get out of there as fast as possible, but then, light footsteps sounded on the stairs behind her. Tap, tap, tap. And Suisui swallowed, forcing herself to stay calm, and carefully observed the sheets in the room. Corpses weren't the problem. What she really feared was a room full of ghosts. And of course, that's exactly what happened. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the sheets on the racks began to move, as if something underneath was about to crawl out. And Suisui reacted quickly. She'd already imagined all sorts of scenarios for entering the basement. Although she hadn't expected this many corpses, she had at least thought about what to do if she ran into a horde of ghosts. She quickly used a special item card which dissolved into shimmering light. Invisible to ghosts, after using this card, all ghost-type NPCs will see you as nothing but air. And Suisui noticed that after she used the card, the sheets that had been stirring settled down again. It seemed the earlier movement had been because they sensed a living person. Tap, tap, tap. The ghost that had followed her down the stairs finally appeared before her. This ghost was different from any she'd seen before. There were no visible wounds. If not for the deathly pale skin and bloodless lips, Suisui might have thought it was a living person. She pressed herself tightly against the basement wall, eyes straight ahead, pretending she really was just a patch of air. The ghost that had followed her down looked extremely confused, its black pupils slowly scanning the entire basement. When its gaze swept over Suisui's position, she was so tense she almost stopped breathing. Fortunately, the item's effect was as good as advertised. The ghost didn't pause at all, treating her as if she didn't exist. And Suisui's heart finally settled back into place. Not finding what it was looking for, the ghost paused briefly, then wandered deeper into the room. It stopped at a metal rack, lifted a sheet, and lay down under it. Once she was sure the item had worked, Suisui didn't rush to leave. She waited quietly for a while, making sure no more ghosts got up, then carefully began to move around the basement. Besides the main hall full of corpses, there were several small rooms with closed doors. These rooms weren't as tightly secured as the main entrance. No locks, just a handle to push open. And Suisui walked to a corpse, gently lifting the sheet. The body beneath had its eyes closed, and like the ghost she'd just seen, showed no visible wounds. At first glance, it looked just like someone sleeping. And Suisui stared a little longer out of curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, the corpse's fingers twitched. Then the whole arm moved, and under her shocked gaze, it slowly pulled the sheet back over its face. And Suisui. That gave me a fright. She didn't dare mess with the corpses any further, so she turned her attention to the doors of the small rooms. The first room contained several generators. This must be the backup power source Mandy Lucia had mentioned. The generators had no fuel, yet they kept running. And Suisui guessed it was the thick ghost energy in the basement powering them. If so, cutting the power would be tricky, with so many corpses. The second room was even more horrifying than the main hall. Countless human organs were stored in jars of liquid, neatly arranged on shelves. There were more brains than anything else. The sight made Suisui's own head feel cold, and she shrank her neck, scanning the room warily. Hopefully no ghost would suddenly pop out and take her brain. Then came the last room. Creak. The door opened with a soft sound. After seeing the previous room, even though she knew she was invisible to ghosts, Suisui still felt nervous. She carefully pushed the door open a crack and peeked inside. A ghost with a body glowing faintly blue sat on a sofa, head bowed, facing the door. Hearing the door open, the ghost slowly lifted its head, just in time to meet Suisui's gaze. In the ghost's eyes, 2 flickering ghost fires burned, watching Suisui in an unusually intense way. Suisui felt a chill shoot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head, her scalp tingling. Utterly terrifying. She quietly crouched down and quickly glanced at the ghost's face. The ghost was still staring at the open wooden door, its gaze not following her. Only then did Suisui breathe a sigh of relief. For a moment, she'd almost thought her item card was useless against this ghost. She kept pushing, her fingertips slowly nudging the door open, mimicking the effect of it being blown by the wind, even though there was no wind at all in the basement. The glowing ghost kept staring at the open door, but made no move to get up from the sofa. Suisui took the opportunity to slip through the door and approach the glowing ghost, only to discover the reason he wasn't standing up. His limbs were tightly chained to the sofa. But how could ordinary chains restrain a ghost? Suisui quietly placed her hand on the chains, and a property window popped up before her eyes. Soul-locking chains, exclusive to the fierce ghost Malin Beard. These chains were already binding him when he was alive and accompanied him in death, soaked in Malin Beard's powerful ghostly aura. Even after death, he couldn't break free. Malin Beard? That must be this ghost's name. So he was already bound to this sofa before he died? Did he tie himself up, or did someone else do it? Why would he do that? Suisui was full of questions, but at least she understood that this ghost couldn't leave the sofa. Of course, if he ever broke free of the chains, he'd be a true fierce ghost, officially recognized, and Suisui wasn't sure she could handle him. She raised her butcher knife, sizing up the ghost. Should she just finish him off while he was restrained? She immediately dismissed the idea. She'd just noticed that this fierce ghost's body was packed with ghost fires. Countless ghost fires were crammed inside Malin's body, making him glow with a faint aura. As Suisui watched, a ghost fire floated out of Malin's body, drifting slowly out of the room to who knows where, and Suisui. So this ghost was the origin of the haunted school? Could he be the legendary Ghost King? That was truly chilling. Suisui took a few steps back, accidentally bumping into a table behind her. A glass bottle was knocked off by her sleeve, making her heart skip a beat as she nervously watched the Ghost King. The Ghost King slowly turned his head, his cold gaze landing on the broken glass bottle, his face expressionless. He opened his mouth, and though Suisui didn't hear a sound, her mind turned to mush. Damn, another stun skill. Luckily, the item card she used was a one-time use and couldn't be cancelled or interrupted. Otherwise, she'd be done for. Suisui pinched her thigh hard, barely regaining a bit of clarity. The Ghost King's stun skill was much stronger than the headless ghost's. She forced herself not to make any more noise, and when the Ghost King finally looked away, the dizziness faded. This Ghost King had to be dealt with, and he'd already noticed something was wrong. Suisui looked outside and saw all the corpses sitting up from their racks, the ghosts carefully covering their bodies with white sheets after leaving, as if to keep warm. A group of ghosts wandered around the basement, searching for Suisui. Thanks to the item's effect, even when they passed right by her, they didn't notice her. Another ghost fire floated out from the Ghost King. A ghost reverently received the ghost fire and merged it with its own. Suisui could clearly feel that the ghost's power increased. After a few minutes, the ghost still hadn't found Suisui, so at the Ghost King's command, they lay back down on their racks. Only a few ghosts stayed by the Ghost King's side. One ghost knelt before the Ghost King, muttering something. And Suisui saw the Ghost King nod, and the ghost left. A while later, a ghost dragged a huge body into the small room. It was Yuan Li. Yuan Li had already been captured by the ghosts. And Suisui's eyes trembled. The item card only worked on ghosts. Yuan Li could clearly see her. If he exposed her position, things would get bad. Yuan Li was brought in unconscious, his face shrouded in a thin black mist. Clearly the ghosts had done something to him. Under the Ghost King's gaze, a ghost stepped forward and waved its hand over Yuan Li's face, and he began to wake up. And Suisui quickly hid in his blind spot before he woke up. If he woke up and didn't know what was going on, he might accidentally expose her. After Yuan Li woke up, he looked around in confusion. The Ghost King stared at him but didn't notice anything unusual. Before Yuan Li could react, he was knocked out again and dragged off to another room by ordinary ghosts. He hadn't been kept there before. What were they planning? And Suisui realized that although the Ghost King couldn't move, he was extremely cunning. She couldn't let her guard down for a second. After locking Yuan Li away, the two ghosts on standby returned to their racks. The Ghost King closed his eyes, as if he'd already forgotten the earlier disturbance. Only then did Suisui have time to look around the Ghost King's room. Besides the sofa where the Ghost King sat, there was a glassed-off area on the left, filled with all sorts of unknown experimental equipment. Was the school really conducting human experiments? And Suisui moved closer to look. The door was locked, and with the Ghost King right there, she didn't dare go in. On the other side was a huge bookshelf, filled with all kinds of books. None of that was what Suisui was looking for. But a notebook on the desk caught her eye. The black cover, the yellowed pages, it looked mysterious. And Suisui edged over, made sure the Ghost King wasn't watching, and quickly flipped open the first page. Experiment log. Damn, they really were doing human experiments? And Suisui didn't dare get too absorbed in front of the Ghost King, so she quietly pocketed the notebook and slipped out through the door, finding a corner to read it. The notebook was filled with dizzying data. Most of it was beyond her expertise, but Suisui understood a few things. First, the Ghost King was in charge of the whole experiment. Second, the experiment's goal was to increase soul strength, but it failed. Third, the Ghost King experimented on himself. And Suisui glanced at the Ghost King, whose whole body glowed faintly, and thought, did he die because he overdid his own power and his body couldn't take it? And maybe, knowing his own end was near, he'd wrapped himself in iron chains before he died. But even with his body bound, the Ghost King's abilities were still formidable. And Suisui quickly flipped through the entire notebook and finally found what could be considered the Ghost King's only real weakness. He'd written in his notes that even a soul's endurance has its limits. Once that line is crossed, no matter how strong the soul, it will collapse. Wasn't the reason the Ghost King kept spitting out ghost fire because he'd already reached his limit? If she could stop the Ghost King from letting the ghost fire escape his body, would he collapse too? With this in mind, Suisui put away the notebook and decided to rescue Yuan Li first. Yuan Li was locked in the room full of organs. All the ghosts were asleep, so no one noticed her movements. And Suisui slipped in through the door. As soon as she entered, she saw Yuan Li unconscious in the corner, his hands tied with thick rope. And Suisui walked over, gently shook his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Wake up, come on, wake up, it's time to run." Yuan Li slowly opened his eyes, and Suisui's face lit up. She immediately started untying the rope on his hands, saying as she worked, "I've found a way to deal with the Ghost King. If everything goes according to plan, we'll be out of this place soon." Yuan Li didn't say anything, but Suisui didn't mind. He must have been scared stiff after being so close to the ghosts. While untying the rope, there was inevitably some physical contact. By accident, Suisui touched the back of Yuan Li's hand. It was ice cold, with no warmth at all. She froze, a terrible thought flashing through her mind. Slowly, she looked up and met Yuan Li's deep, lifeless black eyes, and quietly took 2 steps back. Yuan Li didn't react, his empty gaze just sweeping over where Suisui had been. A glass jar wobbled off the shelf and crashed right where Suisui had just stood. The brain inside was smashed to bits, liquid splattering everywhere, thick and milky. And Suisui gagged instinctively. The scene was disgusting, and she edged away, watching to see what this Yuan Li would do next. Since he couldn't see her, it could only mean this wasn't the real Yuan Li, but a ghost in disguise. Carefully, Suisui moved around the room. The fake Yuan Li didn't react, just kept searching the room with his empty gaze. Once she was sure of his identity, Suisui quietly slipped out of the room. No matter how hard he looked, he'd never find her. She returned to the main hall. The corpses there still lay quietly on their beds, unmoving. And Suisui huddled in a corner, frowning as she thought about how to deal with the Ghost King. The school's entire magnetic field was probably locked down by the Ghost King, and the generators were running on his ghost energy. As long as the Ghost King, the core ghost, was dealt with, this whole adventure would be over. Just then, a battered paper crane came fluttering clumsily to Suisui. She blinked in surprise. Wasn't this Yuan Li's communication paper crane? She glanced around, saw nothing unusual, and figured it wasn't a trap. The paper crane landed in her palm, and Yuan Li's weak voice sounded in her ear. "Help! Suisui! I've been caught by a ghost!" And Suisui pressed her lips together, not responding. She didn't even know where Yuan Li was. How could she help? After playing Yuan Li's message, the paper crane took off again, and Suisui followed it to a bunk bed where both a corpse and a ghost lay on top, and underneath was a huge metal box. So Yuan Li was locked in there? No wonder she couldn't find him. She couldn't exactly go around asking every box. Now that she knew the exact location, it was easy. She took out a wire and deftly opened the box, finding Yuan Li inside, stiff as a board. The moment Yuan Li saw Suisui, his eyes filled with tears. Suisui made a shushing gesture, then dragged him out of the box with all her strength. Wow, Yuan Li was really heavy, probably more than 300 pounds. If she hadn't specially trained her strength, she wouldn't have been able to move him at all. The two of them crouched between the metal boxes and quickly exchanged information. And Suisui said, "To deal with the Ghost King, we'll have to experiment a bit. There's no quick solution. The Ghost King has his own skills, and he keeps summoning minions. It's just too much." Yuan Li pulled out an item card. "Cut off his minions and see how he likes it." He took out the warding talisman Suisui had given him earlier and hung it on the door. With that, even if the minions heard the Ghost King's call, they couldn't get in. Not a bad idea. The two of them sneaked into the lab and shut the door behind them. The Ghost King, unaware, opened his eyes at the sound, his cold gaze fixed on Yuan Li. He still couldn't see Suisui. Now they just had to figure out how to block the ghost fire inside the Ghost King's body, and Suisui saw the Ghost King open his mouth and knew he was about to use his dizzying skill. She immediately grabbed a stainless steel thermos from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. The Ghost King was stunned. But Suisui wasn't done. Afraid he'd spit the thermos out and hit them with his skill, she took a rag and tied it tightly around his mouth. "That should do it," Suisui said, satisfied, clapping her hands. The rag was actually left behind by the player who'd tried to frame her. If the Ghost King wanted to leave a last message, he could take it up with that guy. After several experiments, they found that without a special item, nothing could stop the ghost fire from leaving the Ghost King's body. So they tried something else, letting the husky eat it. The husky ate fast, much faster than the Ghost King could produce ghost fire. At this rate, the Ghost King's ghost fire would be completely devoured. The Ghost King seemed to sense the danger, his whole body trembling. His eyes turned red, and the iron chains on his body began to crack. And Suisui tensed. "No! He's about to go berserk! Hurry up!" She grabbed the dog's head, pried open its mouth, and Yuan Li quickly pulled the ghost fire from the Ghost King's body, stuffing it all into the dog's mouth. "Awoo, awoo." The dog howled in misery. "I may not be human, but you two are real dogs." With the Ghost King's ghost fire gone, his aura diminished inch by inch. The longer it dragged on, the less likely he was to break free from the chains. The laboratory door was being pounded furiously from outside, the little ghost minions nearly going mad with anxiety. But the door seemed welded shut. No matter how hard they hit it, it didn't budge. And Suisui stared at the Ghost King, her scalp tingling. She reached out and gouged the ghost fire from his ghostly eyes. The Ghost King's aura dropped by more than half again. When the last ghost fire was devoured by the dog, a crisp click sounded in Suisui's ear. It was as if something invisible had shattered. The ghost minions outside instantly fell silent. No more noise at all. What happened? And Suisui waited a while but couldn't hold back her curiosity. Her skill was still active, so she quietly peeked out. All the ghosts had climbed down from their racks and were running up the stairs toward the surface. Once she confirmed it was safe, Suisui put away the dog, and she and Yuan Li tiptoed after the ghosts, leaving the basement as well. As soon as they reached the surface, the basement ghosts scattered in all directions. And Suisui stood at the basement entrance for a while, watching wave after wave of school-uniformed ghosts float out of the grove, completely ignoring her and Yuan Li, drifting toward the teaching building. The two exchanged a glance, both thinking, chaos is about to break out? And Suisui was still thinking about the ghost that had been secretly watching her, so she followed the crowd toward the teaching building. Her item's effect would last a while longer. She could still take some risks. Yuan Li, however, couldn't. He was injured and needed rest, so they parted ways. Before leaving, Suisui reminded him, "The electric fence is down. I'll try to break the gate soon. If anything seems off at the school, don't hesitate, run for it." And Suisui followed the horde of ghosts into the teaching building. Inside, who knew what was happening? Ghostly screams and wails echoed everywhere. The deathly silence from her first visit was long gone. The student ghosts all rushed to the 4th floor without stopping. If they met other student ghosts, they were absorbed into the group. If they met ghost teachers, they swarmed and tore the ghost teachers apart. That was some deep-seated hatred. The ghosts reached the 4th floor and went straight to an office. Bang! The door was blown open by a gust of ghostly wind, slamming into the wall and shattering. In the dark room, a ghost slowly materialized, its sinister pupils staring at the mass of student ghosts barging in. When the student ghosts saw this ghost, their eyes turned red, and they revealed their most ferocious forms, bearing fangs and claws as they charged. And Suisui saw the ghost's half-flayed face twist into a cold smile, and a chill wind swept through the office. "You're all here to die?" The office ghost rasped out the words. And Suisui took advantage of the chaos to squeeze into the office and saw a golden nameplate on the only desk. She suddenly understood. This was the dean's office. So this ghost was the dean? The dean was clearly no pushover. Facing so many ghosts, he showed no fear. Dense yin energy formed a huge sphere, trapping all the student ghosts inside, then slowly contracting. Clearly, the dean hadn't been bluffing. He really did have the power to wipe out all the student ghosts. The student ghosts were much weaker than the dean, but their eyes were red with rage, and they charged forward without hesitation, risking soul annihilation just to tear a piece off the dean. After losing a large number of student ghosts, the survivors finally broke out of the prison. The dean struck again, the dissipated yin energy reforming into long, barbed whips. Each lash sent a student ghost crashing to the ground. But the student ghosts ignored their injuries, shrieking and howling as they closed in on the dean. "Lose a head? No problem. Your brothers and sisters will carry you forward. Lose an arm? You still have legs and teeth." Wave after wave of student ghosts surged forward like an endless tide. Even the dean didn't dare get careless, and signs of retreat began to show. Just then, a student ghost broke through and bit the dean's arm. The dean's face twisted in rage. He stabbed his other hand into the student ghost's chest. The student ghost's ghost fire was ripped out, its body dissolving into thick yin energy. But immediately another ghost pounced, then a second, a third. The dean was overwhelmed, his limbs pinned by the student ghosts, unable to move. Perfect timing. Hiding in the shadows, Suisui gripped her butcher knife, waited for the right moment and lunged, stabbing the dean in the back where she'd seen the ghost fire glow before. Attacked at his ghost fire, the dean shuddered, roaring and spinning, trying to fling off the ghosts clinging to him. But the student ghosts wouldn't let go, clinging even tighter. And Suisui seized the chance to stab again. With 2 knives, she kept stabbing at the dean's back, finally digging out his ghost fire. The dean exploded in a cloud of blood mist, and a silver card fell to the floor, and Suisui didn't have time to check the card's details. She stuffed it in her pocket and ran downstairs. Her item's effect was about to end. She hadn't gone far when the effect wore off. The scent of a living person spread through the entire teaching building, and the student ghosts, having just avenged themselves, were instantly drawn to her, crawling up from the floor and chasing after her. And Suisui sensed she was in real danger. After running a while, she instinctively looked back. Good grief. Every student ghost that had just surrounded the dean was now chasing her, and more were joining in. Frightened, and Suisui's demon bloodline activated, boosting her speed by 30% and her reflexes by 40%, instantly widening the gap between her and the ghosts. She fled the teaching building, sprinting toward the school gate, shoving food into her mouth as she ran to avoid collapsing from exhaustion. Maybe she'd made too much commotion, because ghosts from every corner of the school were joining the chase. The players were terrified. They had no idea what was happening, so many ghosts in broad daylight. They joined Suisui in a desperate dash for their lives. As she ran, Suisui noticed a few players nearby. She didn't pay much attention until she caught a glimpse of one player's shirt, which was a bit too short. That familiar pattern, that familiar color, wasn't it the same as the scrap of cloth she'd picked up? And Suisui saw a few ghosts from the basement nearby and immediately shouted to them, then rushed over to the player, quickly tying the scrap of cloth around his neck in a tight knot. The basement ghosts usually didn't care about these little ghost games, but their noses suddenly caught a familiar scent. It was the one who'd harmed their boss. They immediately closed in from all directions, surrounding that player and drawing the student ghosts away. The player who'd set her up, "Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? Someone save me!" And Suisui didn't bother with what happened next. She rushed straight to the school gates. The big iron gate was sturdy, but without the protection of the electric fence, it was like paper under the dog's claws. With one swipe, the dog tore it open, and Suisui took the chance to escape through the gate. Ding. Challenge successful. Game settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Player 023 ranked first in this game and has earned 3 lottery draws. Would you like to draw now? And Suisui sat on the silvery white floor, gasping for breath. She closed her eyes and randomly tapped the confirm button, waiting for the lottery results. It wasn't like she could control it anyway, so why bother watching? Draw successful. 3 cards landed at Suisui's side. Attribute point card, strength, bone-setting bandage, and animal's best friend. Animal's best friend, 03. Make eye contact with an animal for 3 seconds to transform into any kind of animal. Not bad, and Suisui put away the items and returned to her dorm. She was tired, but the adrenaline from just leaving the game kept her awake, so she pulled out her light brain and sent a message. "And Suisui, are you out?" About 10 minutes later, her light brain received a reply. "Xiaoshuan, safe and finished." And Suisui sat up and started chatting with Xiaoshuan about the game. She'd met Xiaoshuan at the scene of a previous campus drama. That's right. Xiaoshuan was the main character of that incident. The whole thing was so bizarre that Suisui still remembered it vividly. There was Xiaoshuan, her best friend, and a new student. The new student accused Xiaoshuan of stealing her clothes, since the balcony where she dried her laundry was shared with Xiaoshuan's dorm. After her clothes went missing, the new student asked around and confirmed that only Xiaoshuan had been in the dorm that day, so she was sure Xiaoshuan was the thief. Xiaoshuan, of course, denied it, but she couldn't be bothered to argue and tried to leave with her friend. The new student wouldn't let it go, which annoyed Xiaoshuan's friend, and the two started arguing in public. The new student made such a fuss that the school authorities got involved. Annoyed, they checked the surveillance footage and discovered that the new student's clothes had been picked up by a cleaning robot. The robot thought the clothes were too ragged and must have been trash left on the balcony, so it cleaned them up. New student. Turns out the clown was me all along. Onlookers, don't buy such weird clothes, or the cleaning robot will think they're garbage. And Suisui and Xiaoxuan agreed to have dinner together the next day. After tidying up a bit, Suisui fell asleep. The next morning, she ate breakfast while reviewing her gains from the game. Thanks to this round, her demon bloodline experience had increased a lot. She was about to level up. The dog, after eating so much ghost fire, not only leveled up, but its dog paddle skill had evolved and now included a paralysis effect. After leveling up, the dog's stats were as follows. Name, Dogsy breed, Husky level, 3 HP, 100 intelligence, 1 agility, 15 attack, 45, defense, 3 skills, dog paddle, automatically activates when excited. Attack increases by 30%. Each attack has a chance to cause paralysis, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Taunt. When the husky acts, everyone knows it. When it opens its mouth, all become enemies. Has a chance to make enemies lose their cool, no cooldown. Destruction. In destruction mode, all attacks have armor-piercing effects, with a small chance to activate penetration, ignoring all defense and directly damaging the target. Lasts 30 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Ghost form. After activation, the body becomes spiritual for 10 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Intelligence down. Anyone the husky considers a friend will have their intelligence lowered to match the husky's, until the husky no longer recognizes them as a friend. And Suisui. This new intelligence down skill was terrifying. Even she wanted to stay away. Luckily, the dog always saw her as its owner, so it would never consider her a friend. Crisis averted. Unfortunately, the experience she gained this time wasn't enough for her own level up. The higher the level, the harder it was to advance, unless she got a huge boost like the dog. Still, getting a new passive skill wasn't bad. And Suisui took out her item cards and sorted through them. All her food and drink items were used up. Of the new items, besides the bone-setting bandage, Animal's best friend was a special item, and the strength attribute card was very practical. But Suisui felt her strength was already several times higher than normal, so she'd rather save the points for something else. She put everything away for now. Next, it was time to discipline her dog. She opened the attribute panel, and a black and white puppy appeared in her dorm, its eyes darting around, looking very clever. But its real intelligence. The moment Suisui looked away, the dog ran to the table, knocked all the food onto the floor, tasted a bit, found it didn't like it, and then started gnawing on the table leg, quickly chewing it full of holes. Suisui, get over here! A few minutes later, the dog was tightly bound to a stool, its head wrapped in a special helmet, and it whimpered pitifully. And Suisui was unmoved. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoxuan arrived. She'd never seen Suisui's dog before, but had heard about it. Seeing the dog in such a sorry state, she was surprised. This is your dog? What happened to it? Nothing, just letting it watch a documentary and experience the scenes firsthand. What documentary? 108 Ways to Cook Dog Meat. Xiaoxuan didn't know what to say, but she recognized the helmet as the latest simulation model, supposedly very immersive. She coughed and quickly changed the subject. Did you hear? The commander's handover ceremony has been postponed. The new commander? And Suisui paused, trying to recall what she knew about the new commander. He was new, had been stationed at the border before taking office, and there was little news about him in the interstellar network. Very mysterious. I heard he's very young. That was all Suisui knew. Peaceful days passed quickly. Although the dog could appear in the real world, its abilities were suppressed, only a bit stronger than a normal dog, so it never caused any real trouble. And Suisui often showed it dog-related things, and lately it had become much more well-behaved. Half a month later, a new game arrived as scheduled. Ding. Game teleportation in progress. Please prepare, players. Teleporting. This game, Extreme Speed Racing. Game rules. 4 players per car. The first team to reach the finish line wins. Please find your teammates according to your racing suit. The mist cleared, and Suisui opened her eyes and found herself standing on a seemingly endless road, surrounded by players in front and behind. She did a rough count, at least 20 or 30 people. This was the largest group she'd seen since joining the games. And Suisui clicked her tongue in surprise. She looked down at the racing suit she was now wearing. A red, form-fitting jacket with a lightning bolt across the chest. Nothing particularly special. And Suisui looked around. The crowd was a chaotic mix of colors: yellow, blue, green, black, every color imaginable. So, the players wearing the same color racing suit as her were her teammates? Jian Shi was wearing a white racing suit, hands in his pockets, standing in a corner. Looking at the colorful crowd in front of him, he felt his eyes were about to go cross-eyed. He was tall, with deep features and a straight posture. When he wasn't smiling, he gave off a cold, unapproachable vibe, so most players instinctively avoided him, which made him feel a bit more comfortable. After a while, players gradually found their teammates, and the crowd became less packed. Jian Shi finally looked up, consciously searching for players in white. When he spotted the petite Suisui being jostled around by the crowd, he was a little surprised. Meeting this girl again? He thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. Jiang Hui struggled through the crowd for a long time before finally spotting a flash of red. Just as he was about to call out to his teammate, a hand landed on his shoulder, patting him lightly. "Don't be in such a hurry, friend. Wait a second." Jiang Hui looked in confusion at Jian Shi, who had somehow appeared beside him, his eyes full of questions. "What is it?" Jian Shi just smiled, one hand pressing on Jiang Hui's shoulder, the other grabbing the zipper of his jacket and pulling it all the way down. Jiang Hui was shocked, clutching his collar tightly. "What are you doing in broad daylight? Don't go too far." Jian Shi ignored him and forcibly took off Jiang Hui's jacket. Jiang Hui was already a bit unsteady, his face full of indignation. "Fine, whatever you want to do, just hurry up. I still have a race to run." Jian Shi was speechless, took off his own white jacket and threw it over Jiang Hui. "What are you thinking? I'm just swapping jackets." He put on the newly acquired red jacket and walked toward Suisui. Suisui was being squeezed by the crowd, her eyes empty as she stared at the sky. The game hadn't even started, and she already felt defeated just trying to find her teammates. A slender hand pushed aside the people in front of her, grabbed her arm, and pulled her out of the crowd. "What are you thinking about so intently?" A familiar voice sounded in her ear, and Suisui blinked and came back to herself. "Jian Shi?" She hadn't run into him in the last game and thought the curse was broken, but here he was again in the very next round. Her gaze fell on Jian Shi's red jacket, then on her own. "You're my teammate today?" Jian Shi smiled. "I wasn't before, but I am now." And Suisui. What does that mean? Before she could figure it out, she caught Jian Shi about to say something. That mouth shape was all too familiar. Before he could speak, Suisui pounced, one hand around his neck, the other covering his mouth. "Shut up! If you dare spread my secret again, I'll have my dog take you down with me." Jian Shi staggered, nearly unable to breathe from her grip, so he relaxed and let all his weight fall on her. And Suisui had to let go. Jian Shi propped himself up with one hand and quickly moved 3 steps away from her. She's gotten even faster since last time. Is she trying to become as fast as lightning? Jian Shi rubbed his neck, still a bit shaken. "I almost died at your hands, you know?" And Suisui just scoffed at him. Players gradually found their teammates, and the red team was soon complete with 4 members. Besides Suisui and Jian Shi, there was a male and a female player. The male introduced himself. "I'm Wen Qian, a doctor. My stats are pretty average, so I might not be much help." Interestingly, the other female player was someone they all recognized, the dean lady from the haunted school game. She was as serious as ever. "I'm Yu Rui, an accountant." Yu Rui wore a neat professional outfit, and her skirt had been swapped for pants before entering the game, making her look even more capable. It was the kind of presence Suisui admired but couldn't quite achieve. The four of them walked over to the red team's car and stood around it in silence. Suisui asked, "Does anyone know how to drive this thing?" Wen-chan smiled gently. "Other than treating patients, I don't know much." Yurui didn't even look at the car. "I can't." Jianshi raised an eyebrow at Suisui. "Don't tell me you can't either." "Can you?" Jianshi. "I can't." Suisui. "Then why are you talking?" Sensing her thoughts, Jianshi chuckled and got into the car first. "I've never driven this before, but I can give it a try." Surely it can't be harder than piloting a starship, right? Other teams seemed to have the same problem. Everyone was gathered around their cars, trying to figure out how to use them. The game, for once, didn't rush them. The countdown in the sky quietly waited for players to get used to their new vehicles. While others were still studying every button, a bold player had already gotten into a car and started it up. "Beep, beep, move, get out of the way!" A commotion broke out nearby, with blaring horns and shouts, plus flashing lights, classic road menace behavior. A yellow race car sped over at high speed, scaring the red team into fleeing from their own car. The next moment, the yellow car zoomed past the red car's hood and crashed into the roadside ruins with a bang. Yellow team, eliminated. Suisui. Today's race is off to a thrilling start. The game finally couldn't stand it anymore and issued a new announcement. Due to frequent accidents, the rules have been temporarily adjusted. All players in the driver's seat will automatically receive driving skills. Player space. A white mist shrouded the area, and somewhere within it, a sigh could be heard. Players' understanding of the past was so limited. What would they do once everything was fully unlocked? Jianshi had been fiddling with the driver's seat the whole time. As soon as the game released the new rules, he immediately sensed something was different. Just moments ago, all the buttons and levers had been completely incomprehensible, but now, suddenly, they felt as familiar as old friends he'd known for decades. He paused, then called out to his three teammates. "Get in the car, quick!" The three members of the red team reacted fast, immediately jumping in and buckling their seatbelts. Vroom! The red car shot out from the lineup, leaving the other players in a cloud of exhaust, seizing the initiative before anyone else could react. "Damn, so sneaky! Hurry, hurry! Someone's already taken off! Step on it! Do you even know how to drive? We're in a race! Stop circling the car and get moving!" Chaos erupted among the players, but soon cars of all colors roared to life and joined the chase. On the gray road, the race cars jostled for position. Since everyone's driving skills were standardized by the game, there wasn't much difference between players. Suisui checked the rearview mirror and saw that the other players had already caught up. With the cars packed so closely together, any mishap in the back could easily let others overtake them. Jianshi's focus was on driving, but with Suisui sitting right behind him, he could see her every move in the mirror. He watched as Suisui lowered her head, and a black and white puppy appeared at her feet. Jianshi had encountered Dogzi before, and knew this dog was a troublemaker. Before he could figure out what Suisui was up to, he heard her say to the dog, "See those people behind us? They're all pretty talented. Do you think any of them could be your friend?" Jianshi. Yu Rui, sitting next to Suisui, couldn't help but glance over at them. Dogzi, sensing the stranger's gaze, tried to look back, but Suisui pressed its head down. "Don't look at my teammates. They don't want to be your friends." Dogzi was instantly unhappy. It opened its mouth to argue, but before it could, Suisui rolled down the window and tossed the dog out, activating its ghost form skill so it wouldn't get hit by a car. "Go make friends outside." The white team's car was right behind the red team, tailing them closely. Zhang Hui, who had been forcibly assigned to the white team from the red team, was still holding a grudge. That pervert had stripped him just to become a red team member. He was determined to crush the red team as a white team player and wash away the humiliation of being stripped. Jiang Hui kept his eyes on the road, always watching the red team's movements. Suddenly, the car in front rolled down its window, and a girl stuck her head out, glanced back, and threw something out of the car. Jiang Hui was startled. What was that? The red team was playing dirty. If you can't win, you throw things to interfere. With the cars so close and moving so fast, he didn't dare swerve or brake suddenly. Either could cause a crash. He gritted his teeth and kept going. The black shadow quickly appeared in front of his car. Jiang Hui braced himself for impact. But as the car passed through the shadow, nothing happened. Just a second of darkness, then everything was back to normal. A bluff? Jiang Hui was confused. Then he heard his teammate's startled cry. "Oh my God! Where did this dog come from? Why does it look so weird?" A dog? In a race car? Jiang Hui couldn't resist his curiosity and glanced at the passenger seat. A plump, black and white puppy was wobbling to its feet. His teammate, a female player, was at a loss for what to do with the dog that had suddenly landed on her. Dogsy finally stood up straight and made eye contact with Jiang Hui for 3 seconds. Instantly, they felt a connection. "Dogsy, this guy looks really likable." Slurp. Dogsy licked Jiang Hui. "Let's be friends." Jiang Hui immediately felt different. He let go of the steering wheel, hugged the husky, and even wanted to lick it back. The 3 white team players panicked, lunging forward to grab the loose steering wheel, eyes wide with fear. "What are you doing?" one of them yelled at Jiang Hui, furious. But Jiang Hui was no longer the same. He was now Jiang Roller Hui. He glared at the one who dared defy him and punched him, giving him a black eye. "Are you questioning me?" The white team was stunned. Jiang Hui wasn't usually this aggressive, was he? They weren't stupid. They quickly realized something was wrong with him. But at this point, only Jiang Hui, who'd had special training, could drive. The others had no idea how to handle these vintage cars. After a few rounds of trial and error, the players realized Jiang Hui had become extremely rebellious. Say east, he'd go west. Say west, he'd go east. The only one he was affectionate with was the strange dog that had suddenly appeared. "Jiang Hui, if you don't drive properly, our team will lose. Do you want to embarrass yourself in front of your friend?" One white team player accidentally hit Jiang Hui's soft spot. Jiang Hui snapped to attention, forgot about the drooling dog, and straightened up. "Friend, don't go yet. Let me show you my driving skills." After tossing Dogsy out, Suisui kept an eye on the cars behind. She watched as Dogsy floated into the white race car. The car was briefly thrown into chaos, but quickly stabilized. What the heck? Did the white team players tame Dogsy? Jianshi glanced at the rearview mirror and, seeing Suisui so distracted, teased, "Why do you keep looking back? Didn't you just send your dog on an undercover mission?" As he spoke, he glanced at the mirror himself, and his relaxed expression froze. "Huh? What's going on?" All 3 in the car stuck their heads out to look. Sure enough, the white car that had been following them suddenly switched from driving straight to weaving like a snake. Its wild maneuvers and unpredictable turns forced several cars to back off. Some even crashed. There was a chorus of angry shouts from behind, but none of it could drown out the black and white puppy poking its head out of the sunroof. A single dog, in its own unique way, had managed to outshout dozens of people behind. Although the blue team was one of the luckier teams in the race, even they were being driven crazy by that arrogant dog. "Damn! Does anyone have a ranged weapon? Shoot that dog already." "Crap, it's cursing at me again." "Look at its eyes. Pure contempt." "It's even wiggling its butt at me." The blue team's driver was fully focused on the road, not daring to relax for a second. That dog's team was acting totally nuts, swerving all over the place. Any contact meant mutual destruction. He didn't dare get too close or try to overtake. Annoyed, he slapped the steering wheel and yelled at his teammates, "Forget the dog, will you? That's just their team's strategy. It's just a dog. If you ignore it, what can it possibly—" Before he could finish, the dog pulled its head back into the car but stuck its butt out. What was the dog doing? A ginger-colored lump quickly grew from a distant speck and, splat, smashed onto their windshield. It was dog poop. WTF. Ugh. The blue team's driver was furious. He pulled a prop card from his pocket, which turned into a rifle, and shoved it into a teammate's hands. "Take that dog out! Don't let it get away!" The dog, having just pooped into the wind, sensed something was wrong and quickly tucked its butt back inside the car. Bang! A bullet whizzed past the car roof, leaving a trail of sparks. Oh boy, these little punks can't win an argument, so they play dirty. The dog was annoyed and decided to go after them, but the team didn't have time to worry about the dog anymore. With Jiang Hui's top-tier driving skills, all they could do was buckle up and cling to the handles for dear life, trying not to get thrown out of the car. They'd also realized that the dog was extremely dangerous, so it was best not to provoke it. When the dog retreated into the car, a barrage of ranged attacks nearly tore the roof off. The team felt a chill on their scalps, their lives hanging by a thread. Dog bro," one player tried to reason with the dog. "You've played with us long enough. Isn't it time to go back to the red team?" The dog, still a bit shaken, was hiding under the seat, considering whether to go mess with the blue team's car. But hearing that, it got angry. With a swipe of its paw, the car door flew off, turning into scrap metal and flying backward. "I treated you as friends, and you want me to go home and suffer? That poop-shoveling officer's place is for dumb dogs. Do you know she beats me?" The more the dog thought about it, the angrier it got, convinced these teammates were up to no good. "I'm done playing with you." With that, the dog leapt out of the car. Jiang Hui, who was driving, saw the dog's move out of the corner of his eye and immediately let go of the wheel, trying to jump out the window to go play with the dog. "What the—" The rest of the team lunged and grabbed Jiang Hui from all directions. "Bro, big bro, please calm down!" They pleaded desperately. At this speed, jumping out of the car was pure suicide. Meanwhile, Suisui quietly pulled her head back into the car and used the ghost shadow skill on the dog as it jumped out. She'd originally planned to recall the dog, but hadn't expected it to provoke everyone and single-handedly stir up the whole race. Without her to keep it in check, the dog was completely out of control. Forget it. Better to just let it run wild outside for now. At that moment, Suisui suddenly felt a warm current surge from within, quickly spreading through her body and gathering at her shoulder blades. Her back tingled. Sensing something, she opened her status panel and saw her demon bloodline had leveled up. She quickly checked the details. After reaching level 2, the basic boost hadn't changed, but the stamina cost when activating the bloodline was lower. Most importantly, she'd gained a new skill. Demon Wings. While flying, speed can increase up to 300%, starting at 1%, increasing by 1% every 4 seconds, lasts 30 minutes, cooldown 12 hours. Acceleration, flight, little wings. And Suisui really wanted to open the window and try it out, but seeing the 12-hour cooldown, she hesitated and decided to save it. What if she needed it later? Ahem! Jianshi, now fully comfortable with driving, could spare some attention for other things. "And Suisui, that dog of yours? What's its deal?" Yu Rui and Wen Qian also looked over curiously. All they'd seen was Suisui toss a dog out the window, and the whole race descended into chaos. Except for a few quick-reacting teams, everyone else suffered. Now, the blue team had fallen behind, fighting with other teams, and the ones following them were the green, pink, and orange teams. And Suisui stayed silent. She really didn't want to explain her dog. First, the dog might be dumb, but its base stats and skills were excellent. It was her trump card. These people might be teammates now, but next time, they could be opponents, like Jianshi. Second, the dog situation was just hard to talk about. Seeing her silence, Jianshi seemed to understand. He figured the dog had some special ability, and it wasn't convenient to discuss. He didn't press further, focusing on the road ahead. "There's a red package up ahead." Yurui, who'd been quiet, suddenly spoke. "Huh?" And Suisui rubbed her eyes. Was her vision failing? She didn't see anything. Yurui explained, "I have a special ability. My eyes can see farther than normal." Jianshi thought for a moment and asked, "How far?" 825 meters, Yurui replied, "as of the moment I said it." "Wow, do all accountants talk this precisely? You can see that far?" And Suisui was impressed. Yurui. It's just a support skill. When there's real danger, it's useless. She'd met Suisui once in the haunted school game and knew she was strong. A player who could chase down ghosts. She'd only ever seen Suisui do that. With the red team now aware of the road ahead, a new problem arose. What was that red package? Should they avoid it or run into it? Jian Shi instinctively looked at Suisui. Yu Rui and Wen Qian, not understanding, also looked at her. And Suisui. Why are you all looking at me? How would I know the answer? Jian Shi let out a low chuckle. Suisui, you're lucky today. You decide. Should we go around that package or hit it? Lucky? Yu Rui and Wen Qian both stared intently at Suisui. And Suisui felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't really think she was that lucky, but she did agree that Jian Shi's luck was truly terrible. He could get 3 or 4 multiple-choice questions wrong in a row. There was no better word for it than unlucky. She stared seriously at the package for a while. As the car got closer and closer to the red package, she said, "Hit it." Jian Shi turned the steering wheel, and the car passed right through the faintly glowing package. Nothing happened. And Suisui looked around in confusion. There really was nothing. So what was the point of that package? To distract them? The car doesn't seem any different, Wen Qian asked hesitantly. There is a difference. Surprisingly, it was Jian Shi who was driving, who spoke up. He glanced at the dashboard and said to the red team players, "The fuel tank just got an extra liter of gas." So the red package was for refueling? How much fuel do we have left? And Suisui asked curiously. Less than 2 liters, Jian Shi replied. We had about 1 liter when we started. Yu Rui frowned. How far can we go on 1 liter? Based on this car's current fuel consumption, about 2 kilometers. Yu Rui's temples started to throb. So that means we only have enough fuel left to go about 3 kilometers? After all, they'd already driven nearly 1 kilometer from the starting point. This really wasn't good news. We can't be the only ones facing this situation, and Suisui said. She opened the sunroof and stuck her head out to observe the cars behind them. Since they were still less than 2 kilometers from the start, the others might not have noticed the fuel issue yet. And Suisui saw that various colored packages were starting to appear on the lanes behind them. Some teams chose to hit them directly, while others avoided them. She let out a breath and got back in the car. As expected, there was no way the game would just be a simple race. Jian Shi, seeing Suisui return, asked, How are the other teams doing? And Suisui pursed her lips. A lot of packages have appeared behind us too, but the colors are different from ours. Not all of them are fuel packages. Just as she finished speaking, Jian Shi suddenly cursed, and the car slowed down. What's wrong? Wen Qian asked with concern. The engine stalled. Jian Shi pounded the steering wheel and quickly tried to restart the car. But that brief slowdown allowed the teams behind them to catch up. Why did it stall for no reason? And Suisui thought of the packages the other teams had hit earlier. I think some packages contain items that hinder other vehicles. We need to change our strategy. The 4 of them huddled together to discuss a new plan. And Suisui said, Jian Shi's role as driver can't be changed, so he'll keep driving. The rest of us will adapt based on the information we gather. Jian Shi said, Yu Rui, you have sharp eyes. Switch seats with Wen Qian and help observe the road. Wen Qian said, I'm a doctor. Hopefully you won't need me. Yu Rui added, Actually, I can also keep track of the data. Keep track of data? Then you can also record what kinds of items come from the different colored packages. And Suisui said, as she reached into her pocket and pulled out a stub of a pencil and a roll of toilet paper. Here, use these. No need, I think I can remember. Yu Rui replied. Jian Shi glanced at the things in Suisui's hand, his brow twitching. What weird stuff did you bring this time? Now this was a topic Suisui was excited about. She unzipped her jacket, revealing a bunch of inner pockets, and started rummaging. A candle, a balloon, a small roll of tape. Most ridiculously, she pulled out 2 different shoes from her pants pockets. Jian Shi. At least bring a matching pair. Jian Shi didn't want to continue, so he coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. And Suisui, you'll be on lookout. If possible, try to stop the cars behind us from overtaking. He took a small sickle from around his neck and tossed it to Suisui. Here, you can use my sickle. And Suisui had been eyeing this big sickle for a long time. Now that she had a new toy, she stopped fussing with her random junk, opened the sunroof, and climbed out of the car. She hooked one foot on the edge of the sunroof, stood on the roof with the other, and had a not-too-thick rope tied around her waist, which Wenqian held onto from inside the car. Once Jian Shi was sure Suisui was outside, a dark glint flashed in his eyes, and the sickle in Suisui's hand instantly transformed from a mini version to a massive 3 or 4 meter long weapon. And Suisui suddenly felt the sickle in her hand grow heavy. It had become a huge, chilling weapon. Hunting time. The players in the teams behind them were startled by the scene. A delicate girl crouched on the car roof holding a giant sickle. Even under the sunlight, the sickle glinted with a cold, eerie light, making the girl beneath it seem even more intimidating. Whoa! An orange team player almost hit the brakes. They just threw a prop at us. The red team players wouldn't go so far as to kill us, right? Why not? His teammate said, Didn't you see what happened to the white team? They didn't even do anything, just got a little too close and threatened the red team, and the red team threw out a doomsday-level weapon. The teammate pointed behind them, and the orange team player turned to see a dog running out of the blue team's car. The blue team's car, after being visited by the dog, was acting like it was on drugs, blaring music, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slamming on the brakes. Or dancing in sync with the white team's car ahead. Orange team player, let's just stay away from the red team. The players behind were all going crazy. As the orange team fell back, other players quickly filled their spot. The pink team, seeing only the red team's car ahead, trembled with excitement. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The pink team's driver urged. Use the item we just got. The pink team member excitedly rubbed their hands together, took out the item they got from hitting a package, and targeted the red team. Jian Shi was driving steadily when suddenly several eggs appeared in front of them. Eggs splattered on the windshield, covering the glass with yellow and white goo. Jian Shi instinctively wanted to use the wipers but stopped himself. No, eggs can't be cleaned off with wipers. It would just smear and make it worse. Yu Rui, who hadn't spoken for a while, finally said, There's a white package 500 meters ahead. Jian Shi gripped the steering wheel tightly with no intention of slowing down at all. He forced himself to analyze the road conditions through the scant, clear view he had, racing forward at breakneck speed for another 500 meters. Suddenly, a greenish package appeared in Wenqian's hands. Vehicle repair kit. This contains the most comprehensive set of repair tools. Whether it's a dented car, a blown tire, or a shattered window, trust me, I can fix it all. You've obtained a vehicle repair tool, Wenqian informed his teammates. After the pink team used their tool, they kept a close eye on the red team, only to find that the red team's car was still speeding ahead without the slightest reduction in speed. The four members' excitement was doused like a bucket of cold water, quickly cooling their spirits. They're just forcing it. I want to see how long they can keep it up, one pink team player snorted. They maintained their top speed, sticking close to the red team's tail. Suddenly, a black package appeared ahead, and the pink team player's eyes lit up. Hurry, hurry, rush up and grab the tool. I don't believe another tool won't finally slow them down. The four pink team members stared eagerly, wishing they could sprout wings and fly straight to the package. Closer, closer. A pink team player stood up in excitement. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. When there was only 1 meter left between the pink team and the package, a flash of black light shot by, and the black package turned to fine powder, dissipating into the air. The pink team players were left with question marks over their heads. What just happened? Did the tool package self-destruct? Red team. As the team's housekeeper, Wenqian was responsible for keeping all the tools they didn't need immediately. He sat quietly in his seat, not saying a word more than necessary. Suddenly, a black package fell from above and landed in Wenqian's lap. Huh? Where did this tool package come from? They hadn't hit any packages just now. Don't look at me. I snatched it from another team. And Suisui's voice came from above. I just tried it out. Turns out you don't have to hit the package with your car to trigger it. You can do that? Wenqian stared in shock at the black tool package in his hands, silently mourning for the teams that got too close. Then he checked the contents of the package. Anti-troublemaker shield. Other players are too mischievous, always trying to throw weird things in our way. But don't worry, with this shield, no accident can touch us. Jian Shi gave a thumbs up. Nice job. After a while, Suisui's voice came again. Be careful when you see a black package. There might be more than just tools inside. What else? The other 3 red team members were curious. There could be debuffs. And Suisui looked back, feeling a lingering sense of danger. When that black package appeared earlier, she'd almost gone for it herself. Orange team players were completely dumbfounded at this point. They'd thought that by avoiding the red team and letting the pink and red teams fight, they could swoop in and benefit. Who knew a single black package would send them straight into the abyss? The orange team driver was still frozen in a driving pose, hands stiff in midair, eyes full of panic. Their car just disappeared while they were driving. The 4 players in orange uniforms suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, squatting in horse stance, looking utterly bizarre. Where's our car? One player asked blankly. The other 3 were silent, already crying inside. This game is too cruel. A racing game with no car? How are we supposed to play? A green team car drove past, the 3 people inside grinning gleefully. They'd thought their own situation was bad, but apparently someone else had it even worse. At least their driver could still try to bluff his way through. Orange team didn't even have a car anymore. What do we do now? The orange team driver asked. What else? Run on foot, another replied. Sure, we're unlucky, but maybe the other teams will run into trouble soon too. Yeah, the driver said bitterly. I'll just keep picking up tool packages to mess with the other teams, even if I have to fight to the end. No way they're the only unlucky ones. Meanwhile, in the red team's car, Jian Shi suddenly spoke up. We've already passed the 2-mile mark. Huh? What? And Suisui perked up. If they'd finished 2 miles, didn't that mean they'd already used up a liter of fuel? They'd picked up a fuel package once, but the other players might not have. She stood up excitedly, shielding her eyes from the sun, trying to see the other players' situation behind them. The first car to cross the 2-mile line was the pink team. The pink team players were fully focused on driving, when suddenly the car made a mechanical sputtering sound, like a machine struggling to run. What's going on? A sense of foreboding crept over the pink team. Next, their pink car started to slow down, the kind of sluggishness you get when you're forcing a car to go faster than it can. Crap, is the car broken? Maybe someone from another team used a tool on us? That was possible. The other 3 racked their brains, but the pink team driver had already realized something. Could it be? Hiss. The car made a faint noise and stalled. What happened? The pink team driver sighed. The car's out of gas. Huh? Then hurry up and start it again. Keep driving. The other teams are catching up. The player who said this clearly hadn't figured out what was going on, but someone else noticed something was wrong. Wait, could it be we're out of fuel? The driver nodded silently. What the hell? A car with no gas. How are they supposed to play? No way, there isn't even a gas station on this road and we're out of fuel? Get out and run. The driver made a snap decision, opened the door and got out first. Are you crazy? Another teammate grumbled. We don't even know how long this track is and you want to run? How can 2 legs outrun 4 wheels? Isn't that just asking for trouble? You idiot! The player next to him knocked on his head. Running out of gas can't just be our problem. What if the other teams run out too? He got out as well. What the heck? The first guy, not wanting to be left out, retorted, Then why is the red team fine? But even he sounded unsure, and he got out and followed the others. The last teammate glanced at him. Why is the red team fine? They must have gotten a fuel package. The teams behind saw the pink team's car stop, and even the players got out. Before they could figure out what was happening, their own cars sputtered out the last bit of exhaust and stalled too. The players were dumbfounded. Seriously? Does the game have to be this brutal? Just like the red team, there weren't many teams that managed to get a fuel package during the race. Most of them were in the middle or back of the pack. This led to a dramatic reversal in the rankings. Aside from the red team, who were still far ahead, the pink, white, and orange teams, who had rushed to the front at the start, all ended up at the bottom. Jiang Hui got out of the white team's car and immediately ran around like a wild horse off its reins. "Ha ha, ha ha, where did you go?" The dog had a grudge against the white team players who tried to harm it, but for some reason it took a liking to the unlucky Jiang Hui, thinking he was the only decent one in the white team. As a result, Jiang Hui's IQ seemed to be in the negatives at this point. The other 3 members of the white team were numb. Should we just leave him and go on our own? Agreed. Judging by his state, he's not going to recover during this game anyway. Agreed. He doesn't want to be with us anyway. He's still looking for that dog. At the mention of the dog, all 3 shivered. So they left Jiang Hui behind and started their own marathon with the other teams. Even if they couldn't win in the end, at least they wouldn't be eliminated. Not long after they left, a dog got out of the blue team's car. The man and the dog stared at each other with deep emotion. Awoo, awoo. Haha. And Suisui had long since switched from battle mode to spectator mode. She sat on the car roof, counting the cars still stopped at the 2-kilometer line. 1, 2, 3. There were actually 6 cars. There were only 10 cars in the whole race, and just 1 fuel package had knocked out more than half the teams. Don't get too happy. We don't have much fuel left either, John Shi reminded her. It's fine. And Suisui patted her chest. If we run out of gas, I'll go ahead and look for more. She still hadn't used her newly acquired little wings. After several rounds of trial and error, Suisui had figured out how she gained experience. Any negative emotions directed at her, fear, anger, jealousy, greed, disgust, and so on, would be converted into nourishment, giving her experience to grow. As a demon, Suisui was quite satisfied with this. And since the dog was her possession, any emotions directed at the dog would also be counted as hers, which was why she let the dog run wild outside. Up ahead, another package appeared. This time, it was black. And Suisui hesitated for a long time as the black package got closer. "Hit it! Let's hit it!" Her voice lacked confidence. John Shi was already prepared for anything. The car passed through the black package, and a flash of black light appeared before a row of wooden stakes materialized. John Shi's eyes sharpened, and he quickly turned the steering wheel, swerving around the stakes. The area covered by the stakes wasn't too large, so it wasn't hard to avoid them. Once the crisis was over, the 3 people in the car all breathed a sigh of relief. "Trust my skills," Jian Shi teased. Suisui replied, "What skills? The game's free gift skills?" Jian Shi couldn't help but laugh. The same tool in different hands can have very different results. That's called talent. The red team easily finished the first 3 kilometers in first place, but as they entered the 4th kilometer, all 4 in the car grew tense. So far, we've encountered 3 item packages, not counting the one Suisui snatched. Yu Rui, the data fanatic, began analyzing. Each time, the package appeared after a kilometer mark. That means each car only gets 1 item package per kilometer. They had already encountered 3 item packages. If the last one wasn't a fuel package, the red team would also face the problem of running out of gas. With all 4 watching expectantly, the 4th package appeared right on cue. It was a white package containing a buff item. Cleaning pack. Got hit by rotten eggs or vegetable leaves from a prankster? Don't worry, I'm here to give you a sparkling clean world. It was a good item and useful for them, but unfortunately it came at the wrong time. After passing the 4-kilometer mark, the red team's car gradually came to a stop. The 4 held an emergency meeting, and Suisui said, "I'll go ahead and see if there are any item packages. You guys wait here." Jian Shi didn't quite agree. I know you're fast, but humans have limited stamina. Who knows how long this track is? Do you want to exhaust yourself? He paused, then offered his own idea. My suggestion is, when another car catches up, we just climb onto their roof. If our car runs out of gas, we switch to another one and hitch a ride to the finish. Think about it. If we drive ourselves, we risk stalling, flat tires, hitting obstacles, and so on. If we ride on someone else's car, they take the risks, and we get a free ride. The more Jianshi thought about it, the more he liked his idea, and even started thinking of an upgraded version. You really are something, and Suisui couldn't help but admire, but she had her own reasons for suggesting she go ahead alone. I still think my way is more reliable, and Suisui smugly shook her little shoulders and unzipped her jacket, about to take it off. Jianshi's eyelids twitched. Wait, let's talk this out. We're teammates now. No need to fight just because we disagree, right? And Suisui glared at him. Who said anything about fighting? She was about to use her skill, okay? As soon as she took off her jacket, Suisui's whole demeanor changed. Open your eyes and watch closely! Demon bloodline activated. A pair of tiny red horns sprouted from the top of her head, and a slender black tail slipped out from a gap. When Suisui opened her mouth, you could see a pair of sharp fangs. Jianshi had seen all this before. He'd been lucky enough to witness Suisui's transformation once in the arena. But this time, something new happened. Rip! And Suisui's t-shirt was stretched from the inside by something, tearing the fabric on her back. A pair of enlarged, reddish-brown bat wings suddenly grew from her back. And Suisui flapped her wings, stirring up a gust of wind, her little face full of pride. See that? I can fly! With that, she took off from the ground. But since it was her first time using her wings, she clearly hadn't mastered the flying technique. Halfway up, her body tilted and she fell from midair, startling the others. And Suisui steadied herself and waved nonchalantly. It's fine, I'm off. If you want to ride, wait here. Otherwise, figure it out yourselves. Before anyone could say anything else, Suisui had already flown dozens of meters away. To be fair, she really was fast. Jianshi coughed lightly, covering his mouth to keep from laughing. All right, let's just watch and see which team's car makes it past the 4-kilometer mark without slowing down. We'll hijack that one for sure. And Suisui covered her face as she flew for a while before finally lowering her hand. Social death. Her first test flight, and she'd already fallen from the sky. She was too embarrassed to face anyone. The acceleration mode of her little wings was progressive, increasing by 1/12 every 4 seconds. And Suisui's speed grew faster and faster. After a minute, she was already flying at over 700 meters per minute. It took her just over a minute to finish the first kilometer. Not long after entering the second kilometer, she spotted a familiar red package. A fuel pack. The fuel pack was Suisui's goal for this trip. She glanced ahead, thought about the 12-hour cooldown on her wings, and decided to fly a bit further. Let's go for another 20 minutes, Suisui muttered. 20 minutes was just enough for her wings to reach their maximum speed. By then she'd be flying at over 2,000 meters per minute, and the remaining 10 minutes would be enough to get back. Besides, she figured with Jianshi's devious personality, he wouldn't just sit around and wait. Maybe she'd even run into her teammates along the way. Before the 4,000-meter mark, a red car was quietly parked in the middle of the road. 3 players in red racing suits stood in a row, one of them holding a huge black scythe, looking every bit like a highway robber. Of course, Jianshi was the main one playing the part. The other 2 looked either expressionless or hesitant. Are you sure the cars behind us still have fuel? Wen Qian had never done anything this outrageous in his life. Sure, the game was a bit of a trap and the players it had lured in were all wary of each other, but honestly, this extreme survival game hadn't been all that brutal so far. Wen Qian still felt uncomfortable about robbing people on the road. But what exactly did Jianshi do for a living? Why was he so good at this kind of thing? Was he some kind of interstellar fugitive? Yurui reported a string of data. There were 10 teams in this game. The yellow team was eliminated right at the start, and another team had their car confiscated. At the 2,000-meter mark, 6 cars ran out of fuel and couldn't go any further. So, besides us, there's only one other team that can reach the 4,000-meter line. Jian-shi flexed his wrist, a sharp glint in his eyes. That's right. But don't forget, those 6 teams stuck before the 2,000-meter mark just ran out of fuel. They weren't eliminated. As long as they're not eliminated, they still have a chance to turn things around. Yu Rui paused, then nodded silently. If luck was on their side, that was indeed possible. Soon, a black car slowly approached. The black team players tensed up when they saw the red car blocking the road. The red team had a notorious reputation among the players. What are they up to now? The black team players muttered nervously. Don't worry, they just ran out of gas, the black team driver said, glancing at the fuel gauge and quietly sighing in relief. Phew, that scared him. Luckily, their own car was also out of gas. Barefoot people aren't afraid of those with shoes. No matter what the red team wanted, as long as they were broke, they didn't have to fear being robbed. So Jian-shi and his 2 teammates watched as the black team's car slowly stopped near theirs. The 4 black team players swaggered out of their car looking like, "We've got nothing. What can you do to us?" Jian-shi narrowed his eyes, licking his lips. He knew these guys had nothing worth taking, but their expressions were just too annoying. No, he had to do something. Just as the 4 black team members thought they could pass through the red team's blockade, a huge black scythe suddenly blocked their way. The 4 instinctively huddled together. What do you want? There's nothing left in our car. Jian-shi's gaze swept over the 4 of them. Sure enough, there was nothing left to squeeze out of them. He paused, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind, and a wicked smile slowly curled at his lips. Hand it over. The 4 black team members were baffled. Hand what over? What else did they have that could be taken? Jian-shi pointed at their black jackets. If you've got nothing else, then leave your racing suits. What? The black team players were dumbfounded. You really won't leave empty-handed, huh? And what's the point of taking our racing suits? The black team players hugged their arms, looking humiliated. No way. Absolutely not. Death before dishonor. We'd rather die than... A sharp glint flashed in Jian-shi's eyes, and an oppressive aura radiated from him. He lightly traced the blade of his scythe and asked slowly, What did you say? My hearing's not so good. Could you say it louder? The black team's eyes unconsciously followed Jian-shi's finger. When the huge black scythe lightly struck the ground, leaving a deep crack, they all swallowed hard. One of them made a small sound, and Jian-shi looked over, his half-smiling gaze full of pressure. That player hesitated, then changed his tune. I mean, it's so hot today, and you want our racing suits? It's nothing. I'll take it off for you right now. He was the first to take off his jacket and respectfully handed it to Jian-shi. Jian-shi gave Wen-chan a look. Wen-chan sighed, silently telling himself it was all for survival, then took the black team player's jacket and stuffed it into the red team's trunk. The other 3 black team players? What happened to death before dishonor? What happened to unyielding in the face of force? Did you even struggle for more than 10 seconds? But when Jian-shi looked their way, the other 3 also took off their jackets, not even waiting for Wen-chan to collect them. They stuffed them into the red team's trunk themselves. The first black team player, After collecting 4 racing suits, Jian-shi put away his scythe and cheerfully sent the 4 on their way. Once the black team had left, Wen-chan finally voiced his confusion. Why did you take their team uniforms? Jian-shi lowered his head and yawned, bored. No reason. I'm just curious how the game will judge players who reach the finish line without their team uniforms. After all, this game assigned teammates based on uniforms, and there wasn't a specific list of which players belonged to which team. Jian-shi thought of how he'd switched to a different team with a former red team player, and suddenly this question popped into his mind. He stared at the 4 black team members as they walked away, then said to his 2 red team companions, Let's not leave yet. Let's stay here and rob the rest of the team's uniforms before we go. He was sure Suisui would find the fuel pack. With their current progress, moving forward would just be a waste of time. They might as well stay here and have some fun. Like pulling off a few stunts. On the other side, Suisui was getting more and more comfortable with flying. Her speed was increasing, already reaching over 2,000 meters per minute, and she had accumulated quite a few item packs in her hands. But she kept pushing forward because she wanted to know just how long this track was and whether she'd have a chance to see the finish line. When she was about to max out her speed stat, she saw a bright red color faintly appear in the distance. This was extremely rare on the otherwise gray highway track. Huh? And Suisui's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately pushed herself to go faster. At her current speed, that distance was covered in the blink of an eye. She rushed up to her target and discovered that the red she'd seen was actually a huge banner. The finish line! A glimmer of excitement flashed in Suisui's eyes. She hadn't expected to actually reach the finish line. She'd been flying so fast she wasn't even sure how far she'd gone. If she had to estimate, it was about 40 kilometers. And Suisui happily looked at the black and white checkered finish line and tentatively stepped forward. The game didn't react, but it didn't stop her either. She thought for a moment, then quickly stepped her other foot across the finish line, standing completely past it. Ding! Congratulations to Red Team player for obtaining. The game's voice suddenly rang out, and all the contestants looked up, holding their breath. No way! Someone already reached the finish line this fast? So the track wasn't actually that long after all. John Scher paused his action of stripping players' racing suits and quietly waited for the game's next announcement. But the game only started to speak, then fell silent. After a long pause, it finally spat out a garbled message. Rule adjustment. All team members must cross the finish line for the team to win. Huh? This rule change was really baffling. Most players ignored it and kept running their marathon. The 3 remaining Red Team members exchanged glances, each with a vague guess in their hearts. And Suisui also heard the game's announcement. She flapped her wings in frustration, and carrying a pile of item packs, flew back. She didn't believe it. She'd come back in a car and see what the game had to say then. They really weren't going to acknowledge her achievement. And Suisui pushed her speed to the limit and in the blink of an eye flew a long distance back. When she reached her teammate's location, she still had flight time left. She thought for a moment, took the item packs out of her inventory, and dumped them all onto Wenqian below before continuing to fly back. Wenqian, why are item packs falling from the sky? And what just whooshed past a moment ago? Jian Shi glanced at the sky. That was probably Suisui flying back. Wenqian was even more confused. She flew past. Did she not see us? That couldn't be right. If she hadn't seen them, how could she have thrown the item pack so accurately onto him? Jian Shi thought for a moment and laughed. She went to rob the others. When Suisui left, everyone was still before the 2-kilometer mark. Her round trip took just over 20 minutes, which wasn't enough time for the other players to finish 2 kilometers, but they weren't far off. And Suisui easily found the main group of players. The faster ones had already been stripped by Jian Shi. At this point, the players at the back of the pack still didn't know that the little witch was closing in on them. An orange team player wiped the sweat from his brow and stopped to rest for a bit. They had originally been the last team in the race. But after their car ran out of gas, the other team's cars soon followed. The orange team players caught up with the main group in one burst of energy, but they'd also used up more stamina than the others and were struggling more. How long are we going to have to walk? Don't tell me we have to walk the rest of the way. One of them grumbled, massaging his aching knees, then dejectedly continued forward. He was really envious of the teams that got a fuel pack early and had already driven far ahead. Suddenly, a teammate nudged his waist and whispered, "Look, a fuel pack." After several rounds of fighting over item packs, they could now tell what was likely inside each color. Red packs had fuel, white packs had various items, and black packs were the most unpredictable. Anything could be inside. The 4 orange team players exchanged glances. Right now, the most precious item was the fuel pack. Even if they didn't have a car to use it, they couldn't let anyone else get it and boost their competition. Almost at the same time, the 4 teams at the back all lunged for the red fuel pack. Those with special abilities used them immediately. Those without gritted their teeth and pulled out their long-hoarded item cards. Everyone was determined to get that red pack. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the sky. Before the 4 teams could react, they saw a shadow flash by, and the glowing red fuel pack in front of them disappeared without a trace. Huh? Who could tell them what just happened? Only the pink team players felt that this scene seemed a little familiar. They immediately thought of the red team's player, and Suisui swept the area, confirmed there were no more packs to snatch, and immediately flapped her wings to return to her teammates. Hurry, hurry, hurry! As soon as she landed, Suisui urged them on. How did you let those teams get ahead? Fill up the car and let's catch up. She glanced curiously at Jian Shi, who was wiping his sickle nearby. She thought, given Jian Shi's personality, he wouldn't have let those players get away. She'd seen several cars pass by on her way back. Jian Shi looked up. What's with that look? Like she was looking at some rare creature. And Suisui leaned in close, almost touching his cheek, and stared at him for a while. Are you really Jian Shi? Jian Shi. So, he couldn't keep up with Suisui's train of thought. He looked down at her. If you have something to say, just say it. That tone, definitely the real Jian Shi. And Suisui was even more confused. I thought you were the type to never let anything slip by, but you actually let those players go? Did she misjudge Jian Shi? Didn't seem like it. Jian Shi was both annoyed and amused. Is that really how you see me? And Suisui's eyes widened. Isn't it? Jian Shi was speechless, but he still had to explain that he really had been busy earlier and wasn't just slacking off. They left nothing but the car behind. Even their racing jackets had been stripped off. Wait. Saying it like that just made him sound even more like someone who never lets anything go. Staring at the trunk stuffed full of racing uniforms in all colors, Suisui was completely baffled. Why did you strip everyone's jackets? Jian Shi had already given up on explaining his habit of never leaving empty-handed. Hands in his pockets, he lazily slid into the driver's seat. I have a special fetish. He was totally playing it off, and Suisui almost choked on her own spit. Was this really something she was allowed to hear for free? Special? How special? Fetish? What kind of fetish? And Suisui's eyes lit up with curiosity. Jian Shi fastened his seatbelt and by chance met Suisui's burning gaze in the rearview mirror. Did she actually believe him? In the end, Wen Qian couldn't take it anymore and explained Jian Shi's real reason for collecting the jackets. But when he looked at Suisui, he saw a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Are girls' imaginations really this wild these days? After refueling the car, the red team was back on the road. And Suisui and Wen Qian sat in the back, sorting through the tool packs. And Suisui had flown nearly 40 kilometers, bringing back more than 30 tool packs. Among these, some were snatched from other teams along the way, so she'd actually collected 30 herself. That ratio was already pretty amazing. After all, there was only supposed to be 1 pack per kilometer, and not all the packs on a 40-kilometer stretch would be positive. Many had negative effects. Some, for example, would suddenly create obstacles, confiscate vehicles, or wipe out your mailbox. Wen Qian was starting to realize just how lucky Suisui really was. She was a true European emperor, super lucky. Every time I picked up a pack, I'd hide it right away. If I got a negative one, the game would see I was broke and couldn't do anything to me. And Suisui recounted her haul, even sharing her bug-exploiting tips with the others. Basically, just don't follow the rules. But sometimes you couldn't just brute force your way through. There were all kinds of tool packs. The red team cleaned the egg goo off their car, then used several speed boost packs in a row, and the car shot forward like a rocket. They quickly caught up to the teams ahead. When the red team's car zoomed past, the other players were left stunned. How are they so fast? Are they cheating? They'd just been behind, and now you couldn't even see their taillights. But was it even possible to cheat in this game? At this point, the red team had plenty of tools and the system's standardized driving skills, so they didn't need to worry about anything. Just charge ahead. As they passed the 30-kilometer mark, a row of red speed boost symbols suddenly appeared ahead. The symbols were so faint that, if not for Yurui's reminder, they might not have noticed until they were right on top of them. "Did you see these when you flew past earlier?" Jianshi asked as he drove. And Suisui shook her head. "No. Maybe I was flying too fast and missed them." The symbols were so faint, you'd never notice unless you were looking for them. Jianshi thought for a moment, then asked, "Besides this, did you notice any other changes?" After the 10-kilometer mark, there's a spare car every kilometer." "What color?" "All 6 colors." The two chatted briefly, getting a sense of what to expect in the second half of the race, and then sped through the acceleration zone. As the car passed over the red speed symbols, the red team's speed shot up again, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to catch up. At this point, the championship was basically decided. When the red team's car crossed the finish line, the empty sky echoed with the game's announcement. "Ding, Congratulations to the red team for completing the race and becoming this game's champions. Red team, please wait patiently. Final results will be calculated once all players reach the finish line." And Suisui got out and stretched. Riding in a car was nowhere near as comfortable as flying. Except for the already eliminated yellow team, it was still unclear who would win or lose among the remaining teams. But the most important thing was, most players had already lost their cars, and even those who still had one might not make it to the finish. In other words, the end of the game was nowhere in sight. "So boring," Suisui grumbled, unzipping her suit and pulling out a brand new deck of cards from one of her many pockets, then cheerfully called to the others, "Let's play cards." The 4 of them played a popular interstellar card game. The basic rules were familiar to everyone. 3 people played at a time, and the loser would be swapped out for the 4th. Among them, Yu Rui was the data queen. Her analysis was rarely wrong. Jianshi was a schemer, always setting traps for the other 2, making him tough to deal with. And Suisui was the queen of quick wit, and with her luck, her card skills were top-notch. The 3 of them were locked in a fierce battle, while Wenqian, who had no special skills, kept rotating in and out as the loser. He was the only cannon fodder in this round of competition. If there were bets, he'd probably lose even his underwear. "Wenqian, I'm exhausted." After a while, there was still no sign of any other players at the finish line. "How long are we supposed to wait?" And Suisui sighed. "Can't the teams that finished early just go rest? Why do we have to sit here and wait?" Jianshi was bored too. He tossed his cards aside and got back in the car. "Might as well do something, and Suisui, let's go stir things up." "Huh?" And Suisui immediately followed, excitement written all over her face. "What are we doing, blowing up the racetrack?" Jianshi paused as he buckled his seatbelt, the words "blow up the racetrack" flashing through his mind. He knocked her on the head, exasperated. "Why would you blow up the racetrack? There's nothing in it for you. And if you blow it up, the other players can't get through. Do you want to be stuck here forever?" "That's true." And Suisui slumped against the window. "Then what are we going to do?" Jianshi started the car and replied, "We're going to sell tool packs." Huh? Why didn't she think of that? The red team had barely used any tools along the way, so they had a ton left over. They didn't need them, but the other teams sure could use them. The 2 of them happily drove off. They started with the teams at the very back. Players at the end of the pack would be more anxious and willing to pay. And if those players suddenly surged ahead, it would put pressure on the teams in front. With this vicious cycle, they'd make a killing. The red car sped past the green team. The green team players only caught a glimpse of a red blur racing toward them in the rearview mirror, then it vanished in a flash. Was it just their imagination? The green team driver rubbed his eyes but saw nothing. Still, his eyelid wouldn't stop twitching, and he had a growing sense of dread. At the back of the convoy, the 4 blue team players and Zhang Hui were still lingering at the 2-kilometer mark. They had long since fallen behind the main group, but under the influence of the Huskies' IQ-lowering skill, They didn't think there was anything wrong with their behavior. 4 people and a dog, with explosive music blasting from the blue car, started dancing the tango right in the middle of the road. Jian Shi and An Suisui had been watching for a while. Faced with these players completely immersed in their own world, they weren't sure if they should step in and interrupt. Huskies were already extinct in the interstellar era, and you couldn't see them anywhere else. Jian Shi had seen one once and naturally remembered it was An Suisui's pet. Your dog didn't eat their brains, did it? He couldn't believe normal people would do something like this. And Suisui found this question hard to answer. I think it's actually a bit worse than what you said. The dog's IQ-lowering skill was no joke. It really did lower IQ. That was a little scary. Jian Shi didn't dare go down, afraid the dog would use its skill on him too, ruining his reputation forever. The most important thing now was to get these people's brains back. Can your skill fix this? If not, just give up on them. Given their state, there was no way to communicate. This was also An Suisui's first time using the dog's skill. Passive skills were troublesome to use and even more troublesome to interrupt. And Suisui tried recalling the dog to her pet space, then carefully observed the expressions of the 5 people outside. Jiang Hui, as the dog's first recognized friend, was the most deeply affected. When he finally snapped out of his IQ-lowered state, he found himself in a very strange position. One hand was stretched out in front of him, as if to embrace something. The other hand was holding something. But whatever it was now gone. His memory returned. Jiang Hui's whole body stiffened, and his facial expression changed rapidly. Wang Defa! An exclamation. What the heck happened? Why did I do so many weird things? The other 4 blue team players weren't much better off. At least there were 4 of them together, so they could barely ease the awkwardness. Ahem! Jian Shi coughed twice to get their attention. Just a reminder, you 2 teams are currently at the very bottom. If nothing changes, you'll be the ones eliminated. Jiang Hui froze and his face turned ugly. The blue team players clenched their fists, glaring at Jian Shi and An Suisui with hostility. So you're here to laugh at us? Pfft! Jian Shi gave a mocking smile. Who has time to laugh at you? I'm here to ask if you want to make a comeback. Were they really just here to be the game's cannon fodder? The blue team players didn't understand what Jian Shi meant and asked coldly, What do you mean? What can you do? And Suisui was quick on the uptake. She seized the moment and pulled out a red fuel pack. We can do a lot, she said with a sweet smile. Her cute appearance looked perfectly innocent. A fuel pack? The blue team's eyes sharpened, but before they could speak, Jiang Hui jumped in. What do you want? I'll trade with you. So decisive. And Suisui studied Jiang Hui for a moment, memorizing his features. If it weren't for the dog's mischief, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Jian Shi held up his fingers. 1 restriction-type item card for 1 item pack? Permanent item card for 3 item packs? That was a steep price. But for those at the bottom, no price was too high. If you're eliminated, you lose your life. As long as they could survive, any number of item cards was worth it. Jiang Hui gritted his teeth and bought 2 fuel packs and 2 speed packs. He spent 4 item cards in one go. It hurt his heart. The blue team players still kept their guard up. If you sell us all your item packs, what will you do? Huh? And Suisui looked at him in confusion. We're already in first place, didn't you know? While they were still stuck here, someone had already won? The blue team players said nothing more. The 4 of them pooled their item cards and traded with An Suisui for item packs. Jiang Hui and the blue team had never left the 2-kilometer mark, and their cars were right behind them, so they didn't have to worry about not having a car. After refueling, the 2 cars drove off one after the other. They both used speed packs, so they were even faster than Jian Shi. But Jian Shi wasn't in a hurry, leisurely following behind and slowly catching up to the next group of players. Because the pink team and blue team were now at the back, the next group of players didn't feel much pressure. Just then, a blue car sped past. Then a pink car stopped beside them. Jiang Hui stuck his head out the window and shouted to the 3 exhausted pink team players, "Hurry up and get in!" It was Jiang Hui. The pink team players were overjoyed and quickly climbed into the pink car, which sped away from the crowd. Wait, can someone tell them what just happened? How did the 2 teams at the bottom suddenly catch up? While they were still confused, the red team's car slowly approached. "Hey, still slacking off? If you don't catch up, you'll be at the bottom. Top 3 get rewards, bottom 3 get eliminated." The players left behind suddenly snapped out of it, eyeing the others around them warily. And Suisui silently pulled out 16 item packs from her backpack. Let the storm come even harder. Jianshui and Suisui just leisurely followed at the back of all the teams. Whenever someone fell behind, he'd go over and stir up their emotions and sell them an item pack while he was at it. Soon, all the item packs were sold out, and Suisui immediately started dividing up the loot. The player teams, under the torment of these 2 devils, sped all the way to the finish line. When the first team crossed the finish line, the game's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations. Looking at the 4 players in various outfits below, and the rainbow-colored supply vehicles that only appeared in the second half of the race, the game was momentarily at a loss. These 4 people. Which team are they from? The game sensed something was wrong, and a powerful awareness swept over all the players. It finally discovered that, except for the red team, not a single person was still wearing a racing suit. Jianshi and Suisui realized something was up and immediately looked up at the sky. That feeling of being watched, and Suisui guiltily stuffed all the item cards into her pocket, pretending nothing had happened. These are all hers. The game found a pile of multicolored racing suits in the trunk of the red car. These 2 had glitched the game again while it wasn't looking. How was it supposed to score this situation now? At the back of the convoy, the 4 blue team players and Jiang Hui were still lingering at the 2-kilometer mark. They had long since fallen behind the main group, but under the influence of the Huskies' IQ-lowering skill, they didn't think there was anything wrong with their behavior. 4 people and a dog, with explosive music blasting from the blue car, started dancing the tango right in the middle of the road. Jianshi and Suisui had been watching for a while. Faced with these players completely immersed in their own world, they weren't sure if they should step in and interrupt. Huskies were already extinct in the interstellar era, and you couldn't see them anywhere else. Jianshi had seen one once and naturally remembered it was Suisui's pet. Your dog didn't eat their brains, did it? He couldn't believe normal people would do something like this. And Suisui found this question hard to answer. I think it's actually a bit worse than what you said. The dog's IQ-lowering skill was no joke. It really did lower IQ. That was a little scary. Jianshi didn't dare go down, afraid the dog would use its skill on him too, ruining his reputation forever. The most important thing now was to get these people's brains back. Can your skill fix this? If not, just give up on them. Given their state, there was no way to communicate. This was also Suisui's first time using the dog's skill. Passive skills were troublesome to use, and even more troublesome to interrupt. And Suisui tried recalling the dog to her pet space, then carefully observed the expressions of the 5 people outside. Jiang Hui, as the dog's first recognized friend, was the most deeply affected. When he finally snapped out of his IQ-lowered state, he found himself in a very strange position. One hand was stretched out in front of him, as if to embrace something. The other hand was holding something, but whatever it was now gone. His memory returned. Jiang Hui's whole body stiffened, and his facial expression changed rapidly. Wang Defa! An exclamation. What the heck happened? Why did I do so many weird things? The other 4 blue team players weren't much better off. At least there were 4 of them together, so they could barely ease the awkwardness. Ahem! Jianshi coughed twice to get their attention. Just a reminder, you 2 teams are currently at the very bottom. If nothing changes, you'll be the ones eliminated. Jiang Hui froze and his face turned ugly. The blue team players clenched their fists, glaring at Jianshi and Suisui with hostility. So you're here to laugh at us? Pfft. Jianshi gave a mocking smile. Who has time to laugh at you? I'm here to ask if you want to make a comeback. Were they really just here to be the game's cannon fodder? The blue team players didn't understand what Jianshi meant and asked coldly, What do you mean? What can you do? And Suisui was quick on the uptake. She seized the moment and pulled out a red fuel pack. We can do a lot, she said with a sweet smile. Her cute appearance looked perfectly innocent. A fuel pack. The blue team's eyes sharpened, but before they could speak, Jiang Hui jumped in. What do you want? I'll trade with you. So decisive. And Suisui studied Jiang Hui for a moment, memorizing his features. If it weren't for the dog's mischief, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Jianshi held up his fingers. 1 restriction-type item card for 1 item pack, permanent item card for 3 item packs. That was a steep price. But for those at the bottom, no price was too high. If you're eliminated, you lose your life. As long as they could survive, any number of item cards was worth it. Jiang Hui gritted his teeth and bought 2 fuel packs and 2 speed packs. He spent 4 item cards in one go. It hurt his heart. The blue team players still kept their guard up. If you sell us all your item packs, what will you do? Huh? And Suisui looked at him in confusion. We're already in first place, didn't you know? While they were still stuck here, someone had already won. The blue team players said nothing more. The 4 of them pooled their item cards and traded with Suisui for item packs. Jiang Hui and the blue team had never left the 2-kilometer mark, and their cars were right behind them, so they didn't have to worry about not having a car. After refueling, the 2 cars drove off one after the other. They both used speed packs, so they were even faster than Jianshi. But Jianshi wasn't in a hurry, leisurely following behind and slowly catching up to the next group of players. Because the pink team and blue team were now at the back, the next group of players didn't feel much pressure. Just then, a blue car sped past. Then a pink car stopped beside them. Jiang Hui stuck his head out the window and shouted to the 3 exhausted pink team players, Hurry up and get in! It was Jiang Hui. The pink team players were overjoyed and quickly climbed into the pink car, which sped away from the crowd. Wait, can someone tell them what just happened? How did the 2 teams at the bottom suddenly catch up? While they were still confused, the red team's car slowly approached. Hey, still slacking off? If you don't catch up, you'll be at the bottom. Top 3 get rewards, bottom 3 get eliminated. The players left behind suddenly snapped out of it, eyeing the others around them warily. And Suisui silently pulled out 16 item packs from her backpack. Let the storm come even harder. Jianshi and Suisui just leisurely followed at the back of all the teams. Whenever someone fell behind, he'd go over and stir up their emotions, and sell them an item pack while he was at it. Soon, all the item packs were sold out, and Suisui immediately started dividing up the loot. The player teams, under the torment of these 2 devils, sped all the way to the finish line. When the first team crossed the finish line, the game's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations. Looking at the 4 players in various outfits below and the rainbow-colored supply vehicles that only appeared in the second half of the race, the game was momentarily at a loss. These 4 people, which team are they from? The game sensed something was wrong, and a powerful awareness swept over all the players. It finally discovered that, except for the red team, not a single person was still wearing a racing suit. Jianshi and Suisui realized something was up and immediately looked up at the sky. That feeling of being watched. And Suisui guiltily stuffed all the item cards into her pocket, pretending nothing had happened. These are all hers. The game found a pile of multicolored racing suits in the trunk of the red car. These 2 had glitched the game again while it wasn't looking. How was it supposed to score this situation now? The game hadn't even finished calculating the results, but as the champions, the 4 members of the red team were already kicked out of the arena. Too much of an eyesore. Still, their first-place finish was confirmed, and once they returned to the game lobby, they could collect their rewards. Ding. Congratulations, player 0023, on ranking first in this game. You have earned 3 chances at the prize draw. Drawing. Draw successful. Before Suisui could even react, she was already booted out of the game space. Huh? They don't even ask before drawing now? At least they didn't withhold her rewards. Lying on her bed, Suisui sent a message to Xiaoshuan to confirm she'd gotten out safely, then promptly fell asleep. It was early October, and the academy had given the students a short holiday, about 4 or 5 days off. Since she'd been away from home for a month, Suisui figured her parents might miss her, so she immediately called home to say she'd be coming back for a few days. Unexpectedly, her dad turned her down. "Dad, your mom and I aren't home. What's the point of you coming back?" And Suisui was stunned. "Wait, where are you guys going? Why aren't you taking me?" Dad, sounding exasperated, "Kid, your mom and I finally get a chance for some alone time. Don't come back and get in the way." And with that, he hung up. And Suisui. So love really does fade, huh? Her holiday plans ruined, and Suisui suddenly found herself at a loss. Just then, an old acquaintance reached out. It was a former teammate from her days in a professional esports team who had now become a team captain. "Qianli Tiao Tiao. Suisui, are you free during the break? Come visit Suisui Star?" And Suisui stroked her chin, guessing at her old friend's intentions. "Zhu Yue. Whether I'm free depends on how sincere the invitation is." The other side got it instantly. "Qianli Tiao Tiao. I've got a ton of beta game resources here, all from top studios. Don't you want to try them out?" Zhu Yue. "Heh, do you really think I'm short on game resources?" Not everyone might know Suisui, but the gaming world's Zhu Yue was a legendary name. Plenty of game companies had offered her money to play their games, and she'd turned them all down. Why would she care about what he had? What a joke. And Suisui had become famous in the gaming world at 14, known for her incredible speed and flashy plays, earning her the nickname Moon Goddess from her fans. Some even suspected that, in real life, she was an interstellar marathon champion. But to everyone's surprise, Suisui had suddenly retired at her peak, only occasionally reviewing high-quality games. People speculated that something must have happened in her life. Maybe she'd suffered some physical or mental trauma. In reality, the reason for her retirement was that her parents, fed up with her gaming, had dragged her home from the company before she was even 15. The past was too painful to recall. And Suisui shook her head, pushing the memories aside, and continued messaging her old friend. "Zhu Yue. Cut the nonsense, just name your price." "Qianli Tiao Tiao. Come on, can't you give an old friend a discount?" Zhu Yue. "A bone-crushing discount?" After some back and forth, Suisui finally got herself a free trip at a price she was happy with. Suisui Star wasn't a main planet, but it was still one of the more developed residential worlds. Suisui packed lightly and boarded an interstellar flight to Suisui Star. "This way, Suisui, over here." Qianli Tiaotiao's real name was Liao Minghui. He was 2 years older than Suisui and a professional esports player. Most of the people from their generation in the scene had already retired. Only a handful were still around. Liao Minghui wasn't as famous as Suisui, but he had solid fundamentals and was a skilled gamer. After so many years in the industry, he'd finally become a team captain. Liao. Suisui was delighted to see him, and the two chatted and laughed all the way to a tall building. The building was made of the latest high-tech materials and looked very futuristic. "I'm telling you, among the new recruits there's a real prodigy, super sensitive to games, and the best part is, he's also a speed-type player," Liao Minghui said as they walked. The two of them had so much in common and hadn't seen each other in years, so they had endless things to talk about, not even noticing their surroundings. A group of black-suited bodyguards silently watched as the two slipped through their ranks, using some mysterious queue-jumping technique to end up in the middle of the crowd. In the center, a man surrounded by bodyguards was still focused on his work as he walked, but after a while, he sensed something was off. He looked up, about to tell his bodyguards to quiet down, only to realize that the two people flanking him weren't bodyguards at all, but two complete strangers. These two were chattering away like ducks, never actually talking to each other, but one stood on his left and the other on his right, making his head ache. Yu Jianayan took a deep breath. His good upbringing kept him from interrupting others' conversations. But these two didn't seem like they'd stop anytime soon, and without his order, the bodyguards didn't dare step in. To this moment, the bodyguards still hadn't figured out how these two had managed to slip in so naturally. Could they be the boss's friends? Yu Jianian, unable to take it anymore, stopped in his tracks to let the two go ahead. But when he stopped, the two also stopped. When he started walking again, they followed. "Excuse me." He finally couldn't help but interrupt on Suisui and Liao Minghui's conversation. And Suisui looked at him blankly. "Why are you standing between us?" Yu Jianian. He was about to explain, but then he caught sight of the gamer tattoo on An Suisui's wrist, and the words got stuck in his throat. Pressing his lips together, Yu Jianian pulled out a business card and handed it to An Suisui. "Miss, I don't mean anything by this. I just wanted to get to know you." And Suisui was a little shocked. Handing over a business card right away, was this guy secretly in love with her? She took a closer look at him. Tall, deep-set eyes, gentle gaze, a perfectly measured smile, and glasses perched on his nose that gave him a scholarly yet slightly roguish vibe. He was undeniably good-looking, but for some reason, An Suisui felt a strange sense of caution around him. She didn't know how to politely turn him down without hurting his feelings. After thinking for a while, An Suisui spoke carefully. "Love at first sight is a mysterious thing. I'd call it a case of a tortoise falling for a green bean, but I'm neither the tortoise nor the bean, you know? Understand?" Understand what? In the end, Yu Jianian still couldn't figure out what An Suisui meant by her words. He watched helplessly as the little girl came and went for no apparent reason, and in the end, he never got to finish what he wanted to say. Yu Jianian sighed, rubbed his throbbing temples, and thought, forget it. He didn't necessarily need to interact with the game's players to get confirmation. As he rubbed his temples, his watch slid slightly on his wrist, revealing a glimpse of a milky white tattoo underneath. Liao Minghui hadn't dared to speak since he spotted Yu Jianian. It wasn't until he and An Suisui had left the bodyguard group that he finally let out a quiet breath. "Amazing, Suisui." Liao Minghui gave An Suisui a thumbs up. She'd actually dared to subtly imply that their major shareholder was a turtle and a green bean, a Chinese idiom for an odd couple. And Suisui gave him a baffled look and ignored him. The two continued upstairs. And Suisui stayed on Chushui Star for 4 or 5 days, specially creating a training plan for that star of the gaming world, and also gave guidance to every member of Liao Minghui's team. She didn't leave until she'd trained this group of 15- and 16-year-old wolf cubs into little puppies, finally returning to the academy satisfied. Not long after, An Suisui received another game time notification. On a whim, she invited Jia Xuan to her dorm. The two of them sat together, waiting for the countdown. As soon as the clock struck 12, the scenery of An Suisui's dorm became blurry, and she slowly sank into a familiar white mist. Ding. Welcome to the Extreme Survival Game. This challenge, link up. Game rules. Each player has a fruit card representing themselves. When 2 players with the same fruit card touch, they score points. This game is limited to 3 days. After 3 days, rankings will be settled based on points. After the rules were announced, the white mist before An Suisui's eyes finally dissipated, and her vision gradually cleared. It was very quiet around her. There were no other players in sight. And Suisui stood still, calmly surveying her surroundings. The gray-white cement walls were over 2 meters high, with mottled surfaces already showing signs of peeling, revealing dark red bricks underneath. The weeds in the corners were lush, even growing up to knee height. This was a dilapidated alley, and Suisui went over the game rules in her mind again and again. Once she was sure she'd analyzed them thoroughly, she cautiously walked out of the alley. There was a badge on her arm, with a piece of cloth printed with a mango pattern attached by a nylon fastener. This should be her own symbol. In other words, An Suisui's current goal was to find another person with a mango pattern, then snatch their cloth patch and touch it to score. Simple and straightforward. And Suisui licked her lips, her eyes shining with excitement. Not bad at all. a rare solo game, so she could play to her heart's content. After leaving the alley, the map's scenery became clearer. It wasn't just the place she landed that was run down. The whole map seemed to be set in an abandoned old city district. There were broken remnants everywhere. Who knew what had happened here? And Suisui first materialized her sharp little sickle and held it in her hand, then began exploring the area bit by bit. The sharp little sickle was a limited use card. She'd already used it twice before, and this was her last chance. The alley led to a wide street, which Suisui guessed was the main street of the map. Countless alleys connected to the main street, leading in all directions. She didn't walk directly on the street, but instead climbed over a wall into a courtyard. She pried open the door and carefully slipped inside. The houses in this area were all low, single-story buildings. After sneaking into one, Suisui climbed up to the third floor and looked out the window. There was no one on the street for now, so she started searching the house for useful supplies. The old city looked run down, but there were plenty of resources. After searching just one house, Suisui found a meat floss bun, 2 packs of instant noodles, and a bottle of mineral water. Basic supplies. After confirming there were more useful things in the house, Suisui went back up to the third floor and carefully watched the outside from the window. There was still not a soul on the street. It was so quiet that it was clear players wouldn't show themselves easily. And Suisui wasn't in a hurry. She observed the terrain from various windows and drew a rough map of the streets on paper. After a while, she climbed onto the roof to get a better view, even taking out her unloaded huai and using its scope as a telescope. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Suisui finally spotted 2 players in the southern corner of the city. The 2 players didn't know about each other yet, but in fact, they were already quite close. And Suisui looked at their arms. One had an apple pattern, the other a grape pattern. Neither was her first target, so she continued to lie low, quietly observing their movements and waiting for an opportunity. The apple player was hiding behind a green trash can, peeking out. He knew what he needed to do, but the map was so big that he hadn't encountered a single player since entering the game. This made him a bit frustrated, and he couldn't shake his anxiety. Just then, he heard a faint sound from the alley across the street. He immediately shrank back and gripped his tool tightly. He wasn't very capable, but his hearing was excellent. No sound escaped his ears, so he was the first to notice something was off. He didn't rush to act, afraid that making noise would attract other players. If the sound wasn't a person but some small animal, that would be bad. After a while, the sound in the alley quieted down, but soon the faint noise came closer and closer to the green trash can. It was clearly human footsteps. The apple player held his breath, ready to ambush the first player he finally encountered. The grape player, holding a fruit sickle, stepped closer to the main street. He'd been dropped into a dark, broken house where no one could see him. It was a good hiding spot, but it made it hard to observe the outside world. He'd wanted to wait until other players had fought each other before coming out to clean up. But as the game went on, things only got more unpredictable. After nearly an hour with no movement, the grape player finally couldn't stand it and ran out of his hiding place. He reached the mouth of the alley and cautiously peeked around. The street was wide and empty, with only a few huge trash cans and not many buildings. The grape player was very alert. He stared hard at the 3 large green trash cans lined up together, thinking, could someone be hiding behind those? So he started walking over, step by step. The apple player gripped his tool tightly, holding his breath as he listened to the faint footsteps drawing closer. He was both excited and a little nervous. This person was walking straight toward his hiding spot. Did they already know he was there? The apple player hesitated, wondering if he should strike first. As the tension between the 2 players mounted, a third player quietly entered the battlefield. He crept toward the other 2, clutching a small dagger, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He'd been wandering this creepy place for nearly an hour and had finally spotted other players. He stopped not too far from the pair, silently waiting, planning to swoop in and pick off the winner. In the end, the apple player couldn't hold back and sprang out from behind the trash can, lunging at the grape player. The great player was startled, but he'd been prepared and didn't lose his cool. He pulled out his weapon and engaged the apple player. The two were evenly matched, quickly becoming locked in a fierce struggle. As their fight reached a fever pitch, the player hiding in the shadows began to move closer. The great player rolled and pinned the apple player beneath him. "Trying to ambush me? I'll strangle you, you idiot!" The apple player rolled his eyes, his face turning red as he finally managed to throw the great player off. Seeing the great player fall, the apple player scrambled to his feet, leaning against the wall and coughing. "Hand over your patch and I'll spare you." Of course, the great player wasn't about to give in so easily. He got up quickly, gripped his stick, and charged again. The two started grappling once more. After another tumble, both were so exhausted they couldn't get up. That's when the ambusher finally left his hiding spot. He saw the two locked in combat, completely unaware of his approach, and quietly pulled out his weapon. The great player managed to pin the apple player again, a wicked grin on his face as he squeezed the other's neck. "Go on, keep yelling. Let's see if you can still make a sound." The apple player struggled desperately, his eyes rolling back on the verge of passing out. The great player finally loosened his grip, freeing one hand to reach for the apple patch on the other's arm. He didn't need it now, but who knew? He might need it later. Just then, he felt something hard press against his lower back, followed by a jolt of electricity that shot through his body. The great player convulsed and collapsed to the ground, briefly losing consciousness. The ambusher finally revealed himself to the two on the ground, looking down at them with a smug expression. "You two idiots, wasting all your energy fighting over a patch you don't even need. Now you've both fallen into my hands." Seeing that neither could resist, some wicked thoughts flashed through his mind. He crouched down, holding his stun baton in one hand, and started searching the two for loot with the other. "Where are you hiding your item cards?" The apple player was still conscious, glaring furiously at the thief who was not only taking their patches, but also their items, full of regret. He shouldn't have wasted so much time on the great player. In a big free-for-all like this, the noise from fighting was bound to attract other players. But it was too late for regrets. The apple player closed his eyes in despair as the ambusher took all their items. Not having a game backpack was a real pain. Everything had to be carried on your person, and one slip meant losing it all. The apple player hadn't hidden his item cards well, so the ambusher found them quickly. The ambusher looked through the loot, his face lighting up with joy. Robbing other players really is the way to go. Bang! The robber was struck hard on the back of the neck and passed out instantly. And Suisui had been watching the three for a while, moving from a distant rooftop to a closer vantage point. She stripped the patches from all three players' arms, picked up the scattered silver cards, and left the scene without a word. Honestly, how do people still not understand that villains die from talking too much? She even suspected she wasn't the only one lurking nearby. If you've got the loot, get out. Why stick around and become a target? In the shadows, Sherpan watched as Suisui appeared and then vanished before he could react, completely stunned. Wait, did a player just come by? He hadn't even gotten a good look at her face. That speed was just ridiculous. Feeling a bit unwilling, he tried chasing in the direction Suisui had gone, but found nothing. Frustrated, he punched the wall and left the scene as well. Half an hour wasted. After running a good distance, Suisui ducked into a run-down roadside shack and checked her haul in the dim light. She had 3 fruit patches: grape, apple, and mango. She placed the mango patch next to the mango on her own arm, and both images disappeared instantly. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have earned 1 point. And Suisui opened the leaderboard and saw that, besides herself, 2 other players had already scored points and were ahead of her for now. Player 009 and player 015. All 3 had gotten their first point in record time. Looks like she was up against 2 strong opponents. And Suisui thought, since her opponents were this strong, she couldn't afford to keep hunting at a leisurely pace. She needed to find a way to rack up points quickly. As she pondered, a new patch appeared on her arm to replace the one she'd just used. This time, it was an apple. And Suisui quickly grabbed a second point, shooting to the top of the leaderboard. Huh? In a corner of the abandoned city, Yu Jianian immediately noticed the change in the rankings. He lowered his eyes, long lashes brushing against his glasses, casting a shadow over his face. Scoring this fast, looks like I've got a real opponent. Yu Jianian took off his glasses and pulled a soft cleaning cloth from his pocket. With today's technology, glasses were no longer just a common accessory. They'd become a luxury tech product. Yu Jianian's glasses had many functions, but in the game, most of them were disabled. When he put his glasses back on, the scene before him had already changed. Gray-white cement and red brick houses were outlined in simple lines by his glasses. He reached out and pushed open a broken wooden door, cornering a panicked player in the room. "Don't be afraid. I'm a reasonable person. If you hand over the patch on your arm, I'll give you some money as compensation. How does that sound?" Yu Jianian smiled as he spoke to the player. The apple player gripped his tool tightly, holding his breath as he listened to the faint footsteps drawing closer. He was both excited and a little nervous. This person was walking straight toward his hiding spot. Did they already know he was there? The apple player hesitated, wondering if he should strike first. As the tension between the two players mounted, a third player quietly entered the battlefield. He crept toward the other two, clutching a small dagger, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He'd been wandering this creepy place for nearly an hour and had finally spotted other players. He stopped not too far from the pair, silently waiting, planning to swoop in and pick off the winner. In the end, the apple player couldn't hold back and sprang out from behind the trash can, lunging at the grape player. The grape player was startled, but he'd been prepared and didn't lose his cool. He pulled out his weapon and engaged the apple player. The two were evenly matched, quickly becoming locked in a fierce struggle. As their fight reached a fever pitch, the player hiding in the shadows began to move closer. The grape player rolled and pinned the apple player beneath him. "Trying to ambush me? I'll strangle you, you idiot!" The apple player rolled his eyes, his face turning red as he finally managed to throw the grape player off. Seeing the grape player fall, the apple player scrambled to his feet, leaning against the wall and coughing, "Hand over your patch and I'll spare you." Of course, the grape player wasn't about to give in so easily. He got up quickly, gripped his stick, and charged again. The two started grappling once more. After another tumble, both were so exhausted they couldn't get up. That's when the ambusher finally left his hiding spot. He saw the two locked in combat, completely unaware of his approach, and quietly pulled out his weapon. The grape player managed to pin the apple player again, a wicked grin on his face as he squeezed the other's neck. "Go on, keep yelling. Let's see if you can still make a sound." The apple player struggled desperately, his eyes rolling back on the verge of passing out. The grape player finally loosened his grip, freeing one hand to reach for the apple patch on the other's arm. He didn't need it now, but who knew? He might need it later. Just then, he felt something hard press against his lower back, followed by a jolt of electricity that shot through his body. The grape player convulsed and collapsed to the ground, briefly losing consciousness. The ambusher finally revealed himself to the two on the ground, looking down at them with a smug expression. "You two idiots. Wasting all your energy fighting over a patch you don't even need. Now you've both fallen into my hands." Seeing that neither could resist, some wicked thoughts flashed through his mind. He crouched down, holding his stun baton in one hand, and started searching the two for loot with the other. "Where are you hiding your item cards?" The apple player was still conscious, glaring furiously at the thief who was not only taking their patches, but also their items, full of regret. He shouldn't have wasted so much time on the grape player. In a big free-for-all like this, the noise from fighting was bound to attract other players. But it was too late for regrets. The apple player closed his eyes in despair as the ambusher took all their items. Not having a game backpack was a real pain. Everything had to be carried on your person, and one slip meant losing it all. The apple player hadn't hidden his item cards well, so the ambusher found them quickly. The ambusher looked through the loot, his face lighting up with joy. Robbing other players really is the way to go. Bang! The robber was struck hard on the back of the neck and passed out instantly. And Suisui had been watching the three for a while, moving from a distant rooftop to a closer vantage point. She stripped the patches from all 3 players' arms, picked up the scattered silver cards, and left the scene without a word. Honestly, how do people still not understand that villains die from talking too much? She even suspected she wasn't the only one lurking nearby. If you've got the loot, get out. Why stick around and become a target? In the shadows, Suisui watched as Suisui appeared and then vanished before he could react, completely stunned. Wait, did a player just come by? He hadn't even gotten a good look at her face. That speed was just ridiculous. Feeling a bit unwilling, he tried chasing in the direction Suisui had gone, but found nothing. Frustrated, he punched the wall and left the scene as well. Half an hour wasted. After running a good distance, Suisui ducked into a run-down roadside shack and checked her haul in the dim light. She had 3 fruit patches: grape, apple, and mango. She placed the mango patch next to the mango on her own arm, and both images disappeared instantly. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have earned 1 point. And Suisui opened the leaderboard and saw that besides herself, 2 other players had already scored points and were ahead of her for now. Player 009 and player 0015. All 3 had gotten their first point in record time. Looks like she was up against 2 strong opponents. And Suisui thought, since her opponents were this strong, she couldn't afford to keep hunting at a leisurely pace. She needed to find a way to rack up points quickly. As she pondered, a new patch appeared on her arm to replace the one she'd just used. This time, it was an apple. And Suisui quickly grabbed a second point, shooting to the top of the leaderboard. Huh? In a corner of the abandoned city, Yu Jianian immediately noticed the change in the rankings. He lowered his eyes, long lashes brushing against his glasses, casting a shadow over his face. Scoring this fast? Looks like I've got a real opponent. Yu Jianian took off his glasses and pulled a soft cleaning cloth from his pocket. With today's technology, glasses were no longer just a common accessory. They'd become a luxury tech product. Yu Jianian's glasses had many functions, but in the game, most of them were disabled. When he put his glasses back on, the scene before him had already changed. Gray-white cement and red brick houses were outlined in simple lines by his glasses. He reached out and pushed open a broken wooden door, cornering a panicked player in the room. Don't be afraid, I'm a reasonable person. If you hand over the patch on your arm, I'll give you some money as compensation. How does that sound? Yu Jianian smiled as he spoke to the player. And Suisui quickly made a circuit of the main street, and after mapping out the general layout of the entire city district, she began planning her hunt. This abandoned city area was huge. Even with 40 players wandering around, it wouldn't be easy to run into someone else. The fastest way to rack up a lot of points would be to gather all the players together. But the biggest risk in doing so was that, after gathering so many players, she might not have the ability to take them all down. And Suisui figured she could definitely escape after doing something bad, but taking on 10 people at once might be a bit much. Tisk. She'd need to make more preparations. Shipan thought he'd already lost track of Suisui, so after wandering around nearby for a bit, he was about to leave. Pa! A faint sound came from a dilapidated house not far away, like porcelain shattering on the ground. Shipan immediately perked up his ears but didn't hear anything else. His heart started to race with excitement. There was another player nearby and they'd accidentally made a noise and exposed their location. He carefully looked around, made sure there were no other players nearby, and immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. Hey, points, here I come. Shipan ran to the house and circled it once. There were faint traces, as if someone had left marks while climbing over the wall. With that, Shipan followed the traces Suisui had left and climbed into the little broken house. The wooden door was ajar, and the low windows were tightly covered with thick curtains, letting in no light and making it hard to see outside. Shipan hesitated. The house was too dark, and his speed and reflexes weren't great. If he got ambushed inside, that would be bad. Ding! The game's leaderboard updated in real time, and the notification sound could only be heard by the player themselves. Shipan glanced at it instinctively and was shocked to find that other players had already scored some points, and he had unknowingly fallen to the bottom of the rankings. No way. Sherpan suddenly made up his mind to enter the house. If he kept being so timid, he'd never get any points. Creak. The sound of the wooden door moving was amplified in the empty environment. Sherpan's nerves were taut as he carefully crept into the dim house. The house had 2 floors. The entrance was a living room, cluttered with all sorts of tables, chairs, and other junk. Sherpan had to be very careful to avoid tripping over the mess. He felt his way to the window and yanked open the heavy curtain. Sunlight poured into the house, finally letting him see the layout of the first floor. The house was small, about 60 square meters. Besides the living room, there was a kitchen and a bedroom. The kitchen was open so he could see the layout clearly. Sherpan checked the kitchen first. It was just as messy and run down, with all the overhead cabinets open and obvious signs of being rummaged through. Sherpan quickly looked around and, seeing there was nowhere to hide in the kitchen, was about to leave. He didn't notice that his foot had tightened a white string on the floor. As he moved out, he triggered the taut string but still didn't sense anything wrong and kept backing out. Just as he took a step forward, crash! A pile of white objects fell from above, crashing down on his head. Sherpan was startled, thinking it was some kind of hidden weapon, and immediately crouched down to protect his head. Bang, bang, crack! It turned out that what fell from the cabinet was nothing but a heap of old broken porcelain bowls. Getting hit by so many bowls was no joke. If his body hadn't already been strengthened, he figured he'd be lying on the ground bleeding by now. Tsk! Why so unlucky? Sherpan cursed his bad luck and used the cabinet to stand up. But before he could steady himself, the cabinet he was holding onto toppled over, giving him another blow. Damn it! Sherpan couldn't help but curse, shoved the cabinet aside and fled the kitchen. Old, run-down houses were dangerous. He needed to find his target and get out quickly before something else happened. After leaving the kitchen, Sherpan headed straight for the bedroom. As soon as he pushed open the bedroom door, it was like he'd triggered a switch. First, a bucket hanging from a rope swung at him, and after dodging that, the ceiling light above wobbled and crashed down, shattering into glass shards on the floor. Sherpan pressed himself against the wall, patting his chest in lingering fear. That light was huge. If it had hit him on the head, he'd have lost half his life. This house was just too much. But it wasn't over yet. And Suisui had been watching Sherpan's every move from the shadows. Seeing him dodge the bedroom's double whammy, she activated the third trap. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut right in front of Sherpan, making him jump and his scalp tingle. Could this place be haunted? He'd been through a dozen games and knew anything was possible in the game. A chill ran from his feet to the top of his head. He hesitated, wondering if he should leave, when he saw the wooden bed in the bedroom suddenly move, shifting in front of him and blocking his way out. Sherpan's eyes widened, his mind blanking for a moment. He didn't care about anything else and leapt over the bed, rushing for the door. A shadow flashed by, and instead of grabbing the metal doorknob, he found himself hugging something hard. He looked down stiffly and saw a pale, bloodless human face. He jumped in fright but then realized it was just a mannequin. The mannequin's hand was tightly wrapped around something familiar, a stun baton. Luckily, Sherpan had instinctively used a defensive item when startled, or he would have been knocked out by the stun baton. After this ordeal, Sherpan suddenly realized that someone had already set up the house and was waiting for prey to take the bait. He wasn't the type to show off. With the enemy in the dark and himself in the open, Sherpan decided to leave the house and rethink his plan. But since Suisui had lured him in, how could she let him go so easily? As Sherpan reached the door, he heard a sharp whooshing sound by his ear. He was ready this time and dodged the unknown sneak attack. "Trying to ambush me? Don't you know I'm prepared?" Sherpan felt smug and reached out to open the door. Bang! A black and white object fell from above, slamming into Sherpan at high speed. This time, Sherpan was knocked straight to the ground, eyes rolling back as he fainted. "Oh, woo!" The dog licked its fur, then lifted its paw and stepped on Sherpan's face a few times. What's this? Did its owner prepare a new toy for it? After dealing with Sherpan, Suisui took out her tools and started sketching on a piece of paper. Level 1 traps might be a bit crude, but they're still effective. Looks like, even though players are on high alert, they're still willing to take risks for points. She decided to switch to a bigger, more open area and set up a more elaborate trap, then lure the players over. Once she had the idea, she acted on it. And Suisui put away her pen and paper, only then remembering that in her rush earlier, she'd let her dog out, and besides herself, there was still another player in the house. And Suisui realized this could be bad, and hurried back to where Shipan had fainted. In the dim room, a human figure was lying stiffly on the ground, life or death uncertain. Her dog was sitting right on the man's face, its fluffy tail wagging happily, occasionally scratching its own head with a paw, clearly in a great mood. The dog was having a blast, but Shipan, still unconscious, was being smothered, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. What the hell? And Suisui suddenly felt a pang of sympathy and quickly pulled the dog off the man. As she tore the fruit patch from the player's arm, she scolded the dog. "The room's so big, why'd you have to sit on someone's face? You almost killed him, you know." The dog was indignant, jumping onto a chair to argue its case. "Awoo! What nonsense are you talking about? How would I not know if he was dead? He's not dead yet, so why are you making a fuss?" "Huh?" And Suisui couldn't understand dog speak, but from the dog's expressive body language, she more or less got the gist. She immediately got annoyed and pounced, pinning the dog down so it could experience what it felt like to be squashed. Awoo. The dog was originally defiant. So what if it sat somewhere for a bit? It hadn't even done anything. Never in its life had it suffered such injustice. The dog even considered biting the man, but up close it found that this liver-like big face was actually kind of pleasing. There really are people as handsome as Dog Bro. Hey, wake up. Come play. Dog Bro wants to make friends. Let's go, doggy. We've got big things to do. And Suisui had no idea what the dog was thinking. She grabbed it by the scruff and climbed out the window with it. The trap had made quite a racket. Other players were probably already on their way. Better to leave quickly. The dog struggled but couldn't break free, so it drooped its head, giving Shipan a regretful look. "Don't worry, buddy. Dog Bro will come find you after he's done with business." And Suisui picked a narrow alley and, after carefully setting up her trap, put it into use. Bang! Boom! She knocked out a key support in a 3-story building, and the whole dangerous structure collapsed with a thunderous crash. The falling walls kicked up clouds of dust, a truly spectacular scene. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of every player in the competition area. What happened? Did a fight bring down a whole building? With that thought, all the players' minds started racing. Such a big event was sure to attract others. Maybe by now, every player in the area was heading that way. Wouldn't that mean a massive showdown soon? Some players got excited at the thought, while others hesitated, feeling they wouldn't survive a big brawl and deciding to hide somewhere safe instead. They fantasized about everyone else fighting to exhaustion so they could win by doing nothing. Fang Yi was one of the aggressive types. He saw that the commotion wasn't far from him. If he moved fast enough, he could check out the scene before other players arrived, and maybe even ambush the latecomers. Sounded perfect. So he rushed toward the source of the noise. In a city full of buildings, a collapsed house was impossible to miss. Fang Yi spotted the ruins before he even got close. There were messy signs of battle around the rubble, as if 2 players had fought and accidentally caused the collapse. As he approached, Fang Yi slowed down, creeping up to the alley in front of the ruins. He stopped, craning his neck to peer inside, wishing he had X-ray vision so he wouldn't miss a thing. Where did those 2 fighters go? Anyone who could cause such a scene was clearly no pushover. Fang Yi drew his weapon, advancing with extreme caution. He didn't want to fall into a trap himself. Even though it was daytime, the alley was shrouded in shadow from the surrounding buildings, making it hard to see clearly. Fang Yi's attention was fixed on the ruins ahead, so he didn't notice the subtle difference in the soft earth beneath his feet. Not far ahead, there was a patch of soil darker than the rest. Fang Yi didn't notice and stepped right onto it. When his other foot landed, the dark soil finally gave way under his weight and the whole surface collapsed. Fang Yi's footing vanished, and he fell several meters into a deep pit. Shit, why is there such a huge pit here? Fang Yi was stunned and cursed furiously in his mind. Who the hell digs a pit this deep in the middle of the road? It had to be at least 3 or 4 meters deep. Just digging it would take ages. So someone came into the game and did nothing but dig holes? Are they nuts? It happened so suddenly that Fang Yi hadn't been watching his step. Now, with nothing to support him, he crashed to the bottom of the pit. To his surprise, the bottom wasn't soft earth, but a layer of sharp stones someone had deliberately laid out. As soon as he hit the rocks, pain twisted his face. Instantly, he was seriously injured. What the hell? Fang Yi's face went pale as he forced himself to sit up in the rubble, trying to figure out how to get out before other players arrived and finished him off. Awoo! Suddenly, a furry dog head popped up at the edge of the pit. Fang Yi instinctively looked up. The dog was unfamiliar, some unknown breed. When their eyes met, the dog actually gave him a wicked grin? Charming. Fang Yi couldn't help but slap himself. Did he just see a wicked grin on a dog's face? He must be losing it. Ignoring the dog, Fang Yi shakily pulled a bandage from his pocket, planning to wrap his injured back. But to his shock, after being ignored, the dog walked to the edge of the pit, lifted its hind leg. He'd just been humiliated by a dog. If this can be tolerated, what can't? If the uncle can tolerate it, the aunt can't. Fang Yi didn't even bother with his bandages anymore. He wiped the dog urine off his face and sprang up from the ground. Damn dog, I'll kill you. The dog might be timid, but it never lost in terms of attitude. The little bug in the pit clearly couldn't reach it, but still acted all arrogant. How could Dog Bro put up with that? It turned around, and its 2 paws started digging furiously. Let me show you how awesome Dog Bro is. A huge amount of dirt was flung into the pit, not only blurring Fang Yi's vision, but making it hard to breathe. He opened his mouth to curse, but dirt flew right in, so he had to shut up, stand to the side, and cough hard while holding onto the pit wall. The dog, seeing it had subdued the arrogant human, was extremely pleased. In its excitement, it accidentally used its digging skill. The dirt at the edge of the pit was already loose, and with a few more scrapes, a large chunk collapsed instantly. The dog, not paying attention, slid down with the dirt, and only then panicked and called out to its owner for help. Awoo, 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 awoo. Owner, aren't you going to save me? Your dog is about to die. And Suisui had been hiding in the shadows, observing the situation outside. She had an X-ray card, and after using it, walls and other obstacles were as transparent as glass to her. When she let the dog out, she was already prepared to collect its corpse. So when the dog got into trouble, Suisui wasn't surprised at all. With a flip of her hand, a thumb-thick hemp rope flew out, wrapped around the dog's neck, and with a tug, the dog was finally out of danger. But because the rope was too tight around its neck, the first thing the dog did after getting out was flop on the ground and howl, looking like it was about to die, completely forgetting how sharp its own claws were. And Suisui had no choice but to drag the dog into the shadows and hide it well. Not long after, another player came to check things out. He crept up to the big pit, and when he saw Fang Yi looking half dead at the bottom, he silently laughed. He knew he'd come to the right place. That guy down there was probably the player who caused all this trouble. Judging by his miserable state, he must have been defeated by someone else. The newcomer stretched his neck at the edge of the pit to get a better look. Fang Yi leaned weakly against the pit wall, the colorful fruit pattern on his arm clearly visible. The newcomer's eyes flashed. So the pattern had already refreshed? He'd better hurry and grab the patch, or someone else might swoop in. And Suisui clicked her tongue at Fang Yi's performance. This guy was talented. He'd only eaten a few mouthfuls of dirt, but as soon as he heard another player approach, he immediately pretended to be seriously injured. And it actually lowered the newcomer's guard. The newcomer clearly misunderstood and was now looking for a safe way into the pit. The game had been going for a while, and some players had figured out a few rules. For example, the pattern on a player's arm. If it was snatched and immediately disappeared, the player's arm would soon refresh with a new pattern. But if, like on Suisui, you snatch several at once, Some patterns wouldn't match your own and would just accumulate in your hand. This meant the robbed player's pattern wouldn't refresh until the extra was used up. It was a warning. You can't just keep snatching, you have to use them up too. The newcomer picked up a gray curtain from the ruins, tore it into strips, and tied them together to make a rope so he could get in and out of the pit easily. Getting a patch this easily. What luck. The newcomer cackled and slid down into the pit along the cloth rope. As soon as he reached the bottom, Fang Yi, who had been lying there half dead, immediately sprang up, showing no sign of injury. You set me up. The newcomer was shocked and grabbed the rope to climb out. But Fang Yi was ready and wouldn't let him escape. He rushed up, grabbed the back of the newcomer's collar, and yanked him down. The two of them tumbled to the bottom of the pit, which was covered in rubble. Fang Yi was a bit stronger, and after a brief struggle he managed to rip the patch off the other player's arm. It didn't match his own, but it was better than nothing. He stuffed the patch into his pocket and grabbed the rope, ready to climb out. I suggest you just stay here and be bait. A soft, gentle girl's voice suddenly startled Fang Yi. His hand shook, and he almost fell. He looked up and saw a cute, delicate girl standing at the edge of the pit. She held a sharp little knife, the blade pressed against the newcomer's makeshift rope, her actions extremely menacing. The rope looked like it could snap at any moment. Cold sweat broke out on Fang Yi's back, and he quickly tried to negotiate. Wait, let me up and I'll give you the patch I just took from that guy. The girl just smiled sweetly at him, saying nothing. Fang Yi gritted his teeth and said, How about this? I'll give you the patch I just took, plus my own patch. Both of them. Just let me up. The girl's smile widened and her soft voice replied, Sure? Seeing her agree so easily, Fang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and started scheming. He swallowed and tested her. I'll give them to you, but you have to come down and get them yourself. And Suisui had been watching Fang Yi for a long time and knew exactly what he was thinking. She glanced at the patch on his arm. It matched the one she'd just taken from Shipan. She pursed her lips, gave a well-behaved smile, blinked, and said, Okay, I'll come down then. As she spoke, she slashed the taut rope with her knife, cutting it cleanly. Fang Yi hadn't expected this twist and was stunned for a moment before getting angry. What's that supposed to mean? If you don't want to let me up, just say so. Why play games? And Suisui looked at him in confusion. Weren't you the one playing games first? Fang Yi snapped. How was I playing games? I didn't even touch you. And Suisui pointed at the hand Fang Yi had in his pocket. What are you holding? A weapon or an item? If I came down, you'd probably make a move, not only refusing to give me the patch, but also trying to take mine. Am I right? Fang Yi's expression froze, and all his anger vanished. It was just an attempt. Why be so petty? Cutting the rope was a bit much, don't you think? And Suisui was displeased. Attempt? As long as she spotted it, every attempt was as good as done. She stopped talking to Fang Yi, leapt down into the pit, and her baseball bat gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Let's see you try anything now. Fang Yi was shocked and quickly pulled out the weapon he'd prepared, trying to fend off on Suisui's bat attack. He couldn't help thinking, this girl is seriously fierce. She just jumped straight down from a height of 3 or 4 meters. Even if he couldn't beat her, after she took the 2 patches from him, how was she going to get out? The rope had already been cut by her. After grumbling to himself, Fang Yi watched Suisui approach with extreme caution, gripping a slender longsword. Just by appearances, a longsword should be way more dangerous than a baseball bat. Fang Yi braced himself, ready for a fight. But as Suisui leapt down, a pair of fleshy bat wings suddenly sprouted from her back. With a couple of flaps, she changed direction mid-air at lightning speed. Fang Yi had no time to react. The bat grazed his sword and landed squarely on his back. The force was tremendous. How could an ordinary person withstand it? His eyes rolled back, and he passed out instantly. And Suisui landed steadily, ignored the unconscious Fang Yi, and walked over to the other player who'd arrived later, giving him a whack for good measure. just in case he was faking weakness like Fang Yi, ready to ambush her at a critical moment. Whether they were really out or just pretending, after that hit, both would be out cold for a while. With the two players in the pit subdued, Suisui took the two cards from Fang Yi's pocket, then searched both of their bags, taking all the items they'd found in the game so far. Then she spread her wings and flew out of the pit. The whole process was clean and efficient, leaving almost no trace. So, when the third player arrived, all they saw were two unconscious bodies at the bottom of the pit, as if both had lost in a fierce fight. Although the newcomer was cautious, the temptation of the two freshly spawned cards at the bottom was too much, and they stepped into the pit. Once inside, there was no way out, and Suisui could just destroy their climbing tools and pick them off at her leisure. After looting, she'd drag the unconscious players out and hide them, so the next arrivals would only see two corpses at the bottom, lowering their guard. Repeating this process, and Suisui collected cards from 7 or 8 players before someone both expected and unexpected finally showed up. Jianshi strolled leisurely into the shadowy alley. From a distance, he spotted the deep pit and was a little puzzled. What kind of trick was this? Jianshi looked relaxed, but Suisui, hiding in the shadows, knew better. This guy was sharp as a tack. Seeing it was Jianshi, Suisui hesitated, then decided to try trapping him too. If it worked, great. If not, no big deal. Besides, this trap had been used for a while. If she kept using it, other players might catch on and gang up on her. Time to move on to the next spot. After all these people had fallen for the first pit, she still had several more traps waiting. Jianshi wandered over to the pit, glanced at the two unconscious players, and showed no intention of going down. Instead, he circled the pit. He checked out the ruins of the house Suisui had collapsed, encountering all sorts of traps she'd set along the way, but dodged them easily, leaving Suisui frustrated and scratching the wall in her hiding spot. She cracked open a small window, ready to bolt at any moment. Going head-to-head with Jianshi was time-consuming and exhausting, and didn't yield many points. Not worth it. She had no interest in this prey. Jianshi came out of the ruins and returned to the pit, picking up a tuft of inconspicuous black fur from a corner. Suddenly, he called out to the air, "Since we've run into each other, at least say hi before you go. We're old friends, aren't we?" And Suisui was startled. Did he already know she was behind all this? But she suspected Jianshi was just bluffing, so she stayed hidden and silent. After all, with her X-ray vision, it was easy to keep an eye on Jianshi, but for him to find her would be much harder. Jianshi tossed away the dog hair and still ignored the two bait in the pit. His gaze swept over the nearby intact buildings, eyes narrowing as if pondering which corner Suisui might be hiding in. This girl was clever. She'd only cast her net when she saw the fish. She wouldn't be fooled by a few casual words. He paused, and suddenly his familiar black scythe appeared in his hand. A flash of black light crossed Jianshi's eyes, and thick black mist began to spread from his feet. The mist thickened, finally condensing into a long black cloak that draped over Jianshi. The oversized hood covered the upper half of his face, leaving only his nose and mouth visible, making his already cold demeanor even more intimidating. And Suisui's mind flashed. Holy crap! This was her first time seeing Jianshi use a skill, and she had no idea what it did. She crouched down, hands pressed to her cheeks, barely suppressing her nerves. For some reason, when Jianshi's cloak appeared, a surge of wild aggression rose in her chest, screaming at her to charge out and fight him. The urge was so sudden and intense it nearly overwhelmed her, and Suisui gritted her teeth, barely keeping her mind clear. What was going on? Could Jianshi have used some weird skill on her? This ability was seriously scary. Before she could recover, a cold aura crept up behind her. Jianshi's lazy voice sounded right by her ear. "Yo, hiding here? How are you watching the pit from this spot?" When did he get so close? And Suisui jumped, her little wings carrying her backward to put distance between them, and as she moved, she tossed her dog at Jianshi to distract him, barely calming her pounding heart. scared the life out of her. Jianshi caught the black and white puppy one-handed, looking speechless. He dropped the dog, who immediately started barking furiously at his owner. "Oh, whoa! Look at all the trouble you've caused. Who's the real dog here, huh?" And Suisui sheepishly scooped up the dog and gave it a good rub, pretending not to understand its complaints, all the while watching Jianshi warily. She still had no idea how he'd found her. A skill? Jianshi stared at her for a moment, then suddenly smiled and reached out his hand. "Want to team up on Suisui?" "Cooperation?" And Suisui eyed Jianshi warily. Jianshi had his hands in his pockets, strolling casually around the room, looking anything but sincere. Cooperation wasn't out of the question, but did this guy really want to work together, or was he just trying to scam her? Shouldn't the first instinct upon meeting an acquaintance in a game be to mess with them? And Suisui fell into deep thought. Jianshi circled the room again and again, still unable to see anything special about it. Not even the windows faced the right direction. So how had Suisui seen what was happening at the pit from so far away? A skill? Or an item? He circled a couple more times, feeling he'd given her enough time to think, then turned back to face Suisui. "So, have you decided?" And Suisui pressed her lips together and asked the question she cared about most. "Did you just use a talent skill on me?" Jianshi spread his hands. "Yeah, you're so good at running. If I didn't use a skill, how could I find you?" Without his skill, there was no way he could have found Suisui so quickly in this maze of buildings. If he'd searched slowly, who knows where she would have slipped off to. It was just a tracking skill, nothing else? And Suisui was still suspicious. Then what was that strange impulse she'd just felt? Why did she suddenly feel so annoyed at him, wanting to beat him up? Jianshi had no idea what Suisui was thinking, so he tried to be as sincere as possible, assuring her that aside from the tracking skill, he hadn't used anything else. "It's not like we have some deep grudge. Who would attack an acquaintance right away?" And Suisui guiltily looked away, glancing again at his black robe, immediately recognizing it as some kind of talent skill side effect. Once she was sure her abnormal feeling wasn't caused by Jianshi, and she no longer felt the urge to fight him, Suisui agreed to his proposal. It was just cooperation, after all. There were too many players this time, and with the possibility of repeated matches, she really couldn't handle them all alone. Having a strong, aggressive partner wasn't a bad idea. The two sat down and discussed their plan. Jianshi said, "I don't know if you've noticed, but the patterns on players' arms can be refreshed. Why don't we capture a few people, lock them up, and use them to farm points? What do you think?" What a guy. And Suisui gave Jianshi a strange look, then silently dragged a pile of bodies out of the corner. Counting the two in the pit, there were 8 people in total. Each one was tightly bound with hemp rope. Jianshi paused, then laughed. "Looks like you've already started." That wasn't exactly it. And Suisui struggled to tie up the last person to a pillar, then explained to Jianshi, "I just didn't want them interfering with my hunting." 2 people in a pit was fine, but if there were 7 or 8, anyone would find it suspicious. And Suisui had originally thought the same as Jianshi. But as the number of captives grew, she realized the downside of this trick. It was hard for her to control so many people alone. 8 players was a lot. She'd used some special tricks to catch them, so they hadn't been able to fight back. But if someone was both capable and cunning, pretending to be unconscious and waiting for a chance to break free and ambush her, that would be bad. There was another risk. If her plan was discovered, she might be besieged by low-score players. Even if the attackers were all weaklings, it would still take time to deal with them. And during a fight, she'd have to watch out for her captives waking up and attacking from behind, hard to defend on all sides. But if she just ran away and abandoned her captives, she'd be handing points to others. If she worked with Jianshi, they could cover each other, making the plan much more feasible. And Suisui's eyes lit up, her little wings fluttering with excitement as she prepared to go outside and drag the 2 from the pit up as well. Jianshi stopped her. "Let these people go. You've been making a racket here for a while, so this place is already exposed. Next, either no one will come or a whole group will show up. Let's move and start over somewhere else." And Suisui hesitated. But what about these guys on the ground? They're not awake yet. If she left them here, wouldn't other players just pick them off? In a competition, every player is an enemy. Handing out free points is like stabbing yourself. I have a way. Without another word, Jianshi untied the captives, then produced a basin of foul-smelling liquid from who knows where and poured it over their heads. The cold shock made their eyelashes tremble. They were about to wake up. The room filled with a terrible stench. Seeing this, Suisui grabbed Jianshi and jumped out the window. The two circled the old city a few times and finally found a relatively hidden basement. They tidied it up and made it their secret base. And Suisui rubbed her hands together, excitedly clenching her little fists. "Let's get started." They divided up the work. And Suisui was in charge of scouting and luring enemies, while Jianshi hid in the dark to capture them and lock them in the basement. Watching Suisui fly out of the hole, Jianshi leisurely pulled out a thick stack of colorful patches from his pocket, found the matching ones, stuck them on his arm, cleared them, and scored points. On the leaderboard, player 0019, who had been at the bottom, shot up in points and squeezed back into the top 3. Elsewhere in the old city, a dozen players had banded together, sweeping through the area like a swarm of locusts. They didn't care how much noise they made searching for prey, aggressively destroying every intact house they found. The only thing these people had in common was that none of them had a fruit pattern on their arms. Boom! Another house collapsed. The patchless team gathered in front of the ruins, watching the house turn to dust, their eyes fierce as they cursed through gritted teeth. "When we've destroyed every house in the competition area, we'll definitely find that guy." Shurpan heard this and quietly took a few steps back. Shurpan's experience had been pretty miserable. First, he was ambushed by Suisui, then had a dog sit on his face and nearly suffocate him. After finally waking up, he ran into Jianshi wandering the street. Jianshi, without a word, used overwhelming force to snatch the patch from his arm, but didn't clear it, just stuffed it in his pocket. This meant Shurpan's arm pattern couldn't refresh, so even if he stole other players' patches, he couldn't score. It was infuriating. Wasn't this basically a death sentence? Angry, Shurpan followed Jianshi's trail, only to run into this group of other players who'd been similarly messed with by Jianshi. None of them had a pattern on their arms, clearly the work of the same person. So they banded together, forming a huge team, vowing to find Jianshi and get their patches back. After blowing up the house in front of them, Shurpan dusted himself off and prepared to head to the next location. Just then, a player behind him suddenly called out, "Hey, your arm pattern refreshed." Shurpan froze, then quickly looked at his left forearm. Where there had been nothing, there was now a picture of a red cherry. It really had refreshed. "You'd better explain yourself," said a player with a dark expression. The crowd around Shurpan grew, their eyes full of anger at being deceived, hemming him in. "Hey, are you the mole that person planted among us? No wonder we couldn't find any trace of them for so long." That was pure slander. Shurpan wanted to protest, but then he noticed a bright yellow patch on that player's arm. He paused, then looked at the others, and immediately understood what was going on. "Before you accuse me, maybe check yourselves first. Haven't your arm patches refreshed too?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" a player sneered. "They'd all been tricked by some dog of a thief. Would that person really be so kind as to just control them for a bit and then let them regain the ability to earn points?" Shurpan grabbed her arm. "Before you say that, maybe look at yourself." "Fine, I'll look." She impatiently turned her arm, and when she saw the newly refreshed raspberry patch, she froze. When did that happen? Her patch really had refreshed. The same was true for the other players. What was going on? Did that thief suddenly grow a conscience? The dozen or so people who'd been unable to refresh their patches were now staring in surprise at their arms. Most of them had their refresh function restored, but a few still glared darkly at the others. Their patches hadn't been taken by Jianshi. Sherpan quickly noticed the odd ones out and quietly slipped away to a corner. He'd barely left when one of the players whose patch hadn't refreshed made a move. While the player next to him was still celebrating, the blank patch player quickly tore off their arm patch. Why should everyone else be fine while he was still stuck like this? If he couldn't have it, no one could. What the hell are you doing? The robbed player was furious and lunged at the blank patch player. The others, realizing what was happening, immediately covered their own patches and fled the scene. The once united blank patch team instantly fell apart. Jianshi, unaware of the chaos he'd caused, followed closely behind Suisui, his body shrouded in thick black mist. Maybe it was his innate ability, but when he moved in the shadows it was almost impossible for others to notice he was there. His presence was nearly zero. Suisui strode openly down the street, searching for supplies and deliberately making noise. Her soft cheeks and clumsy movements made her look like a total newbie. She seemed like an easy target. Chow Yudong had been watching Suisui for a while. He saw her rummaging through room after room, clearly trying to be quiet but always bumping into things and making a racket. Every time she made a noise, panic would flash across her young face, and she'd quickly leave for another spot. She didn't seem to be up to anything. The player hiding in the shadows thought for a moment, then decided to make a move and snatch her patch. But as soon as he took a step forward, a cold hand landed on his shoulder. He turned in terror, only to be met with a hard fist. Bang! The punch sent stars spinning before his eyes, and whatever he'd been about to shout died in his throat. The cold presence came again, but this time he wasn't hit, because he'd already passed out. Jianshi leisurely tied up the player's limbs with rope, then grabbed his waistband and hoisted him up. He lightly touched his earpiece and said quietly, "We've got enough people. Let's head back." Hearing Jianshi's message, Suisui finally stopped scanning her surroundings. Since she'd started swaggering around this area, more than a dozen players had shown up. But none of them had gotten close. She'd spotted them all and had Jianshi drag them away one by one. Not a sound was made the whole time. Jianshi was efficient. Suisui happily dusted off her hands and set a bucket of dirty water on top of the doorframe. Just a nudge of the door and the bucket would fall. But instead of leaving through the door, she opened the window and flew out. Her wings' acceleration skill had a 12-hour cooldown, but she could still use them for normal flight. The two of them slipped into the basement. Even though they'd only been gone a short while, someone inside had already woken up. He looked around in terror at the room full of unconscious players, unsure what had happened. Had he run into some local gang? This scene was way beyond what normal people would do. He looked around carefully and realized he was in a basement. Everyone else was still out cold. He rolled his eyes and suddenly a sharp blade appeared in his bound hands. He easily cut through the thick rope. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief, planning to sneak out alone. Just then, the basement door opened from the outside. The creak of the heavy iron door made his heart skip a beat. He saw two figures, one tall, one short, enter, and quickly shut his eyes, pretending to still be unconscious. Jianshi tossed the player he was carrying into a corner and locked the basement door behind him. Suisui walked over and, starting from the far end, whacked every player in the basement with her club. Didn't matter if they were awake or not. Everyone got a hit. The player pretending to be unconscious heard the club thudding against bodies, his eyes darting nervously. He wanted to jump up and fight, but was afraid he'd lose. While he hesitated, Suisui reached him. The whoosh of the club was so close he couldn't hide anymore. With a shout, he leapt up and charged at the petite girl. At this range, if he couldn't catch her, he might as well give up on life. Suisui wasn't surprised at all. She thrust her club forward, and his fist landed right on the end, denting it. The player let out a pig-like scream, clutching his possibly broken wrist in agony. "Ugh, you're too noisy! One more hit for you!" He instantly fell silent. Just as Suisui's bat was about to come down, the player fought back the urge to scream and squeezed out a couple of tears from his eyes. "Please don't kill me! I'll do anything as long as you don't kill me!" He looked up, tears streaming down his pale cheeks, his face full of fear. That pitiful, miserable look really did tug at the heartstrings. Tisk. Unfortunately, neither Jianshi nor Suisui were the type to be moved by a pretty face, and Suisui patted the player's shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. I'm very quick. You won't feel any pain." With that, she didn't waste any more words. The baseball bat came down hard on the back of the player's neck. She even made sure to use extra force, just in case she didn't knock him out the first time and he had to suffer twice. As expected, the player's eyes rolled back and he passed out cold. He didn't even get a chance to say another word. "See, I have great control over my strength," Suisui said, feeling a bit proud. With the player collection task complete, the two began harvesting their first wave of points. Although they were splitting the points evenly in practice, because of the randomness of the pattern refresh, the order in which they gained points wasn't always the same. Sometimes Suisui would get 4 or 5 points in a row while Jianshi hadn't gotten any. Luckily, neither of them were petty, so they didn't turn against each other over a little profit. After Suisui cleared her latest point, she noticed that the pattern refreshed on her arm was the same as the one on Jianshi's arm. Based on the number of points, this one should go to Jianshi. A light bulb went off in Suisui's head. She suddenly said to Jianshi, "Squat there and don't move." Jianshi lifted his eyelids, looking at her with a puzzled expression, and Suisui didn't explain. She pressed one hand on Jianshi's shoulder, trying to push him down. But her strength stat was much lower than Jianshi's, so she couldn't budge him at all. Jianshi found it amusing and deliberately didn't cooperate, standing still and waiting for Suisui to try to push him over. Suisui used all her strength, but he didn't move an inch. Her frustration only grew. Fuming, she climbed onto the chair and then onto Jianshi's back, hanging on him completely, muttering, "Mount Tai pressing down." Mount Tai pressing down? Who? Suisui. Jianshi wanted to laugh, but when he saw Suisui's little face turning red with effort, her fangs faintly showing, looking like she was about to explode, he finally stopped teasing her and obediently sat down on the small stool. With her wish fulfilled, Suisui's anger faded. She felt a little confused about her own behavior. She didn't usually lose her temper like this, did she? But the thought only lasted a moment before she tossed it aside, her eyes fixed on the matching pattern on Jianshi's arm. She didn't tear off Jianshi's patch, nor her own. Instead, she kept both patches intact and touched her arm to Jianshi's. Ding. Points +1. Both of them received the point increase notification at the same time, and Suisui's eyes lit up. Wasn't this double points? From then on, with a little coordination, they often managed to get double points. On the leaderboard, Jianshi and Suisui's total points shot up rapidly. Elsewhere in the city ruins, as a god-tier player with money power, Jianian was the first to notice something odd about these two. What's up with 009 and 023? Their points were increasing way too fast. Not long ago, they were far behind him, but in just over an hour, they'd not only caught up but even surpassed him by a few points. Something was off. Jianian looked into the vast night, his mind racing through possible scenarios. The two were gaining points at a similar rate, so they were probably cooperating. And judging by the number of points, they'd collected at least 40 patches, all in a very short time. How was that possible? There were only 40 players in the whole match, and he had a bunch of people with him. That left only one possibility. These two had captured a group of players to farm points. Based on the numbers, they must have at least 10 captives. This is interesting. Just 2 people managed to control 10 players? Jianian muttered. A player behind him seemed to want to say something but didn't dare interrupt his thoughts. When Jianian finally moved, the man quietly reported, "Boss, 76469 has dropped to the bottom 3. Jianian snapped out of it and replied casually, "Okay, get his ranking back up." The man nodded and respectfully stepped aside. The player known as 76469 immediately came over, nervously asking, "Well, what did the boss say?" The man patted 76469 on the shoulder. "Don't worry, he's a big boss. He wouldn't go back on his word over something so small. He said you won't be in the bottom 3, so you won't be." There were 40 players in the link-up match, But who knew how many people were actually participating, or how many matches were running at the same time? These people weren't all Eugenian's employees, but he'd hired them at high pay for this event. He'd also promised they'd never end up in the bottom 3. For ordinary players, every game was a struggle for survival. Top 3 rewards were always out of reach, so when someone offered them a lifeline, of course they accepted. The players Eugenian recruited were both his point bank and helpers in hunting other players. Spending a little money for this kind of result was a great deal for Eugenian. He'd done it plenty of times before. But today, it seemed he'd met his match. Eugenian looked at the 2 numbers rising even faster than his own, a cold glint flashing across his glasses. He'd go meet them after sunrise. The sky over the old city slowly darkened. With no residents and no electricity, there was no light except for the faint moon. Even the most desperate players didn't want to explore the city at night. Who knew if the game would spawn some night monsters? It wouldn't be the first time, so they had to be careful. And Suisui and John Schur just sat in the basement farming points. With nothing to do in the closed space, it got a bit boring after a while. And Suisui opened the basement door and looked out into the thick night. Her natural troublemaker instincts made her want to go out and explore. At that moment, Jian Shi came over and whispered, "Want to go out and play?" He wasn't the type to sit still either. Sensing the danger in the night, he was just as eager. The 2 exchanged a glance, then looked back at the dozen or so players behind them. If they left, what would happen to these people? Would they try to escape? Maybe. They should knock them out again just in case. A few players who had woken up, those who'd been quiet and well-behaved enough to avoid a beating, suddenly sensed danger and huddled together, trembling. What were these 2 demons up to now? Don't come any closer! Jianshi flexed his wrist, a swirl of black mist appearing in his palm. With his long legs, he stepped down from the stairs, and Suisui, feeling the aura of the black mist up close, was instantly drawn in by its mysterious energy. On a whim, she reached out and grabbed Jianshi's hand, even rubbing her own hand against his palm. So cool and refreshing. But she quickly snapped out of it. Crap. What did she just do? She'd actually held Jianshi's hand. And Suisui felt like something was off with herself lately. She kept having these uncontrollable impulses. She stiffly looked up and met Jianshi's deep, unreadable gaze. She forced a couple of awkward laughs and tried to explain. "I just wanted to say I have a skill I can use, but it's a bit special. I need to borrow your hand, your black mist, actually. Keep making things up, why don't you?" Jianshi said nothing, his expression stern and dignified. And Suisui braced herself and kept holding his hand, then activated her yin energy cage skill, silently praying it would work. Otherwise, in his eyes, she'd go from a cute little bunny to a total perv. Jianshi squinted, quietly watching on Suisui's nonsense. He didn't expose her or interrupt. He just wanted to see how far she'd go. But when An Suisui used her skill, Jianshi clearly felt a surge of dense yin energy being drawn from his body and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. She really was just borrowing his hand? He'd thought An Suisui was about to level up from cute bunny to little pervert. Turns out she really was using a skill. As the yin energy cage took shape, An Suisui sheepishly pulled her hand back, while Jianshi actually felt a bit disappointed. Maybe a little pervert wouldn't be so bad. Creating the yin energy cage was a pleasant surprise for An Suisui, but she didn't want to talk about it. She coughed twice and was the first to leave the basement. She figured she could still salvage her image. For An Suisui, night was the best camouflage. The thick darkness didn't scare her at all. After activating her demon bloodline, she was completely at home in the night. Jianshi's innate abilities seemed similar. He also enjoyed the darkness and the sense of danger. The 2 like-minded creatures of the night left the basement full of players behind, and Suisui noticed that when Jianshi used his innate skill, his body became weightless. As long as she held on to him, she could fly at top speed with him in tow. She quickly forgot the earlier awkwardness, a little proud and excited. "Well, aren't I super fast?" "Yes, very fast." Jianshi replied, deadpan. But I think you could hold my hand instead of my collar. The way she did it was just like dragging her dog, two dark-type weirdos sneaking around under the cover of night. Before long, they reached an old city cemetery. Even in daylight, cemeteries were creepy. Players almost never came here, let alone at night with no light. And Suisui had been flying just fine, but the moment she glanced down, her whole body froze. She forgot to keep flying and plummeted from the sky at an incredible speed. Luckily, Jianshi reacted quickly, conjuring a thick cloud of black mist to keep them both suspended in midair, so at least they didn't end up with concussions. And Suisui felt the eerie aura of the cemetery and, after snapping out of it, immediately scrambled from the lead to hide behind Jianshi. She cautiously peeked out. Oh no, another one of these creepy places. There really were ghosts in this game. Even after surviving the Paranormal Academy, and Suisui still couldn't handle ghosts. Just because she could kill them didn't mean she wasn't scared. Hiding behind Jianshi, her big eyes darted around nervously. She poked his lower back and whispered, let's go, let's go. Cemeteries are bad news. If we stay, monsters and ghosts will come out. Don't mess around here. Jianshi closed his eyes, too tired to complain. Is this why you dropped me from 10,000 meters up? And Suisui pretended not to hear, pressing her head against his back to push him away from the area. She forgot she still had two tiny horns on her head. The moment she bumped into Jianshi's back, his whole body shivered. He grabbed her by the scruff to stop her from causing more trouble. Are you a cow? Why are you headbutting people? Still, Jianshi summoned more mist and slowly moved them away from the cemetery. And Suisui kept her eyes shut tight, but after a few seconds, curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked down. The moment she saw the rows of tombstones, she quickly looked away. Once she calmed down, she snuck another glance, timid but always looking for trouble. Jianshi, on the other hand, looked completely unbothered. In fact, he found Suisui's over-the-top reactions so amusing that he paid more attention to the scene than usual. And then, he noticed a few tombstones faintly glowing gold. Whoa, could there be treasure? He patted Suisui's head and deliberately teased her. Hey, what's that glowing thing? Is it a treasure chest? Treasure chest? And Suisui's eyes snapped open. She shot up from her crouched position, craning her neck to look around. Where's the treasure chest? But when she looked down, it was still just the cemetery, so she curled up again. Jianshi, helpless, pointed out the glowing tombstones. There. See those glowing tombstones? There's definitely treasure. And Suisui was torn. Part of her thought Jianshi was tricking her, but part of her was afraid of missing out on real treasure. Fear and curiosity battled in her mind. In the end, curiosity won. And Suisui cautiously opened her eyes and peeked down from her elbow. With Jianshi's guidance, she easily spotted the glowing tombstones. They were pure gold, radiating a strong treasure vibe. And Suisui's eyes lit up instantly. Ghosts and haunted cemeteries were all forgotten. Her eyes, still a little teary from fright, now shone with one thought: treasure. Without another thought, she spread her wings and dove from the sky, with Jianshi following at a leisurely pace. Treasure, here I come. A few players who had woken up, those who'd been quiet and well-behaved enough to avoid a beating, suddenly sensed danger and huddled together, trembling. What were these two demons up to now? Don't come any closer. Jianshi flexed his wrist, a swirl of black mist appearing in his palm. With his long legs, he stepped down from the stairs, and Suisui, feeling the aura of the black mist up close, was instantly drawn in by its mysterious energy. On a whim, she reached out and grabbed Jianshi's hand, even rubbing her own hand against his palm. So cool and refreshing. But she quickly snapped out of it. Crap, what did she just do? She'd actually held Jianshi's hand. And Suisui felt like something was off with herself lately. She kept having these uncontrollable impulses. She stiffly looked up and met Jianshi's deep, unreadable gaze. She forced a couple of awkward laughs and tried to explain. I just wanted to say, I have a skill I can use, but it's a bit special. I need to borrow your hand. Your black mist, actually. Keep making things up, why don't you? Jianshi said nothing, his expression stern and dignified. And Suisui braced herself and kept holding his hand, then activated her yin energy cage skill, silently praying it would work. Otherwise, in his eyes, she'd go from a cute little bunny to a total perv. Jianshi squinted, quietly watching on Suisui's nonsense. He didn't expose her or interrupt. He just wanted to see how far she'd go. But when Suisui used her skill, Jianshi clearly felt a surge of dense yin energy being drawn from his body and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. She really was just borrowing his hand? He'd thought Suisui was about to level up from cute bunny to little pervert. Turns out she really was using a skill. As the yin energy cage took shape, Suisui sheepishly pulled her hand back, while Jianshi actually felt a bit disappointed. Maybe a little pervert wouldn't be so bad. Creating the yin energy cage was a pleasant surprise for Suisui, but she didn't want to talk about it. She coughed twice and was the first to leave the basement. She figured she could still salvage her image. For Suisui, night was the best camouflage. The thick darkness didn't scare her at all. After activating her demon bloodline, she was completely at home in the night. Jianshi's innate abilities seemed similar. He also enjoyed the darkness and the sense of danger. The two like-minded creatures of the night left the basement full of players behind. And Suisui noticed that when Jianshi used his innate skill, his body became weightless. As long as she held on to him, she could fly at top speed with him in tow. She quickly forgot the earlier awkwardness, a little proud and excited. Well, aren't I super fast? Yes, very fast, Jianshi replied deadpan. But I think you could hold my hand instead of my collar. The way she did it was just like dragging her dog, two dark-type weirdos sneaking around under the cover of night. Before long, they reached an old city cemetery. Even in daylight, cemeteries were creepy. Players almost never came here, let alone at night with no light. And Suisui had been flying just fine, but the moment she glanced down, her whole body froze. She forgot to keep flying and plummeted from the sky at an incredible speed. Luckily, Jianshi reacted quickly, conjuring a thick cloud of black mist to keep them both suspended in midair, so at least they didn't end up with concussions. And Suisui felt the eerie aura of the cemetery and, after snapping out of it, immediately scrambled from the lead to hide behind Jianshi. She cautiously peeked out. Oh no, another one of these creepy places. There really were ghosts in this game. Even after surviving the Paranormal Academy, and Suisui still couldn't handle ghosts. Just because she could kill them didn't mean she wasn't scared. Hiding behind Jianshi, her big eyes darted around nervously. She poked his lower back and whispered, "Let's go, let's go. Cemeteries are bad news. If we stay, monsters and ghosts will come out. Don't mess around here." Jianshi closed his eyes, too tired to complain. "Is this why you dropped me from 10,000 meters up?" And Suisui pretended not to hear, pressing her head against his back to push him away from the area. She forgot she still had two tiny horns on her head. The moment she bumped into Jianshi's back, his whole body shivered. He grabbed her by the scruff to stop her from causing more trouble. "Are you a cow? Why are you headbutting people?" Still, Jianshi summoned more mist and slowly moved them away from the cemetery. And Suisui kept her eyes shut tight, but after a few seconds, curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked down. The moment she saw the rows of tombstones, she quickly looked away. Once she calmed down, she snuck another glance, timid but always looking for trouble. Jianshi, on the other hand, looked completely unbothered. In fact, he found Suisui's over-the-top reaction so amusing that he paid more attention to the scene than usual. And then he noticed a few tombstones faintly glowing gold. Whoa, could there be treasure? He patted Suisui's head and deliberately teased her. Hey, what's that glowing thing? Is it a treasure chest? Treasure chest? And Suisui's eyes snapped open. She shot up from her crouched position, craning her neck to look around. Where's the treasure chest? But when she looked down, it was still just the cemetery, so she curled up again. Jianshi, helpless, pointed out the glowing tombstones. "There, see those glowing tombstones? There's definitely treasure." And Suisui was torn. Part of her thought Jianshi was tricking her, but part of her was afraid of missing out on real treasure. Fear and curiosity battled in her mind. In the end, curiosity won, and Suisui cautiously opened her eyes and peeked down from her elbow. With Jianshi's guidance, she easily spotted the glowing tombstones. They were pure gold, radiating a strong treasure vibe, and Suisui's eyes lit up instantly. Ghosts and haunted cemeteries were all forgotten. Her eyes, still a little teary from fright, now shone with one thought: treasure. Without another thought, she spread her wings and dove from the sky, with Jianshi following at a leisurely pace. Treasure, here I come. On a dark, windy night, something very strange was happening in a gloomy graveyard. A tall figure in a black robe, holding a scythe, sat casually atop a tombstone, eyes fixed on the demon girl ahead. And what was the girl doing? She was digging at a glowing tombstone with a small shovel, working away with gusto. No matter how you looked at it, the scene was either supernatural or a crime in progress. Right now, Suisui's mind was filled with nothing but treasure. She didn't even think to let her dog, who was a master digger, help out. She just kept digging with her little shovel, moving fast and full of energy. Jianshi wanted to help, but Suisui refused. Fine then. He was also worried that his notoriously bad luck might interfere with Suisui's good fortune, so he just touched his nose and didn't insist. The graveyard was built solidly, with a thick layer of cement on top, making it hard to dig. After more than 10 minutes, Suisui finally cleared away the dirt and revealed a golden chest underneath. It really was a treasure chest. Excited, Suisui brushed the dirt from her hands and placed her 2 small pale hands on the lid. A system prompt immediately popped up before her eyes. "You have found the gold treasure chest of the competition area. Would you like to open it now?" And Suisui clenched her fists, her excitement obvious. Open it! Show me all the good stuff inside." Click. The chest slowly opened, and out popped a blue-faced, fanged, blood-soaked ghost. It slowly opened its blood-red eyes and stared at Suisui, letting out a creepy laugh. Before it could do anything else, a slap sent the ghost flying. "What the heck? Get out of the way, don't block me from opening the chest." Ghost. And Suisui completely ignored the weird thing that popped out and stuck her head right into the huge chest. The chest did not disappoint. Inside was a pile of interesting items, and Suisui picked up something that looked like a fishing net, and a description popped up before her eyes. "Super large fishing net, fish of the sea, swim as you please. When my master casts this net, none of you will escape. Note: if you only use this net to catch fish, there's nothing I can do for you." And Suisui tilted her head, immediately understanding the net's potential. When she looked at the other 2 items in the chest, her eyes were practically those of a hungry wolf. "Jianshi, come look!" She excitedly showed Jianshi her 3 treasures, a fishing net, a bucket, and a toilet plunger. Jianshi dragged over the ghost that Suisui had slapped away, step by step. The ghost still hadn't recovered, its face full of shock and a bit of grievance. It hadn't even done anything yet, and it was already beaten up. Damn, who said being a treasure chest ghost was easy and fun? Jianshi glanced at the 3 artifacts in Suisui's hands, his expression stiffening for a moment. "You're sure these are all good things?" And Suisui understood why he looked like that, and patted his arm in understanding, explaining each item. "You just don't get it. Everything has its use. Look at this fishing net. It has a locking function. Once you throw it, it's guaranteed to catch someone. And it can expand up to 4 meters in diameter. Imagine tossing it into a crowd. Just think of the effect. Tsk, tsk." And Suisui didn't spell it out, but Jianshi stroked his chin thoughtfully. After the net, and Suisui took out the bucket. "Now look at this bucket. It has its own little space inside, can hold up to 10 cubic meters. Think about it. We've been stuck here guarding players all day and can't go out and have fun. Isn't that boring? If we stuff those guys in the bucket and carry them around, wouldn't that be awesome? Jianshi was stunned by Suisui's wild ideas. Stuffing people in a bucket? What would that even look like? Then came the third item, the toilet plunger. And Suisui paused when she looked at the plunger. Even though she knew no one was around, she still lowered her voice to talk to Jianshi. This one's the best. You should check its stats yourself. She handed the plunger to Jianshi. Jianshi looked down. Retired toilet plunger. This is an old plunger that's seen it all. After a lifetime of work, it was carefully and lovingly put away by its owner upon retirement. The old plunger proudly tells its juniors that it can unclog any passage in the world, never failing once. After reading the description, Jianshi followed Suisui's gaze to his own backside and suddenly understood. To be able to use a plunger to its full potential, should he praise Suisui for her resourcefulness? Jianshi handed the plunger back to Suisui and quietly took a step back. Although Suisui had all sorts of ideas for these items, there was no one to experiment on right now, so she had to suppress her excitement and kept digging for more treasure with her little shovel. At this moment, neither of them knew that someone was rapidly approaching. Yu Jianian was holding a battered old compass, moving quickly with a strange gait. As soon as he stepped into the graveyard, the compass in his hand glowed brightly. So this is the place, Yu Jianian murmured, putting the compass away. He'd left the others at the gathering spot and come out alone, not just for a stroll. Yu Jianian leapt into a tall tree, mysterious spirals faintly swirling in his eyes. The spirals had a strange allure. If someone met his gaze now, their soul might get sucked in. Yu Jianian had naturally noticed the faint golden glow in the graveyard and knew this was his target. But what caught his attention even more were the two strange figures digging at a tombstone in the corner. Someone had beaten him here? How did they get the news so fast? Yu Jianian brushed the dust from his coat and quietly dropped from the tree. He landed without a sound, his presence blending into the night. He crept toward Suisui and Jianshi with an eerie gait. Just then, Suisui, absorbed in her treasure hunt, suddenly snapped to attention. Jianshi, who had been waiting quietly, also looked up. It was as if both sensed something at the same time, and they stopped what they were doing. Suisui felt a tingling, explosive sensation on her scalp. It was the intuition she got whenever danger approached. She'd relied on this sharp instinct to avoid many ambushes in the game, and it had never failed her. If the alarm went off, it meant real danger was near. Suddenly the treasure in her hands didn't seem so appealing. She put away her shovel and jumped onto a tall tombstone, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Yu Jianian hadn't expected that. Before he even got close, those two would already be on alert. He hid in the shadows. Although the other side couldn't see him clearly, their figures were just as blurry to him. A fresh deck of playing cards suddenly appeared in Yu Jianian's hand as he lay in wait. The cards spun and tumbled silently in the air, his cold gaze fixed ahead, though never directly on the two people. Just then, he saw one of them spread their wings and fly into the air. His hand paused, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The playing cards shot out in an instant. Suisui had flown up for a better vantage point to observe the enemy, but as soon as she left the tombstone by 2 or 3 meters, she felt a faint tremor in the air. The opponent had made the first move. Without thinking, Suisui twisted in midair, dodging the incoming cards. Ordinary attacks would never land on her, but these cards were thrown at a wicked angle. Even after she dodged, they curved in the air, chasing after her. A prediction attack. To predict with such precision, the attacker had to be a real expert. Suisui shook her wings and dodged again. Could he even predict her speed? Her little horns glimmered faintly red in the night. While using her bewitchment skill to try to influence the opponent's actions, she quickly thought through ways to force him out of hiding. Meanwhile, Jianshi, who was sitting on a tombstone below, also moved. As soon as the cards attacked Suisui, Jianshi flashed toward Yu Jianian's hiding spot. But Yu Jianian had already anticipated this. After his first attack, he'd changed hiding places, so Jianshi didn't manage to catch him. Jian Shi's face was cold, thick black mist spreading out, almost invisible in the night. The two hadn't coordinated in advance, but with one controlling and the other searching, their teamwork was perfect. But the opponent was slippery, clearly unwilling to face two at once, constantly changing positions and refusing to show himself. Jian Shi's speed was a weakness. Every time he sensed the opponent's location, the guy was already gone. A fast one. He licked his back teeth. This annoying playstyle reminded him of a certain detestable someone. Jian Shi glanced up at Suisui, who was still drawing the enemy's attention in the air, and thought, no matter how fast you are, can you be faster than her? Based on the previous movement patterns, Jian Shi deduced the enemy's habits and path. The next time he sensed a trace, he didn't startle the enemy, but casually touched his ear. In the sky, Suisui paused, then suddenly dove toward the back of a tombstone. Her speed was so fast, there was no time to react. Yu Jianian sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to run. With a nimble twist, he barely dodged Suisui's grabbing claws. Yu Jianian's figure was finally exposed, right under Suisui's nose. The two of them looked up in surprise, both feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Why does this person look so familiar? Yu Jianian quickly recovered. The cards in his hand flew everywhere, their thin edges sharp enough to slice through thick trees. This both blocked Suisui's attack and obscured the enemy's vision. By the time the cards fell, Yu Jianian had vanished again. Now that he was exposed, Yu Jianian stopped hiding and picked a relatively safe spot, forming a triangle standoff with Jian Shi and Suisui. Jian Shi stepped out of the darkness. By the faint moonlight and his excellent night vision, he finally saw the enemy's face clearly. Yu Jianian? He blurted out the name, a hint of surprise on his face. Yu Jianian froze, frowning in Jian Shi's direction, finally seeing his opponent's face. So it was this guy. And Suisui noticed that, ever since the two locked eyes, neither had moved. The atmosphere changed. What had been a three-way standoff between strong opponents suddenly became a duel between Jian Shi and Yu Jianian. Their gazes clashed in the air, sparks flying, intense and tangled, love and hate intertwined. Wait! And Suisui shook her head to clear it. What weird thought just slipped in there? She reset her stance, switching from battle-ready to popcorn spectator mode. After a moment of eye contact, Yu Jianian spoke first. Jian Shi, I can't believe you ended up in a place like this. Why are you alone? I thought you always had a crowd at your beck and call. He straightened his messy collar as he spoke. Jian Shi narrowed his eyes and snorted. Don't you always have servants at home, never lifting a finger like a third-degree invalid? How'd you end up suffering here? Can you handle it? Calling him lazy? Yu Jianian shot back without hesitation. Everyone has their own responsibilities. I have more important things to do. Why waste time on trivial matters? Let others handle them. And you? Didn't your grandpa chase you down 3 streets not long ago? How's your leg? This game is full of danger. Don't get yourself killed because you can't run. I don't want to have to socialize at your funeral. Pfft. My body's just fine, not like you. Always in the hospital, a sickly mess. The fact you're still alive is a medical miracle. The two traded barbs, airing secrets no one else knew, leaving Suisui, the bystander, thoroughly entertained. So these two were old acquaintances. The more she watched, the more familiar Yu Jianian looked. She found herself staring at his face for a long time. Yu Jianian felt her gaze and got a little creeped out, getting distracted during his argument with Jian Shi and glancing at Suisui several times, almost letting Jian Shi sneak attack him. What's with this person, planning a sneak attack? Yu Jianian tensed, hand in his pocket, on guard against Jian Shi's temporary teammate. But then, Suisui suddenly slapped her forehead, clearly remembering something. She jumped up and exclaimed, I knew you looked familiar. Last time on Suisui Star, the guy who asked for my contact info the first time we met. That was you, right? She thought she was being subtle, her probing gaze flicking between the two. She didn't actually say love at first sight. Yu Jianian's calm face flickered with surprise. First meeting and he asked for contact info? Did that really happen? Jianshi was also surprised that Suisui knew Yu Jianian. But he quickly recovered and mocked Yu Jianian. First meeting and you ask for her contact info? I didn't expect you to be so direct. Aren't you supposed to be the scheming type, making others chase after you? But Suisui, you'd better stay away from this guy. He might look decent, but he's rotten to the core. Yu Jianian glanced at Jianshi with indifference, then slowly turned his gaze to Suisui. She looked familiar, but he couldn't quite remember where he'd seen her before. As for Suisui's hint, it was too vague. He couldn't recall anything at all. He paused for a moment, then deliberately used a provocative tone. You two are just temporary teammates, right? Don't let this guy fool you. He looks friendly and warm, but he's actually colder and more ruthless than anyone. When it matters, he won't hesitate to stab you in the back. Working with someone like that? Ha, good luck. Jianshi ran his hand along his scythe, his expression dark as he stared at Yu Jianian's neat tuxedo. Not just the tuxedo. This guy was wearing a gentleman's hat and white gloves. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was headed to a banquet. Wearing that to a game? You must be out of your mind. Is it just for appearances? Honestly, is there anyone more fake than you? The two went back and forth, exposing each other and trading insults for quite a while, until Suisui hesitantly cut in. She looked at Yu Jianian, then at Jianshi, and in the middle of their noisy bickering suddenly said, "Looks like I misunderstood. So he actually likes Jianshi. He got close to me just to get information about Jianshi?" And Suisui's voice wasn't loud, but both men were on edge and heard every word. The heated argument suddenly fell silent. Yu Jianian's calm expression cracked, as if he'd just heard something unbelievable. Jianshi didn't look much better. He felt as if he'd just swallowed something disgusting. And Suisui, however, misunderstood their expressions. Seeing their constipated faces, she clapped her hands and looked enlightened. Sorry, I shouldn't have revealed your secret. But really, it's the interstellar age. Same-sex love isn't a big deal anymore. Why be so secretive? Love should be shouted out loud, you know? This time the two men couldn't hold back. Their deep gazes turned simultaneously to Suisui. Her chattering mouth was suddenly silenced. She sensed the atmosphere was off and decided it was best to leave. After all, she'd already dug up most of the treasure chests. She could leave a little for the latecomer. Poor guy. Loving but unable to confess, and too embarrassed to say it. And Suisui stood up and waved generously. All right, I know I'm the third wheel here. I'll go, okay? You two keep flirting. Jianshi nearly coughed up blood from anger. If she hadn't dragged Yu Jianian into this too, he'd have suspected Suisui was paid by Yu Jianian just to annoy him. Just listen to what she's saying. Jianshi's face was completely dark. As Suisui was about to slip away, he couldn't hold back and shouted, "Stop! Who said you could leave?" And Suisui looked confused, unsure whether to go or stay. Jianshi ignored her, needing to vent his frustration, and turned his gaze back to Yu Jianian, launching a sudden attack. The huge scythe looked even more like a soul reaper in the night. He attacked Yu Jianian without mercy, but Yu Jianian was ready. He couldn't stand being associated with Jianshi either. His eyes darkened, and a flurry of playing cards filled the air. While blocking Jianshi's view, he pulled a slender black stick from his hat and quickly widened the distance. He wasn't a brute like Jianshi. No need for close combat. Ha, so much for brute force. The black stick in Yu Jianian's hand changed forms, actually managing to block Jianshi's attacks. The two fought fiercely, evenly matched. And Suisui, stopped by Jianshi, stayed put, unsure whether to help or wait for the fight to end. If she helped, should she go all out or hold back? If she hit too hard, would Jianshi blame her for hurting his lover? If she held back, would Jianshi think she was flirting with the other guy? After all, Yu Jianian's looks could easily tempt any girl's wicked thoughts. A refined scoundrel, so exciting. She'd just left Jianshi with the image of a lecher, so maybe it was best not to interfere. And Suisui hesitated for a while, then figured since the two had decided to open their hearts and have it out, she'd just keep digging for treasure. Ignoring the bickering pair, Suisui took her little shovel and ran to the edge, digging up the remaining treasure chests. Eugianian caught sight of this out of the corner of his eye and suddenly snapped back to reality. Remembering his original purpose, a flash of annoyance crossed his eyes. It was all John Scher's fault. He'd made him forget why he'd come in the first place. A flurry of cards whistled through the air, slicing through John Scher's mist and heading straight for Suisui, who was digging for treasure. At the same time, Eugianian broke free from John Scher's entanglement and flashed behind Suisui. He raised his stick, about to act, but Suisui, who seemed focused on digging, suddenly turned around. Two small red horns glowed faintly. Even her wet eyes were now tinged with a bewitching red. Eugianian paused, momentarily dazed. When he came to, a fishing net was coming down over his head. His eyes narrowed. He stuffed the stick back into his hat and a deck of cards appeared in his hand, instantly teleporting him to another spot. But to his surprise, the seemingly ordinary fishing net didn't just fall. It changed direction as if blown by the wind, drifting after him wherever he landed. After dodging 2 or 3 times, the net still hadn't hit the ground, always chasing right after him. Eugianian quickly realized, does it have a tracking function? Not a bad item. He knew that dodging was pointless, so he tried to cut the net with his cards. But the ordinary-looking black mist in front of the net blocked them all. John Scher was interfering again. Eugianian's face darkened, and Suisui quickly finished gathering the last treasure chest. John Scher stopped attacking and leaned lazily against a tombstone, watching Eugianian being chased by the net as if watching a monkey show. "They've already taken all the good stuff," Eugianian muttered. No particular emotion. He pulled out an item card from his pocket and tossed it at the net, finally blocking its pursuit. Taking the opportunity, Eugianian melted back into the night, disappearing from sight. "Tch, coward." Ran away just like that. Jian Shi, clearly annoyed with Eugianian, sneered and went to pick up the net. At the center of the fishing net was a very ordinary-looking wooden stake, but since it came from a prop card, it must have some special effect. Otherwise, it couldn't have broken the fishing net's tracking function. And Suisui finally finished sorting her items, glanced around cautiously and asked, "Hey, did your friend leave?" If Suisui hadn't spoken, it would have been fine, but as soon as she did, all those twisted, suggestive phrases she'd misinterpreted before flooded back into her mind. Jian Shi's face immediately darkened. He squeezed the little horns on Suisui's head, his tone low and ominous. "It's a miracle you made it to adulthood." And Suisui looked baffled. She didn't think she'd done anything to deserve a scolding, but John Scher looked about ready to explode. After thinking it over, she decided not to bring up Eugianian again. Maybe it was just the frustration of unrequited feelings. She could understand that. The two of them circled the city a few more times, running into all sorts of strange things along the way. Defeating monsters would earn you the treasure chests they guarded, so danger and opportunity went hand in hand. At dawn the next day, the two of them followed their freshly made plan and began capturing players all over the competition area. Meanwhile, after confirming who his biggest rival was, Eugianian also started preparing to compete for the grand prize. With that, the game's balance was instantly shattered and every player in the city was on edge. Even if someone entered the area, it was nearly impossible to spot him. Once he was sure he was safe, Fang Yi patted his chest in relief, his racing heart finally calming down. This was insane. Since this morning, the whole competition area had been off. Rumor had it that 3 utterly ruthless players were capturing others en masse, and they were so strong that you couldn't beat them one-on-one. If you tried to team up, it was even worse. They had group capture tools, and you'd just be handing them a pile of free points. He'd only heard yesterday evening that, besides snatching patches from other players, there were also a few hidden fruit patches scattered in secret corners of the area. That way, you could avoid fighting and still rack up points. A pretty good strategy. Just now, while searching in one area, he'd heard some strange noises in the distance. He immediately abandoned the points he was about to get and ran for his life. As he fled, he heard blood-curdling screams behind him. Have the big shots all gone mad? It's terrifying. Fang Yi was lost in thought when out on the street, and Suisui floated by carrying a red bucket. The creepy part was, the plastic bucket in her hand was crammed with a dozen heads, each showing a different expression. Some looked miserable, some were bawling. Others were happily enjoying the scenery, even comforting the ones who were crying. Why cry? We're all players. It's not like they'll eat you. If you get caught, you don't even have to worry about points anymore. Isn't that great? A player next to him kept crying, I'm not scared of points, I'm scared of heights. Ah! This is terrifying, can't you fly a little lower? It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie. The best part was, some players who just wanted to stir up trouble weren't crying or depressed at all. They kept imitating all sorts of weird laughter. Ji hoo hoo hoo, ga ga ga. Seeing the other captured players freak out at their noises only made them more excited. Fang Yi had just heard these bizarre shrieks earlier, and it nearly gave him a heart attack. And now, in no time at all, these ghosts had caught up to him again. He couldn't stop shaking, and accidentally knocked something over. That immediately drew the attention of the monsters outside. And Suisui hadn't heard such a small sound herself. But with a dozen heads poking out of her bucket, there were always a few with especially sharp ears. They were troublemakers too. Hearing the noise, they immediately tattled. Boss, go left. There's someone in that rundown little shop. Yeah, I heard it too. I didn't just hear it, I can smell it. Fang Yi was quickly caught. When he came to, he found himself tied up with rope, lying on the ground, with Suisui's red bucket full of heads glaring at him with evil eyes. He felt like he was one step from ascending to heaven. There was no air in the bucket, so to let the captured players breathe, Suisui buried their bodies in the bucket and left their heads sticking out. To keep them from fighting inside, she'd tie each one up with rope before stuffing them in. That's how this bizarre scene came to be. She and Jianshi each had a bucket like this. But by now, even Suisui thought it was getting a bit crowded. I don't think I can fit anyone else in. She stared at her bucket, troubled. Should I put them in the basement instead? Huh? No way! The players who loved making a ruckus were the first to object. I think we can squeeze in a bit more, boss. The basement isn't safe. This newbie? Why should he be the first to get sent to the basement? No way. If they were all suffering here, no one else should get special treatment. He turned to the others. It's plenty roomy down here, right? Like hell it is. They were about to be squished to death. But one player, cursing inwardly, still agreed out loud. Yeah, it's super roomy, we can fit more. Really? Her chattering mouth was suddenly silenced. She sensed the atmosphere was off and decided it was best to leave. After all, she'd already dug up most of the treasure chests. She could leave a little for the latecomer. Poor guy. Loving but unable to confess, and too embarrassed to say it. And Suisui stood up and waved generously. All right, I know I'm the third wheel here. I'll go, okay? You two keep flirting. Jianshi nearly coughed up blood from anger. If she hadn't dragged Yu Jianian into this too, he'd have suspected Suisui was paid by Yu Jianian just to annoy him. Just listen to what she's saying. Jianshi's face was completely dark. As Suisui was about to slip away, he couldn't hold back and shouted, Stop! Who said you could leave? And Suisui looked confused, unsure whether to go or stay. Jianshi ignored her, needing to vent his frustration, and turned his gaze back to Yu Jianian, launching a sudden attack. The huge scythe looked even more like a soul reaper in the night. He attacked Yu Jianian without mercy, but Yu Jianian was ready. He couldn't stand being associated with Jianshi either. His eyes darkened, and a flurry of playing cards filled the air. While blocking Jianshi's view, he pulled a slender black stick from his hat and quickly widened the distance. He wasn't a brute like Jianshi. No need for close combat. Ha, so much for brute force. The black stick in Yu Jianian's hand changed forms, actually managing to block Jianshi's attacks. The two fought fiercely, evenly matched. And Suisui, stopped by Jianshi, stayed put, unsure whether to help or wait for the fight to end. If she helped, should she go all out or hold back? If she hit too hard, would Jianshi blame her for hurting his lover? If she held back, Would Jian Shi think she was flirting with the other guy? After all, Yu Jianian's looks could easily tempt any girl's wicked thoughts. A refined scoundrel, so exciting. She'd just left Jian Shi with the image of a lecher, so maybe it was best not to interfere. And Suisui hesitated for a while, then figured since the two had decided to open their hearts and have it out, she'd just keep digging for treasure. Ignoring the bickering pair, Suisui took her little shovel and ran to the edge, digging up the remaining treasure chests. Yu Jianian caught sight of this out of the corner of his eye and suddenly snapped back to reality. Remembering his original purpose, a flash of annoyance crossed his eyes. It was all Jian Shi's fault. He'd made him forget why he'd come in the first place. A flurry of cards whistled through the air, slicing through Jian Shi's mist and heading straight for Suisui, who was digging for treasure. At the same time, Yu Jianian broke free from Jian Shi's entanglement and flashed behind Suisui. He raised his stick, about to act, but Suisui, who seemed focused on digging, suddenly turned around. Two small red horns glowed faintly. Even her wet eyes were now tinged with a bewitching red. Yu Jianian paused, momentarily dazed. When he came to, a fishing net was coming down over his head. His eyes narrowed. He stuffed the stick back into his hat and a deck of cards appeared in his hand, instantly teleporting him to another spot. But to his surprise, the seemingly ordinary fishing net didn't just fall. It changed direction as if blown by the wind, drifting after him wherever he landed. After dodging 2 or 3 times, the net still hadn't hit the ground, always chasing right after him. Yu Jianian quickly realized, does it have a tracking function? Not a bad item. He knew that dodging was pointless, so he tried to cut the net with his cards. But the ordinary-looking black mist in front of the net blocked them all. Jian Shi was interfering again. Yu Jianian's face darkened, and Suisui quickly finished gathering the last treasure chest. Jian Shi stopped attacking and leaned lazily against a tombstone, watching Yu Jianian being chased by the net as if watching a monkey show. "They've already taken all the good stuff," Yu Jianian muttered. No particular emotion. He pulled out an item card from his pocket and tossed it at the net, finally blocking its pursuit. Taking the opportunity, Yu Jianian melted back into the night, disappearing from sight. Tch, coward. Ran away just like that. Jian Shi, clearly annoyed with Yu Jianian, sneered and went to pick up the net. At the center of the fishing net was a very ordinary-looking wooden stake, but since it came from a prop card, it must have some special effect. Otherwise, it couldn't have broken the fishing net's tracking function. And Suisui finally finished sorting her items, glanced around cautiously and asked, "Hey, did your friend leave?" If Suisui hadn't spoken, it would have been fine, but as soon as she did, all those twisted, suggestive phrases she'd misinterpreted before flooded back into her mind. Jian Shi's face immediately darkened. He squeezed the little horns on Suisui's head, his tone low and ominous. "It's a miracle you made it to adulthood." And Suisui looked baffled. She didn't think she'd done anything to deserve a scolding, but Jian Shi looked about ready to explode. After thinking it over, she decided not to bring up Yu Jianian again. Maybe it was just the frustration of unrequited feelings. She could understand that. The two of them circled the city a few more times, running into all sorts of strange things along the way. Defeating monsters would earn you the treasure chests they guarded, so danger and opportunity went hand in hand. At dawn the next day, the two of them followed their freshly made plan and began capturing players all over the competition area. Meanwhile, after confirming who his biggest rival was, Yu Jianian also started preparing to compete for the grand prize. With that, the game's balance was instantly shattered and every player in the city was on edge. Even if someone entered the area, it was nearly impossible to spot him. Once he was sure he was safe, Fang Yi patted his chest in relief, his racing heart finally calming down. This was insane. Since this morning, the whole competition area had been off. Rumor had it that 3 utterly ruthless players were capturing others en masse, and they were so strong that you couldn't beat them one-on-one. If you tried to team up, it was even worse. They had group capture tools, and you'd just be handing them a pile of free points. He'd only heard yesterday evening that, besides snatching patches from other players, there were also a few hidden fruit patches scattered in secret corners of the area. That way, you could avoid fighting and still rack up points. A pretty good strategy. Just now, while searching in one area, he'd heard some strange noises in the distance. He immediately abandoned the points he was about to get and ran for his life. As he fled, he heard blood-curdling screams behind him. Have the big shots all gone mad? It's terrifying. Fang Yi was lost in thought when out on the street, and Suisui floated by carrying a red bucket. The creepy part was, the plastic bucket in her hand was crammed with a dozen heads, each showing a different expression. Some looked miserable, some were bawling. Others were happily enjoying the scenery, even comforting the ones who were crying. Why cry? We're all players. It's not like they'll eat you. If you get caught, you don't even have to worry about points anymore. Isn't that great? A player next to him kept crying, I'm not scared of points, I'm scared of heights. Ah! This is terrifying, can't you fly a little lower? It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie. The best part was, some players who just wanted to stir up trouble weren't crying or depressed at all. They kept imitating all sorts of weird laughter. Ji hoo hoo hoo, ga ga ga. Seeing the other captured players freak out at their noises only made them more excited. Fang Yi had just heard these bizarre shrieks earlier, and it nearly gave him a heart attack. And now, in no time at all, these ghosts had caught up to him again. He couldn't stop shaking, and accidentally knocked something over. That immediately drew the attention of the monsters outside. And Suisui hadn't heard such a small sound herself. But with a dozen heads poking out of her bucket, there were always a few with especially sharp ears. They were troublemakers too. Hearing the noise, they immediately tattled. Boss, go left. There's someone in that rundown little shop. Yeah, I heard it too. I didn't just hear it, I can smell it. Fang Yi was quickly caught. When he came to, he found himself tied up with rope, lying on the ground, with Suisui's red bucket full of heads glaring at him with evil eyes. He felt like he was one step from ascending to heaven. There was no air in the bucket, so to let the captured players breathe, Suisui buried their bodies in the bucket and left their heads sticking out. To keep them from fighting inside, she'd tie each one up with rope before stuffing them in. That's how this bizarre scene came to be. She and Jianshi each had a bucket like this. But by now, even Suisui thought it was getting a bit crowded. I don't think I can fit anyone else in. She stared at her bucket, troubled. Should I put them in the basement instead? Huh? No way! The players who loved making a ruckus were the first to object. I think we can squeeze in a bit more, boss. The basement isn't safe. This newbie? Why should he be the first to get sent to the basement? No way. If they were all suffering here, no one else should get special treatment. He turned to the others. It's plenty roomy down here, right? Like hell it is. They were about to be squished to death. But one player, cursing inwardly, still agreed out loud. Yeah, it's super roomy, we can fit more. Really? Player 3, completely clueless, curiously poked at the 3 people wrapped in the net. What a big bug! Wow, this monster has 3 heads. If we eat them, will we merge into one? Then we'll have 6 heads. What the hell are these 3 talking about? Eugianian frowned deeply. Even if he wasn't familiar with the dog's skills, he could tell something was off. But he didn't have time to investigate. Jianshi's presence had already vanished. If he missed this chance, he'd waste more bait, and he couldn't afford to spend time on these 3 idiots. He glanced into the pit and, sure enough, saw that none of the 6 had any fruit patches left. With a snort, he flicked a playing card, slicing through the now useless tracking net. The 3 tightly bound players tumbled to the corners. Player 3 exclaimed in surprise but didn't feel any pain. He immediately got up and curiously poked at the broken net, saying to the others, The monster's been born. The 3 heads didn't merge into one body. Must be a failed evolution. Player 2 came over. Then let's tie them up again. They probably just didn't hatch long enough. If we wrap them up for longer, it'll work. He picked up the shredded net and started wrapping it around the 3 unconscious players. Eugianian, already gone, had no idea what his underlings were up to. He didn't care about his players' patches being stolen. As long as he took down the enemy players, he'd have plenty of time to rack up points. While he and Jian Shi both commanded large groups, Suisui and Jian Shi kept doubling their points, while Yu Jianian had to make sure his own team didn't fall into the bottom 3. At this point, his score was already behind the other two. Yu Jianian quickly followed Jian Shi's trail, magic wand in hand, ready for battle. Just as he neared a clock tower, something unexpected happened. A beige fishing net fell from the sky. Having suffered from tracking nets before, Yu Jianian knew how troublesome they could be. He quickly pulled out a substitute wooden stake, ending the net's tracking effect. At the same time, he spotted a black figure hidden in the clock tower. Pressing his magic wand to his lips, Yu Jianian whispered, "Magic. Clone." As if casting a spell, an identical copy of himself appeared at his side. From demeanor to clothing, even the magic wand, the two were indistinguishable. After quickly swapping places a few times, the two split left and right to flank the clock tower. Whether Jian Shi could tell the real Yu Jianian from the clone was unclear, but Suisui, watching from the shadows, was completely confused. She marveled at the enemy's powerful skill, while her mind raced to figure out how to counter it. A clone is still a clone. It can't act independently, and its actions are ultimately controlled by the real Yu Jianian. And Suisui stayed hidden, waiting for her chance. Jian Shi had expected to be exposed. It was all part of his and Suisui's plan. Just as he could guess Yu Jianian's dirty tricks, Yu Jianian knew him well too. Jian Shi couldn't be the assassin, so the fast and unpredictable Suisui would take that role. Jian Shi was a powerhouse, every move packed with destructive force. Yu Jianian was a versatile attacker, more like a mage. And Suisui, lurking in the shadows, was the opportunistic assassin. A battle with only 3 players, but each was the best of their class. Facing Yu Jianian, Jian Shi didn't hold back. He unleashed his full power. Black mist rolled like storm clouds, silently swallowing up the vision and senses of everyone nearby. In reality, the black mist did more than just that. When the mist spread close, Suisui could clearly feel a sense of restriction, as if she was under someone else's control. She saw Jian Shi swinging his giant scythe, the black mist condensing into thick chains. As the chains whipped through the air, they made a fierce sound, as if tearing the very space apart. If you got hit by one of those, you'd lose at least half your life. Yu Jianian was agile. Though not as fast as Suisui, his reflexes were extremely sharp. From his skills and even his attire, Suisui guessed he probably had some magician-related bloodline talent. Yu Jianian's clone skill was indeed powerful. The clones not only inherited his appearance and mannerisms, but could also use the magician's talent skills. Without using special items, there was no way to tell the real one from the clones. And Suisui watched as Jian Shi fought 2 at once without falling behind, clearly not holding back. He really wanted to win. So Suisui decided to step in, aiming to take down one of the Yu Jianians and end the fight quickly. She'd also been thinking for a while and had come up with the most likely way to tell which Yu Jianian was the real one. Yu Jianian seemed fully focused on fighting Jian Shi, but he was also wary of Suisui lurking nearby. Last night, he'd exchanged a few moves with her, but couldn't figure out her true strength, which meant she must be formidable. Just as he dodged a chain whipping toward him, a gust of wind came from behind, so fast it was on him in a blink. Yu Jianian was startled. It was too late to use a skill, so he could only twist aside to dodge the killing blow. And Suisui was shockingly fast. Even with his high agility, he couldn't dodge completely. But to Yu Jianian's surprise, the bat-winged girl didn't use any skills on him. Instead, after dodging, she spun around and clung tightly to him, using both hands and feet. What was she doing? Yu Jianian raised his hand to pull her off, but Suisui's small soft hand had already slipped into his open collar, groping around his chest. What the hell? Yu Jianian froze, his mind blanking out for a moment. She didn't come to kill him, she came to molest him? What kind of weird move was this? And Suisui watched Yu Jianian's expression closely. Seeing his limbs stiffen and his fake mask crack for a moment, she instantly realized she'd grabbed the real Eugianian. Her eyes lit up. She opened her mouth and bit down on his neck, then let go, flapping her wings to retreat to a safe distance and shouting, "Jianshe, the real one is here!" Eugianian snapped back to his senses, only to feel pain in his neck. A wild energy spread from the wound, trying to take over his mind. A control skill. Caught off guard by Suisui's unexpected move, Eugianian completely lost the initiative. Who would have thought an enemy would come up and grope you instead of assassinating you? With this, Eugianian had to focus all his energy on resisting Suisui's control skill, leaving him unable to control his clones. The clones' movements became mechanical. If you looked closely, you could tell the difference. And Suisui licked her little fangs, not feeling the least bit guilty. In fact, she was quite pleased with her new skill. Demon's fangs. Anyone marked by the demon becomes the demon's servant, obeying all commands for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Eugianian's willpower was strong, so the mark hadn't fully taken hold yet, but sweat was pouring down his forehead. Things didn't look good. And Suisui pulled out her weapon and charged again, while Jianshe finished off the now uncontrolled clone and blocked Eugianian's escape. Sweat dripped from Eugianian's brow as he panted and stepped back. Seeing things go south, he was ready to retreat. But Suisui's flying speed was faster than his skill activation, forcing him to crush a defensive item and try to tank her attack. If he could just outlast the skill's duration, he could escape their control. And Suisui rushed up and saw a rainbow glow shimmering around him, clearly a defensive item. Her attack power wasn't high, and ordinary weapons couldn't break such a strong defense. A direct hit wouldn't hurt Eugianian. But Suisui was an assassin. Sensing his intent, she put away her weapon. Her slender tail snaked out from behind and stabbed forward. The little tail looked like a harmless decoration, but Eugianian's alarm bells went off, and he twisted to avoid a vital spot. The next second, Suisui's tail pierced right through the defense and stabbed Eugianian's arm. Demon's tail. Don't be fooled by how thin and short it is. The tip is as sharp as any weapon, easily cutting skin and flesh, and it has a special armor-piercing effect. Even someone with an indestructible body can't block it. Assassins have not just speed but also powerful armor-piercing abilities. In the end, he'd been careless. Before leaving, Eugianian stared at Suisui for a long moment, so long she almost thought he'd fallen for her, then was teleported away by his cards. During this, the field was almost disrupted by Jianshe's control, nearly interrupting Eugianian's skill. When the black mist cleared, Suisui looked down. No wonder Eugianian's minions hadn't shown up. Turns out they'd all fallen in with the dog. The dog was like a boss, surrounded by a crowd of players, looking extremely pleased. When it spotted Suisui, the dog raised its head proudly and gave its owner a disdainful look. "Look at me, then look at you. We're not even in the same league." Then Suisui gave it a good beating, and it finally accepted reality. The owner is always the boss. Eugianian was injured, and his minions had mostly been won over by the dog, so he'd basically lost his competitive edge. That left the championship to be decided between Suisui and Jianshe. Their eyes met, and they immediately went their separate ways. Who's afraid of whom? They had about the same number of hostages, so to win, they'd need extra points. There were only a few scattered players left in the area, all well hidden. Exploring the city could also yield patches, so luck would play a part in winning. And when it came to luck, Suisui completely crushed Jianshe. A total jinx versus a total lucky star. No contest. In the end, Suisui won by 3 points, taking first place in this round. When Suisui returned to her space, the dog was still mourning the loss of its little minions. Without thinking, she gave the dog a solid whack to remind it who was boss, then did her daily lottery draw before leaving the space. Because they shared the same secret and were alumni of the same academy, Suisui and Xiaoshuan had grown closer. Although entering the game from the same place didn't guarantee they'd be assigned together, the two still agreed to enter the game at the same location. Before the 7th game, Suisui and Xiaoshuan met up again. When Suisui arrived at Xiaoxuan's dorm with snacks, Xiaoxuan was furiously rubbing her soapy hair with a towel. "Why aren't you rinsing with water?" Suisui asked, puzzled. Xiaoxuan got even angrier at the mention. "The water stopped halfway through washing my hair. The bubbles are still all over my head. So annoying. Thank goodness I wasn't taking a shower, or I'd have to enter the game all sticky and gross. I'd want to die." "No water?" Suisui checked her light brain and, sure enough, there was an emergency notice from Zhaoyang Academy. How could the water just stop like that? The interstellar water supply and storage systems were highly advanced. Unless there was a major natural disaster or some other force majeure, water outages were almost unheard of. At least, Suisui had never experienced one, nor had her parents. No warning at all before the water shut off, seriously. Suisui scrolled through her light brain, seeing that many classmates had been caught off guard by the sudden outage. Then she noticed that even her parents, who'd been extra clingy since their trip, had posted something rare. There's always someone saying water can be replaced by other resources, but now that it's out, everyone's panicking, right? Don't worry, show me your alternatives and let me have a laugh. It was a meme from her dad's community group, a bunch of grannies and grandpas surrounding the building manager, demanding the water be restored. Huh? Even Silverwolf Star lost water? Just as she was thinking this, the familiar dizziness hit, the countdown ended, and Suisui was pulled into the game. Ding. Welcome to the Extreme Survival Game. This round's theme, Business Tycoon. Game rules. Each player is given 3,000 yuan in starting capital to start a business. After 7 days, assets will be tallied. The bottom 3 players will be eliminated. Note: only cash assets are counted at settlement. Please play seriously and do your best to clear the game. As soon as she heard the rules, Suisui knew she was in trouble. This round's theme was business, and with only 7 days, there was no way to rely on hard knowledge and honest work. She'd have to find a shortcut to make quick money. But making money? Suisui had no idea how. Was she going to get eliminated this round? She felt this was the most dangerous game she'd ever played. She could sense death looming from the very start. No, she couldn't just sit and wait to die. She had to at least struggle a bit. Calming herself, she looked around and found herself standing in front of a bustling plaza, surrounded by a rushing crowd, everyone tense and hurried. It looked ordinary enough, but to Suisui, who came from the interstellar era, the buildings were all too unfamiliar, so old-fashioned. She carefully avoided the crowd and found a quieter corner, just right for observing the landmark building across the way. So this was a train station. Suisui had already noticed that, for some reason, the game loved retro settings. Anything that appeared in the game, creatures or buildings, was always something interstellar people would rarely encounter in real life. If she weren't a history major, she probably wouldn't even understand the current social order. Just then, she heard a jingling sound nearby. She looked down and met the eyes of a pitiful old man. His face was covered in a scraggly beard, his clothes were filthy and torn, and his brown-black hands clutched a battered stainless steel bowl. Behind him was a patched-up, ragged bag. He looked utterly miserable. What's this about? Suisui had never seen a beggar before and stared blankly at the steel bowl. Showing off his wealth? Maybe because she didn't say anything, the man shook the coins in his bowl and spoke up. "Little girl, spare some change?" Money? Suisui instinctively clutched her wallet. She only had 3,000 yuan, which had to last her for food, drink, and everything else. How could someone ask a poor girl like her for money? She quickly backed away, but the beggar followed relentlessly. Even when Suisui made it clear she wasn't interested, he didn't give up, circling her persistently. He seemed to think a girl like her would be easy to scam. "Please, just a little. I haven't eaten in days." Suisui was baffled. What did his hunger have to do with her? She wasn't his guardian. Seeing the beggar still pestering her, Suisui clutched her pocket and sped up, squeezing through the crowd and vanishing in an instant. The beggar was stunned. He hadn't expected his persistence to fail. He sulkily put away his bowl and went looking for his next target. What a shame. If he'd just pestered that clean, delicate girl a bit more, she'd have given in. Young girls usually got scared and handed over money just to get rid of him. He was very experienced at this, but Suisui hadn't gone far. She was hiding out of sight, quietly observing this strange man. She watched as he used his little bowl to beg for cash from passers-by, only needing to say a few pitiful words, especially with young women. If they didn't give, he'd just keep pestering. Soon, his battered bowl was full of coins. But he didn't leave. He just pocketed the money and kept begging. By midday, he'd already made a tidy sum. And Suisui was thoughtful. That afternoon, when the beggar returned to the station to beg, he found a new competitor in his usual spot. And it was the same girl he'd failed to pester that morning, trying to steal his turf? A vicious glint flashed in the beggar's eyes as he slowly approached Suisui. But Suisui didn't even look up, just crouched pitifully in the corner. Her face was naturally soft and innocent. She didn't even need to fake a disability. Just curling up in the corner with a little box in front of her, occasionally glancing timidly at the crowd, was enough to make people's hearts melt. Many stopped to drop some change in her box. A wealthy woman walked by, and Suisui's eyes lit up. She looked up and called out softly in her sweetest voice, "I'm so hungry." That immediately caught the woman's attention. The rich lady saw that Suisui was small and cute, clean and tidy, and didn't pester anyone. She even curled up in a corner to avoid bothering others, which instantly softened the lady's heart. She took 2 red bills from her pocket and tossed them into Suisui's little box, shaking her head and sighing as she walked away. Sigh, how pitiful. Such a small child already has to beg. And Suisui happily stuffed the 2 bills into her pocket, wanting to keep up her pitiful act, but suddenly found herself in shadow. The old beggar who had inspired her was now blocking her stall, staring at her with a sinister look. And Suisui glared back. "What are you looking at? Can't handle a little competition? Did you think you had a monopoly on this spot?" And now he was blocking her stall and affecting her business. Annoyed, she waved her hand. "Move, don't block the way, there's plenty of space, just don't stand in front of me." This little brat actually dared to chase him away? The beggar grew even gloomier, raising his cane to hit Suisui. And Suisui's smile faded. She caught the cane with one hand. Wow, for someone so old and skinny, he's pretty strong. A normal girl would have been stunned by a hit like that. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with Suisui. Her strength had been enhanced, maybe not much among players, but 5 times that of a normal person. Handling 2 or 3 old beggars would be no problem. While the two faced off, people nearby noticed the commotion and started gathering around. The beggar's eyes turned vicious. He reached out his filthy claws to grab Suisui. Young girls are supposed to be most afraid of this, right? A man fighting a woman, no matter what, the woman always loses. And if, in the scuffle, her clothes got torn? A lecherous grin spread across his bearded face. But how could Suisui let him have his way? If she weren't pretending to be a weak little bun, she'd have beaten him up already. But in public, she couldn't show off her strength. She nimbly dodged his dirty hand, glanced at the crowd and the surveillance camera above, and her eyes flashed red. The beggar instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, following the voice in his mind. "Ow!" The old beggar hit a stone as he fell, and the pain woke him up. He didn't know why he was in that position, but seeing the crowd, he simply lay down and pretended to be badly hurt, wailing nonstop. "Ow, my old back! I can't go on, I'm dying. I've been beaten to death. Poor me, homeless and now beaten up too." As more people gathered, some began to blame Suisui without knowing the truth. And Suisui tilted her head and began her own performance. She lowered her head, her eyes quickly filling with tears that dripped to the ground. Her hands clutched her clothes tightly, and she didn't say a word or try to defend herself. Compared to the old man rolling on the ground, the weak, pitiful little girl looked much more like the victim. Most people hesitated, unable to figure out what was really happening. "Huh? What happened?" A few nearby shopkeepers came over to watch. At first, they didn't know what was going on, but after hearing a quick summary and seeing the old beggar wailing and the pitiful girl, they immediately realized the beggar was faking it. "I run a shop nearby and know this beggar well. He's always begging around here and harassing women who walk alone. If you don't give him money, he won't let you go. He just thinks others are easy to bully." So that's what this old beggar is like. Those who had blamed Suisui were surprised, but unwilling to admit they were wrong. So they argued, even if the old man's character is bad, that's one thing. But what if he really was beaten? He's so old. How much strength could he have? Maybe those women just dressed too provocatively. The shopkeeper, also a man, found this ridiculous. "How twisted does your worldview have to be to say something so shameless?" He sneered and pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. "If there's no evidence, let's call the police. The police will sort it out." He took out his phone and called the police. The police car soon arrived, taking both the wailing beggar and Suisui away. The old beggar thought he was in the right and acted fearless the whole time. The police checked the surveillance footage, which clearly showed the whole incident. They saw the old beggar charging at the young girl, using his cane to attack her. She blocked him, and then he just lay down and faked injury. The truth was clear. The old beggar, confused, really thought Suisui had pushed him, but now realized she hadn't even touched him. So how did he fall? He was completely baffled. The policewoman patted Suisui's head kindly, bought her food, and even slipped 200 yuan into her pocket. Suisui accepted everything without hesitation. After escorting her out of the police station, the policewoman held Suisui's hand and warned her, "That old beggar is a habitual scoundrel. He didn't actually hurt you, so he'll probably just get a warning and be released. Be careful out there and stay away from him if you can, okay?" Suisui understood and obediently agreed, then left the police station and hid in an alley nearby. A while later, the old beggar also left the station, cursing and swearing as he walked. He was secretly plotting revenge. How dare that brat get him sent to the police? Next time, she wouldn't get away so easily. But he was so focused on his revenge that he didn't notice the shadow falling in front of him. When he reached the mouth of the alley, a rope suddenly looped around his neck. With brute force, the rope dragged the old beggar into the alley, followed by muffled screams. A while later, Suisui walked out of the alley, now holding a stainless steel begging bowl and a cane made of rotten wood. Even her pockets were fatter with cash. Happily, she returned to her spot at the station with her new begging gear, while the old beggar only managed to stagger out of the alley long after she'd left, barely able to walk. The next day, the old beggar hesitated for a long time before returning to the familiar train station. But to his surprise, someone had already started working. Suisui was extremely dedicated. Early in the morning, she was already at the station entrance in her new beggar gear, playing the pitiful act. Maybe her looks were just too convincing. Whenever someone asked why such a young girl wasn't working, before Suisui could even answer, someone else would jump in to defend her. "Look at what you're saying. She's so young, obviously not an adult yet. Who would dare hire her? That's child labor. There was a news story about this not long ago." "What news?" "A little girl who'd been abandoned couldn't find work because she wasn't of age. A kind boss took her in, but someone reported him." "Oh my, that poor child must have felt so guilty." "Exactly." As the conversation drifted, the old beggar waved his hand in front of Suisui, but she just glanced at him sleepily and didn't react. Relieved, the old beggar went about his usual business. Begging had its own turf rules. Having his spot taken by this brat was embarrassing enough, but what he really feared was losing his livelihood. With two beggars in the same place, passers-by would naturally compare. One was filthy, old, and aggressive. If you didn't give money, he'd pester you endlessly. The other was a delicate, pitiful girl, quietly sitting in the corner, never bothering anyone. If you gave her money, she'd thank you sweetly, and the amount was usually at least 10 yuan. Suisui would flash a sweet smile, and as soon as the donor was 3 meters away, she'd stash the bills in her pocket. The old beggar shook his bowl of coins and glanced at Suisui's already bulging purse, twitching his lips in frustration. What's wrong with these people? That brat's already raking it in. But he still had a trick up his sleeve. His eyes scanned the crowd and finally settled on a target, A lone teenage girl, neatly dressed, walking briskly as if in a hurry. The old beggar grinned and shuffled over. "Little girl, please, spare some change. I haven't eaten in days." The girl was startled by his sudden appearance and stepped back in fear. What do you want?" He shook his battered bowl, closing in step by step. "Have pity on me. Haven't eaten in 3 days. Please?" He got closer and closer. A teenage girl had never faced this before. Her face went pale, and with trembling hands, she pulled out some pocket money to give him. But a hand reached out and gently held her wrist. "Give the money to me. I'll get rid of him for you." And Suisui looked at the girl with sincere eyes. With Suisui's protection, the girl calmed down, gratefully handed her the money and said, "Please help me." If she had to spend money, she'd rather give it to someone who made her feel safe. The girl hid behind Suisui, glaring angrily at the old beggar. And Suisui, looking pleased, smiled and held out her hand to the old beggar. He shivered, immediately retreated 3 steps, and fled. The girl sighed in relief, thanked Suisui again, and hurried away. And Suisui strolled back to her resting spot. After that, she would sometimes sigh and act pitiful to win sympathy, but more often, she watched the old beggar's movements. Whenever he tried to harass passers-by, Suisui would rush over to help. Look at that. She'd found herself a side hustle. Another source of income? She really was a genius. The old beggar was terrified of her. His body still ached from before. He didn't dare mess with Suisui, but if he did nothing, all the donations went to her. He tried to force some people to give, but Suisui would always intervene. He was so angry he could barely stand it. Wasn't this just bullying him? Why was he the only one getting picked on? He was so depressed he even considered letting Suisui beat him up and send her to the police. But after yesterday's incident, even if she did, no one would believe him. That brat was so cunning. She'd cut off all his escape routes in advance. Wouldn't anyone do something about her? The old beggar slumped in a corner, too dejected to bother passers-by, but ironically his income actually increased. And Suisui, meanwhile, was getting bored. She checked the rankings. Sure enough, because she'd acted quickly and found a fast way to make money, she was currently near the top among all players. But she knew this was just a temporary illusion. Anyone with real business sense wouldn't stoop to her tricks. Even if they were at the bottom now, they'd catch up in a few days. And Suisui didn't care much about her current rank and started brainstorming new ways to make money. Begging was decent, but it wouldn't be enough to stay on top. She propped her chin on her hand, gazing absent-mindedly at the crowd, her thoughts drifting. Suddenly, a shrill cry snapped her out of her daze. "Thief! Stop that thief! That guy stole my bag! Someone help!" And Suisui looked up to see a tall, thin man sprinting toward her, clutching a fancy women's purse. Instinctively, she stuck out her foot and tripped the unsuspecting thief. "Who the hell tripped me?" The thief crashed to the ground. The loud noise snapped and Suisui fully awake. A thief? She grabbed her battered cane and whacked him. The thief tried to get up, but she smashed him again, nearly breaking his back. His chin hit the ground so hard he almost bit his tongue. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Who the— Before he could finish, he saw a shadow looming. Judging by the size, it was definitely heavy. "Crap, don't come any closer." And Suisui jumped down from the steps, landing with both feet on the thief's shoulders. Crack. His shoulder broke instantly. The woman who'd been robbed finally caught up. Seeing the thief subdued, she didn't hesitate. She kicked him right in the butt. "That's for stealing my bag. You're young and already up to no good." She was furious, kicking him again and again in the same spot. And Suisui watched, stunned, as the thief was pummeled by high heels, thinking he might just die of shame. Finally, the woman calmed down, yanked her purse back, checked that nothing was missing, and looked gratefully at Suisui, who'd helped catch the thief. The next day, the old beggar hesitated for a long time before returning to the familiar train station. But to his surprise, someone had already started working. And Suisui was extremely dedicated. Early in the morning, she was already at the station entrance in her new beggar gear, playing the pitiful act. Maybe her looks were just too convincing. Whenever someone asked why such a young girl wasn't working, before Suisui could even answer, someone else would jump in to defend her. "Look at what you're saying. She's so young, obviously not an adult yet. Who would dare hire her? That's child labor. There was a news story about this not long ago." "What news?" "A little girl who'd been abandoned couldn't find work because she wasn't of age. A kind boss took her in, but someone reported him. Oh my, that poor child must have felt so guilty." "Exactly." As the conversation drifted, the old beggar waved his hand in front of Suisui, but she just glanced at him sleepily and didn't react. Relieved, the old beggar went about his usual business. Begging had its own turf rules. Having his spot taken by this brat was embarrassing enough, but what he really feared was losing his livelihood. With two beggars in the same place, passers-by would naturally compare. One was filthy, old, and aggressive. If you didn't give money, he'd pester you endlessly. The other was a delicate, pitiful girl, quietly sitting in the corner, never bothering anyone. If you gave her money, she'd thank you sweetly, and the amount was usually at least 10 yuan. And Suisui would flash a sweet smile, and as soon as the donor was 3 meters away, she'd stash the bills in her pocket. The old beggar shook his bowl of coins and glanced at Suisui's already bulging purse, twitching his lips in frustration. What's wrong with these people? That brat's already raking it in? But he still had a trick up his sleeve. His eyes scanned the crowd and finally settled on a target, a lone teenage girl, neatly dressed, walking briskly as if in a hurry. The old beggar grinned and shuffled over. "Little girl, please, spare some change. I haven't eaten in days." The girl was startled by his sudden appearance and stepped back in fear. What do you want?" He shook his battered bowl, closing in step by step. "Have pity on me. Haven't eaten in 3 days. Please." He got closer and closer. A teenage girl had never faced this before. Her face went pale, and with trembling hands she pulled out some pocket money to give him. But a hand reached out and gently held her wrist. "Give the money to me. I'll get rid of him for you." And Suisui looked at the girl with sincere eyes. With Suisui's protection, the girl calmed down, gratefully handed her the money and said, "Please help me." If she had to spend money, she'd rather give it to someone who made her feel safe. The girl hid behind Suisui, glaring angrily at the old beggar. And Suisui, looking pleased, smiled and held out her hand to the old beggar. He shivered, immediately retreated 3 steps, and fled. The girl sighed in relief, thanked Suisui again, and hurried away. And Suisui strolled back to her resting spot. After that, she would sometimes sigh and act pitiful to win sympathy, but more often, she watched the old beggar's movements. Whenever he tried to harass passers-by, Suisui would rush over to help. Look at that. She'd found herself a side hustle. Another source of income. She really was a genius. The old beggar was terrified of her. His body still ached from before. He didn't dare mess with Suisui, but if he did nothing, all the donations went to her. He tried to force some people to give, but Suisui would always intervene. He was so angry he could barely stand it. Wasn't this just bullying him? Why was he the only one getting picked on? He was so depressed he even considered letting Suisui beat him up and send her to the police. But after yesterday's incident, even if she did, no one would believe him. That brat was so cunning, she'd cut off all his escape routes in advance. Wouldn't anyone do something about her? The old beggar slumped in a corner, too dejected to bother passers-by, but ironically, his income actually increased. And Suisui, meanwhile, was getting bored. She checked the rankings. Sure enough, because she'd acted quickly and found a fast way to make money, she was currently near the top among all players. But she knew this was just a temporary illusion. Anyone with real business sense wouldn't stoop to her tricks. Even if they were at the bottom now, they'd catch up in a few days. And Suisui didn't care much about her current rank and started brainstorming new ways to make money. Begging was decent, but it wouldn't be enough to stay on top. She propped her chin on her hand, gazing absent-mindedly at the crowd, her thoughts drifting. Suddenly, a shrill cry snapped her out of her daze. "Thief! Stop that thief! That guy stole my bag! Someone help!" And Suisui looked up to see a tall, thin man sprinting toward her, clutching a fancy women's purse. Instinctively, she stuck out her foot and tripped the unsuspecting thief. "Who the hell tripped me?" The thief crashed to the ground. The loud noise snapped and Suisui fully awake. A thief? She grabbed her battered cane and whacked him. The thief tried to get up, but she smashed him again, nearly breaking his back. His chin hit the ground so hard he almost bit his tongue. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Who the... Before he could finish, he saw a shadow looming. Judging by the size, it was definitely heavy. Crap, don't come any closer. And Suisui jumped down from the steps, landing with both feet on the thief's shoulders. Crack. His shoulder broke instantly. The woman who'd been robbed finally caught up. Seeing the thief subdued, she didn't hesitate. She kicked him right in the butt. "That's for stealing my bag. You're young and already up to no good." She was furious, kicking him again and again in the same spot. And Suisui watched, stunned, as the thief was pummeled by high heels, thinking he might just die of shame. Finally, the woman calmed down, yanked her purse back, checked that nothing was missing, and looked gratefully at Suisui, who'd helped catch the thief. "Thank you, little sister." The young woman was dressed luxuriously and clearly wasn't short on money. Seeing Suisui holding a shabby cane and dressed plainly, she thought for a moment, then took 3,000 yuan in cash from her bag and stuffed it into Suisui's hand. "This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Suisui hadn't thought much when she acted, but if it could bring her extra profit, that was even better. She accepted the reward without hesitation. The woman smiled, visibly relieved. Her bag was worth far more than 3,000 yuan, and there were important things inside. If it had been lost, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If this little girl had tried to extort her, things could have gotten ugly. When the thief was subdued, someone in the crowd had already called the police. After the woman finished thanking Suisui, the police finally arrived and took the unconscious thief away. The old beggar, who had witnessed the whole scene, quietly packed up his begging tools and made a solemn decision. He'd better find a new spot. The territory was good, but you had to live to enjoy it. After tasting the benefits, Suisui started paying attention to special opportunities. For example, acts of bravery. The train station entrance was a high-traffic area and a hotspot for crime. Not long after the bag-snatching incident, 2 more suspicious people appeared at the station. They were both dressed inconspicuously and looked unremarkable, but Suisui just felt something was off and kept an eye on them. They approached from different directions, but as they passed each other, the man in black slipped something into the other man's hand. The second man, face unchanged, quickly pocketed the item and headed toward the train station. Despite their contact, the two never exchanged a word or even looked at each other, acting like total strangers passing by. If Suisui hadn't been sharp-eyed, she wouldn't have noticed anything strange. She paused, stuffed the coins from her box into her pocket, and left her box and cane with a nearby shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was happy to help, maybe because since Suisui had arrived, the old beggar had been much more well-behaved. He agreed with a big smile. With her things safely stored, Suisui lightly followed the suspicious man. He first circled the station entrance, then went to the ticket hall. But he didn't buy a ticket. He just sat in the lobby for a while, checked his phone, then got up and headed to the inner gate of the station. Many train stations have such an inner gate, meant for people who have already checked in but need to exit for special reasons. It's an exit only, not an entrance. At that moment, a kindly-looking older woman was standing at the exit, talking anxiously on the phone, pacing back and forth, and occasionally arguing with whoever was on the other end. She seemed to be having a family dispute. The suspicious man walked over, took out a pack of cigarettes, and put one in his mouth. He looked like he was just looking for a place to smoke. The older woman was still on the phone. The man lit his cigarette and wandered around, occasionally flicking his ash and returning to the same spot. Finally, the woman's phone argument got heated. She was jumping and shouting. The man flicked his ash, then, as if just watching the commotion, slowly walked over. There was only a one-way door between them, and Suisui narrowed her eyes, nerves taut. She noticed the man's other hand slip into his pocket and pull something out, holding it in his palm. Then, as he let his left hand hang naturally, he turned as the woman finished her call and casually tossed the item next to her bag. The woman finished her call, put her phone away, squatted down, and, without any change in expression, picked up her bag and the small black object, then headed to the second floor of the station. And Suisui narrowed her eyes, stopped her recording, and turned to find the station police. She also dialed the emergency number. The phone she'd taken from the old beggar was old, but still worked well. A train delay announcement sounded in the station. The older woman didn't notice anything, calmly sitting on a bench and chatting with people nearby. After a while, a cleaning lady started tidying up the area, slowly making her way to the woman's side. A plainclothes officer happened to walk by and greeted the cleaner. "Aunt Zhao. Working hard?" The cleaner smiled kindly and took out a big pancake from her pocket. "Xiaomo, you're just in time. My daughter left in a hurry today and didn't have breakfast. You're on the same train, right? Could you take this to her?" The officer grinned. "Of course, that's no problem." The cleaner put down her broom, stepped forward, and handed over the pancake. The officer also slowly approached from the aisle. Both were now very close to the older woman, separated by only a couple of people. As the officer walked behind the woman, the two suddenly sprang into action. One grabbed her upper body from behind, the other pinned her limbs, shouting, "Don't move!" Immediately, more officers rushed in and surrounded the woman. Her expression went from confused to panicked to calm. She threw down her bag and started screaming, "What are you doing? Police brutality!" She wailed and made a scene, but an officer stepped forward and played the video Suisui had recorded right in front of her, face cold. "We suspect you of illegal transactions with criminals. There are dangerous items in your bag. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation." Seeing the video, the woman froze, completely stunned, unable to understand how she'd been exposed. Besides this woman, the other suspicious man had already been knocked out by Suisui and handed over to the police. Unfortunately, the man in black who made the initial handoff got away, or Suisui felt she could have earned another reward. Yes, because Suisui had helped catch a key member of a criminal gang, the authorities gave her a generous cash reward. Side job: bounty hunter unlocked. At 10 p.m., Suisui packed up her stall and was about to find a place to spend the night when her battered phone suddenly blared with urgent music. She checked the screen. An unfamiliar number with no contact name. Could it be someone looking for the old beggar? Suisui answered, ready to explain the phone's ownership, but before she could speak, the caller launched into a rapid-fire monologue in dialect-accented Mandarin, not giving her a chance to get a word in. "Hello, President Wang. It's Yao Chen. That project you wanted to invest in has already been snatched up by someone else. I'm really sorry." "President Wang? Who's that?" Suisui was stunned. Who would have thought? The old beggar actually dabbled in investments? Impressive. She was about to hang up, but paused. Since the call had come, she might as well listen in. Maybe there was something she could use. The caller, hearing no response, continued naturally. "President Wang, why aren't you saying anything?" "Oh, I get it. You're mad at me. This is my fault. You had your eye on that project for a while, and now someone else took it. Don't be angry. I still have a new project. It's in early development. Nobody else knows about it yet. Are you interested?" At this point, Suisui started to feel something was off, so she deliberately spoke up, making it clear she wasn't the old beggar. "You've got the wrong number. I'm not President Wang." The other side's passionate sales pitch froze, and after an awkward laugh, he said, "Oh, wrong number. Sorry. My friend's number is similar to yours. I must have dialed wrong." Then he hung up decisively. Was she overthinking it? and Suisui bit her finger in confusion. Just then, she spotted the old beggar sneaking along the wall and called out to him, "Where are you off to, old man?" The old beggar was so startled he nearly dropped dead on the spot. And Suisui pretended not to notice, laying out some snacks and fruit that local shopkeepers had given her, and cheerfully invited him over. "We've known each other a whole day and I still don't know your surname. Since we're in the same business now, why not have a bite and chat? What's this girl up to now?" The old beggar glanced around nervously. Crap. There weren't many people on the street at this hour. If he answered wrong, she might just beat him up and there'd be no one to stop her. But he didn't dare ignore her completely, so he cautiously replied, "My surname's Joe." Joe. And Suisui licked her lips, her little fangs peeking out. She'd deliberately said it was a wrong number, but hadn't claimed not to be the phone's owner. If the caller was really looking for the old beggar, he should have called back to check. But the caller seemed convinced she was the owner, and hung up without a hint of suspicion. Maybe it really was a wrong number. Just then, a new text arrived. Before she could open it, the same number called again. This time, the caller immediately apologized. "Sorry, little sister, I thought this was my friend's number. I just sent you a text. Just ignore it or delete it, okay?" And Suisui had thought he'd be asking about the old beggar, but he still hadn't noticed the phone's ownership, only repeatedly hinting about the text. She thought for a moment and decided to play along. "Why?" The caller, sounding a bit agitated, blurted, "Because it's internal information." He cut himself off, then kept insisting she delete the message, saying it didn't matter before hanging up. And Suisui thoughtfully opened the text. "President Wang, I've sent you the internal link for the new project. It's still a work in progress, but you can check it out yourself. I guarantee it'll make money based on our decades of friendship." A long web link was attached, and Suisui stared at the investment link, tapping her knee. So, she'd run into a telecom scam? If she believed the scammer and clicked the link, she'd probably be asked for personal info, then have her bank account drained. Or maybe it was the other kind of scam. She'd think she'd gotten insider info, invest all her money and get swindled. For most people, there were only two options: see through the scam and ignore it, or fall for it and get cheated. But as Suisui stared at the scam call, she had another idea. She opened her phone and searched, "How much is the reward for reporting a scam ring?" Seeing the numbers listed, her eyes lit up and she jumped to her feet. Perfect. She'd been looking for criminals and now they'd come to her. She'd just follow the digital trail and catch the whole scam ring in one go. While Suisui was lost in thought and grinning to herself, the old beggar tried to sneak away, but hadn't gone far before a small hand landed on his back. He turned stiffly. Sure enough, it was that brat. It was. The sweet smile on Suisui's face was already synonymous with evil in his mind. He shivered and asked warily, "What do you want now?" And Suisui just smiled. Meanwhile, in a residential complex a few kilometers away, a man glanced at the time, then at his computer, and yawned. Around him, more than 20 people were either glued to their screens or making phone calls, none of them idle. Their only common trait was that they were all fairly young. Wang Ying walked into the room and, seeing his lazy employees, started making promises. "It's only 10 o'clock, everyone hang in there. I'll buy you all a late-night snack at 11. It's tough in the early days of a startup, but once we make money, you'll see these new stocks are worth it. Think about what you'll do when you're rich. Doesn't that get you motivated?" A young employee twitched his lips, but since the boss was talking, he said nothing and kept making scripted calls. Scamming wasn't easy these days. Most people were too savvy. Getting someone to fall for it was rare, but even one hit a day or every few days was enough for them to make a killing. Wang Ying watched as the room full of young people got back to their frenzied work, then stepped out onto the balcony for a smoke. He had no idea that, because of a scam call he'd made not long ago, a certain girl was now speeding toward his location at thousands of meters per minute. And Suisui pulled a newly acquired card from her inventory. A thread of fate connects those destined to meet. As long as she set the correct target, she could use this card to pinpoint the person's exact location within a certain range. She immediately set the scam caller as her target. Instantly, an invisible red thread stretched from Suisui to an apartment building more than 10 kilometers away. After sending the old beggar on his way, Suisui found a secluded spot, spread her wings, and followed the digital trail at top speed toward the scammer's hideout. A distance of over 10 kilometers was nothing for a little demon at full speed, especially now that her demon bloodline had reached level 3, giving her a real boost in her basic stats. As long as she had enough food, stamina wasn't a problem. She could simply enjoy the thrill of speed her bloodline brought. The scam ring was hidden in an utterly ordinary apartment building. The area was full of the warmth and bustle of daily life. Hard to imagine a criminal gang was holed up in such a cozy neighborhood. Following the red thread, Suisui easily found the exact apartment. From a distance, she saw a man smoking on the balcony. She pulled out her stealth card, blending completely into the night. As long as no one physically touched her, she'd remain undetected. Carefully, Suisui crept up to the balcony, peering at the only person outside. The man had regular features, wore casual sportswear, and leaned lazily against the railing, puffing away. He wasn't especially handsome, but Suisui's eyes were instantly drawn to him, because she spotted a familiar player tattoo on his wrist. So this scam ring was run by a fellow game player. No wonder, players who'd survived this long were all talented. She was out begging on the street, while this guy was running scams behind the scenes. We're all competitors. Your loss is my gain. A perfect cycle. Suisui muttered, snapping a few photos of the man on the balcony with her battered phone. Wang Ying seemed to sense something, turning sharply to look at the shadowy corner where Suisui was hiding, but saw nothing. Am I just being paranoid? He muttered. Still, he stuck his head out over the balcony, scanning carefully but found nothing. This is the 11th floor. How could anyone be up here? He laughed at his own nerves, stubbed out his cigarette, and went back inside. Before bed, he gave his employees another rousing pep talk, then retreated to his room to sleep. After all, what were employees for, if not to make the boss's life easier? Otherwise, he could just do it all himself. And Suisui recorded everything he said, then waited until the others had gone to bed before sneaking into the workroom. She turned on a computer, copied key information to her phone, and prepared to report the whole operation for a reward. Another job well done. The next morning, Wang Ying was still in bed when a loud banging on the door woke him. Groggy, he glanced at the time, 5 a.m. Who the hell comes banging on someone's door at this hour? He ignored it and pulled the covers over his head, but the person outside was persistent, pounding and shouting as if they wouldn't leave until he opened up. Damn it. Annoyed, Wang Ying dragged himself to the door and peered through the peephole. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a security guard uniform, looking even more impatient than Wang Ying. What is it? Wang Ying mumbled. The man barked. What is it? Is your bathroom leaking? I'm with property management. The neighbor downstairs complained. Open up and let me check. Leaking bathroom? No way. No one even showered yesterday. Wang Ying, confused, checked the bathroom, bone dry. He stormed back to the door to argue. What nonsense are you talking about? There's not a drop of water in my bathroom. How could it be leaking? The man outside was just as irritable, clearly not a morning person. I don't care. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Just open up and let me check. Who wants to waste time arguing at this hour? If you don't open up, I'll keep banging until you do. Wang Ying, fuming, flung the door open. If you find a single drop of water, I'll get on my knees. If you don't, you... Before he could finish, the security guard kicked him so hard he was stunned. He hadn't even finished his tough talk and already got hit. He didn't think he'd said anything that bad. But the man didn't give him a chance to react. After the kick, he lunged forward. Then a group of uniformed, armed police officers surged in from outside. Wang Ying took one look and was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, he'd only been scamming for a day. How did he get caught so fast? Wasn't it supposed to be hard to catch scammers these days? In no time, Wang Ying and his 20-something accomplices were subdued and hauled off to the police station for overnight interrogation. No one noticed that, even under heavy guard, Wang Ying didn't look the least bit worried. He lowered his head, thinking about his next move. After reporting Wang Ying, Suisui didn't leave right away. She found a hidden spot near the police station and waited. Sure enough, about 2 hours after the scammers were brought in, she saw a familiar figure walk out of the station, bold as day. If she hadn't already received her reward, she might have thought Wang Ying was innocent and she'd made a mistake. Wang Ying kept his head down under a baseball cap, calmly walking past the police. Only after leaving the station did he let out a breath, cursing and ruffling his messy hair. What the hell was this? I was only there for a day, barely talked to anyone, and someone reported me. Whoever did it, if I find out, I'll beat them to death. And the report was so damn accurate, infuriating. Pulling his cap lower, Wang Ying hurried away, unaware of anything strange about himself. And Suisui yawned, watching the player disappear into the distance. If this guy could come up with a scam to make money so quickly, he definitely wouldn't give up a life of crime easily. After all, every get-rich-quick scheme is written in the criminal code. As for her, she loved nothing more than fleecing the same sheep over and over, until there was nothing left to fleece. After placing a tracking device on Wang Ying, Suisui simply let him go about his business. Don't underestimate the personal abilities of these players. Being able to recruit over 20 employees in a single day and quickly form a scam gang is not something just anyone can pull off. She believed that after a day, she'd be able to reap another harvest. Since her teleportation ability was still on cooldown and she was reluctant to spend money to return to her original location, Suisui could only find a decent spot nearby to set up her stall and start doing business. Unlike those beggars who like to pester people, Suisui usually just sat quietly in her spot. Occasionally, she'd put on a pitiful act, relying on her looks to scam. No, to beg. So it didn't take much effort. Most of the time, Suisui nestled in a corner where no one paid attention to her, searching online for various police-issued wanted lists. She memorized these faces. They were all potential cash. Clang. Someone tossed a handful of coins into her chipped bowl, and Suisui put away her phone, wanting to thank the person, but only caught a glimpse of a tall, thin man's back as he was about to disappear from her sight. And Suisui was sure she didn't know this person, but he gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Her money-making radar suddenly went off. Without thinking much, Suisui quickly packed up her stall, avoided the crowd, and followed him. The man wore an ordinary white t-shirt and jeans, with a gray baseball cap on his head. His features were also very average, the kind of face you'd forget after seeing. He blended into the crowd, nothing remarkable at first glance. It took Suisui quite some effort to dig up information about him from her memory. He was the criminal who escaped yesterday. Her drowsiness vanished instantly, and Suisui became highly alert, carefully tailing him. The tall, thin man was very cautious. He deliberately wandered around outside for over an hour before finally heading to a factory. The factory was quite large, located in an industrial park on the outskirts of the city, not too conspicuous, but not particularly low-key either. When she searched the factory's name on the national intranet, she found a ton of legitimate business licenses. It was a perfectly legal factory. How strange, Suisui muttered, continuing her surveillance. Ake was the right-hand man of the crime boss, clever and capable, with many achievements under his belt. He felt odd today, as if a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows. He'd observed for a long time and tested several times but found nothing unusual. Was it yesterday's incident that made him more sensitive? Ake couldn't figure it out. But today, the boss had given him another important task. He couldn't afford any delays. So he shook off his unease, pushed a cart loaded with goods, and disguised himself as an ordinary worker as he entered the factory's warehouse. From a spot he couldn't see, a shadow slipped in just before he closed the warehouse door. After closing the door, Ake first went to the surveillance room to check the camera feeds. Once he confirmed there was nothing unusual, he opened a hidden second door inside the warehouse. He put down the cart, picked out a box from a pile of cartons, and found a black briefcase hidden inside. He took it in hand and headed for the secret door. Behind the secret door was a long corridor filled with hidden cameras. Without a special item card, Suisui wouldn't have been able to sneak in alone. She followed Ake for about 5 minutes and arrived at a bustling underground boxing ring. At that moment, 2 burly men were fighting for their lives in the ring. Ake ignored the bloody, heated scene below. As soon as he entered the underground boxing ring, 2 sharply dressed bodyguards invited him to the VIP room above. In the VIP room, a bald man covered in tattoos sat boldly in a chair, his fierce gaze fixed on the approaching Ake. "So, you're the young up-and-comer old Duan thinks so highly of? The right-hand man?" Ake said nothing, his eyes coldly meeting the bald man's. Whether the next words were praise or insult, it didn't matter to him. He just needed to complete the boss's task. Seeing that his words got no reaction, the bald man snorted in boredom and signaled his men to bring over a briefcase similar to Ake's. "Check the goods. Once you're done, get lost," he said to Ake. Ake placed his own briefcase within reach, opened the one pushed over to him, and after some mysterious operations, finally spoke. "Boss Wei's reputation is solid. Otherwise our boss wouldn't have dared send me alone to pick up the goods." As he spoke, he opened his own briefcase, revealing it was packed full of gold bars. Each bar was heavy and substantial. The bald man casually checked them, then waved his hand indifferently, signaling the deal was done. Ake took what he wanted and left, but Suisui stayed behind. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the box of gold bars Ake had brought, quickly calculating their value in her mind. If she could get away with this box of about 20 jin, roughly 10 kg of gold, at the current price, wouldn't she make about 4 million yuan? Just thinking about it made Suisui incredibly excited. With that 4 million as a cushion, she definitely wouldn't come in last in this game. Staring at the gold bars in the bald man's hands, Suisui quickly began plotting. The bald man played with the heavy gold bars for a while. Maybe he was used to handling such things because he soon got bored and tossed the bars back into the box, handing it to his underling. "Take it and store it properly." The underling knew the bald man's temper well. Even though he was just as tempted by such a large sum, he didn't dare let his gaze linger on the gold bars for even a second. After receiving the order, he quickly carried the box of gold bars to the usual storage spot. Suisui quietly followed the underling to the bald man's treasure vault. The vault was extremely luxurious. Besides this box of gold bars, it also contained a large number of rare jewels, calligraphy, paintings, antiques, and other valuables. But those things were much harder to cash out than gold bars, and with only 5 days left, Suisui had no way to liquidate them. She could only grit her teeth and focus on the gold bars she could actually get. The underling took the gold bars out of the box and neatly arranged them in a certain spot in the vault, then left after closing the vault door. Suisui waited a while, made sure he was gone, then stuffed nearly 20 jin of gold bars into her backpack card, entered the password, and opened the vault door. But as soon as the door opened, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the underground boxing ring. It wasn't just Suisui, even the bald guy was startled. His underground boxing ring hadn't had an incident in years, yet today the long silent alarm blared. The bald guy licked his lips with a blood-red tongue, a vicious grin twisting his fierce face. He wondered, could it be that brat from earlier causing trouble? A dog who only knows how to watch people's faces. How would he dare stir up trouble on my turf? What's that bastard Duan up to now? With a kick, the bald guy overturned the long table in front of him, drew his pistol, and strode toward the vault. The alarms in different areas of the underground boxing ring each had their own sound, so he didn't need to ask. He could quickly pinpoint where the trouble was. A large group of men in black were already heading toward the vault. Suisui was indeed startled when she triggered the alarm, but she quickly calmed down. She left the vault first, found a spot with a likely blind spot in the cameras, hid carefully, and waited for the security guards to pass by. Once most of them had gone, Suisui suddenly darted out from her hiding place, knocked out the last person in the group, stripped off his uniform, and before her disguise card expired, successfully blended into the security team. By the time the bald guy arrived at the vault, a large number of guards had already gathered. "What's going on?" he asked Zhao Lao-san, the control room manager, through his earpiece. Zhao Lao-san had been on alert in the control room since the alarm sounded, but he hadn't seen anything unusual on the monitors. He analyzed, "It must be someone familiar with our boxing ring's layout. Otherwise, how could they avoid all the cameras so perfectly without leaving a trace?" "Ha." The bald guy flexed his fingers, ordered his men to open the vault door, and led the way in, weapon in hand. The vault was filled with all sorts of treasures. Even the bald guy himself couldn't remember everything stored inside. After confirming no one was hiding inside, a staff member responsible for inventory came in to check the list item by item. But after a round of checking, they discovered that the missing item was a box of gold bars they had just received. A fierce glint flashed in the bald guy's eyes again. Other than his own men, only Duan's trusted aide had touched that box of gold bars. What was Duan trying to do? Humiliate him? Provoke him? The huge scar on his cheek twitched a few times. "Seal all exits immediately. That brat can't have left yet. Bring him to me." Hiding among the crowd, Suisui heard the bald guy's orders and realized things were looking grim. Catching Ake was fine, but why did they have to seal the underground exits? How was she supposed to get out? Taking advantage of the guards dispersing, Suisui quietly slipped away from her original team and used her X-ray card to study the layout of the underground boxing ring. The underground arena was truly massive, like a hidden kingdom beneath the earth. If not for the X-ray card, she would have almost run into several dead ends. Never underestimate the power of ancient Earth's technology. It was more than enough to deal with an interstellar visitor with no equipment. To avoid being exposed too soon, Suisui stopped wandering aimlessly. Instead, she switched teams only during the chaos when two squads crossed paths, memorizing the entire layout of the underground boxing ring. But even with such caution, her frequent team changes still caught the attention of Zhao Lao-san in the control room. He picked up the communicator. 169, what are you doing? 169, get back to your own team." And Suisui hadn't put on the Bluetooth earpiece from the guard she knocked out, so she couldn't hear Zhao Lao-san's questions. After several unanswered calls, Zhao Lao-san immediately sensed something was wrong and ordered the rest of Suisui's team. "Attention everyone! Apprehend 169, dead or alive!" He also broadcast Suisui's current location. Hearing the announcement, Suisui knew she was in trouble. She took a step back and immediately all the guards turned their weapons on her. And Suisui had no idea what was going on. She swallowed nervously, her eyes darting. Anyone would get goosebumps facing 4 or 5 gun barrels. If she got shot, she'd be lucky to survive. Thinking quickly, she shouted before anyone could fire, "Hey, isn't that Ake?" Ake was their primary target for this mission, and since the higher-ups hadn't changed the priority, the guards instinctively turned to look down the corridor. But behind them, there wasn't even a shadow of Ake. Realizing they'd been tricked, the furious guards turned back, ready to shoot. But by then, Suisui was already gone. "Idiots!" In the control room, Zhao Lao-san slammed his microphone down in anger, then pulled out his phone to call the bald guy. Ring, ring, ring. Just as the bald guy was about to answer, a sudden gust of wind swept through, knocking his men off their feet, sending his phone flying into the wall and twisting his fierce expression into a grimace. Maybe his face was just too terrifying because his men shivered and hesitantly tried to explain, maybe it was just a draft. Before he could finish, the bald guy slapped him to the ground. A draft? Underground? And Suisui was already fast, and with the help of her item card, she was almost impossible to spot with the naked eye. Zhao Lao-san saw fleeting shadows on the monitors, but at this critical moment, his boss's phone was broken, and he was sweating with anxiety. He tried to use the loudspeaker, but the microphone was smashed. "Guard the control room. Notify me immediately if anything happens." Zhao Lao-san decided to go find the boss himself. As soon as he left, a face suddenly appeared, magnified on one of the control room screens. No matter how pretty a face is, seeing it suddenly so close is terrifying. Everyone in the control room jumped. Before they could grab the walkie-talkie to notify Zhao Lao-san, those big, darting black eyes on the screen suddenly stared straight at them, as if making eye contact through the monitor. That was just too creepy. Criminals with guilty consciences are easily spooked, and the sudden shock made them all shudder, dropping the walkie-talkie with a dull thud. When one of the men bent down to pick it up and looked up again, the scary face was gone. The camera that had shown her was now blacked out. It was like a signal. More and more cameras started losing their feed. One of the men, trembling, turned on the walkie-talkie, but all he heard was static. They'd lost contact with their boss. What was happening? Had another gang invaded, or had the police stormed in? Clueless, a few of them huddled together, shivering in fear. After installing the signal jammer, Suisui began her escape. Her original plan was to take the gold bars and leave. After all, reporting such a large criminal organization would be difficult. If the report failed, she'd only end up in trouble herself. She hadn't expected to get caught in the act, so now she had to come up with another plan. After cutting off the signal, her first stop was the armory in the boxing arena. The armory was filled with all kinds of weapons, but most of them she didn't know how to use. She could only pick a few types that occasionally appeared in future games and stuffed her backpack full. But what about the rest? And Suisui frowned. She felt it was too dangerous to just leave these weapons lying around, but destroying them directly was also difficult. What if something exploded by accident? She racked her brain for a full 3 seconds before coming up with a solution she was satisfied with. First, she violently tore down the entire door, then used a very ordinary repair card to fix the huge hole in the wall. Looking at the brand new flawless wall, Suisui left, satisfied. After more than 10 minutes of lost contact, the bald man finally realized something was wrong. "Contact Zhao Lao-san. Something's off." The underling picked up the walkie-talkie to call the surveillance room, but only heard static. All the walkie-talkies were the same. "The signal's been cut." The bald man realized the seriousness of the situation. At that moment, Zhao Lao-san finally found them. He didn't know what had happened in the surveillance room afterward, but he cautiously told the bald man everything he knew and suspected. The bald man spat viciously. "I knew there couldn't be a draft underground." It almost knocked him over. With that, he began gathering his men, swearing to root out the rat hiding in the shadows. Meanwhile, the innocent AK also sensed the change in the underground boxing arena's atmosphere. He saw a security team not far ahead. Unlike their usual laziness, they were tense, their right hands frequently reaching for their waists, as if searching for a dangerous person. His instincts told him it was best not to run into them now. So, he casually stepped on a passerby's baseball cap, put it on, and pulled the brim low to hide his face in the shadows. As he brushed past the guards, AK vaguely heard them cursing his name several times. He said nothing, lowered his head, pretended to be an ordinary guest, and hurried toward the exit. When he finally reached the exit, he found that all entrances and exits to the underground boxing arena had been sealed off. No one was allowed in or out. A large number of guards were stationed at the exits, checking everyone's identity. AK frowned and slipped into a dark corner. He took out his phone, just as he expected. All electronic devices had their signals blocked. This made him wonder, was the bald man planning to betray his boss and take the money for himself? He felt something was wrong but couldn't figure it out. For now, he could only avoid the guards until he understood what was really going on. The bald man was hot-tempered and ruthless. If he got caught, he'd have no chance to do anything else. AK turned and blended in with the regular guests of the underground boxing arena. At this time, Suisui was also hiding near the exit. She had come in with AK, and aside from the way she entered, she didn't know where the other exits were, so she could only try to leave the way she came. With her X-ray card, she could clearly see how many heavy iron doors were blocking the sealed exit. There were 10 guards at the exit. Behind them, every 3 meters or so, there was a 10-centimeter thick alloy door. There were more than 5 in total. If she tried to force her way through, it would definitely trigger a violent response from the guards. The commotion would also attract other patrol teams scattered throughout the venue. No matter how she looked at it, a frontal assault was unwise, and Suisui glanced at the bloodthirsty gamblers below, attached a device to her weapon, and aimed at the joint of the huge chandelier. Bang! The sudden fall of the massive crystal chandelier caused chaos among the crowd and drew the attention of the guards at the exit. What's going on? 2 guards went to check while the others stayed at their posts. Bang! Another loud crash sounded. The guards immediately became alert. Who's causing trouble in the dark? They shouted angrily as they moved in groups to investigate the source of the noise. Shot after shot, Suisui did her best to scatter the 10 guards, then cut the power, plunging the entire underground area into darkness. What's happening? What's going on? The darkness threw the crowd into panic. Most people were extremely uncomfortable with not being able to see, shoving those around them and, emboldened by the anonymity, cursing the management of the underground boxing arena. Normally, they'd never dare say such things. The darkness bred countless desires and evils. The already irritable guests, unable to restore order, soon started fighting over minor scuffles. The scene grew more and more chaotic. Only Suisui, who had activated her demon bloodline, could see everyone's actions clearly. She quietly ran to the exit, planted 2 bombs, then hid in a safe spot to wait for the explosion. With a thunderous boom, the first iron door was blown to pieces, startling everyone in their rage. They stopped what they were doing and all looked toward the source of the firelight, vaguely seeing the destroyed door and the now unstable underground passage. It was Suisui's first time using this old-fashioned landmine, and she'd underestimated its power. She used a bit too much, nearly collapsing the entire underground passage exit. She shivered with lingering fear, secretly glad she'd been quick to run after planting the mine. Otherwise, she'd have been roasted alive. The commotion from the explosion gradually died down. Once Suisui was sure the guards were still in shock, she quietly planted another mine at the second door, then snuck up to the guards, trying to find the key to the main door on them. Unfortunately, these guards were just regular grunts. They didn't have the key she wanted. Now, she was left with only 2 options. Either use landmines to blast her way out, risking a cave-in at the entrance, or find someone with the key to the exit, open the door, and slip out quietly. For now, Suisui set aside the idea of blowing up the main gate and decided to look for the key first. If the regular henchmen didn't have it, then surely the bald guy, as the boss of the underground boxing ring, would know where it was. After winding her way through the corridors, she finally found them at the entrance to the armory. Because she had sabotaged the entire underground power system, the bald guy and his men could only grope around in the dark with the help of weak flashlights. Is it here? The bald guy stared doubtfully at the smooth wall in front of him, then couldn't help but turn to Zhao Laosan beside him. Zhao Laosan was just as confused. He was intimately familiar with the layout of the underground city. He could find his way even with his eyes closed. Logically, this should be the entrance to the armory, but they'd already come back and forth 3 or 4 times and still couldn't find the metal doorframe embedded in the wall. It should be here, Zhao Laosan said, but even he didn't sound confident. It is or it isn't? What do you mean, should be? The bald guy hated ambiguous answers. He glared fiercely at Zhao Laosan, forcing him to give a definite reply. Of course Zhao Laosan knew his boss's temper. If he kept being vague, the bald guy might just shoot him on the spot. To save his own skin, Zhao Laosan braced himself and analyzed. That corner we just passed is warehouse number 3. Up ahead near the intersection is the storage room for training equipment. The armory is right between those 2 rooms. There's no way we're wrong. Actually, the bald guy knew they hadn't taken a wrong turn either, but they'd wandered back and forth between those 2 rooms several times and still couldn't find the armory door. How could that be explained? Had they seen a ghost? The atmosphere grew tense. In the darkness, Suisui slowly extended a mannequin arm, which she'd attached to an iron rod toward the bald guy's waist. The bald guy had several key rings hanging from his belt, exactly what Suisui was after. Who's there? After all, The bald guy was a gang boss with sharp senses. He noticed something was off when the mannequin arm was still a fist's distance away. He instinctively shifted his position, but in doing so, he bumped right into the outstretched mannequin arm. The arm, which had been hovering near his waist, now pressed against his lower back. And Suisui was startled. Her hand trembled, and the mannequin arm slipped down, landing squarely on the bald guy's butt. The bald guy froze. It was summer, and his clothes were thin. He could easily feel the shape of the object behind him. As the sensation of a hand slowly formed in his mind, the angry shout he was about to let out got stuck in his throat. His henchmen never dared stand too close to him. The only one behind him was Zhao Laosan. So, this hand must be... The bald guy's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Zhao Laosan! He didn't want the others to know, so he lowered his voice and tried to warn Zhao Laosan with a hint. What are you doing? Zhao Laosan jumped in fright and quickly pulled his hand away from the wall. Boss, I was just... feeling if there was anything wrong with the wall. Feeling? Feeling my ass! The bald guy slapped Zhao Laosan, cursing him through gritted teeth, then warily stepped back a few paces to keep a safe distance. Zhao Laosan had no idea why he was being scolded and didn't dare talk back. He stood off to the side, aggrieved and silent. While the two argued, Suisui used the mannequin arm to hook the keys off the bald guy's belt. With the keys in hand, Suisui's worries only grew. Weren't locks in ancient Earth times supposed to be opened with manual keys? But what she had was clearly an electronic key. The underground arena was far more advanced than ordinary buildings, but with the current power outage, the electronic doors could only rely on their backup batteries. Just enough to unlock the door, but not enough to power the heavy door's full operation. In other words, even if she unlocked the door, she'd have to physically lift it open. The door weighed at least several hundred pounds. Was that even humanly possible? The underground city's defense system was so tight it was hard enough just to get out. The more Suisui thought about it, the angrier she got. Her gaze toward the bald guy grew increasingly unfriendly. Sensing danger, the bald guy felt a chill down his spine. His instincts screamed that something bad was about to happen, but before he could react, a soft yet firm, round object suddenly latched onto his butt. Immediately, a powerful suction force pulled at him, and his intestines began to churn. The bald guy felt an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. Damn, why did he suddenly need to poop? And he could barely hold it in. He clamped his legs together, desperately telling himself to hold on. There was no bathroom nearby, but the suction was too strong. His usually sluggish digestive tract felt like it had been blasted open, and everything inside was surging out, threatening to overwhelm his willpower. It was over. He couldn't hold it anymore. Pfft! A faint fart, followed by a wave of stench, escaped from the bald guy, and then it was unstoppable. Everything that had been building up in his intestines rushed out, bursting through the gates. The plunger. Are you kidding? Nothing can stop my power. I promise to unclog any passage, and I never fail. In the darkness, the others didn't know what had happened. They just suddenly smelled a strong stench and, disgusted, covered their noses and moved away. But the smell was so intense that moving a few steps back did nothing. Even Suisui, the culprit, couldn't stand it and fled in a panic. The plunger was just too ruthless. The bald guy stood rigid, not daring to make a sound, terrified that someone would realize he was the source of the smell. If they found out, his reputation would be ruined. But of course, what you fear most always happens. After suffering through the sudden stench, Zhao Laosan's first thought was for his boss's safety. Who farted? Are you trying to die? What if you choke the boss? Boss, are you okay? Maybe we should leave and come back when the power's restored? Boss? Boss? Zhao Laosan realized he'd been talking for a while, but the bald guy hadn't said a word. He immediately sensed something was wrong. With his boss's temper, he should have been the first to explode. Why was he so quiet now? Could he have been ambushed by an enemy? Zhao Laosan's heart skipped a beat and he shouted, "Boss, are you there? Has anyone seen the boss? Boss? Boss!" As Zhao Laosan kept calling, the henchmen grew restless too, using the faint light from their phones to search for the bald guy. The bald guy couldn't take it anymore. Though he was mortified, he had no choice but to reveal his location. "Stop looking! I'm right here!" If they kept searching, they'd find out everything. How could he keep his dignity as the boss then? For now, Suisui set aside the idea of blowing up the main gate and decided to look for the key first. If the regular henchman didn't have it, then surely the bald guy, as the boss of the underground boxing ring, would know where it was. After winding her way through the corridors, she finally found them at the entrance to the armory. Because she had sabotaged the entire underground power system, the bald guy and his men could only grope around in the dark with the help of weak flashlights. "Is it here?" The bald guy stared doubtfully at the smooth wall in front of him, then couldn't help but turn to Zhao Laosan beside him. Zhao Laosan was just as confused. He was intimately familiar with the layout of the underground city. He could find his way even with his eyes closed. Logically, this should be the entrance to the armory, but they'd already come back and forth 3 or 4 times, and still couldn't find the metal door frame embedded in the wall. "It should be here," Zhao Laosan said. But even he didn't sound confident. "It is or it isn't. What do you mean should be?" The bald guy hated ambiguous answers. He glared fiercely at Zhao Laosan, forcing him to give a definite reply. Of course, Zhao Laosan knew his boss's temper. If he kept being vague, the bald guy might just shoot him on the spot. To save his own skin, Zhao Laosan braced himself and analyzed. "That corner we just passed is warehouse number 3. Up ahead near the intersection is the storage room for training equipment. The armory is right between those 2 rooms. There's no way we're wrong." Actually, the bald guy knew they hadn't taken a wrong turn either, but they'd wandered back and forth between those 2 rooms several times and still couldn't find the armory door. How could that be explained? Had they seen a ghost? The atmosphere grew tense. In the darkness, Suisui slowly extended a mannequin arm, which she'd attached to an iron rod, toward the bald guy's waist. The bald guy had several key rings hanging from his belt. Exactly what Suisui was after. Who's there? After all, the bald guy was a gang boss with sharp senses. He noticed something was off when the mannequin arm was still a fist's distance away. He instinctively shifted his position, but in doing so, he bumped right into the outstretched mannequin arm. The arm, which had been hovering near his waist, now pressed against his lower back. And Suisui was startled. Her hand trembled, and the mannequin arm slipped down, landing squarely on the bald guy's butt. The bald guy froze. It was summer, and his clothes were thin. He could easily feel the shape of the object behind him. As the sensation of a hand slowly formed in his mind, the angry shout he was about to let out got stuck in his throat. His henchmen never dared stand too close to him. The only one behind him was Zhao Laosan. So, this hand must be... The bald guy's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "Zhao Laosan!" He didn't want the others to know, so he lowered his voice and tried to warn Zhao Laosan with a hint. "What are you doing?" Zhao Laosan jumped in fright and quickly pulled his hand away from the wall. "Boss, I was just... feeling if there was anything wrong with the wall." "Feeling? Feeling my ass." The bald guy slapped Zhao Laosan, cursing him through gritted teeth, then warily stepped back a few paces to keep a safe distance. Zhao Laosan had no idea why he was being scolded and didn't dare talk back. He stood off to the side, aggrieved and silent. While the two argued, Suisui used the mannequin arm to hook the keys off the bald guy's belt. With the keys in hand, Suisui's worries only grew. Weren't locks in ancient Earth times supposed to be opened with manual keys? But what she had was clearly an electronic key. The underground arena was far more advanced than ordinary buildings, but with the current power outage, the electronic doors could only rely on their backup batteries, just enough to unlock the door, but not enough to power the heavy door's full operation. In other words, even if she unlocked the door, she'd have to physically lift it open. The door weighed at least several hundred pounds. Was that even humanly possible? The underground city's defense system was so tight, it was hard enough just to get out. The more Suisui thought about it, the angrier she got. Her gaze toward the bald guy grew increasingly unfriendly. Sensing danger, the bald guy felt a chill down his spine. His instincts screamed that something bad was about to happen, but before he could react, a soft yet firm round object suddenly latched onto his butt. Immediately, a powerful suction force pulled at him and his intestines began to churn. The bald guy felt an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. Damn, why did he suddenly need to poop, and he could barely hold it in? He clamped his legs together, desperately telling himself to hold on. There was no bathroom nearby. But the suction was too strong. His usually sluggish digestive tract felt like it had been blasted open, and everything inside was surging out, threatening to overwhelm his willpower. It was over. He couldn't hold it anymore. A faint fart, followed by a wave of stench, escaped from the bald guy, and then it was unstoppable. Everything that had been building up in his intestines rushed out, bursting through the gates. The plunger. Are you kidding? Nothing can stop my power. I promise to unclog any passage, and I never fail. In the darkness, the others didn't know what had happened. They just suddenly smelled a strong stench and, disgusted, covered their noses and moved away. But the smell was so intense that moving a few steps back did nothing. Even Suisui, the culprit, couldn't stand it and fled in a panic. The plunger was just too ruthless. The bald guy stood rigid, not daring to make a sound, terrified that someone would realize he was the source of the smell. If they found out, his reputation would be ruined. But of course, what you fear most always happens. After suffering through the sudden stench, Zhao Laosan's first thought was for his boss's safety. Who farted? Are you trying to die? What if you choke the boss? Boss, are you okay? Maybe we should leave and come back when the power's restored. Boss? Boss? Zhao Laosan realized he'd been talking for a while, but the bald guy hadn't said a word. He immediately sensed something was wrong. With his boss's temper, he should have been the first to explode. Why was he so quiet now? Could he have been ambushed by an enemy? Zhao Laosan's heart skipped a beat and he shouted, "Boss, are you there? Has anyone seen the boss? Boss! Boss!" As Zhao Laosan kept calling, the henchmen grew restless too, using the faint light from their phones to search for the bald guy. The bald guy couldn't take it anymore. Though he was mortified, he had no choice but to reveal his location. "Stop looking, I'm right here!" If they kept searching, they'd find out everything. How could he keep his dignity as the boss then? Zhao Laosan was closest to the bald man, so he was the first to realize the source of the stench was his own boss. Thinking of the reckless words he'd just said, Zhao Laosan swallowed nervously and tried to salvage the situation. "Boss, you're really something, even your farts are so powerful. Get lost." And Suisui got the key and ran to the exit to try it, but the door was simply too heavy, far beyond her strength to open, so she had no choice but to break through by force. Bombs were too destructive. If she wasn't careful, she might blow up the whole passage, and the noise would definitely attract attention. So the best tool for the job was her dog. But before breaking down the door, Suisui had some preparations to make. She quietly placed bombs in various hidden corners of the underground city, set them to go off at different times, and waited in silence. When the first explosion sounded, Suisui summoned her dog. Under cover of the blast, the dog managed to scratch open a steel door without anyone noticing. Once the explosion ended, the dog stopped working. After repeating this a few times, the exit of the underground city was finally cleared. As she escaped, Suisui sensed something and looked back. Just in time to lock eyes with the bald man and his men who had rushed over. The bald man's face was dark and stormy. Without a word, he raised his gun and fired. And Suisui quickly ducked behind cover, using her speed to widen the distance between them, and soon slipped away right under their noses. She was temporarily out of danger, but she now knew her identity had been exposed. The carefree days of the past 2 days were over. But it didn't matter. As long as these people didn't come at her in a group with heavy weapons, she could handle them one by one. All for the sake of her performance metrics. That night, Suisui rushed back to the train station. The long journey made her want to collapse on the spot, but remembering she'd provoked an underground mafia, her exhaustion vanished. She immediately contacted the old beggar she hadn't seen all day. When the old beggar saw Suisui, a look of longing flashed in his eyes, only to be knocked to the ground by Suisui's punch. And Suisui, "You missed me, didn't you?" The old beggar waved his hands frantically. "No, no!" And Suisui punched him again. "You're so obvious. Do you think I'm blind?" "Just a little bit. I was just testing you, and you really do have a problem with me." Her fists rained down like a storm, every punch landing solidly. The old beggar howled in pain, lying on the ground and refusing to get up for a long time. And Suisui flexed her wrist. "Stop pretending. I controlled my strength. Other than hurting a bit, I guarantee you don't have any internal injuries." These were all skills. The old beggar silently got up and, out of Suisui's sight, secretly rolled his eyes. "What do you mean just hurts a bit? It hurts a lot, okay?" He really was convinced by this violent girl. He didn't dare resist at all. When she told him to get up, he got up. He even took the initiative to report on the task Suisui had given him the day before. "I've already contacted all the professional beggars in the city. About 30% are willing to give me face and gather at the restaurant you mentioned. The other 70% either don't know me well or look down on me, so they didn't plan to come today." He put it diplomatically, taking all the blame on himself. But Suisui knew that the ones those beggars looked down on were actually her. If the situation weren't urgent, she would have slowly dealt with these guys, letting them know who the real boss of the beggar world was, and then built a special beggar industry chain. Sigh. She hadn't expected she actually had some business acumen. And Suisui's lips curled up, and she walked with a swagger. She first followed the old beggar to meet the 30% of professional beggars, and after giving them a thorough talk, she successfully won over a large group of followers. Next, these new underlings led her to visit the remaining 70% of beggars one by one. Appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them, she managed to win over all the professional beggars in the city in just one night. Game, Day 4. After nervously collecting a few more performance points, Suisui's strength finally made the bald man realize how formidable she was. So he switched from open attacks to covert ones, planning an assassination. But now that Suisui was the boss of the city's beggar gang, she wasn't so easy to kill. The beggars might not be good at much else, but they were top-notch at gathering information. As soon as the bald man's people started sneaking into the city in large numbers, the beggar network immediately noticed something was off. So the mafia's assassination attempt failed, and it turned into an open pursuit. The boss gave the order. At any cost, they had to kill the culprit who had thrown the underground city into chaos. So Suisui led her group of lal wandering around the city. Jianian was in the middle of a business negotiation with a tycoon. Although his funds were a joke compared to the other party, Jianian came from a family of merchants and had grown up immersed in all kinds of schemes. With his solid skills, he quickly won the other party's respect, from being dismissed to being amazed. The two were chatting happily when suddenly a gust of wind swept past, and a toilet plunger fell from the sky, landing in Jianian's hands. Jianian. A bit awkward. Before he could say anything to ease the situation, a group of fierce-looking, with knives came chasing from behind. Wherever they passed, pedestrians scattered, and even the police couldn't outrun them. So was he experiencing a terrorist attack today? And why did that little whirlwind from earlier seem so familiar? The business tycoon, still shaken, muttered that today was not a good day and suggested rescheduling their meeting. Jianian sat for a while, about to leave, when a small head popped out from the side, glanced around, and met his gaze. Jianian paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly sped up, leaving his seat and even abandoning his things on the table. He just wanted to get away as quickly as possible. But could he really be faster than Suisui? When Suisui saw Jianian, she immediately remembered what Jianshi had said when introducing him. Jianian was good for nothing except making money. Even though he clearly didn't want to see her, it didn't matter. She was thick-skinned. As if the rivalry from the last game had never happened, she cheerfully approached him. "Hey, we're all acquaintances here. Don't rush off. I still want to talk business with you." Jianian found he couldn't shake her off no matter what, and rubbed his temples in frustration. He wasn't actually that unfriendly with Suisui. It was just that seeing her always reminded him of Jian Shi. Those two were clearly the same type. Wherever they went, there was no peace. Just as he was thinking this, the group of fierce-looking men in black came chasing with knives again, and Suisui's smile froze. Instinctively, she grabbed Yu Jianian's arm and took off running. "Yu Jianian, please let go of me, these are your enemies!" And Suisui dragged along the utterly confused Yu Jianian as they ran for their lives. After finally shaking off the underground organization's pursuers, Suisui let out a sigh of relief, and only then realized what she'd just done. Feeling a bit guilty, she fluttered her little wings and pulled out the stolen box of gold, trying to change the subject. "So, actually, I wanted to do some business with you. See this box of gold? If you have a way to move it, how about we split it 3-7? Yu Jianian calmly straightened his jacket, his expression indifferent. 3-7? I get 7, you get 3? What the heck? How could this guy be even more shameless than Jian Shi? And Suisui huffed and put the gold bars away. If she didn't think Yu Jianian had better connections for this kind of thing, she wouldn't waste her time chatting with him. The beggar's gang was pretty efficient too, okay? Seeing that Suisui really was about to walk away, Yu Jianian dropped his act and stopped her. 30-70 is a bit low. How about 40-60? Why turn down money that comes knocking at your door? Who would ever complain about having too much money? And Suisui hugged the box tightly, wary of any tricks. She asked just to be sure, "You mean I get 6, you get 4? Of course. Yu Jianian, now back to his usual self, put on his fake smile again. And Suisui had long given up hope of taking first place. She wasn't an expert at making money. Just surviving and not getting eliminated in this game was enough for her, so she agreed to Yu Jianian's terms. On the 5th day of the game. The bald guy had already found out that Ake and Suisui weren't connected, so he returned the wrongly accused Ake to another crime boss. After being locked up for a whole day and subjected to all kinds of torture, Ake was already fuming with anger. Back on his own turf, he exaggerated the story to Boss Duan. Boss Duan was furious after hearing it. The other side's actions were basically a provocation, but since the bald guy had already apologized and the two mafia bosses couldn't just start a war, Boss Duan turned his attention to the real culprit, Suisui. Boss Duan actually knew even less about Suisui than the bald guy did, so all the men he sent out were basically just cannon fodder. One by one, Suisui managed to turn them into performance points and send them straight to the police station. By the 6th day, Suisui's cash reserves were steadily rising. On the 7th day, with the cash-out phase approaching, all the players went crazy trying to boost their scores. Leading the charge was Yu Jianian. Having played around with him before, Suisui knew his player number. She watched as he rocketed from the middle of the rankings straight to the top. The second-place player only had a fraction of his total. No one knew exactly what he'd done to amass so much wealth in just 7 days, and Suisui couldn't help but think of the box of gold bars she'd been forced to split 40-60. He really did know how to make money. Of course, on the last day, Suisui's side hustle as a bounty hunter was also booming. Never mind the overall crime rate in this world, the player's crime rate was sky-high. From 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., a full 14 hours, Suisui went through pyramid schemes, scams, seduction, honey traps, and even bank robberies, finally clawing her way up to 3rd place. A cause for celebration. At 11 p.m., to avoid any last-minute surprises, Suisui closed up shop early and rented a small hourly room in a cheap hotel. She took all her cash out of her backpack and spread it out on the bed. There hadn't been cash in circulation in the interstellar era for ages. This was the first time in her life Suisui had seen so much money piled up together. She couldn't help but hold her breath and snuggle up to her little pile of cash for a while. When the clock struck midnight, the game announced the results in its own unique style. Finally, she could relax. After several rounds of experience, Suisui's level had risen from 3 to 5. She'd gained 6 free attribute points from 2 level-ups, plus a 5-point agility card she'd drawn from the lottery pool. Her personal stats now looked like this. Player, and Suisui ID, 023 age, 22 level 5 XP, 1150 HP, 100 agility, 13 speed, 23 stamina, 11 strength, 5 defense, 1 companion husky, S. Special ability, chef's sensitivity. After using this card, you become highly sensitive to ingredients and can sense food nearby. Bloodline, demon. After closing the stats panel, and Suisui glanced at Xiaoxuan, who had also returned safely. The two exchanged a smile and fell asleep side by side. What followed was a period of peace. And Suisui thought she'd just keep living like this, going about her daily routine until the next game started, and then fighting it out with the other players again. Although, from what she'd learned so far, it seemed that players eliminated in the game didn't actually die. Her instincts told her that, if possible, she should avoid being eliminated. The game always felt like a heavy stone pressing on her chest. Every time she thought about it, she felt suffocated, as if something big was about to happen. That night, Suisui unexpectedly received a call from her mom. She happily chatted with her mother about life at the academy, complained about the inaccuracies in some history classes, and casually bragged about how awesome she was at school. After all, her parents would never come to the academy to check, so she could brag as much as she wanted. But as they talked, Suisui noticed something was off with her mom. She seemed distracted, sometimes giving completely unrelated answers. Suisui held back as long as she could, but finally couldn't help herself. With a heavy heart, she said, "Mom, you don't have to hide it from me if we're bankrupt. With Dad's abilities, I knew this day would come. It's okay. I'm ready for it." Her mom's breath caught and she snapped back to attention. "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you actually hoping we go bankrupt?" Their family wasn't super rich, but they were definitely well off. Being able to open their own hospital on a residential planet was proof of her dad's strength. On a residential planet, you couldn't just open a hospital if you wanted to. Since it wasn't bankruptcy, Suisui was even more puzzled by her mom's absent-mindedness. After a long silence, her mom finally told Suisui what was going on at home. She was a grown-up now. Even if she couldn't help, she deserved to know. There was a patient who died at the hospital. The family is insisting it was the hospital's and the doctor's fault. They're making a huge scene, and your dad's been run ragged dealing with it. He hasn't been home for days. Medical troublemakers. Suisui frowned. Even though technology had advanced, human nature never changed. It was always so complicated. Growing up in a pampered environment, Suisui's wariness toward strangers was thanks to witnessing one medical dispute after another over the years. Thinking of her father's gentle temperament, Suisui couldn't help but show the same expression as her mother. How could her soft-spoken dad possibly handle people who were so shameless as to cause a scene in a hospital? After the call ended, Suisui quickly requested a leave of absence from her academy and rushed back to Silverwolf Star overnight. She was afraid someone would bully her dad. When Suisui got home, only her mother was there. Her father, not wanting to trouble his wife, had been staying at the hospital during this period. Did they think they could take advantage of her dad's soft nature? Suisui decided to check things out for herself. She kept a low profile, sneaking to the hospital and quietly pulling aside a familiar nurse to ask about what had happened. The nurse was a veteran and knew Suisui was the director's daughter. After days of chaos, she was more than ready to vent. The story was simple. An elderly man had fallen and been sent to the hospital. On this interstellar planet, a fall wasn't a big deal. Even a broken leg was easily treated. But the old man was very advanced in age, and after being admitted, his injuries improved, but his overall condition kept deteriorating. Suisui's father suspected it was simply old age. The man's body was failing, and the fall was just the trigger. The injuries could be treated, but his life couldn't be saved. On the first day of admission, the doctors had already discussed this with the family. At the time, the family had calmly said they understood and accepted the outcome. The old man was indeed very old, so the hospital admitted the patient without worry. But soon after, while the injuries improved, the old man's life signs grew weaker by the day. A week ago, he passed away. The family quietly collected the body, and everyone at the hospital thought it was over. But then, the family returned with even more relatives and made a huge scene. Their reason? How could a simple fall lead to death? Either the hospital was negligent, or the doctors used the wrong medicine and killed him. They demanded a huge compensation from the hospital. Although Suisui's father was mild-mannered, he was used to these kinds of medical disputes. He knew that at times like this, you absolutely couldn't give in. If the hospital paid compensation, even if the matter ended, the word on the street would be that the hospital had caused a death and paid a huge settlement. So no matter how much trouble the family caused, Suisui's father refused to pay a cent. Everything had to go by the book. The nurse finished her story and went back to work. And Suisui hid in a corner, frowning as she watched the patient's family making a scene in the hospital lobby. The hospital had reported the incident to the civil authorities on the very first day. But the family had already cremated the old man's body, so there was no evidence, and they refused to cooperate. Defending the hospital's rights was extremely difficult. Clearly, these people had come prepared to cause trouble. And Suisui narrowed her eyes, scanning the crowd. She noticed a young man about her age standing at the back of the family group, his expression cold. Every so often he'd make a sarcastic comment, stirring up anger between the family and the hospital staff. And Suisui pulled her hat brim low and quietly blended into the crowd, edging closer to the young man. She secretly activated her demon bloodline. Her horns hidden under her loose hat. Her wings wouldn't appear unless she used them, so no one noticed anything strange. Standing behind the young man, Suisui pretended to be just another onlooker. Then, in the midst of the noisy crowd, she accidentally stumbled forward, grabbing the young man's arm. Her sharp fangs immediately pierced his skin. The young man felt a sharp pain and quickly pulled his arm back, and Suisui gave him an apologetic smile. "Sorry, it's so crowded. I lost my balance." The young man wanted to say something but suddenly realized he couldn't control his body. He watched in horror as he pushed past his relatives, walked up to the doctors, and dropped to his knees with a thud, then started slapping himself hard across the face. Everyone, doctors, nurses, and bystanders, was stunned. Even the family's wailing and rolling on the floor stopped. Everyone stared in shock as the young man began to self-harm without a word. He hit himself so hard that his face quickly swelled and turned red, looking like it might burst at any moment. He wasn't holding back at all. Was this some kind of ploy? Some people wondered. A middle-aged woman who'd been rolling on the floor rushed over, crying and trying to stop him. "My son, what's wrong? Stop it. If you keep hitting yourself, your face will be ruined." She tried to stop him, but he slapped her to the ground with one blow. Even the onlookers winced at the force. As everyone gaped in shock, the young man began to speak. "I'm sorry, I just can't take it anymore. It was my own greed. My family is poor, and I wanted to use my grandfather's death to make some money." He slapped himself again hard. "I've been watching here for a long time and realized that everyone in the hospital is exhausted, taking care of patients and dealing with scheming families like us. Suddenly, my conscience caught up with me and I was overwhelmed with guilt. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied. My grandfather passed away peacefully, without any pain." He then kowtowed several times to the hospital staff, his forehead soon bloody. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Who would have thought a scammer would suddenly grow a conscience? No one noticed that, despite his face full of guilt and pain, the young man's eyes were filled with terror. He didn't know what was happening. His mind was clear, but he had no control over his actions. After kowtowing, the young man stood up, walked over to his parents and relatives, and slapped each of them hard. He shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Apologize to the doctors and nurses. Look at what you've done." The family, stunned by the slaps, finally snapped out of it. They glared at the young man, gritting their teeth and cursing. "Weren't you the one who called us here? Now you're blaming us? Did you secretly take the hospital's money and put on this act to keep it for yourself?" "No, that's not it. I haven't gotten any money." The young man was anxious, but couldn't say a word, forced to watch as his body confronted his relatives. "What are you talking about? I'm younger than you all. Don't you have any morals after all these years? I call and you come running. Next time if I tell you to eat shit, will you do it?" The two sides started arguing among themselves until the authorities arrived and took them all away. No one noticed a petite figure slipping out of the crowd and sneaking into the hospital. And Suisui watched the troublemaking family members gradually walk away, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. Sharp fangs unconsciously peeked out from beneath her lips, but she quickly retracted them as soon as she realized. She thought, after all this, at least that young man wouldn't dare cause trouble again. Without a ringleader, those distant relatives wouldn't be able to stir up much, no matter what they said. Besides, they'd all just been slapped around by a young upstart. How could they possibly swallow that humiliation? There'd be more drama when they got home. Satisfied, Suisui deactivated her demon bloodline. Instantly, she felt a wave of emptiness and weakness, slumping against the wall and slowly sliding down. Game items couldn't be used in the real world. Even her dog, though it could appear, would be suppressed to the level of an ordinary puppy. And Suisui had already tried out her other abilities and knew that the stronger the power, the heavier the suppression. The demon bloodline could be used, but its effect was actually quite limited. Luckily, that young man had a weak mind, which made him easy to control. Still, even so, the after effects of using the skill left Suisui feeling so drained she nearly fainted. After catching her breath, she leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, planning to see her dad once she'd recovered. Footsteps approached, and the stairwell door was pushed open. And Suisui didn't even lift her head. The newcomer, however, was clearly surprised. "And Suisui?" Hearing her name, Suisui was momentarily stunned. She opened her eyes. Why did that young man in the white coat look so familiar? Oh, wasn't that Wenqian? They'd met before at the racing arena. Seeing Suisui looking so exhausted, Wenqian seemed to realize something. He stepped forward, helped her up, and brought her to his office. "Did you handle those people outside?" He poured her a cup of warm water and sat across from her on the sofa, looking every bit the doctor conducting a consultation. And Suisui was used to scenes like this and didn't feel awkward at all. She gulped down the water before looking up. "How did you know?" Wenqian smiled. "I thought it was odd when that guy suddenly went crazy. Then I saw you and had a pretty good guess." As he spoke, Wenqian pulled a scalpel from his pocket and placed it on the table. "I've actually tried using game skills in the real world myself, so I'm pretty familiar with the after effects." And Suisui suddenly understood. Right, Wenqian was also a player with special abilities. They'd only met once before, and nothing had happened that required Wenqian to use his powers, so she'd overlooked him. They'd only met once and weren't particularly close. But Suisui was naturally sociable and could chat with anyone. Wenqian was mild-mannered and extremely patient. Even when Suisui rambled about things he didn't understand or care about, he still sat there politely, listening patiently and occasionally responding. And Suisui was the type to keep talking as long as you didn't tell her to stop. She could go on forever. By the time she realized her strength had fully returned, most of the day had already passed. She'd drunk so much water her stomach felt hard. Rubbing her belly, Suisui regretfully waved goodbye. "I can't anymore. I need to use the bathroom. I'll check on my dad afterward. Let's chat again sometime." Wenqian smiled and saw her out of his office. After everything that had happened, Suisui's dad was under tremendous mental stress. When Suisui went to see him, he was already asleep in the break room. Not wanting to disturb him, Suisui quietly went home and reported to her mom. Hearing that the issue had been resolved, her mom finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know how other families handled medical disputes, but in their family, old Anne was always the one getting bullied. Never a moment's peace. With graduation approaching, Suisui didn't have many classes left. Most of her time was taken up by group projects and her thesis. After her last game, Suisui wrote a 10,000-word historical exposé and anonymously sent it to the history professor's shared social account. The secrets she revealed were well argued and even backed by evidence, leaving all the professors baffled. Lately, they'd been busy researching the information in the letter. As a result, the history students suddenly found themselves with a lot of free time. and Suisui decided to stay home for a few more days before heading back. But after just 3 days, her mom's attitude shifted from, "My precious baby is home," to, "Why is this brat still here?" She found her more and more annoying, and even the meals went from balanced and hearty to plain noodles and broth. And Suisui tearfully ate 3 big bowls, then packed her bag and went out to play. Maybe if her mom saw less of her, her treatment would improve. Though mischievous, and Suisui's sweet looks always charmed strangers and won over most of the neighborhood elders. So, whenever her mom didn't want her around, Aunt Suisui would run downstairs to chat and dance with the grandmas and grandpas in the residential area. But 3 days was enough for her troublemaker nature to be fully exposed. Today, when Aunt Suisui went downstairs, the dancing grandmas immediately paused and quickly activated the isolation device. "Here comes that little rascal again. Better turn on the barrier before she causes more chaos." Seeing the grandmas move, Aunt Suisui sped up and dashed into the group just before the barrier formed. "Good evening, Granny Lee," Aunt Suisui greeted sweetly. Granny Lee twitched her lips, knowing tonight's dance session was probably doomed. Sure enough, as the music started and all the aunties and grannies were doing gentle warm-ups, Aunt Suisui was doing backflips on the side. While the others danced gracefully to the music, Aunt Suisui grabbed the mic to accompany them. But her off-key singing always threw everyone off rhythm. "If you see injustice, give a shout." All the aunties jumped in fright. Even when she tried to dance with them, no matter how elegant the others were, with Aunt Suisui it always turned into, "Ah, my back is twisted." "Aunties, watch me. I'll show you a hanging backflip." "Look at my 360-degree super spin." A whole group of aunties got knocked over by her. In the end, the aunties and grannies couldn't take it anymore and sent Aunt Suisui off to play with the grandpas. The grandpas saw her coming and immediately packed up to run. "Let's change places quick. If we don't, our turf will be ruined." After endless complaints from the neighbors, Aunt Suisui shamelessly hung around until the new game session began. She figured she'd wait until this round of the game was over before returning to the academy. Welcome to the Extreme Survival Game. This round's game is Matchmaking Corner. Game rules. Within 10 days, find a matchmaking partner who satisfies your parents and also gain the approval of your partner's parents. At the end of the game, rankings will be based on favorability. Players, please participate actively and strive to clear the game. When she heard the game's theme, Aunt Suisui was completely stunned. What the heck? Matchmaking? She was still just a kid. Why did she have to do something so weird? She vaguely heard someone calling her name, and only then did Aunt Suisui snap out of it, obediently greeting the so-called neighbor. The neighbor gave her a scrutinizing look from head to toe, then shook their head and sighed as they walked away. "So old and still not married, making your parents so anxious? Truly unfilial." What? And Suisui, who had never been troubled by matchmaking, scratched her head in confusion. Even if you're older and not married, what does that have to do with being filial or not? After hesitating for a moment, Aunt Suisui decided to go home and check things out first. She had a key with a house number on it. This must be her parents' house in the game. She wanted to meet her in-game parents before making any plans. Aunt Suisui found herself in an old residential complex, but the location was excellent, and it was clear the family was well off. She opened the door and saw a young man and woman sitting on the living room sofa. The man wore a white shirt and gray casual pants. His hair was longer than most girls, but he didn't look feminine at all. He gave off the vibe of a gentle, refined young master. When he heard the door open, he looked up and gave her a friendly smile. The woman beside him was leaning on the sofa, propping up her head and looking at Aunt Suisui as well. She was the complete opposite of the man, dressed simply in a t-shirt and shorts with straight black hair. Just sitting there, she exuded a bold, unrestrained aura. And Suisui swallowed nervously. Why did she feel a little scared? Who were these two? Were they the siblings the game had assigned her? Yinxia rested her legs on Bai Li's lap, leaning back on the sofa as she sized up the daughter the game had assigned her. Not very tall, with a small, round face that looked a bit chubby. Her eyes were round, and when startled, her pupils trembled. She looked like a little hamster caught stealing food. Actually kind of cute. Yinxia was quite satisfied. After all, this was the kid she'd have to look after for the next 10 days. It was great that she liked her at first sight. She stroked her chin, a teasing glint in her eyes. "You're here, daughter." And Suisui jolted. Did this woman just call her daughter? Were these two supposed to be her in-game parents? Was the game serious? They didn't look much older than her. And that wasn't all. Yinxia clapped her hands, and a giant chicken over 2 meters tall ran out from a side room. Yinxia pointed at the giant chicken and said to Suisui, "See that? That's your little brother. He's still a baby, so be gentle with him." The chick loved playing with new friends. Happily flapping its wings, it grabbed Suisui by the collar and dragged her into the children's room. Seeing Suisui completely dumbfounded, Yinxia was delighted. What a cute kid. She still hadn't processed what was happening. Dragged into the room by the giant chicken, Suisui finally sensed danger. Was this baby, over 2 meters tall, going to eat her in one bite? With that size, it was entirely possible. What she didn't know was that this was already the chick's controlled size. The chick's gaze swept around the children's room and finally landed on a plastic frisbee. It picked up the frisbee and flapped its wings to get Suisui's attention. "What are you spacing out for? Come play." And Suisui looked wary. The next second, the frisbee shot toward her with explosive force, sparks flying. Crap. And Suisui was startled and instinctively ducked, dodging the sudden attack. She watched as the plastic frisbee flew over her head and slammed into the wall, leaving a huge hole next to the window. Both girl and chicken fell silent. At that moment, Yinxia, having heard the commotion, opened the door and saw the gaping hole in the wall. She narrowed her eyes. "Who did this?" she asked, her tone calm and unreadable. The chick, understanding Yinxia better than Suisui, reacted instantly. The moment Yinxia asked, it raised its wing and pointed at Suisui, who was crouching on the floor. Yinxia raised an eyebrow, her gaze landing on Suisui. Suisui was stunned, then furious. What a treacherous chicken, framing her. She immediately stood up and pointed at the chick. "He did it!" Afraid Yinxia wouldn't believe her, she ran over, picked up another plastic frisbee, and mimicked the chick's earlier move, throwing it at the wall with all her might. The frisbee barely managed to make a small dent in the wall, and Suisui angrily pointed at the little hole. "See? That's what I can do. That's the best I can manage." The chick was dumbfounded. The difference between the two holes was obvious, so it casually wandered over to the hole Suisui had made and pecked at it, making it instantly as big as the one it had made earlier. "And Suisui?" "Yinxia." And Suisui hadn't expected the chicken to pull such a stunt. She immediately pulled out her secret weapon, a toilet plunger, intending to unclog the chicken's insides. Sensing danger, the chick flapped its wings and ran, and Suisui chased after it. "Cheep, cheep." The chick spread its wings proudly, showing off in front of Suisui, then shot out of the room. Suisui snorted. "You think you're the only one with wings?" She activated her demon bloodline, maxed out her speed, and gave chase. The house wasn't very big, so as they fought, they inevitably bumped into things. Soon, several more holes appeared in the walls. The room was a mess, furniture knocked over or broken, looking like it had been ransacked by bandits. Bai Li came out of the kitchen and was shocked by the scene. He could sense that the destruction was so severe the whole building was starting to become unstable. With a helpless sigh, Bai Li pulled out a slender magic wand, muttered a few words, and a gentle white light glowed at the tip. Instantly, everything returned to its place. The walls smashed by the girl and the chicken were restored to their original state. The whole building stabilized. Yinxia calmly took out her phone and started tapping away. "Hello, police? I have 2 criminals here. Please come and arrest them." "What's the charge?" Destruction of property, I guess." Maybe it was because they hadn't expected Yinxia to immediately sacrifice family for justice, but both Suisui and Chicken Little wilted, sitting obediently on the sofa, quiet as mice. Yinxia sat on the opposite sofa, flipping through Suisui's basic information. The info was simple, just age, gender, name, and basic attribute points, nothing else. Suisui, huh? Yinxia repeated the name silently. She'd thought, at first glance, that this was a timid, well-behaved kid. Who could have guessed that in just a few minutes, her true colors would show? This one's got some serious mischief. Yinxia didn't say a word, and the atmosphere in the living room grew a bit tense, until Yan Li took off his apron and came out of the kitchen with a tray. "Come eat, everyone," he said gently. Suisui twitched her nose, sniffing the rich aroma in the air and swallowing her saliva. Was this her last meal? But wow, it smelled amazing. She waited until everyone else was seated before slowly making her way to the table. Over the years, Yan Li had become more and more skilled as a home cook, and his everyday dishes were all top-notch. After about 10 minutes, Yinxia put down her chopsticks. But across from her, Suisui and the now human Chicken Little were still eating non-stop. Chicken Little had a gluttonous stomach, so that wasn't surprising. But Suisui, a delicate little girl, was already on her 4th bowl of rice. That was impressive. Yinxia found it amusing and snapped a photo of Suisui. In the picture, Suisui was focused on eating, rice and sauce smeared on her chubby cheeks, looking like an oversized baby. Very cute. When everyone finished eating, Yinxia pulled out a slip of paper the game had given her, covered in dense black writing. "Get ready, we're heading out." This was Suisui's first ever blind date, arranged by her uncle. The meeting was set at a small restaurant, and Suisui had never done anything like this before. She was nervous but also a little curious, so she arrived early and sat quietly, waiting. Yinxia and Yan Li sat not far away, ordered drinks, and occasionally glanced over at Suisui, clearly there to watch the show. At 4 p.m., her date arrived right on time. At first glance, he was a clean-cut, good-looking young man. Not very old, just your average eligible bachelor. But since the game always seemed to delight in tormenting them, Suisui was suspicious of how normal everything seemed. The guy was a shy, big boy. When he saw Suisui's pretty, delicate face, he even blushed and smiled. "Hi, I'm Duan Nansheng. You're the one Uncle Yin introduced, right?" Suisui gave her usual sweet smile. "Yes, I'm Suisui." Hearing her name, Duan Nansheng looked a little confused for a moment. He remembered that Suisui's parents were surnamed Yin and Yan, so why was her surname An? But it wasn't important, and he quickly let it go. At first, both of them were a bit awkward. Duan Nansheng seemed shy and not great at starting conversations. Suisui, for her part, was on guard for any tricks from the game, so she didn't take the initiative either. When the food arrived, Suisui's attention was drawn to the dishes, finally breaking the silence. Duan Nansheng picked up his chopsticks and invited her to eat. "I come here a lot. The place isn't big, but the food is really authentic." Suisui had just eaten not long ago and wasn't hungry, but since he said so, she politely tried a bite. Not as good as her dad's cooking. Once they started eating, Duan Nansheng finally brought up the topic of the blind date. He took a bite of rice and said quietly, "I'm a bit shy, so if you have any questions, just ask me directly. Don't feel embarrassed." Suisui figured that whatever tricks the game was playing, she should at least go through the motions. So she put down her chopsticks, tried to act like she knew what she was doing, and asked seriously, "How old are you? Where do you work?" Duan Nansheng smiled a little. "I'm 25, doing my master's at Southern Tech University. What about you?" 25, Southern Tech, master's student. Suisui ran those keywords through her mind. She didn't really know how impressive that was, but what really stumped her was when he asked about her own education. How was she supposed to answer that? Her background wasn't the same as theirs. Not knowing the basic rules of this world, Suisui could only give a vague reply. "I'm 22, still in college." Duan Nansheng was clearly surprised by her answer, and Suisui thought maybe he was dissatisfied with her vague reply, but his next question was even more baffling. He put down his chopsticks, looked at her seriously, and asked, "Are you planning to go to grad school?" "Huh?" And Suisui was taken aback. She hadn't expected that question. She remembered the game's rules had vaguely mentioned that final rankings would be based on favorability, so she thought carefully before answering, "Actually, my grades are pretty good. I should be able to get into grad school." The better her personal qualities, the higher the favorability, right? She kept an eye on the favorability ranking as she spoke, but Duan Nansheng didn't seem happy with her answer. His brows furrowed after hearing it. After a long silence, he finally said, "My mom says girls with too much education are hard to manage. I think you should just finish college. No need to go to grad school." And Suisui was momentarily speechless. Duan Nansheng didn't notice her confusion at all. He waited a bit, and when she didn't argue, he assumed she agreed with him. His serious expression relaxed a little. "My mom says women go to school just so it's easier to take care of kids later. High school is enough, really. But since I'm a grad student, if I married someone with only a high school diploma, it wouldn't look good. Your education is just right. I think we're a good match. What do you think?" That snapped Suisui out of her daze. She twitched her lips and blurted out, "Why do girls need to be managed?" As soon as she said it, she noticed her favorability score drop from 100 to 60. What just happened? The sudden drop in favorability left all of Suisui's complaints stuck in her throat. She stared in shock at her current favorability score, then looked up at Duan Nansheng across from her. Duan Nansheng looked the same as before, but his shy expression was gone. The corners of his mouth were pulled into a slight, forced smile, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Clearly, he was very unhappy with what Suisui had just said. So, the so-called favorability score actually comes from the matchmaking partner? This was going to be tricky. And Suisui licked her lips and tried to flatter him. "Actually, I think what you said makes a lot of sense." Duan Nansheng's frown instantly relaxed, and his favorability score jumped from 60 to 80. So that's how it works." And Suisui breathed a sigh of relief. This seemed to be the time when most players were having their first matchmaking meeting. On the previously stable leaderboard, everyone's scores were fluctuating wildly, like a roller coaster. Now that she understood where her points came from, Suisui had a bad feeling. Sure enough, as soon as she agreed with him, Duan Nansheng started talking at length. "I'm glad you agree with me. Actually, before you, I've met quite a few girls through matchmaking. They were all so rude. Some cursed at me, some smashed things, and one even tried to hit me." He patted his chest, clearly still traumatized by the girl who almost attacked him. And Suisui didn't say anything, but in her heart she thought, "With the way you talk, it's a wonder they didn't curse you out." But for the sake of her favorability score, she had to go along with him. Yeah, you're absolutely right." Yinxia wasn't far from Suisui, and with her sharp hearing she could clearly hear every word of their conversation. She saw Suisui's perfunctory flattery, her face full of suffering. If she squeezed any harder, she might even squeeze out a few drops of bitter melon juice. Yinxia immediately guessed the scoring standard for this round. She happily popped a grape into her mouth and said to Bai Li, "What do you think she'll do to solve this problem? That kid might be mischievous, but she's clever. She shouldn't be stumped for long." Bai Li wiped the juice from the corner of Yinxia's mouth, just smiled helplessly at her question, and didn't answer. Duan Nansheng rambled on for a long time, and Suisui didn't argue once. In fact, she often chimed in with praise. Duan Nansheng was very pleased and decided to share something important. He cleared his throat and slowly said, "There's something I have to tell you. If we get married, my mom will definitely live with us. I know a lot of girls these days don't want to live with their in-laws, but I think that's unfilial. My mom only has me, and now that I'm grown, shouldn't I bring her to live with me and take care of her?" And Suisui had long since gone numb from listening and didn't even register what he was saying. She just reflexively replied, You're absolutely right. I think so too. Seeing her agreement, Duan Nansheng visibly relaxed, and his favorability score rose from 80 to 90. But An Suisui felt no joy at all. It was so hard to raise the score, but it could drop in an instant. This game was pure torture. That was just the opening test. After An Suisui accepted, Duan Nansheng threw out a second bombshell. Since you don't mind, let me say more. My dad left when I was very young, so my mom raised me alone. I've always slept with her, and after all these years, I'm used to it. So even after we get married, my mom will still sleep with me. I know a lot of girls can't accept that. What do you think, An Suisui? What the heck? An Suisui's expression froze. That was just outrageous. To make sure she wasn't misunderstanding, she fought the urge to pry open his head and asked as innocently as possible, "Sleep together? As in, all in the same bed?" Duan Nansheng nodded emphatically, his eyes fixed on her, as if trying to read her true feelings. And Suisui was speechless. The words she wanted to say circled her tongue, but what came out was, "I think that's great. It shows you're very filial, and filial children are always blessed." Duan Nansheng finally relaxed, returning to the shy boy she'd first met. And Suisui lowered her head, hiding her expression in the shadows, racking her brain for a way out. She'd been agreeing with him all along, and now he seemed to think she was interested. If she said they weren't suitable now, her favorability score would plummet. How could she reject him without tanking her score? This was a real problem. Sure enough, Duan Nansheng spoke again soon after. "Actually, I think you're great too. If you don't have any objections, when do you want to come home and meet my mom?" He thought for a moment, then added, "My mom was supposed to come today, but something came up. So if you're okay with it, I'll take you to meet her. You're so sweet. She'll definitely like you." And Suisui kept smiling, but a vein throbbed at her temple. No objections? There were huge objections. In her mind, she imagined pinning Duan Nansheng to the ground and beating him up, but then she suddenly put on a slightly troubled expression. "I think you're right, but there's something I should mention. My mom also wants to live with me." "Huh?" Duan Nansheng's face clouded over again. "Why would your mom want that? My mom says once a woman is married, she belongs to her husband's family and shouldn't keep in touch with her own." Wow, that double standard is something else. Under the table, An Suisui had already crushed a ceramic spoon in her hand, but her face was still all smiles. "Yeah, I think so too, but my mom is stubborn. As her daughter, I can't refuse her, right? How about this? Since your mom has her wishes and my mom has hers, let's have them meet. They're both mothers. They'll understand each other. And I think with your mom's abilities, she'll definitely be able to convince mine. What do you think?" Duan Nansheng looked thoughtful. That actually sounded reasonable. Not far away, Yin Xia, who had just been... Maybe it was because An Suisui had acted so obediently earlier, but Duan Nansheng didn't doubt her words at all and actually went to call his mother. As An Suisui breathed a sigh of relief, she quickly took advantage of his absence to run over to Yin Xia's table, diligently refilling her tea. When some little cuties want to be good, they really are. No trace of their troublemaker side at all. Yin Xia enjoyed the attention but didn't say anything, just looked at her calmly, waiting for her to ask for help. And Suisui did want to ask for a favor, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't know how to address Yin Xia. Call her mom? That felt weird. Call her sister? That didn't seem right either. Her face scrunched up in indecision, but in the end, she braced herself and called out, "Mom." That one word hit a hidden soft spot in Yin Xia's heart. She happily patted on Suisui's head. "Go on. What do you want me to do?" Was she really this easy to talk to? A strange thought flashed through An Suisui's mind, but she quickly snapped back and decided to just go for it. "If that guy's mom really comes later, can you help stall her for a bit? It doesn't have to be long. Just get me through today and I'll be fine." As long as there wasn't an immediate answer, she could find a way to make that idiot give up on his own. If it weren't for the favorability score, Duan Nansheng would already be in the hospital by now. Yin Xia raised an eyebrow. That's all she wanted? She pinched on Suisui's cheek, soft and bouncy, just as she'd imagined. So she asked again, "No other requests?" And Suisui was about to say no, but sensing Yinxia's eager energy, she changed her tune. "You can do whatever you want. Just go with the flow." Yinxia narrowed her eyes, her bright red lips curling up in a mischievous smile. She looked anything but well-intentioned. Half an hour later, Duan Nansheng's mother finally arrived. She wore a proud, reluctant expression. If you didn't know better, you'd think the Empress herself had arrived. Duan Nansheng led her to Yinxia's table. At first glance, she clearly disliked the flamboyant and striking Yinxia. But after her son whispered in her ear and she followed his gaze to the sweet, well-behaved Suisui, her expression softened. This woman must be the stepmother, she thought. As long as they didn't keep in touch after marriage, she could tolerate it for her son's sake. After sitting down, Duan's mother immediately raised her chin and got straight to the point. "Let's be clear. My son already told me about your ridiculous conditions. I absolutely won't agree. If you want your daughter to marry into our family, you can forget it." She looked Yinxia up and down with obvious disdain. "You're the stepmother, right? Saying you want to live with your daughter? Aren't you just after money? How much do you want? Name your price." When Duan's mother arrived, Yanli had stepped out to buy something for Yinxia, so she didn't know what Suisui's dad looked like. Naturally, she assumed the young and beautiful Yinxia was just a gold-digging mistress. Yinxia lounged lazily in her chair, unfazed by the woman's barrage of insults. She casually stirred the fruit in her teacup and played along. "Name a price? Sure, let's start with 100 million. Bang! Duan's mother was stunned. So agitated she stood up and accidentally banged into the marble table, her face twisting in pain. Even so, she gritted her teeth and finished what she wanted to say. 100 million? You must be crazy for money. Yinxia paused, looking at her in surprise. You don't even have 100 million? Are you that poor? The bystanders gasped, and even Suisui couldn't help twitching her lips. Isn't this a bit too much of an act? Just then, Yan Li returned, naturally taking the empty cup from Yinxia and replacing it with the cake he'd bought. How's the conversation going? He asked gently. Yinxia acted as if she'd just remembered, and with a bright smile introduced. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, and Suisui's father. And for the record, I'm not a stepmother. She pulled out the household registration book the game had provided and waved it in front of the Duan family. Yinxia had anticipated something like this, so she'd brought the document along, ready to show it off at any time. Look at that. Duan's mother's face was twisted with jealousy. Duan's mother was truly rattled. She was extremely possessive and vain, and couldn't stand anyone being better off than her. She used to be proud of her son's success, and everyone around her fawned over her. Now, being so thoroughly put in her place, she couldn't take it. She took a long time to recover, and just as she was about to say something to save face, Yinxia cut her off. I just realized the food here is pretty good. Waiter, could you get your boss? I want to ask how much it would cost to buy this place. What kind of rich person move was this? The waiter was a bit confused, but sensing this might be the boss's lucky day, he didn't dare delay and really went to fetch the owner. The restaurant owner was a bit helpless. His place was small and nothing special. He never expected something like this to happen. He thought they were just joking, but out of respect for the customer, he came out anyway. Before he could say anything, Yinxia asked directly, how much to buy this place? Is 100 million enough? Everyone was stunned. The owner was so shocked he stammered, It's enough, more than enough, but isn't that a bit much? Before he could finish, Yinxia had already pulled out a pen. If it's enough, then let's do it. If you're okay with it, draw up the contract now. Set the price at 100 million and I'll sign within the hour. The owner sobered up, asking seriously, You're not joking, are you? Yinxia glanced at him nonchalantly. It's just 100 million. I can afford that. Hurry up and get it done. If you're late, I might change my mind. A windfall like this nearly knocked the owner out. He popped 3 heart pills in a row and rushed to the office to handle the sale personally. After the owner left, Yinxia turned her fire back on the Duan mother and son. "Oh, right. What were we talking about? Go on?" Duan's mother stared blankly, her worldview shattered, but Yinxia wasn't about to let her off so easily. When Duan's mother fell silent, she turned her gaze to Duan Nansheng. "We were in such a rush. I haven't even asked about your personal info. Let's get to it. How old are you? What do you do? What's your position? How many relationships have you had? How many cars and houses do you own? How much savings do you have? You're so short and not much to look at. Are you lacking in other areas too? With all that, how do you even have the nerve to go on a blind date? Who gave you the courage? Was it Liang Jingru?" With every question Yinxia asked, Duan Nansheng's head drooped lower and lower. By the end, he was practically curled up like an ostrich. Duan's mother finally snapped out of it, clearly displeased with Yinxia's aggressive attitude. "My son is so outstanding. He's already a master's student at such a young age." Yinxia raised her hand slightly, her red lips curling into a faint smile. She hadn't even spoken yet, but the pressure she exuded was already palpable. Who doesn't get their masters at a young age these days? What, are all your son's classmates over 30? Duan's mother was left speechless again. Whenever she mentioned her son was in grad school, people always looked surprised and impressed. How did this woman make it sound so ordinary? She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but aside from the master's degree, Duan Nansheng really didn't have any other achievements worth mentioning. After enjoying Duan's mother's awkward silence, Yinxia continued to twist the knife. "I asked you a bunch of questions just now, and you haven't answered a single one. He's already 25 and still just a master's student. So where's he working now?" Duan Nansheng's face stiffened. Clearly, he didn't have any work experience to speak of. He moved his lips, looking helplessly at his mother. Duan's mother couldn't stand to see her son suffer even a little, and her fighting spirit flared up. "My son is still studying." Yinxia slowly turned to look at Suisui, who was sitting obediently beside her. "Do you know what that really means?" she asked. And Suisui shook her head. Yinxia tapped the table. "It means no job, living off his parents. The reason he's out here matchmaking is because his mom can't afford to support him alone anymore and wants someone else to help out." "You're talking nonsense. My son is so outstanding, anyone can see it. Once he graduates, he'll definitely get a great job. There'll be so many people wanting to marry him, you won't even get a chance." Having her true intentions exposed, Duan's mother was instantly furious and tried to argue back. Yinxia seemed to hear a joke, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Right, you're absolutely right. If your son is so outstanding, why not wait until he gets a good job before matchmaking? Wouldn't that raise his value even more? Matchmaking isn't dating. You can't expect people to just go along with their feelings. The funniest part is, since you're treating your son like a stock, why shouldn't we buyers pick a stock that's already performing well? Why gamble on the future when you can profit right away? She lifted her chin slightly, casting a contemptuous glance at the mother and son. After all, our family has money. Buying stocks is just for fun. We don't need anyone else's investment. No matter what the Duan family thought, Suisui's eyelids kept twitching as she watched her ranking on the leaderboard. Maybe Duan Nansheng was too stunned by the scolding because his favorability score stayed exactly where it was. When Duan's mother finally stormed off, Duan Nansheng seemed to snap out of it and hurried after her. For the sake of her favorability score, Suisui had to follow and say a few nice things to calm him down. Thankfully, she'd already warned Duan Nansheng in advance. She was herself, and her mom was her mom. With that, she easily soothed him. Now, before her favorability score could drop, she just needed to resolve this problem once and for all. And Suisui said goodbye to Yinxia, promising to be back before the next matchmaking round, and quietly followed after them. Duan's mother was so angry after all that, she didn't even care about her son as she rushed off and got into a taxi. By the time Duan Nansheng finished talking to An Suisui and caught up, his mother was already gone. He touched his empty pockets in frustration, no money for a taxi, so he had to walk home alone. Duan Nansheng, at least, was a master's student and had a dorm at school. But with graduation approaching and no hope of getting into a PhD program, he'd moved out early for appearance's sake and was now sharing a rented place in the suburbs with his mom. The rental was far from the city, so Duan Nansheng took a little used shortcut. As soon as he entered, a sack dropped from above, covering his head. Someone shoved him hard, knocking him to the ground, then grabbed him by the collar and dragged him into an alley. Duan Nansheng was terrified, wanting to say something to save himself, but as soon as he made a sound, he was beaten mercilessly. The blows were vicious, as if they were trying to break his bones. He tried to scream, but his mouth was stuffed with a foul-smelling rag, choking off all his cries. After a long while, the attacker finally tired out, kicking him in the lower back and pinning him to the ground. A cold, low male voice crept into his ear like a vengeful ghost, making the hairs on his neck stand up. "Do you know why I'm beating you?" the man asked. Duan Nansheng shook his head desperately, trying to beg for mercy, but with his mouth gagged, he couldn't say a word. The stranger let out a strange laugh, then stomped on his shoulder, pressing his face into the dirt so he had to turn his head just to breathe. "You went on a matchmaking date today, right? What did you think of the girl?" Duan Nansheng didn't understand why he was being asked such an unrelated question, but he didn't dare not answer. Forcing down his fear, he replied, She's a very sweet girl. And do you think she's a good person?" And Suisui's gentle face flashed before his eyes, and Duan Nansheng's heart fluttered. Oh, she's wonderful. No matter how mean her mother was, no matter how misunderstood, An Suisui always stood by his side. He had to... Bang! The stranger kicked him hard in the thigh. The pain snapped Duan Nansheng out of his fantasy and forced him to face reality. "Humph. Of course she's wonderful. She's the one I love, my goddess. I won't allow anyone to get close to her. When you get back, you'll tell her you're not suitable and take all the blame yourself, understand? I'll let you off this time, but if you don't do as I say, next time you might not get off so easily." With that, he kicked him again, this time almost hitting a vital spot. Duan Nansheng broke out in a cold sweat. A few minutes later, An Suisui, having hidden her tools, strolled out of the alley looking completely relaxed. She avoided the nearby surveillance cameras and disappeared at the end of the lane. Duan Nansheng, terrified for his life, didn't even wait for An Suisui to return to Yinxia before sending her a long, self-deprecating message, just as she'd expected. Once they were no longer matchmaking partners, the favorability score on the leaderboard finally stopped fluctuating, settling firmly at 90. Not a bad result for all her hard work. The place where Duan Nansheng got beaten up was a bit of a distance from the city center. Time wasn't exactly pressing, so An Suisui's original plans gradually fell by the wayside. As a history major, she had a natural passion for ancient Earth's culture. Although the last game also took place in the city, her schedule had been too tight to really savor the charm of history. Now, An Suisui slowed her pace, wandering along with the crowd. Watching the office workers hurrying by, children playing in the square, the beautiful shop windows, and the well-dressed men and women in upscale restaurants, everything made her feel... Wait a second. And Suisui's gaze paused. Why did that man's back look so familiar? She instinctively walked closer, finally getting a good look at his face. Oh wow, wasn't that Jian Shi? And Suisui's eyes sparkled with mischief. She changed direction and walked into a restaurant she hadn't planned to enter. She and Jian Shi seemed to have some kind of fated connection. They kept running into each other in the game. After so many encounters, it didn't even feel strange anymore. Thinking about the theme of this round and Jian Shi's love for stirring up trouble, An Suisui suddenly got curious about how he'd handle his blind date. She sneakily found a seat not far from Jian Shi, holding up the menu to hide her face, pretending to study the dishes while her attention was actually focused on the man and woman a few meters away. Jian Shi's date was a woman around 30, a bit older than him. They must have already chatted for a while, because the woman seemed very satisfied with Jian Shi, and he maintained his usual polite smile. And Suisui, seeing through the surface, was sure he was up to something. The two chatted about all sorts of things, and Jian Shi's deliberate flattery had the woman beaming with happiness. After the waiter brought the last dish, the woman gave Jian Shi a flirtatious look, and finally brought up a more serious topic. I know it's a bit forward to say this on a first meeting, but I think it's better to be honest with each other. I really like you and want to keep seeing you. What about you? How do you feel? Jian Shi smiled and replied smoothly, I do find it a bit odd. Someone with your qualities shouldn't still be single. I've never met a woman as elegant, beautiful, intelligent, and generous as you. You're practically perfect. I imagine your standards for a partner must be quite high. The woman was delighted by his words, covering her mouth with her hand and smiling shyly before explaining, Actually, my requirements aren't that high. I just value family a lot. I wonder if you can accept that. Jian Shi lowered his eyes, tapping the glass table with his fingers as if casually, and asked, Why do you ask? Isn't valuing family a good thing? The woman's eyes lit up and she slowly laid out her conditions. Well, I'll just say it. According to our hometown's customs, if we get married, the groom needs to prepare a dowry of 500,000 yuan and various gold and silver jewelry. These are just the basics. I'm sure you don't think that's too much. Jian Shi had no idea what 500,000 meant in this context, but he didn't even blink, agreeing easily. That's nothing. The woman's eyes sparkled even more, and she continued. What I just mentioned is only the basic requirement. Like you said, women as beautiful, elegant, and intelligent as me are rare, so I do have a few special requests. Jian Shi kept smiling, as if waiting for her to go on. Seeing he had no objections, the woman grew more confident and finally revealed her ultimate demand. When we get married, of course we'll need a marital home. As a woman, I'm naturally at a disadvantage emotionally, so I hope the house can be put under my younger brother's name. That way, if there's ever a dispute in the future, I won't end up homeless. What do you think? Jian Shi's fingers played with his chopsticks a bit faster, but his expression didn't change at all. He continued speaking in his usual, slightly amused tone. Oh, so you have a younger brother? You never mentioned him before. For you to want to put such an important asset in his name, you two must be very close. Talking about her brother, the woman straightened up proudly and began to describe how outstanding he was. To highlight their sibling bond, she recounted all the sacrifices she'd made for him. How, when their family was struggling, she gave up the chance to attend a better high school and went to work so her brother could go to college. She went on about how her brother was ambitious from a young age, starting his own business while others were still working odd jobs, and how she, as his sister, had helped raise the startup funds. She happily listed all the things she'd done for her brother. She even let slip that the reason she wanted such a high dowry, 500,000 yuan, was to help her brother save up for a better bride in the future. And Suisui, with her sharp hearing, caught every word of their conversation. She thought over what the woman had said and felt something was off. She pulled out her phone and did a quick search. When the term Voldemort, a Chinese internet slang for women who sacrifice everything for their brothers, popped up, Suisui suddenly understood. No wonder the woman's words felt so strange. It all made sense now. And Suisui, full of curiosity, peeked out to watch the two, eager to see how Jian Shi would handle this without tanking his favorability score. After the woman finished her stories, Jian Shi fell silent for a moment. When she finally snapped out of her reverie and asked how he felt about her, Jian Shi's lips curled up. I really envy your brother having such a wonderful sister. The woman smiled proudly. Jian Shi continued, You probably don't know, but I'm an only child. I've never experienced that kind of sibling bond, so I'd like to be your brother too. Would that be okay? What? What did he just say? The woman was so shocked she was speechless. Jian Shi, still perfectly polite, took away her dishes and asked the waiter to clear the table and bring a new set. You're truly amazing. I never imagined someone could do so much for their brother. Now when I look at you, I can't feel any romantic interest, only deep admiration. I think any feeling other than familial love would be a desecration. Jianshe put down his chopsticks and looked at the woman with sincere eyes. I wonder if I could have the honor of calling you sister. Watching Jianshe's outrageous performance, and Suisui's expression slowly froze. Because you're so nice, I want to be your little brother. Even the woman on the matchmaking date could sense something was off now. She carefully observed Jianshe's expression, but couldn't detect a hint of sarcasm. His gaze was sincere, as if he truly meant it from the bottom of his heart. The woman panicked, not knowing what to do. She'd finally found a matchmaking candidate who met her standards in every way, only for it to end like this. Be her little brother? No, absolutely not. She tried to correct Jianshe's thinking, but whether she changed the subject or tried to flirt, she was defeated every time by his repeated calls of big sister. If she'd been in control at first, now all the initiative had shifted to Jianshe, who was determined to make her accept him as a little brother, and she couldn't even get angry about it. In the end, the woman was completely at a loss and fled in embarrassment. Jianshe put away his smile and quietly finished his tea. He drank slowly, taking a sip and then pausing for a long time, taking a full 10 minutes to finish the cup. And Suisui, under the odd stares of the waitstaff, had already snuck several glances at Jianshe, wondering how long he planned to sit there. When she peeked out from behind the menu again, she found the seat empty. He was gone. Huh? When did Jianshe leave? How did he slip away? How long are you planning to keep watching? A slightly amused voice sounded above her head, and Suisui's small hand trembled, and she jumped up to look to the side. Jianshe, that rascal, had somehow come right up beside her and was now sitting on the armrest of her sofa. And Suisui stared wide-eyed. Do you walk without making a sound? She hadn't noticed him approach at all. Jianshe looked a little exasperated. So it's my fault you were spying on me? Spying? That made her sound like a pervert. And Suisui put down the menu and retorted righteously, Who was spying on you? I was observing the enemy. Oh. Jianshe drew out the word, giving her a meaningful look. Observing the enemy, huh? A perfectly normal sentence, but coming from Jianshe's mouth, it suddenly sounded strange. And Suisui couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But Jianshe didn't give her time to think. He pulled her up from her seat and brought her over to where he'd been sitting, making her sit beside him. He even had a reason for it. If you're observing the enemy, you should sit closer. What can you see from so far away? The table had already been cleared and replaced with fresh tea. And Suisui thought for a moment, frowning slightly. Do you always schedule your matchmaking dates so tightly? The weather was stuffy. Jianshe loosened his shirt collar, sweat soaking his bangs and making him look a bit more alluring. Finish early, get off work early, isn't that better? And Suisui's gaze accidentally swept over his sweaty collarbone and her nose grew hot. She instinctively reached out to close Jianshe's shirt. Jianshe paused, then looked up at her. What are you doing? And Suisui froze, then stubbornly argued. I'm just worried some stranger will take advantage of you. If you just dress more modestly, I wouldn't have to bother. Huh? What kind of logic was that? Jianshe already knew about Suisui's pervy side. Not only did he not button up, he loosened his shirt even more. It's too hot. I can't stand it, he said, eyes challenging her as if daring her to do something about it. And Suisui was silent for a long moment, then finally said, You're such a flirt. Jianshe. He coughed lightly, and Suisui withdrew her hand as if nothing had happened, muttering, Why didn't we pick a restaurant with air conditioning? To save face. Jianshe spread his hands. Because I'm broke. Broke. And Suisui didn't believe it. Jianshe broke. Yeah, right. Seeing her disbelief, Jianshe looked helpless. Really, I have no money. If I did, would I torture myself like this? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and deliberately showed her his damp palm. The game didn't give me any money for this world, so of course I'm broke. He looked at Suisui curiously. Don't tell me you have some? Normally, Suisui would have assumed that if John Shi didn't have any, she probably didn't either. But after seeing her cheap parents throw money around earlier, she wasn't so sure. If it was those two, who knew what might happen? Thinking of this, Suisui pulled out her system-issued phone, quickly found her bank account, and checked her balance. Hey, there really was a large sum of money in there. Judging by the time, it must have been transferred in after she left the restaurant from an unknown account. Probably her cheap parents worried she wouldn't have money for a taxi and sent it over. Their eyes met in the air. Jian Shi stroked his chin. Rich lady? Do you need a boy toy, rich lady? Suisui. Get lost. Her next matchmaking date was in the afternoon, so she had plenty of free time. According to Jian Shi, the number of matchmaking dates each day was arranged by the game's parents. And Suisui's schedule was so open thanks to her parents. Jian Shi wasn't so lucky. He'd already finished 2 dates today, and the next one would be his third. Half an hour later, a new female NPC appeared. She was surprised to see Suisui sitting next to Jian Shi, apparently not expecting a matchmaking candidate to bring a female companion. Jian Shi explained that Suisui was his cousin, just passing by to take a look, which put the NPC at ease. This NPC had a gentle, scholarly air. She looked like an intellectual at first glance. Jian Shi didn't fall for it, keeping up his usual polite mask. Even though it was well past lunchtime, he still had the waiter bring a full meal, playing the perfect gentleman. The NPC glanced at the food, took a sip of her drink, and got straight to the point. You're Jian Shi, right? I'm Ji Zihe, introduced by Uncle Ling. Jian Shi had already dealt with 2 NPCs today and was well practiced at flattery. Seeing that she wasn't very talkative, he just offered a well-timed compliment. Ji Zihe, that's a lovely name. Jizi. He smiled faintly. It's just my surname split up, nothing special. It was just a less common naming method a few decades ago. Splitting up the surname to make a name? And Suisui was a little curious. Why name yourself that way? Jizi. He glanced at her, a hint of pride in her eyes. We're a family of scholars. We don't just pick names at random like most people. There has to be a reason or a story behind it. Sorry if that sounds pretentious. But Suisui frowned in thought for a while, then suddenly said, But that method doesn't work for every surname. Some just can't be split. Jizi? He put down her teacup. Why do you say that? I think most surnames work. Suisui. Well, if your surname is Zhao, would you split it into wok and fork? What the heck? The name Zhao Gucha really was awful. Jiziho's smile froze a little. Afraid that just one surname wouldn't get the point across, Suisui continued, Besides Zhao, there's Zhou Jiji, Juniuba, Sukaoban. The more Jiziho listened, the more wrong it sounded, and she quickly stopped her. Okay, that's enough, I get it. Suisui pressed her lips together and whispered, Actually, I still have 2 heavyweight surnames I didn't dare mention. One is Kun, the other is Yao. Jiziho. Those 2, once you break them down, really are unspeakable. Then, under Suisui's lead, Jian Shi's mind also started to wander. Besides the traditional ways of picking names, like using dictionaries, poetry, and so on, there were some especially amusing methods. For example, besides breaking down surnames, picking names by sound is also pretty interesting. Sound? Suisui instinctively thought of pinyin. Like Qi Enchen? Sounds like detergent in Chinese. Jian Shi's brain short-circuited and he added, Tewutu? Sounds like Special Agent Rabbit. Suisui. Shi Yi Yes Yi? Sounds like laundry detergent. Jiziho. Please, just stop. She couldn't take it anymore.
Beep beep! Alert! Alert!
Favorability is dropping rapidly. 3 warnings given. Players, please watch your words and actions. The shrill alarm finally snapped Jian Shi out of his wild train of thought. He suddenly remembered he was on a mission, and his target was sitting right across from him. Snapping back to reality, Jian Shi quickly refilled Jiziho's cup with tea. Sorry, my little sister is young and a bit scatterbrained. Please don't mind her. He was the one who started it, so why was she the one getting blamed for being scatterbrained? And Suisui kept a sweet, innocent smile on her face, but under the table, she pinched Jianshi's thigh hard. That's what you get for throwing me under the bus. Jianshi's expression didn't change at all. He just quietly reached down, grabbed on Suisui's fist, and held it in his palm so she couldn't move. And Suisui's strength was no match for Jianshi's. After a couple of futile struggles, she had no choice but to let him restrain her. She still remembered that this was game time. If she didn't complete her mission, it could be fatal. Well, maybe not fatal, but the consequences would be pretty weird. After Jianshi's gesture of goodwill, Ji Ziho's favorability stabilized and even began to rise slowly. And Suisui noticed that as they talked, Ji Ziho would sneak glances at Jianshi's face. She suddenly understood. Beauty is a powerful thing, after all. Ji Ziho's issues weren't as obvious as the brother-obsessed woman from before, but after a while, Suisui still sensed a strong sense of incongruity. Ji Ziho always talked about her education and family background, constantly mentioning her scholarly family. It was her favorite phrase. As the saying goes, the more you lack, the more you flaunt. That's not always true, but for Ji Ziho, it fit perfectly. And Suisui had met kids from real scholarly families before, and they weren't as superficially arrogant as Ji Ziho. Thinking back to the other blind dates she'd encountered, Suisui frowned, a thoughtful look in her eyes. So, all the blind dates the game arranged for them had some major flaw. It was up to them to spot and resolve it, or else it could become a ticking time bomb later on. While she was thinking, Jianshi, sitting beside her, had already found Ji Ziho's weak spot. For some reason, Ji Ziho was especially focused on family background and had already tried to probe Jianshi's family situation several times. Jianshi didn't go along with her line of questioning completely. After all, he needed not just her favorability, but also to make her give up on him, without tanking her favorability score. Once he realized that what Ji Ziho cared about most was education and family background, Jianshi deliberately played up his own cultural heritage, dazzling Ji Ziho and quickly maxing out her favorability. Then, just as her favorability peaked, Jianshi casually started talking about his own family. Ji Ziho wanted someone from a highly cultured family, ideally with plenty of resources and connections in education. But Jianshi painted a picture of himself as someone personally outstanding, but whose parents were nouveau riche who'd gotten lucky, no cultural background at all, and no ties to the education world. And Suisui saw Ji Ziho frown deeply, her favorability for Jianshi dropping a bit, but still hovering around 90. Finally, Jianshi accidentally mentioned a friend of his who, like Ji Ziho, came from a scholarly family. He gave Ji Ziho a new target, but didn't let her give up on him completely. Ji Ziho's eyes lit up at this, and under Jianshi's guidance, she went from subtle hints to openly asking about this friend. In the end, she left happily with the fake personal info he'd given her. Draining his tea, Jianshi cheerfully declared, "Mission accomplished for today. Done." He patted on Suisui's head, a little puzzled by how free she seemed. "Why are you so relaxed? How many dates have you had today?" And Suisui checked her phone. Oh no, it was almost time for her next appointment. She scrambled up from her seat, flagged down a taxi, and gave the name of the restaurant, hoping to make it on time. Once the car started, her nerves eased a bit. Only then did she realize someone else was sitting beside her. She stared in shock at Jianshi, who'd followed her in, and whispered, "Why are you coming with me?" Jianshi fiddled with his phone and glanced at her with a half smile. "What, you can spy on me but I can't check out your dates?" It made sense, and Suisui figured Jianshi wouldn't deliberately mess up her date, so she let it go. At 8 p.m., Suisui finally arrived at the appointed place, Jianshi trailing behind her. Both of them were pretty eye-catching, and Yin Xia sitting near the entrance spotted them right away. She stared at Jianshi for a long moment, then slowly said to Suisui, "Are you so dissatisfied with your blind dates that you went out and found one yourself?" "Huh?" And Suisui was stunned for a second before quickly denying it, trying to distance herself from Jianshi. No, he's just a passerby. But the usually silent Jianshi suddenly spoke up. Oh, so when you were touching me, I was your little sweetheart, but now you're calling me a stranger? So heartless. What the heck? And Suisui was furious. What a misleading thing to say. He made her sound like a total player. Don't talk nonsense. When did I ever touch you? Yinsha, always happy to stir the pot, joined in with interest. Yeah, do you have any proof? John Schur opened his shirt collar, revealing 2 bright red finger marks on his fair collarbone. But when did those get there? As the accused, Suisui was quite agitated. Before John Schur could say anything, she jumped up herself. That's not my fingerprint. This is pure slander. If you don't believe me, let's compare them. John Schur casually grabbed a napkin and wiped the red mark off his collarbone, his tone teasing and unhurried. I never said it was your fingerprint. Why are you so anxious? Wow. Fishing for a reaction, huh? And Suisui slapped her forehead, finally coming to her senses. She ignored John Schur's nonsense and headed toward her matchmaking target. John Schur didn't keep pestering her, instead finding a good spot to watch from a distance. This time, the matchmaking candidate had arrived early and was already waiting at the table when Suisui got there. To her surprise, the man was nearly 40 years old. And Suisui thought she'd gone to the wrong table and stepped back to double-check. Table 42 on the first floor. No mistake. No way, right? Still not convinced, Suisui tried not to show her surprise, sat down, introduced herself politely, and then asked, Are you the one Uncle Wang introduced? The man didn't answer right away. He looked her up and down before slowly nodding. That's right, I am. Before Suisui could ask anything else, the man started firing off questions like a machine gun. You're Suisui, 22 this year, right? I've seen your photo, you look pretty good. But that's not important. Can you cook? Do laundry and housework? How's your job situation? I have a son. If you marry into our family, you'll have to put my son first in everything. Can you do that? The barrage of questions left Suisui stunned. She stared dumbfounded at the middle-aged man across from her, barely able to believe her eyes and ears. Her matchmaking candidate was a nearly 40-year-old divorced man, with a child. What was wrong with the matchmaker? Seriously, never mind his family situation. Suisui was 22, never married, with a good education. What kind of confidence made this old man think he belonged at a young people's matchmaking event, acting so high and mighty? Was he the world's richest man? Did every woman on earth want to marry him? Unfortunately for Suisui, no matter how bad the candidate, she still had to play along. If she wanted to cause trouble, she'd have to wait until after the matchmaking was over. She put on her best innocent college girl act, talking up her own qualities as much as possible. After all, he'd never get a chance to know her deeply, so a little bragging wouldn't hurt. Sure enough, after hearing her self-introduction, the divorced man seemed about 50% satisfied. Why only 50%? Because he still had a list of requirements she hadn't agreed to. He repeated the key questions. I'm pretty satisfied with your personal qualities, but how are you at housework? With my salary, you won't need to work after marriage. Just focus on taking care of me and my son. If you can't do housework, I won't consider you. He paused, then softened a bit. Of course, if you're willing to learn, I can consider that too. I'm always willing to give people a chance. Wow, thanks so much. And Suisui felt her face stiffen from forcing a smile. She really wanted to slap this guy. Where did he get the confidence to be so picky? Instead of wasting time here, he should buy a mirror and take a good look at himself. Maybe then he'd wake up. But Suisui couldn't do that. After venting in her mind, she still had to keep smiling and play along, all while quickly thinking of a way to escape. Just then, someone approached. Suisui looked up to see John Schur standing at the table, his face dark. Her mind went blank. What was John Schur doing here? Not only Suisui, but the old man also noticed John Schur. Jian Shi's looks were simply too outstanding. Even the overconfident old man had to admit Jian Shi was a bit better looking. And Suisui didn't know what Jian Shi was up to. She watched him warily, gripping her utensils tightly, ready for anything. But Jianshi didn't speak to her. He just glanced at her, then grabbed the old man by the collar and yanked him close. The old man was startled and tried to pull away but couldn't break free. Jianshi was much stronger. He had no chance. This realization made the old man both scared and panicked. He wanted to argue, but when he met Jianshi's intense, almost crazed gaze, his scalp tingled. All his curses died in his throat. Jianshi snatched the man's stainless steel knife and fork, then pressed the knife to the man's carotid artery, gently sliding it back and forth. Under the old man's terrified gaze, Jianshi spoke slowly. "She's my woman. Who gave you permission to go on a date with her?" Huh? That sounded familiar. Hadn't she just used that line herself not long ago? A light bulb went off in Suisui's head. She immediately understood Jianshi's plan and, furiously, pushed him aside, shielding the old man. "Jianshi, what are you doing? I told you long ago I'll never like you. Give up already." Jianshi reacted quickly, snorting coldly and continuing the act. "You don't like me? Then who do you like? This old man with one foot in the grave. In 2 years his teeth will all fall out. Don't you find it disgusting to be with someone like that?" Jianshi's insults made the old man's face turn green and white by turns, but then Suisui's defense made him feel incredibly pleased. He couldn't help but think, "See? So what if you're young and good-looking? You still can't match my charm. A girl I just met is already willing to fight for me. Ah, my charm is just too much." He stuck his head out, about to show off, but was scared back by a stainless steel fork flashing past his ear, shrinking behind Suisui and looking every bit the coward. While the old man wasn't looking, Suisui and Jianshi quickly exchanged a glance. Then, as if her defense failed, Jianshi suddenly lunged forward and kicked the man in the stomach, sending him sprawling. Suisui immediately tried to shield him again, but she was too small to block such a big guy, so Jianshi easily got around her and kept hitting the divorced man. The more Suisui tried to protect him, the harder Jianshi hit. Soon, the old man was lying on the ground, aching all over and unable to stand. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Stop! I give up! I don't want to date anymore!" The two arguing parties stopped at the same time, both giving the divorced man a strange look. "You really don't want to keep dating her?" Jianshi asked, his tone unreadable. The divorced man looked at Suisui with a hint of regret. After all, he'd been coaxed for so long, and her obedient, everything-for-him attitude was hard to let go of. But one look from Jianshi and the man's resolve hardened again. "No, what's the point of a partner who can't even take a punch? That guy looks a little crazy. If he ever messed me up, no woman would be worth it." So the divorced man said firmly, "I'm sure. And Suisui, we're not right for each other." As soon as he said it, Suisui quickly opened the leaderboard and checked her favorability score with him, still hovering around 90. She smiled in satisfaction. She'd learned to use the leaderboard to gauge her target's moods. Each blind date had its own favorability score. Once the date ended, the score would turn from green to gray. Gray meant the score was locked and wouldn't change anymore. At this point, the divorced man's favorability had already turned gray. Suisui flexed her wrist, her sweet, obedient smile completely gone. Jianshi saw this and stepped back, leaving the stage to Suisui. After being tormented by so many bizarre blind dates in one day, even a clay figurine would lose their temper. There was something Suisui had wanted to do for a long time. The divorced man had just gotten up, staggering as he prepared to leave. Suisui patted him on the back. "Don't rush off. I have a gift for you." The man's heart skipped a beat. He glanced nervously at Jianshi. Seeing no reaction from Jianshi, he relaxed a little, even feeling a bit smug. So what if she forced me to leave? She still likes me best. He coughed, pretending to be polite. "No need, really. We're not that close. You don't have to give me a gift." Pfft. Jianshi couldn't help but snicker from the side. Suisui's face darkened. "No, you have to take this gift." She took a palm-sized mirror from the waiter and shoved it into the man's hand. He froze, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What did it mean to give someone a mirror? And Suisui quickly explained, "Take it. Don't be shy. Look at yourself in the mirror every day before you go out. Maybe it'll help you wake up a little." He started to get it, but didn't want to believe it. "You? What do you mean by that?" And Suisui didn't bother being polite anymore. She pressed the mirror to his face. "What do I mean? Are you stupid? I'm telling you to look in the mirror and see what kind of beast you are, so you stop daydreaming, polluting the air, and disgusting everyone around you." No one had ever insulted him like this before. The man's face turned green with rage. He raised a trembling finger at An Suisui. She didn't care at all. She just punched him, giving him a black eye. Unlike Jian Shi, she didn't bother holding back. One punch and the man was in so much pain he couldn't even make a sound. Seeing that An Suisui looked ready to hit him again, the man was terrified and kept backing away. "What are you doing? If you hit me again, I'll call the police." Jian Shi, who'd been quietly watching, suddenly stepped between them, stopping An Suisui. "Move!" And Suisui was still fuming, wanting to land a few more hits. Jian Shi leaned in and whispered, "Hey, keep it together. This game's set in a law-abiding society." Those 4 words, law-abiding society, snapped An Suisui back to her senses. She stopped, glaring fiercely at the man. Watching him flee the restaurant in panic, she finally relaxed and let out a long breath. If she ever saw another weirdo like that, she'd punch first and ask questions later. The second round of blind dates was finally over. Yinxia had watched the whole farce with great interest. She pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket, studying it closely, lost in thought. And Suisui's head popped up from behind the sofa. She squeezed in front of Yinxia to peek at the paper. What she saw shocked her. The paper was covered in names, all the people she'd have to go on blind dates with in the next 10 days. And Suisui was horrified. She clung to Yinxia's neck, her voice urgent. This, can I have a copy of this list?" Oh no, if she didn't deal with all these people, she'd be dead for sure. "You want this?" Yinxia didn't mind, waving the paper with a smile. "Beg me." Without hesitation, An Suisui scrambled onto the sofa, looking up with puppy dog eyes. "Please, Yinxia. Fine. Here you go." No backbone at all, honestly. Ignoring the shrill warning alarms in her ears, Yinxia tossed the paper to An Suisui. An Suisui grabbed the list and, unable to wait until she got home, booked a private room in the restaurant to study it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 days, 10 people! She was stunned. This wasn't matchmaking. It was a death sentence. Jian Shi had followed her in, planning to discuss something, but before he could say a word, he saw the terrifying list. Based on the game's usual rules, he figured he'd have to face just as many blind dates. 10 days, 10 matches, an average of 5 a day. If every one of them was as high quality as today's. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Is this even humanly possible? The two exchanged a look, their faces more serious than ever. And Suisui spoke first. "Want to team up?" There was no way she could handle this alone. Jian Shi tapped the table, also feeling the pressure. "There are too many people. We need a one-and-done solution." Bang! And Suisui slapped the list on the table, full of fighting spirit. "Let's call all 50 of them out at once and beat them so badly they can't go on any more dates." Jian Shi almost laughed. "Even if that worked, what about me? I don't have a list of all my matches." And Suisui frowned, thinking hard. "Then maybe we should just take out your parents, solve the problem at the source." "Wouldn't that be perfect?" Jian Shi's eyes lit up. He was actually tempted. "Warning, warning, certain players, please mind your morals. Respect your elders and be filial." The sudden system-wide announcement startled them both. Listening closely, they realized, damn, wasn't this basically doxing them? Can't take a joke, huh? Not every player can calmly handle a bizarre matchmaking partner they're not allowed to reject. Wang Daju's current situation was extremely awkward. He'd studied the game rules carefully and decided that blindly going on matchmaking dates wasn't the way to win. After being caught off guard by his first date, he was especially cautious for the second. He thought, as long as the girl's personality wasn't too weird, he'd just take her to meet his parents. After all, the game only lasted a maximum of 10 days. He could endure it. The longer things dragged on, the less stable the favorability score would be. But to his surprise, his second matchmaking partner was not only good-looking, but also had a great personality. She never made any strange requests from start to finish. Wang Dazhu was secretly delighted, but kept a calm face as he interacted with her. But maybe she was too normal, because it was actually hard to raise her favorability score. He spent the whole day with her, and only managed to get the score up to 80. When he suggested meeting her parents, the pretty NPC girl refused, and her reasoning was solid. "We've only known each other for a day. Even if it's a matchmaking event, it's too soon to make things official. Brother Wang, let's spend more time together before deciding, okay?" Wang Dazhu was anxious. There were 2 top players on the leaderboard who'd kept their favorability at 90, and he didn't have time to waste. But since the girl had already said this much, how could he refuse? If he pushed, not only would the favorability drop, but he'd also lose such a good match for nothing. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Since his date wouldn't meet his parents, Wang Dazhu had nothing to report to the NPC parents, so he had to keep following their matchmaking arrangements. But that night, after dealing with a difficult date, he passed a fancy restaurant and saw his supposedly top-quality match eating with another man. They were laughing and chatting, looking very close. Most people would have lost their temper and rushed over to confront them. But Wang Dazhu was a veteran who'd made it to level 8 of the game, so he wasn't reckless. He carefully hid and observed the NPC for a long time, finally confirming her true nature. She was a female player, a serial dater. No wonder he'd gotten so lucky, meeting such a gentle, beautiful, and considerate match on just the second round. Turns out, he was just one of the many fish in her pond. Wang Dazhu was extremely frustrated, touching his now empty wallet and wanting to cry. This game really was ruthless. Yin Xia and Bai Li spent the whole night out, only getting home at dawn and immediately collapsing into bed. The only one still energetic was the chicken, who'd reverted to a 3-year-old child, so Suisui had to take the left-behind chicken out with her. Yesterday, she and Jianshi had discussed things at length and came up with 3 plans. Plan 1 was the fastest, but a bit extreme and could have serious consequences. Plan 2 was gentler, but too slow to take effect. Plan 3 was more balanced, but not outstanding in any way. They hadn't decided which plan to use yet, but before that, Jianshi had to finish a matchmaking date that had been scheduled the day before. When Suisui arrived with the chicken, Jianshi and his date had already skipped the introductions. The girl was very direct, laying out all her requirements right away. "I'm not going to play games. Let's be upfront. Do you have a car? A house? How much do you have in savings? What's your salary? What about your parents' jobs? I'll tell you now, I won't even consider anyone with an annual income under $1 million. In short, her only requirement was money. She wore her gold digger label openly and didn't care at all. To her, as long as you had money, nothing else mattered. Jianshi quickly understood her needs and responded accordingly. Winning over a gold digger's favorability was easy, just brag outrageously. So Jianshi did his best to boast, putting on a show of being loaded. The gold digger wasn't so easily convinced, but as she hesitated, Jianshi accidentally checked his phone. A recent transfer notification popped up on the screen. The gold digger, sharp-eyed, immediately spotted the key number, and her attitude warmed up considerably. Once he'd met the favorability requirement, Jianshi moved on to the next step, redirecting her attention. He casually put down his phone and mentioned his family business. "All my little achievements are nothing compared to my dad. Honestly, the money I make at my company isn't even as much as my dad gives me for pocket money." The gold digger's eyes sparkled. "Oh, so you're a rich second generation? Your family's really wealthy?" The fish had bitten, and Jianshi began to reel her in. Through various hints, he let her know that his dad was a super-rich, eligible bachelor who loved young, pretty girls. He even said his biggest worry was that his dad would have an illegitimate child, and he might lose his inheritance. He gave the gold digger plenty of room to imagine, and soon she shifted her focus to his dad. And Suisui, listening nearby, couldn't help but give Jianshui a thumbs up. A pro, just with a bit of a useless dad. After sending off the gold digger, the two of them began planning how to take down all the matchmaking candidates at once. Each candidate's favorability only started counting once the official matchmaking process began, which meant they had a chance to do something beforehand to make all the candidates unwilling to interact with them. So Jianshi and An Suisui plotted a citywide sensation. Jingtai Bank was the largest state-owned bank in City A, backed by the government. Almost no one dared cause trouble there. But today, two unusual people showed up. Armed with the latest weapons, they strode into the bank lobby, took out all the security guards in minutes, and took over the entire bank. Strangely, even though they could have just grabbed the money and run, they lingered in the bank, fussing over account statements and touring the vault like they were on an inspection, stalling until the police surrounded the building. They'd forced themselves into a dead end. The most baffling part? They didn't even wear masks, just let everyone see their faces. Were they crazy? What normal person would do this? Yin Xia, watching the news on TV. If you're not tough enough, you can't be their parent seriously. In the end, the two of them really did make the local headlines by getting arrested. But the laughter didn't last long, because after finally solving the matchmaking problem, they suddenly remembered, aside from the favorability missions, there was still one task they absolutely had to complete. They had to find a matchmaking partner who would satisfy their parents. But now they were in jail, infamous, and all their potential matches had run for the hills. How were they supposed to finish this last mission? They were doomed. Bang, bang, bang. And Suisui knocked on the iron door of the detention center, staring hopefully at the officer outside. "Excuse me, could I contact my parents?" The officer, who remembered these two young people who'd caused such a scene at the bank, casually asked, "Why do you want to contact your parents?" And Suisui, "I want to go on one last blind date before sentencing." The officer thought he'd misheard and asked again, "You want to do what?" "Go on a blind date," and Suisui replied righteously. "Hurry up. Once I'm in prison, it'll be too late." No one had ever made such an outrageous request before. The police were now even more convinced that these two troublemakers must be a little unhinged. But to calm them down, the station agreed to this ridiculous yet technically not impossible request. So Yin Xia received a truly bizarre phone call. "Hello? Is this the An family? Your daughter wants you to come to the police station for a blind date." Yin Xia. What kind of mess is this now? An hour later, both families gathered in the visitation room under the watchful eyes of a crowd of police officers. The atmosphere was strange. The NPC parents assigned to John Schur were still in a daze. Pfft! John Schur couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Sorry, he didn't want to laugh, but the whole scene was just too much. And Suisui nudged his arm, making faces. "Stop laughing. Your parents look like they're about to pass out." The most uncomfortable people in the room were definitely the NPCs. Yin Xia, though speechless when she first got the call, found the idea of a jailhouse matchmaking session hilarious after picturing it. She hurriedly packed snacks and drinks, grabbed her husband and son, and rushed to the station. Even if the location was unusual, a matchmaking banquet was still a banquet. Ceremony was a must. She started unpacking all sorts of snacks and drinks from her basket, laying them out on the table. A nearby officer nudged his colleague, silently asking, "How did she get all that stuff in here?" His colleague was just as confused. Normally, everyone's belongings would be checked before entering the visitation room. Most things wouldn't be allowed in. So how did she bring in so much? One basket probably couldn't even hold it all. As she set out the snacks, Yin Xia politely pushed a plate toward Jianshi's parents. "Here, in-laws, have some food while we chat." The two NPCs snapped back to their roles and began their professional performance. The NPC mom slammed the table in protest. Don't call us in-laws. There's not even a hint of a match yet. How could my son possibly marry a criminal? A criminal. Yinxia rolled the word around on her tongue, then suddenly burst out laughing. Her gaze swept meaningfully over Jianshi and An Suisui, and she said, "Honestly, I think the two of them are pretty evenly matched. Even their criminal records line up. They could even go to jail on the same day." That was a real gut punch. No parent with dreams of their child's success wants to see them end up in jail. And yet, the woman across from her just had to twist the knife. The NPC mom was furious and snapped back, "So what if my son goes to jail? Your daughter will have to serve 2 years herself." She thought this would hit a nerve, but Yinxia didn't care at all. In fact, she looked proud as she replied, "Exactly. That's why I say they're a perfect match. Maybe we can talk to the judge and get them the same sentence so they can be released together and look out for each other." The NPC mom nearly fainted, clutching her chest and collapsing into the NPC dad's arms, gasping for breath. Yinxia glanced over. "Huh? Faking it?" She stood up with a smile, flexed her wrists, and under the NPC's terrified gazes said kindly, "Don't worry, I'm a doctor. This lady's circulation is a bit off. For my daughter's sake, I'll give you a free treatment." But her hands didn't match her gentle words. She wasn't using much force, but every time she massaged, the NPC mom let out a pig-like scream. Finally, the police had to step in and put a stop to it. Afterward, the NPC mom insisted she'd been assaulted and that the methods were brutal. But after a quick check, the police found nothing wrong. They told her if she still had concerns, she could go to the hospital for an injury assessment and come back if needed. Unbelievable. Yinxia just smiled through the whole thing, letting them check her as much as they wanted. Once the police left, she turned back to the others. "Are we done? If so, let's get back to business. The main event today is matchmaking." After that ordeal, the NPC mom was too intimidated by Yinxia to speak. The NPC dad wanted to say something tough, but Yinxia cut him off every time, not giving him a chance. She tapped the table, looking at the two young people with interest. "Like I said, these two are evenly matched. There's really nothing to argue about, but you two look unconvinced, like you want to compete, so let's have a parent showdown." What the heck? The NPC mom was dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be a matchmaking session? Why was it turning into a parent competition? The NPC mom's face turned even uglier. Truth be told, they were just ordinary people. Even the big house they lived in now was bought by their son. If he hadn't been successful, they'd probably still be farming. But the people across from them clearly weren't in the same league. The NPC mom glanced enviously at Yinxia's young, beautiful face. The NPC dad didn't want to air his dirty laundry, so he waved his hand impatiently. "This is about the kid's marriage. What's there for parents to compete over? Anyway, I'll never agree to my son marrying your daughter." Yinxia kept munching on snacks, completely unfazed. Why can't parents compete? These days, young people's families matter even more than the individuals themselves. She pulled out a stack of property deeds from her bag. "Our family doesn't ask for much, just that the groom join our household. Don't be so quick to refuse. If he does, all of this will be his dowry." The NPC mom wanted to stay tough, but the sight of all those red property certificates made her eyes go red with envy. She wished she could write her name on them right then and there. On the other side of the table, the two main characters who had been invisible the whole time thanks to Yinxia's total control of the scene were just watching the drama unfold, treating their own marriage prospects like a spectator sport. Watching Yinxia lay out one red deed after another and a string of car keys, Jianshi nudged An Suisui beside him and whispered, "I'm available, rich lady. Look at me." He was more than happy to be a kept man, okay? A bizarre matchmaking event, witnessed by a crowd of police officers, was completely dominated by Yinxia's show of wealth. With the impressive array of property certificates on the table, the onlookers and bystanders were all green with envy. Yinxia's attitude was, "This is just for fun." After all, in a few days, none of this would be hers anyway. So why not splurge a little now? Besides, what's the point of having money if you don't show it off? Keeping it to yourself is boring. She just loved seeing those envious, longing looks from others. After showing off her wealth and successfully bringing the matchmaking to a dramatic close, Yinxia left the police station satisfied. Meanwhile, An Suisui and Jianshi's mission was also temporarily over. So what do we do next? An Suisui sat in the holding cell, zoning out. Although the mission was complete, because they'd finished off all their matchmaking targets so quickly, they now had nearly 8 days of free time left to spend in this world. At that moment, the steel wall suddenly warped. Jian Shi slipped in from the next cell into An Suisui's room. An Suisui wasn't surprised by Jian Shi's ability. She was just a little puzzled. "What are you doing here? Bored and visiting? If you want to get familiar with the place, now's not the time. They haven't even assigned us cells yet." Their sentences hadn't been handed down yet, so for now they were just being held in the detention center. "Just came to see my fiancé, is that not allowed?" Jian Shi circled the small room, then sat down next to An Suisui. He poked her soft cheek and tempted her. "Are you really planning to spend the next 8 days here? Let's go out and have some fun." And Suisui slowly opened her eyes, a hint of excitement in them. "Break out?" Jian Shi ruffled her hair and praised her with a grin. "So smart." There really wasn't anything fun about staying in the detention center, and behaving herself wasn't in line with An Suisui's troublemaker nature. Now that someone was willing to cause chaos with her, An Suisui's interest was immediately piqued. With their abilities, escaping the detention center was no problem. After leaving, they even kindly tipped off the police that some prisoners had escaped. Yinxia soon got a call from the police, but she wasn't surprised at all. After hanging up, she immediately called An Suisui. "Yinxia, tell me where you are." An Suisui. "What for?" Yinxia. "To be honest, I want to claim the reward money." Wow, talk about righteousness before family. She was a pro at it. Then Yinxia added, "If you get tired of running around and have nowhere to go, just come home." And Suisui was just starting to feel touched, but then Yinxia continued, "Don't let that reward money go to someone else. Keep it in the family." So that's what this is about. With their early release, the two of them broke out like wild beasts, with no one left to restrain them. Yinxia didn't even need to call. Just watching the news on TV every day was enough to keep up with the latest antics of a certain troublemaker. On the third day of the game, the two fugitives stormed into a shady bathhouse, stole a bunch of clients' clothes, and called their families to notify them. The place was thrown into chaos, and the bathhouse was completely busted, which also increased the bounty on the two escapees. On the fourth day, a group of pirates tried to sneak into Shanghai, only to run into the two fugitives. The pirate ship was upgraded and commandeered, and a patrolling drone accidentally captured rare footage. On the fifth day, the commandeered pirate ship started a pirate war. The nearby country was in a panic, afraid a stray cannonball might land on them any day. On the sixth day, Yinxia had originally come for a vacation, but never expected to meet such a wild child. Her days were now even more exciting than her own. By the eighth day, Yinxia called An Suisui. The game was about to end, and she'd prepared a small gift for An Suisui, telling her to come home and get it. An Suisui didn't doubt the gift's authenticity, but she was worried Yinxia might use the opportunity to turn her in and claim the reward. Trying to cash in on the last-minute bounty, definitely something that woman would do. So she dawdled until the very last day before going home. When she got there, no one was home. Yinxia's family seemed to be out, and only a small, square box sat on the table labeled, "For An Suisui." Jian Shi sighed. "How come you get a gift for playing a game?" His NPC parents were already a handful. He didn't even dare hope for a present. And Suisui happily opened the gift. Inside was a jumble of things, mostly colorful potion bottles and a dark red fork. There were a lot of potion bottles, each seemingly with a different use. And Suisui didn't bother checking them all, and instead picked up the only unique item, the dark red little fork. The fork was very odd, about the size of a regular dinner fork, but flat and with a sharp pointed tip, definitely dangerous. If you stabbed someone with it, it'd leave a row of bloody holes. As soon as she held the fork, a transparent panel popped up in front of her. You have received an NPC's gift, Devil's exclusive steel fork. Would you like to bind it? Was that even a question? Of course she'd bind it. This was a personal weapon, and Suisui's eyes sparkled as she played with the palm-sized fork, loving it. Jianshi couldn't see the panel, just looked at her curiously. He tilted his head and wondered, "Why did your mom give you a dinner fork?" He really couldn't think of any other use for it. A dinner fork? Who would give that as a gift? And Suisui glared at him just as the game system's voice sounded in her ear. Binding successful. She immediately felt the fork change in her hand. Her eyes narrowed, and the little fork began to grow, getting bigger and bigger until it was taller than she was. Jianshi was stunned, then realized what it was. A personal weapon? Just like his scythe. Other people had to work so hard to get something from the special prize wheel, but this girl just went out to play and came back with a gift. Thinking of his own rotten luck, Jianshi's head throbbed. Reciprocity is a virtue. Before leaving the game, Suisui also prepared a gift for Yinxia, a toilet plunger. It's the thought that counts, after all. Yinxia and her husband looked so wealthy they probably didn't lack for anything valuable. Maybe what they really needed was an excellent toilet plunger? On the 10th day of the game, at 11:59, all players were about to exit, and Suisui casually opened the game leaderboard. She and Jianshi had guessed that the final ranking would probably be based on the average of all favorability scores, and that was indeed the case. Thanks to her strong start and, after noticing the game's tricks, her clever self-destructive strategy to eliminate all her blind date targets and avoid the game's pitfalls, and Suisui's final score was extremely high. Naturally, she ranked at the very top among all players. She scrolled down and was surprised to find that Jianshi's final score was only a little over 80. If the other players hadn't done even worse, he would have been squeezed out of the top 3. What happened? Logically, Jianshi's 3 blind date scores were all pretty high. How could his final score be only in the 80s? Frowning, Suisui checked her own detailed scoring and finally discovered that, besides the 2 blind date scores, there was an extra rating. The favorability score from the NPC parents. Yinxia and her husband had casually given her a perfect score, which instantly boosted her overall ranking. Jianshi wasn't so lucky. If he hadn't made some money for them at the last minute by selling their son, they wouldn't even have given him a passing grade. Watching Jianshi collapse in agony on the sofa, Suisui couldn't help but laugh at his misfortune. Ding. Game over. Calculating results. Calculation complete. This round's ranking, first place. You have earned 3 lottery draws. Usually the game would end here unless the dog, Pet, died in-game and she had to play a mini-game. But today, the game didn't immediately let her draw prizes. After a moment, a new notification appeared. Thank you, player 023, for participating in the beta test and making outstanding contributions. This beta test is about to end. All players who clear the beta will receive a level reward pack. And Suisui's head shot up. The game was over. Before she could even get excited, a huge piece of bad news landed on her head. The public test is about to begin. Launch date TBD. Please stay tuned. Public test. Seeing this, Suisui felt a strange sense of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. She forced down her anxiety and opened her level 5 reward pack first, receiving several item cards, a special spin chance, and 5 golden skill card fragments. Now she had 10 golden fragments in total. By rights, that should be enough to synthesize a rare skill, but when she put all 10 together, nothing happened. Something was missing. After a moment's thought, she understood. She used her special spin chance. The big wheel spun and finally landed on a golden square. The words, Skill Fusion Scroll, appeared. After reading the instructions, Suisui was full of questions. Skill Fusion Scroll. Used to fuse skill fragments. Can combine qualifying fragments into a skill. That easy? She looked at her own hands. Was her luck really that good, getting exactly what she needed? But luck is always mysterious, and Suisui didn't dwell on it. After using the skill fusion scroll, she really did get a golden skill. As for why it was called a golden skill, and Suisui guessed it was probably because the skill description was written in gold font. Time freeze, LV1. Can freeze time within a 3-meter radius centered on the user for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Whoa. Now that was a powerful skill, worthy of the golden title. Don't underestimate those 5 seconds. In a high-level battle, even a single second's mistake could change the outcome, let alone 5 seconds. And for a speed-type player like Suisui, a time freeze skill was basically a scythe for reaping lives. She was so excited that even after leaving the game space, she was still savoring the feeling. "You're amazing, Suisui." The little troublemaker praised herself gleefully. The sense of crisis brought by the upcoming public test was temporarily pushed aside. The next day, Suisui packed her bag to leave, but was stopped by her mother. "Put it down. You can't go back to the academy for now." "Huh? Did something happen?" And Suisui blinked. She'd slept in and hadn't checked the news, so she had no idea what was going on. Her mother sighed, put away her light brain, and said worriedly, "I don't know exactly what happened, but since early this morning, all interstellar flights have suddenly stopped. The announcement says they probably won't resume for a while." Starships sometimes break down, but since the routes stabilized, there hadn't been a suspension in hundreds of years. And Suisui's heart skipped a beat. A terrible thought surfaced, but she forced it down. "Don't panic," she told herself. "Maybe something happened in the star system near Silver Wolf Star. Give it a few days and it'll be fine." For the first time, she didn't feel happy about not having to go back to school. She returned to her room and started checking the news. Silver Wolf Star did have a problem, but it wasn't the spatial fluctuations she'd imagined. It was an issue with the planet's own energy supply. Jianshe, now officially a commander, even if not yet publicly announced, had all the urgent reports sent straight to his desk. He flipped through one after another, his brows never relaxing, a storm brewing in his eyes. When a subordinate rushed in, Jianshe's cold aura made the man so nervous he didn't even dare look up. The air of authority was nothing like the Jianshe Suisui knew. "Another energy problem?" Jianshe asked in a low voice. "Yes, Commander. Right now, except for the main planet, all major resource planets are experiencing energy extraction failures, which is seriously affecting daily life on the residential planets." "And the cause? Still not found?" The subordinate lowered his head even further. "It's my fault, sir." Tsk. Jianshe closed his eyes and waved him out. The public test. Could it be related to all this? For several days, Suisui stayed home and didn't go anywhere. She clung to a sliver of hope, wishing the suspension of interstellar flights was just a temporary accident. But reality quickly shattered her fantasy. On the first day after the beta test ended, the resource mines on all major resource planets suddenly became unworkable. Energy problems arose, and the normal operation of residential planets became precarious. By the third day, most of the stored new energy on the residential planets had been consumed. The authorities began cutting back, sealing away most of the remaining new energy and switching to backup, old-fashioned electricity. Electricity could be generated in many ways, and each residential planet could produce its own, barely keeping things running. By the 7th day, even electricity started to fail. By the 10th day, ordinary residents could no longer use electricity at all. All electrical devices stopped working, and the residential areas became eerily silent, like the wilderness. By the 15th day, water resources also became a problem. Whether rivers, lakes, or even the sea, all water sources suddenly became unusable. You could see the water right in front of you, but when you reached out to touch it, it was as if an invisible, unbreakable membrane separated you from it, sealing all water on the surface. You could see it, but not touch it. The only usable water left was what was already bottled and for sale in the major malls. Panic began to spread. Everyone rushed to the malls, frantically buying up food and water. Prices soared again, and hyperinflation exploded overnight. And Suisui's sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger. Though she kept telling herself everything would be fine, Anxiety pressed on her heart, urging her to do something. All beta test players received a message. The public test of the game was about to begin. When disaster strikes, it's easy to connect it to the game. As early as the second day after the beta ended, Suisui couldn't help but start stockpiling supplies. Afraid her parents would notice, question, or stop her, she didn't tell Dad or Mom and tried her best not to let anyone notice anything unusual. Using her backpack's storage function, she bought large quantities of supplies from various malls in batches. She wasn't short on money, and for more than 10 days she kept at it, right up until inflation exploded. Dad had already closed the hospital, sent all the staff home, and stayed at home with his wife and daughter. At this point, Suisui was deeply grateful. If not for that earlier medical dispute, she would have been far away at school, separated from her parents, and would have been beside herself with worry. No matter what disaster was coming, being with her parents gave her peace of mind. Mom came out of the kitchen, her pupils unfocused, hands twisting nervously. Dad immediately noticed something was wrong and helped her sit down, asking anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Mom forced herself to focus, but facing her husband and daughter's concern, her nose stung and she almost burst into tears. "We're almost out of food. I went to the mall yesterday, but it was packed and all the food was long gone. Even if you squeeze in, there's nothing left to buy." "What do we do? Are we going to run out of food?" And Suisui was stunned, suddenly remembering she'd been busy tinkering with little things last night and forgot to restock the kitchen. Even if she hadn't forgotten, the supplies at home were limited. She could only add a little at a time, and her parents would eventually notice something was off. After thinking it over, Suisui finally made up her mind and pulled her parents into her room. Mom hadn't been in her daughter's room for days and was shocked, speechless by the mountain of supplies inside. "When did you buy all this?" She'd been home every day and hadn't noticed a thing. Dad also looked at Suisui with suspicion. After all, who would stockpile so much at home? Before inflation hit, hardly anyone could have predicted this situation. And Suisui blinked and told the truth. "About 15 days ago. I bought it in batches, a little at a time, so you didn't notice." She'd been earning her own money since her teens, and her savings were full. She didn't need to touch her parents' money, so Mom never noticed anything. Dad gave his daughter a deep look, then just sighed softly and said nothing. "Isn't it crowded in your room? Move it to the warehouse." Space storage technology had been developed centuries ago, but it was unstable and dangerous at first. Now, with space storage widely available, only wealthy families could afford large space warehouses. The Ann family had one, originally for Dad's medical equipment, but it wasn't very big and was mostly empty. Hearing Dad's suggestion, Suisui looked away, glancing everywhere but at him. Dad's brow twitched. "If you have something to say, spit it out." And Suisui coughed, fished the warehouse key from her drawer, and stuck out her tongue sheepishly. "It's not that I don't want to use the warehouse. It's just that it's already full." Dad thought he'd misheard. He opened the warehouse and was nearly blinded by the mountain of supplies inside. With her savings, it wasn't hard for Suisui to buy so much before inflation. The real question was, how did she get it all home? Large space storage can't be moved, and small ones can't hold much. So this was her, a little at a time? And Suisui guiltily rubbed her nose, fiddling with the backpack card in her pocket. Just over 10 days ago, when she realized the tool card could be used in real life, she came up with this plan. She had to fill the warehouse. Dad took a deep breath, closed the warehouse door, and slowly hugged his wife, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Their child had grown up. Now it was their turn to rely on her. With the future crisis handled, Suisui sat down and told her parents about the game. The longer things dragged on, the more she felt this disaster was connected to the game. So before the public test began, the more her parents knew, the better their chances of surviving in the game. Yes, Suisui's biggest worry now was that, after the public test started, her parents would be pulled into the game too. After the water froze, the ecosystem on the residential planets began to change. First, Plants withered. Then, with no food, herbivores went mad and started attacking anything alive. Many residents were injured, and the interstellar authorities had to send in armed teams to cull the crazed animals. In the end, on every residential planet, there were almost no living creatures left except humans. Nature became eerily silent. On the 30th day after the beta ended, a muffled sound echoed in the sky. The white clouds slowly changed color, finally condensing into huge blood-red letters. Extreme Survival Game Public Test officially begins. Almost at the same moment, all beta test players looked up together, staring at the bright red words in the sky. The red clouds quickly condensed into rain, drizzling down onto the earth. People who previously had no player mark now found white tattoos appearing on their hands. And those who had been eliminated from the beta test, whose memories had been sealed, suddenly had those memories return, their gray tattoos turning white again. And Suisui tentatively reached out, touching a red raindrop outside the window. The rain splashed on her skin but left no trace before vanishing. "Suisui!" A slightly panicked voice called from behind. And Suisui pulled her hand back and ran to her parents. Both her mom and dad were trembling as they raised their arms, white player tattoos now visible, identical to on Suisui's. "Suisui, is this the player mark you were talking about?" her mom asked, her voice steady but tinged with anxiety. Even though she'd warned them in advance, her parents had never seen anything so bizarre and couldn't help but feel uneasy. And Suisui felt lightheaded too, her vision blurring for a moment. Her worst fear had come true. But she quickly calmed herself. The situation was set. Instead of panicking, it was better to help her parents gain some self-protection skills. She first taught her mom and dad how to use the player wristband. A light touch on the white tattoo, and both of their personal status panels popped up in front of them. And Suisui peeked at their panels. They were very simple, just name, gender, and a few basic stats. Nothing extra, not even a player number. A flash of doubt crossed on Suisui's mind. Why were her parents' panels so different from hers? Just as she was thinking this, all three of them received a system message from the game. "Special mission. The public test has begun. Please help and guide new players to clear the game. This is a special mission. No penalty for failure. Rewards based on the number of survivors if you succeed. Do you accept this mission?" Yes. No. A special mission push. This had never happened before, and this mission could be accepted or refused. If you succeeded, you got a reward. If you failed, there was no punishment. Normally, Suisui would have accepted without hesitation. Who wouldn't take a free mission? But glancing at her parents, she hesitated. Her mom had also read the system message, frowning in confusion. "Suisui, what does guiding mean? Do we have to do it? What kind of missions are there in this game?" "Huh?" And Suisui was startled to realize her parents' notifications were different from hers. She looked over and saw, "Guided mission. All players must schedule a game session within 3 days and clear the game to activate player status. Successful clearance earns a big reward pack. After 3 days, anyone who hasn't participated will be forcibly teleported into the game, and the reward will be cancelled." Her dad's notification was the same. A little thought, and Suisui understood the difference. The beta players were supposed to guide the new ones. No wonder the reward was so good and there was no penalty. She also realized why her parents' panels were different. They hadn't officially activated their player status yet. She herself only got hers after the first round. With this figured out, the three sat at the table to discuss. Her mom was scared, and Suisui had told her the game was dangerous and people could die. Her dad, on the other hand, reasoned that since there was a 3-day activation window, if they didn't join voluntarily, they'd be dragged in anyway. Better to schedule it themselves and keep some control. Exactly. The first difference between the public test and the beta, you could now schedule your own game time. As a beta player, Suisui could see more rules. Once the new rules were out, she could check them anytime via her wristband. Very convenient. As she scrolled through the rules, she answered her parents' questions. "Mom, Dad's right. This game is shameless and overbearing. You can't fight it head-on. I think it's better if we schedule our own time. If we all pick the same slot, maybe we'll be assigned to the same game." Huh? The public test didn't set a minimum participation number, but did set a maximum. Strange. She'd thought the game would force everyone to play, but it only forced identity activation. From the rules, Suisui sensed a kind of arrogance, as if the game was sure players would join willingly. It seemed the public test was even more intriguing than the beta. After discussion, the An family decided to schedule their game for 3 p.m. the next day. As soon as they booked, Suisui saw her own game session number. Her parents still saw nothing. The difference between official and not yet activated players was huge. After booking, Suisui quickly started teaching her parents everything she'd learned in the beta. But she also warned them the public test might be different, so her experience was just for reference, not to be copied blindly. At 3 p.m. the next day, the three of them vanished from their home. Dingsa, welcome to the Extreme Survival Game, guided session. Thank you to beta players 0023 and 009 for leading. This game, Plants vs. Zombies. Detailed rules have been sent to your wristbands. Please play seriously and try to clear the game. When the white mist cleared and the unfamiliar voice faded, Suisui finally saw her surroundings. It looked like a country house, with a large yard fenced off in front, and neat green grass divided into dozens of equal squares by faint lines. After a quick look around, Suisui was hit by a wave of nostalgia. Even a classic like Plants vs. Zombies had been brought out. Sooner or later, this game would dig up something even she'd never played. After checking the scene, her first move was to search the crowd for her parents. Luckily, they'd been assigned to the same game as her. At the same time, she sensed someone slowly approaching. After entering the game, Jianshi instinctively looked around for Suisui. This time, he'd specifically estimated the time slot Suisui was most likely to choose. Given their extremely high compatibility, the odds of meeting were very high. And indeed, that's what happened. Just as Suisui spotted her parents, Jianshi also saw her. He took a couple of steps forward, then remembered that his own parents had also entered the game. He wondered if they'd been assigned to his group. He looked up. Nope, they weren't there. Just as he expected. He could only hope his mom's luck wasn't as bad as his, and that she'd be safe as long as she was with his dad. As he was thinking this, Suisui noticed him, waved excitedly, and shouted, "Jianshi, over here!" Meeting in the game was already routine for them. Jianshi snapped out of his thoughts and lazily walked over to where Suisui was. There were 30 players present. This was the largest team event Suisui had ever participated in. Jianshi approached, his gaze pausing briefly on Dad and An Mom. His expression became a bit more restrained and serious than usual. And Dad and An Mom also observed Jianshi with curiosity. Suisui seemed very familiar with him. Were they friends? There was no time for small talk. After the two met up, they immediately started studying the game rules. Since the theme was Plants vs. Zombies, the general framework was clear. Suisui opened her player wristband and, sure enough, found a detailed rules introduction. There were 4 stages in this game, but they could only see the first stage's description for now. The other 3 were blacked out. Each stage would have 5 waves of attacks, increasing in intensity, and their ultimate goal was to protect the house behind them from being breached by zombies. After each wave, players would get a 30-minute break. As team leaders, Suisui and Jianshi each had their own identity cards. Suisui took hers out for a look. Her role was farm owner, the owner of the house behind them, responsible for assigning and directing players in battle. Jianshi also checked his card, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Seeing his expression, Suisui curiously leaned over. But since Jianshi was much taller, she couldn't see from behind, so she simply squeezed between his elbows. Best view in the house. They'd worked together so many times that they were casual around each other and didn't notice anything odd. But from an outsider's perspective, Suisui's move looked like she'd just snuggled right into Jianshi's arms. And Dad frowned, about to say something, but Mom quickly covered his mouth. "Don't say anything, just watch." She gave him a look. "Don't meddle in the kids' business." And Dad grumpily removed her hand and covered his own mouth, glaring at the two. He'd just thought Jianshi was a good-looking, decent young man, but now, the more he looked, the less he liked him. What's with getting so close to his daughter? And Suisui, used to her parents' stares, didn't notice anything. She finally saw Jianshi's identity card and almost burst out laughing. She'd wondered what role the game would give Jianshi since Plants vs. Zombies only had one fixed NPC, the farm owner. Turns out the game had a sense of humor. Jianshi's identity was lawnmower. Farm owner and lawnmower, a classic combo. Jianshi was only speechless for a moment, then quickly recovered, as if he was used to the game giving him weird roles. Seeing Suisui laugh so hard, Jianshi found it funny too. Clearly, the little lucky queen had never been wronged by her roles. He raised his hand to ruffle her hair, but sensed a sharp gaze. He paused and looked up, meeting Dad's unfriendly stare. Jianshi calmly withdrew his hand and politely greeted, "Uncle?" And Dad grunted heavily and turned away. Don't think he hadn't noticed. This brat was definitely up to no good. After laughing at Jianshi, the two began to strategize, and Suisui's gaze swept over the anxious crowd. There were old and young, and the group's overall quality was mixed. How to allocate and use these people wisely was up to the two leaders. And Suisui thought for a moment, then picked up a stick and banged it on a piece of scrap metal, making a loud noise. Everyone looked over. "Hello everyone, I'm your team leader, Suisui." She cleared her throat, trying to sound authoritative, but her soft features and 1.5-meter height didn't exactly inspire fear. Someone snickered. Jianshi glanced over, his dark eyes full of pressure. The person's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked down at his feet. The atmosphere instantly chilled. And Suisui thought it was her own doing and continued to act serious. "The game is about to start. Before that, I'll do a rough grouping. All male players to the right, female players to the left, and anyone over 50 in the middle." This caused a stir in the crowd. Someone couldn't help but question, "What's that supposed to mean? What are you doing?" And Suisui frowned slightly. "What do you think? It's just to allocate labor efficiently." "How will you allocate it?" the person pressed. Knowing they were scared, and Suisui patiently explained, "This is a team game. In a team game, those with more strength get heavier tasks and those with less do support. Do you want kids on the front lines and the strong adults wiping tables in the back? If so, we might as well just lie down and give up now. There's no way we'd win." Even so, some people were still dissatisfied. Even if that's the case, why separate the men? Why not have women with us? Are you being sexist? Seriously? And Suisui clenched her fists, then couldn't hold back. She jumped off the rock and walked up to the man, looking him up and down. "This is just a rough grouping, not the final one. I only had you line up because most men are naturally stronger than women, but that's not always true. For example, someone like you could easily go in the women's group." This was a huge insult to the man. He wanted to argue, but Suisui didn't want to waste time. Her eyes flashed red, and the man's mind went blank. He dazedly walked into the women's group. When he came to, he was met with a sea of contemptuous looks from the female players. His face turned bright red, but he was too scared of Suisui's strange power to say anything. For now, the situation was under control. After dealing with one troublemaker, Suisui continued to wander among the male players, picking out a few more who seemed physically weak and sending them over to the women's team. The remaining male players, faces flushed, some even started showing off by lifting heavy stones with their bare hands, anything to avoid being labeled as weak and sent away. How embarrassing. After checking the men, Suisui moved on to the women's team. There were some exceptionally strong women too, like the one in front of Suisui, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with muscles as hard as stone. If she fought that earlier male player, she could probably take on 10 of him. Was this the legendary Muscle Barbie? And Suisui looked on in awe. How do you even grow like that? She was a little envious. Muscle Barbie shyly scratched the back of her head and spoke to Suisui in a deliberately gentle voice. "Can I join Team 1 now?" Team 1 was the original group of male players representing strength. And Suisui nodded vigorously, then picked out a few more strong women and moved them to Team 1 before heading over to the middle-aged and elderly group. As soon as she arrived, she saw an old man smash a stone with his bare hands. Startled, she hadn't even figured out what was going on when the old man asked, "Kid, do you think I'm strong enough? Can I join Team 1? And Suisui instantly understood his intent and gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "Of course you can." Then she couldn't help but drag out the original troublemaker for another round of public shaming. Some people get stronger with age, while others are already wilted in their youth. That got a laugh from most of the group. Not many middle-aged or elderly players made it to Team 1, but quite a few healthy uncles and aunties were assigned to Team 2. The number left in Team 3 wasn't large. When prep time ended, the game's voice sounded, and Suisui couldn't help but feel that the cold, mechanical game voice was different from what she'd heard in the beta. "The game is about to begin. Please, farm owner, select the plants for this round." And Suisui lowered her head, digging through her memory for Plants vs. Zombies info while scrolling through the game panel. Only 5 plant types could be chosen in the first round. She immediately picked sunflower. No matter what, you can't go without sunlight. Next, she chose walnut. You need at least one defensive plant. Then, for offense, she picked pea shooter. Pea shooter is versatile and useful in most situations. 2 slots left. After thinking it over, she picked a jalapeno and a snow pea. 1 negative effect plant and 1 rescue type plant should be enough for the first wave of zombies. When the countdown ended, the farm owner could place plants. The game started them off with 50 sun points. No question, the first thing to do was plant a sunflower. And Suisui assigned an elderly player to be the sunflower. She stuck the sunflower label on him, then picked a random square in the last row. The elderly player, now dressed in a bizarre flower costume, appeared on the designated lawn. The outfit was so strange, even the player himself couldn't help but laugh. "This is too weird," he chuckled. And Suisui smiled with her eyes, then focused on the plant descriptions. She knew sunflower produced sun, but wondered if there'd be any changes in this real-life version. She checked the sunflower's entry. Sunflower produces 25 sun points every 25 seconds, can also collect sunlight that appears during the day. Huh? And Suisui looked up at the sky. So sunlight would appear on its own during the day, but the sunflower had to collect it? What if it didn't? Would it disappear? Just as she was thinking this, a glowing golden orb drifted down from the sky. That must be the sunlight. And Suisui quickly called out to the sunflower player, "Catch that sunlight." But how? The elderly player looked at his costume, fumbled around, and finally tried lifting his golden skirt. The sunlight seemed to be drawn to it, drifting over and landing on his skirt. Woo! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was way more nerve-wracking than playing the game on a screen. Soon the sunflower's hat also started producing sun. The scene was a bit ridiculous, but this time, no one laughed. 2 sun sources together made exactly 50 sun points. And Suisui planted a second sunflower. Just then, the first zombie staggered onto the field. The so-called zombie wore tattered clothes, its face a sickly black green, features rotting and falling off in chunks, and its left eyeball was missing. The sight was more than most people could handle. The zombie's terrifying appearance triggered fear in all the players. These newbies had never experienced the game's brutality and gore. Just seeing the zombie from afar made some collapse to the ground in fright. And Suisui knew they needed time to process, so she ignored them and turned to discuss the game's mechanics with Jian Shi. If the game set up a newbie mission, it wants new players to participate, but with 2 beta players here, isn't it worried we'll just use our skills to sweep the game, making the newbies unnecessary? Jian Shi had wondered the same thing. He stared at the slowly approaching zombie, thought for a moment, then raised his wrist. "Let's test it and see." As he spoke, the blackness in his eyes deepened, and black mist began to seep from his body, spreading across the yard. The first zombie stepped into the yard. Jianshi flicked his finger, and a chain of black mist appeared beside the zombie, lashing it hard. The zombie fell, but quickly got up and continued its slow advance. Jianshi narrowed his eyes, then had the black chain wrap around the zombie, binding it so it couldn't move. So that's how it is. Jianshi had figured out the rules for this round. He lowered his voice to Suisui. Skill attacks can't hurt the zombies, but control-type skills still work. And Suisui suddenly understood. No wonder the game wasn't afraid of them dominating. It had already limited the beta players' abilities, so they couldn't just steamroll everything. As they spoke, the sun points reached 50. And Suisui picked a player at random from one group, labeled them as a pea shooter, and sent them to the row where the zombie was approaching. The pea shooter didn't have any strange outfit, just a pea shooter badge on his chest and a green pea gun in hand. Pea shooter number 1 suddenly found himself face to face with a zombie. Even though the zombie's movements were restrained by Jianshi, he couldn't help but tremble. With shaking hands, he raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! A pea the size of a ping-pong ball shot out, passed through Jianshi's black mist chains, and hit the shrieking zombie. A bright red health bar appeared above the zombie's head with 180 HP remaining, and Suisui let out a breath, picked up the cooling pea shooter card, and checked its stats. Pea shooter, attack 20, defense 300, firing interval 1.4 seconds. Looks like auto-aim is a basic skill for all plants. Otherwise, with the player's aim, they'd be doomed. After the first shot, pea shooter number 1 calmed down and started firing continuously until the zombie was dead. When the zombie died, a faint glimmer shone among the scattered remains. At this point, everyone else's attention was on the next wave of zombies, but Suisui kept her eyes on the pile of zombie debris. After a zombie is killed, its body stays on the ground for about 3 seconds before disappearing. Then, a golden card flew toward Suisui. Cooldown removal card allows a plant to immediately end its cooldown. So killing zombies drops items, and Suisui kept watching the battlefield. At the start of the game, the farm team was tense. Since the first row of offensive plants wasn't full, it felt like there were holes everywhere. Sure enough, on the 5th lane, a zombie had already advanced 2 squares, and there was only a sunflower guarding that row. She wanted to place a pea shooter there, but didn't have enough sunlight. Even the pea shooter next to the sunflower was getting anxious. "What's going on? What's going on?" He tried to shoot the slowly approaching zombie, but no matter how he aimed, his peas couldn't hit zombies in other lanes. "The attack range is really strict," Suisui muttered. But she wasn't worried. She might not be anxious, but the threatened sunflower was. He looked over at Suisui, voice urgent. "Little girl, are you done yet? Can you send someone to help me?" Suisui hopped over to the sunflower. "Don't worry, Grandpa. With me here, that thing won't get through." But Grandpa Sunflower was still anxious. And Suisui paused, glanced at the idle but anxious pea shooter, and hesitated. "How about you give Grandpa Sunflower your gun and let him handle it?" Sunflower. Pea shooter. Is that even allowed? The pea shooter hesitated, then gritted his teeth and actually tossed his gun to the sunflower. Grandpa Sunflower took the gun, face solemn, and fired at the zombie. Bang! A green pea hit the zombie, dealing 20 damage. Wait, that works? The other unemployed players stared at the transferred pea gun, their minds racing with new ideas. And Suisui hadn't expected it to work either. She exchanged a glance with Jianshi across the field, both immediately thinking of more possibilities. Just then, a zombie wearing a yellow hard hat slowly appeared. The pea shooter in that lane fired, and a red health bar appeared above the hard hat zombie. Remaining HP, 550. Hiss. The doubled health made the pea shooter facing it suck in a breath, his hands trembling. And Suisui quickly picked a player from Group 1, slapped a walnut label on him, and placed him in front of the hard hat zombie. The hard hat zombie grinned, giving the player a creepy smile. Holy crap! Suddenly, face to face with a zombie, the player jumped. Help! Why am I so close to it? Ah, it's going to bite me. I'm being bitten. Wah! And Suisui felt a headache coming on. Can you look before you scream? The zombie hasn't even touched you." Hearing this, the walnut player peeked through one eye. He saw a faint golden shield had appeared in front of him, keeping the hard hat zombie a step away. Clutching his pounding heart, the walnut player finally relaxed. This game is scary as hell. Walnut, defense 4000. When defense reaches 0, the shield breaks. And Suisui studied the walnut's stats, her mind racing. The walnut's defense was high, but it would eventually run out. What happens then? You can't just let the walnut player die, right? With a moment to think, Suisui finally noticed the shovel lying quietly by the house door. Shovel. Can dig up plants on the lawn. Dug up spots can't be replanted for 1 minute. Cooldown. 30 seconds. At first glance, it seemed best to dig up the walnut when its defense was low, but the 1-minute penalty was a problem. Maybe it wouldn't matter in a calm moment, but if there were lots of zombies, losing all plants in a lane could be fatal. There had to be a better way. And Suisui lowered her gaze, thinking, "And Suisui." Jianshi had come over at some point and patted her on the shoulder. And Suisui looked up, confused. "What? Don't you think there's not enough sunlight?" "Of course there isn't." "Huh?" Her attention snapped to him. Not enough sunlight. If anyone else had said it, she'd think it was just a complaint. But this was Jianshi. And Suisui's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. "You have an idea?" Jianshi shielded his eyes from the sun, squinting up at the sky. "I'll have to go up and check." As he spoke, he was already floating into the air. "I'll check things out. You cover me from below." And Suisui agreed. Jianshi, shrouded in black mist, slowly rose off the ground. As he climbed higher, his body temperature didn't change, and green orbs drifted past him, falling into the farm below. "Too slow. If only Suisui were here to help," Jianshi muttered, using a speed-boosting item. At over 3,000 meters altitude, his breathing grew labored, but he finally saw the source of the golden orbs. It was a fluffy, golden cloud, which trembled every so often, dropping a golden orb each time. Jianshi watched for a while, then rubbed his chin. That trembling rhythm. Why did it look like it was pooping? He circled the cloud and finally, in an inconspicuous spot, saw its true form. Hidden in the golden cloud were black eyes and an occasionally opening mouth, clear signs. This cloud was alive. So it really was pooping? Jianshi watched for a moment, then grinned mischievously. "Looks like you're really constipated. Here, drink this. Guaranteed to clear you out." He pulled out a bottle of extra-strength laxative and slowly approached the golden cloud. Sensing danger, the golden cloud's black eyeballs bulged out more and more, hanging off the edge of the cloud like 2 black light bulbs, strange and creepy. Jianshi, unfazed by such tricks, ignored the big eyeballs, opened the bottle of laxative, and poured it all into the cloud's mouth. On the ground, Suisui was calmly directing the battle, occasionally glancing up at the sky, waiting for Jianshi's ultimate move. After a while, a player behind her suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" And Suisui looked up. From 10 meters above, countless golden orbs of light were pouring down in clusters, so many that the sunflowers couldn't keep up. "Whoa, why is the sun production suddenly so fast? Did the sun get diarrhea or something?" The previously relaxed sunflowers were suddenly scrambling, lifting their skirts as high as possible, not wanting to miss a single sun. The sun points skyrocketed, reaching a terrifying number in the blink of an eye. And Suisui made a snap decision, abandoning her previous slow and steady strategy, and began mass planting. Sunflowers were still a must. She'd already tested it. Only sunflowers could collect sunlight. Other plants could only watch it slip through their fingers. She planted a row of walnuts at the front to slow the zombies' advance. Behind them, she planted 2 rows of pea shooters to boost firepower. After a bit of work, Suisui finally set up the basic plant formation: 1 row of sunflowers, 2 rows of pea shooters, 1 row of snow peas, and a row of walnuts. Being able to set up so quickly was thanks to Jianshi's efforts. With plenty of sun points, the game was a breeze. With a huge sun reserve, Suisui started experimenting. She focused on a walnut whose defense was nearly depleted, ignoring its screams as its defense dropped to 300, then slapped another walnut card on it. The player's defense instantly refilled. This trick only worked for walnuts. Other plants couldn't use it. But Suisui wasn't satisfied with just playing by the book. She needed to stir things up. By now, the enemy's buckethead zombies had appeared, and the players were fighting hard, faces twisted in effort, fingers cramping but not daring to stop. There were only 30 players, but 42 lawn slots, so even if everyone was assigned, there was still room. But Suisui thought this was too tiring and unstable. Even if they won, it would be a close call. She wanted a crushing victory. Her gaze swept over the players, and suddenly she had an idea. She shouted to the 12th pea shooter in the 3rd row, where there were fewer zombies. "3rd row, 6th pea shooter. Hand your pea gun to the pea shooter in front of you, quick!" The 12th pea shooter froze, not understanding what she meant. If he gave up his gun, how would he fight? Seeing no response, Suisui urged again, "Hurry! You, the one looking around. Yes, you. Hand your pea gun to the person in front. If you don't move, I'll do it myself." After seeing Jian Shi's earlier display of power, the players were already wary of the beta testers. Who knew what tricks this girl might have? Best not to cross her. So after her warning, the 12th pea shooter didn't hesitate and handed his gun to the 6th pea shooter. The next second, Suisui dug him up with a shovel. The 6th pea shooter, in the middle of shooting, suddenly noticed the pea shooter in front was gone and was startled, thinking he'd blown the guy's head off. But then he realized he was now holding 2 pea guns. Did it matter if the guy in front was there or not? Not at all. So the 6th pea shooter entered dual-wield mode, firing rapidly with no loss of firepower. And Suisui was very pleased that the gun could still be used after the pea shooter left, and quickly made a decision. "All pea shooters in the 3rd row, hand your weapons to the 2nd row pea shooters." With the earlier example, the others didn't question it and handed over their guns. And Suisui kept an eye on the land, the shovel, and the plant card cooldowns. As soon as the shovel was ready, she dug up the 3rd row pea shooters one by one. When the land cooled down, she replanted new pea shooters. This way, they only occupied 3 rows but had the firepower of 4. Not bad at all, she praised herself. Then she ordered the 3rd row pea shooters to hand their guns to the snow peas in front. The players had learned to obey her commands without hesitation. Soon, the snow peas were dual-wielding, and the 3rd row pea shooters were dug up again. Seeing that different plants could swap weapons with no problem, Suisui got even bolder ideas. Just then, a football zombie appeared. Wearing red armor and with 1600 HP, it was a real tank. Time to test the jalapeño's power. She picked a player from the 2nd group, labeled them as jalapeno, and sent them to the same row as the football zombie. The player, now in the game, found a fist-sized chili pepper in their hand. But how to use it? Throw it at the zombie's head? The player looked at Suisui in confusion. She checked the jalapeno card. Jalapeno. Attack 1800, consumable plant, crush the chili to trigger an instant explosion. And Suisui relayed the info, and the player immediately crushed the chili. A spectacular line of fire shot out from under her feet, instantly wiping out all zombies in that row. The other players were stunned. That was some serious firepower. After the chili was crushed, the jalapeno player was sent back to the waiting group. And Suisui thought for a moment and sent another jalapeno onto the field. But this time, she didn't have the jalapeno crush the chili. Instead, she had them hand the powerful weapon to the snow pea behind them. The snow pea was busy, so she just stuffed it in her pocket without even looking. The jalapeno hesitated, wanting to warn her, but didn't know what to say. How do you even tell someone, "Careful, that might blow your pants off"? Just as she was thinking, maybe that player's shooting movements were too exaggerated, and he accidentally squished the chili pepper in his pocket. The next second, a torrent of fire burst from the ice shooter's pocket, incinerating an entire row of zombies. Since the attack only targeted zombies and was immune to players, the ice shooter himself was unharmed, though his pants didn't fare so well, instantly reduced to tattered rags barely hanging on to cover him. The ice shooter suddenly felt a chill below, looked down, and realized he'd accidentally exposed himself. His innocence, his chastity, gone. His scream was so tragic that even the zombies across from him were stunned, their evil gazes slowly turning toward him. The ice shooter's wails abruptly stopped. He covered himself with both hands and glared angrily at the zombies. "What are you looking at? Nothing to see here, believe me, I'll shoot you dead." But inside, he was silently crying. "Ooh, Mom, I'm ruined." In an instant, the ice shooter turned his grief into power, firing more fiercely than anyone. Every zombie on the field was now an enemy. He had to silence them all. After several rounds of experimentation, Suisui discovered that when a plant was dug up, if its weapon was in another plant's hands, the weapon would remain. But if the weapon was just left on the ground, it would disappear along with the original plant. The first wave of zombies wasn't very fierce, so Suisui didn't need to pay too much attention. Once she figured out this bug, she focused on maximizing the efficiency of the limited space. High above, Jian Shi sat on the golden cloud, holding a black whip. Looking closely, the whip was covered in tiny barbs. One lash would tear flesh. The golden cloud's sunlight production had slowed down a lot. The whole cloud lay limp in the air, and no matter how Jian Shi whipped it, it just looked exhausted. Clearly, it had already emptied its reserves. Jian Shi felt there was no point in staying, so he tapped the cloud's head, poured another bottle of extra-strength laxative into its mouth, and finally returned to the ground. "Do your best. I'll check on you later." The cloud rolled its eyes hard. "Please, just don't come back." Back on the ground, Jian Shi told Suisui that the golden cloud was tapped out. Suisui glanced at the remaining sunlight, a bit troubled. The reason she dared to experiment so much was because she had enough sunlight as a safety net. But what if she ran out? After a quick discussion, the two changed tactics again. They still needed firepower. Later waves would only bring more and stronger zombies. If firepower was lacking, every player would be in danger, possibly dying at any moment. She climbed onto the platform again and shouted to the plants on the lawn, "All pea shooters in the second row, immediately hand your weapons to the sunflowers in the first row." It was time to arm the sunflowers. Who said sunflowers could only be cute little sunlight producers? They could be explosive flowers too. The grandpas and grandmas who got the weapons were excited. Their firepower was no less than the original pea shooters. After the handoff, the pea shooters in the second row were all dug up and replaced with more sunflowers. Now they could fight and make money. Perfect. With more and more sunflowers, the dwindling sunlight value shot up rapidly. With plenty of sunlight, the weapon transfer plan went even smoother, and soon all 4 rows of plants on the field were replaced with fully armed sunflowers. The courtyard had 6 columns and 7 rows. Sunflowers occupied 4 rows, walnuts 1 row. That left only the row in front of and behind the walnuts without plants. According to the plan, the row in front of the walnuts was kept as a backup, and the row behind was for swapping out weapons. So except for sunflowers, all other plants would be sent to the 5th row to hand over their weapons as soon as their cooldowns ended, then be removed. When the first wave of zombies was perfectly handled and the second wave arrived, the lawn was covered in golden sunflowers. The once harmless sunflowers now each held 2 guns, glowing with sunlight, and had plenty of chili peppers in their pockets. A regular zombie staggered forward, locking eyes with the front row walnut. The walnut grinned, silently pulled out 2 pea shooters from its coat, and pressed them to the zombie's head. Bang, bang, bang. The zombie's empty head was full of question marks. "What the hell is this? Are you all crazy? There must be something wrong with this game." With overwhelming firepower, the situation was completely under control. Even Suisui barely needed to pay attention to the plants, instead examining the 5 new plants she'd drawn before the second round began. Spikeweed. Attack 20, defense 300, attacks once per second, cannot be eaten by zombies, automatically attacks zombies walking over it. Bloomerang, defense 300, prep time 0.5 seconds, can blow away fog and balloons. Pumpkin shell, defense 4000, special protective equipment used on already planted plants to protect them. Lettuce, defense 300, protects a 3x3 area around itself from aerial damage. Cornpult, attack 2040, Defense 300, attacks every 3 seconds, has a chance to throw butter, which stuns the target for 4 seconds. This time, Suisui chose mostly support-type plants. She felt the team's firepower was already sufficient. No need to add more high-damage plants. Instead, support plants had many uses and subtle effects. Almost every plant was tailored to a specific zombie type. The first wave of zombies was just a warm-up, not very strong.